Volume 1. Chapter 1. Chapter 1, Inside the Unknown Stone Chamber. Prologue. The stone chamber was pitch black. The place had lost its former looks, it was in a mess. The ground had been dug up here and there. If it wasn't for the light coming from the small LED lantern hanging on the wall, you wouldn't even be able to see your own hands. Hey, Park. What are you doing? We must get out. Even though it was a whisper, the voice still sounded urgent. Yunsiek looked back for a moment, but soon he turned back to the front. His bloodshot eyes were staring at the pile of soil in the dark. There's something. It felt like someone was calling him. At first, the sound was similar to when someone is gnawing something. However, as he kept listening, he felt like it was talking to him. As if he was possessed by something, he started to dig without using a hoe or a bamboo knife. He just used his hands, but, as if he knew where it was, his hands moved without hesitation. He didn't even worry about damaging the hidden object. No, he couldn't even think about that. Park. The police are coming. Are you crazy? Get out. Wait. As he was urgently called from behind, Yunsiek could only tell Joe to wait. Shit. I am leaving. You're on your own. I'll be in Chengdu port until the 17th. You know I can't wait. For you if you're late. Yunsiek didn't answer, he just kept digging. Strangely, the soil, which should have been hard, was dug so easily as if it was sand in a playground. Normally, he would have found this strange, however. He currently couldn't think straight. Ha, don't blame me for this. The sound left. Joe crawled through the small tunnel that led to the chamber where Yunsiek was. They had already robbed a lot of artifacts, so they were about to receive a huge amount of money. Joe couldn't afford to waste time and get captured. It was the same for Yunsiek. If he had thought about his son who was waiting for him, he would have run without looking back. However, having already lost all signs of reason, he kept digging like a madman. His thoughts were only on finding it. Pant. Soon, his hand grabbed a black wooden box. Yunsiek then woke up while gently brushing off the soil. It's not rotten? The artifacts of this tomb were at least a few centuries old. However, the box with a strange symbol that he had never seen before wasn't rotten at all. Maybe it wasn't made out of wood. Crick. Yunsiek flinched. He didn't open it. No, maybe his hand touched it. Inside, there was a black rectangular object with no decorations. Yunsiek ditched the box and put the object in his pocket. Next, he went through the small tunnel that was barely big enough for his body. It was time to escape. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2. Chapter 2, Blood Cannot Be Denied, 1. As usual, he went home late that day. He had worked from dusk to dawn, so his back ached and his arms were sore. However, he didn't head straight home. He went to the convenience store to relax the mind that was as exhausted as his body. He needed some soju, alcohol, with a cup of ramen. Pant. His home was in a slum. As he climbed up to reach his home, his breath got heavier. He lived there for more than a decade and, even though he was strong because of his work, he could never get used to the hill. Creak. He pushed the old and screaming iron gate. He then stopped, he couldn't move. From the window of his room, he could see a bright light. He lived alone. If the lights were lit in his room, he can only think of two possibilities: someone broke in, or his father, who had left 2 years ago, came back. Most of the people in the area were poor, so there was no way for a thief to be there. Therefore, Hagen's eyes turned red as soon as he saw the light. Father! Father! His father had never done anything for him, but he was the only family he had. So, Hagen missed him more than he hated him. He hurried to enter while calling his father. Hagen. Ha! Father! White hair and a long beard that hadn't been shaved for months. He looked like someone who had been living in the wild all alone. If Hagen had met him on the streets, he wouldn't have recognized him. His father's face was pale. He had fallen on the floor and was calling his son. Surprised, Hagen went to him and slowly got him up. Father, what happened? I will call 119 first. Just hang on. Yunsiek, Hagen's father, didn't care about what his son said. From his bag, he slowly took out something wrapped in newspapers and gave it to Hagen. This. Even without unwrapping it, Hagen knew what it was. It had to be another artifact his father robbed. No. I can live well even without this. Hagen quickly dialed 119 and asked for help. Yunsiek spoke with a trembling voice, I am sorry. Because of me. If you know that, then get up. What is going on? It's time. Do you know what's happening? They had known that it would eventually happen. A long time ago, when Hagen was in elementary school, Yunsiek was forced to rob artifacts from graves by an evil Japanese art dealer for a few years. He worked without the right equipment, therefore he got lung disease. Next, he received a knee surgery. His body was failing him. At that time, Hagen suggested him to try something else since his health was not good enough. Yunsiek tried working at an Insadong, street full of shops that trade antique goods, but he couldn't make a lot of money. He then went back to grave robbing. He didn't have any choices. He was born during the Korean War, so grave robbing was the only thing he knew. Just hold on. This has happened before. You will get better again. This time is different. I know. I will not live anymore. Shaking his head, Yunsiek barely managed to lift his trembling hand to stroke the face of his son. Poor child. It's all my fault. Blame me. It's okay. It wasn't that bad. No son has spent more time with his father than I did. I enjoyed our time. Poor boy. Tears trickled down Yunsiek's face. The hand, that was stroking Hagen's face, lost its strength and eventually dropped. Father. That night, Hagen lost his father. The funeral was very simple. No one was coming to look for Yunsiek, so Hagen cremated him and scattered the ashes in the sea. His father had spent all his life working in the tombs of other people. Therefore he would have said no to a tomb of his own. Returning home, Hagen picked up the object that was in the corner of his room. Yunsiek used to take little Hagen with him and rob the graves in China, Vietnam, and Cambodia. However, the son didn't think it was the right thing to do. So, he tried to stop his father, but he didn't listen. After his health started failing, Yunsiek used part of the money that he earned through grave robbing for their daily expenses while spending the rest on buying Korean artifacts that were outside the country and anonymously donated them to museums. Hagen couldn't understand his behavior. Yunsiek told him that his grandfather, Yunsiek's father, was an antique dealer who sold many Korean artifacts abroad. Because of that, as if this was the purpose of his life, Yunsiek wanted to repay his father's debt after he got ill. After secretly buying the Korean artifacts, he would always say, "If I do not bring back the Korean artifacts like this, I will never be able to pay back the debt my father owes to this country." Haejin couldn't understand the act of robbing the graves of other countries to bring back the artifacts of their own countries. However, his father was so determined that he couldn't stop him. As Yunseok moved around regardless of the school schedule, Haejin barely managed to graduate from elementary school and took the qualification exams for middle and high school. Instead, his knowledge and discerning eye about antiques were better than most experts. Because of that, Haejin studied archaeology for a year at a not-so-good university to become a professional archaeologist. He didn't want to be a grave robber. Instead, he just wanted to learn about beautiful artifacts. Next, his father was caught while illegally selling artifacts in Cambodia and was sentenced to 2 years in jail. Haejin gave up his studies for his father and spent all their money in artifacts they had to get him out of jail. Haejin attempted to stop Yunseok from robbing again after that, but he didn't listen. He tried to convince his father to not work with anything related to antiquity and instead live through physical labor, but now everything had come to an end. Haejin's eyes were bloodshot while he slowly unwrapped the newspaper. "What?" He laughed in despair. He didn't expect a great artifact, he thought it would at least be something of historical value. However, it was just a black brick. But then, he felt that it was too light for it to be a brick. It wasn't a brick. It felt rough to the touch, but it wasn't cold like stone or metal. It was more like leather. He didn't know why, but the moment he thought it was made of leather, he got goosebumps. Haejin put the thing on the floor and knelt down to take a closer look. There was a thin crack on the side. It was a book. As Haejin knew that his father had died after getting an unknown disease while robbing a grave and suffering for long, he believed in the existence of curses. Distressed, he questioned the idea of opening the book. It felt somewhat ominous. Even though he was thinking of getting rid of it, he couldn't stop looking at it. After staring at it for a while, he then lifted his head. The sun was no longer up there in the sky. He looked at the clock, 9 p.m., 5 hours had already flown by. The strange thing was that his legs didn't even ache. He got the goosebumps again. Where did father get this? He still remembered the horror movie he watched yesterday. It was a fake documentary about young men going to haunted houses to prove unknown phenomena. The moment he recalled that movie, he just flipped over the book's page. Shit! He did it, but it wasn't him. His hand got out of his control and opened the book on its own. I am dead now. These were his first thoughts. Next, he saw the letters on the book. They were written in blood red on black pages. He had never seen these letters before. He used to think there were few alphabets that he was not aware of thanks to his grave robber father, but these were new. This had to be a curse. He couldn't stop the thought that if he kept reading, he will become crazy or start seeing things like in the movies and novels to then end up killing people, including himself. He went straight to the gas stove, turned it on and put the cursed book on fire. At first, nothing was happening to the book. Like the charcoal that didn't burn well, it caught fire only after a long time. Whatever it was made of, that cursed thing generated black smoke with a disgusting smell that he had never experienced before. It was similar to burning plastic. Nevertheless, Haejin didn't move until it was burnt completely. He feared that if he looked away, even for a moment, it would vanish and show up again elsewhere. There was a movie that had a similar plot. He gathered the remaining ashes and threw them out. Only then did he feel better. Why did he leave this to me? What were his reasons to like the mystery book so much that made him bring it to me? He must have failed to sense the ominous energy it had. That night, Heijin had a really weird dream. A person he had never seen before grabbed his head while shaking it and muttering strange things. He had never heard that language before, however, he could still understand everything. When he woke up, he looked outside the window as it was a habit of his. The sun wasn't up yet. He then looked at the clock. It was just past 5 a.m. Because of his pounding heart, he couldn't go back to sleep. Therefore, he got up. That's funny, have I read too many novels these days? The funny thing was that the language was meant to be some kind of magic that he had only read about in novels. He thought that he had such a strange dream because of the many web novels that he had been reading. Shaking his head, he turned on the TV. He had decided to take a few days off. Since his father had passed away, he had no more reason to do physical labor. Of course, there was nothing else he could do, but he didn't want to work so hard anymore. He had saved up some money, so he could rest for a few months. He spent the time with comedy shows and dramas that he couldn't watch in the past. The sun was now in the middle of the sky. Shall I eat some stir-fried rice? Since he was hungry, he picked up the flyer of a Chinese restaurant and was about to order delivery when he received a call from a familiar name. It was Huang, who always used to work together with him. Hello. Hey, it's me. How are you? Just living. Huang knew that Heijin was not at work because of his father's death. It was strange for him to ask how he was. Was there something worrying that he wanted to say to me? Actually, we found something strange at the site. This is your area of expertise, right? If it had been a body, Huan would have called the police instead of Heijin. There was only one thing that he could imply by strange thing, an old artifact. As he used to study archaeology, Huang would sometime ask for Heijin's help. Therefore, he called again. Have you told this to the owner of the building? The construction that was going on now was demolishing an old 2-story house to build a 5-story villa on that site. If an artifact was discovered at the site, the owner of the building had to be informed. Of course, he does. I also told him about you, so now he wants you to take a look. You know the situation. He has loaned a huge amount of money to build the villa. He will go bankrupt if the construction is stopped. We might not even get our money, you know what I mean. If 1 or 2 artifacts were discovered from the ground, they just could inform the government about it and resume working. Of course, they could also secretly sell it. However, if it were a very important historical site, things would get different. If they informed the government and the site were to be designated as a historical site, the construction would be stopped while excavation would start instead. That would be the end for the owner. So, he was asking Heijin, who knew more about this stuff. Okay. I'm coming. Actually, Heijin could not change the outcome. He could only let them know the result before the people from the Cultural Heritage Administration arrived. More importantly, he would be able to find out what the artifact was. He hurried to take a shower and left his home excited. This was how his father probably felt when he saw new artifacts. Blood cannot be denied. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3. Chapter 3, Blood Cannot Be Denied, 2. Captain Huang. Heijin arrived at the residential area of Guri, Gyeonggi-do. The building had been demolished and the debris had been almost cleared, so it was time to harden the ground. However, the construction workers were nowhere to be seen. Instead, a man in his 50s and another old man in his 70s were waiting for him. "Oh, this is Park Hae-jin. Hae-jin, this is Yang Sang-man, the building's owner." Hwang knew many people in Guri, so he was able to receive many construction jobs. "Hello, sir. You are a fine young man. You don't look like you belong here." Yang Sang-man studied Hae-jin up and down. Just as he said, Hae-jin was 6 feet tall and had handsome looks, so people often asked him why he worked as a construction worker. Last summer, while he was driving the construction truck in Hyundai, he saw a beautiful woman. He tried to start a conversation with her and was later able to get her number. They ended up breaking up. A few months later, however, Hae-jin was still someone very handsome and women often asked for his own number. "Thank you. But I think all jobs are equally important. May I see the thing first?" "Yes, come here." Sang-man took Hae-jin away from the site. Excited, he was wondering what kind of artifact it was. However, he tried not to show his emotions and kept talking to Wang. "Where are the others?" Oh, we didn't work today. I just waited for you to come." Something like this had already happened in the past, but Hwang had never been so secretive. This meant that Hwang was alone when discovering the artifact. After walking for a long time, they finally arrived at a shabby real estate agency. Sang-man opened the door with a small key and went in. This was probably his place. "You can sit here. Do you want some coffee?" "Yes, thank you. These days, it is a lot easier with this instant coffee. In the past, I had to ask that to every customer. A long time ago, there was a coffee shop down the street, in there. I don't remember her name. Anyway, she made great coffee." "Really?" Sang-man kept saying all kind of uninteresting things. He then brought 2 cups of coffee and put them in front of Hae-jin and Wang. "You already heard about it, right? I need you to promise me something before I show it to you. You must keep it a secret. You know what I'm saying, right? If the artifact wasn't important, it seemed that Sang-man would resume construction. Otherwise, if he informed the government and the artifact was deemed to not worth a lot, the construction would be stopped immediately and he wouldn't get enough compensation. He would lose everything. More precisely, he would just bury everything unless a bunch of national treasures came out. "Okay, don't worry. I trust you." Sang-man held Hae-jin's hand to make him understand the importance of this. He then went inside to take something out. In his hands, you could see some white porcelain. "Well, take a look. Is it expensive?" Sang-man carefully carried the item as if it were a baby that could crack at any time. Next, he put it on the table. The moment he saw it, Hae-jin knew that it was real. "Please wait." He took out a small magnifying glass to take a closer look. Seen from the side, the top and the bottom were similar to ordinary Korean white porcelains. However, when looked at it from the top, you could see a perfect dodecagon. Its height was 20 centimeters while the diameter of its top and bottom was 12 centimeters, so it wasn't that small. What was strange was that the apricot flower tree and the bamboo painted on its side were red. It was in great conditions, so it was unlikely for it to be just left on the ground. It was probably kept in an old chest or a warehouse. It's a red dot. Red dot? What is it? Oh, if you paint or write with red dye on white porcelain, apply glaze then bake it, the porcelain will look red like this. It used to be called red dot porcelain, but nowadays they call it red dye white. Porcelain. Is it old? Oh, you can't calculate it accurately, it's not like it has a pattern or sentence of a particular period. The red dye white porcelain was normally made from the Goryeo period to the late Joseon period. So I cannot tell you the exact date it was made. But you must have a feeling. Since it was white porcelain, Sangman was very eager to know more about the artifact. Honestly, I think it is probably from the late Joseon period. The red dye white porcelain was more popular during the 18th and 19th centuries. Look at the pattern of the bottle. You can see a bird sitting on the apricot flower tree. It was a typical pattern used by commoners and it was used a lot after the 18th century. It's also in great condition, so it cannot be that old. Of course, you must consult a real expert to know the details. Actually, even an expert would not be able to tell you much. It wasn't like they could use age dating. To find the exact age of the porcelain, it meant that the expert would analyze the patterns or letters on it, its shape, its heel, its glaze, its dye and the mud that was used to make it. It wasn't perfect, in fact. It was more like appraising than determining the exact age. Most people would think about carbon dating when finding the age of the objects, however, as porcelain is made of inorganic matter, mud, and it was baked in high temperatures, it didn't contain carbon. So, they couldn't use the method on porcelains. It wasn't just buried in the ground. There was a huge closet buried. The reason why it is in such perfect condition is because it was well kept in that closet. Now, how much money is it worth? Well, if I am right and it was made in the 18th or 19th century, if you sell it to an antique dealer, I think between 5 million and 10 million won. Of course, you could get more if you put it on auction. Really? Can I really get 10 million won? It was a big amount of money, but Sangman's face brightened up too much even though his construction was about to be stopped. He must have more than one artifact. Moreover, he didn't seem to think about informing the Cultural Heritage Administration. Well, it made sense. If the porcelain had been buried in the ground, the site could have been a historical site, but since it came out of a closet hidden underground, someone had probably hidden it there. I think it is worth that much. Currently, Heijin only cared about how many white porcelains Sangman had. He suddenly recalled last night's dream. That magic. It felt like it could be real. It was strange since normally, when he woke up after having a dream, he couldn't remember it after. Some time passed, however, this dream was different. He could still remember the content very clearly, from the beginning to the end. He could only think of one reason. The book his father had brought. He thought that he had been cursed after burning the book. Therefore, he was terrified of using the language of that curse, but, at the same time, he was curious about it. Reading the memories of objects. The cursed spell that had been implanted in his mind during the dream, last night, was about reading the memories of objects. He thought about it for a long time. He knew how the spell worked. He didn't know how, he just knew it. It was as if he had been born with it. That made him even more scared to say it out loud. Thank you. This is my gratitude, so take it. As Heijin was thinking about using the spell on the porcelain, Sangman gave him a yellow envelope. That wasn't used often these days. It was for appraising the artifact and keeping the secret, so Heijin had no reason to refuse it. Thank you. Originally, appraising this kind of artifact would cost at least hundreds of thousand won. However, Heijin didn't bother to ask how much was in that envelope. Sangman didn't even know what antiques are. There was no reason to start explaining how things worked in that area. Heijin took it and started to think about the spell again, but Huang made it clear that they were done. He decided to give up. Even though he was curious, that curiosity melted like snow when he recalled his father who died in pain. He left the place after a few words. Sangman and Huang would probably sell that porcelain and divide up the money. Then, Heijin opened the envelope. 300,000 won. Even though Sangman knew nothing about antiques, he had still given him quite a lot. Heijin was sure that he didn't know much about these things because, otherwise, they wouldn't have asked him to see it. In fact, if he had already chosen who to sell it to, the buyer himself would have appraised the porcelain. Heijin went back home and continued his break. He didn't receive any calls from Huang, so he thought that they had already taken care of the porcelain on their own. That night, he had another strange dream. Black hair, bloody red eyes and black nails. It was a creepy witch. Like before, she muttered a spell while shaking Heijin's head. It was painful. Her voice was so terrifying and revolting that he wanted to throw up. Next, when he woke up after all that pain, his bed was drenched with his sweat. He kept having that horrible dream. It was always the same. No, the spell changed little by little while. The pain got even worse. After 3 days, he could feel that the miserable dream would end only if he used the spell. He couldn't, not after seeing what happened to his father. Then, on the 4th day of the dream, someone pounded at his door. Bam! 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 Hey! Heijin! Are you there? Heijin was trying to focus on a drama to forget the dream. Hearing the shout, he stood up full of anger. He was already on the edge and that shout made him feel even worse. Who is it? Angry, Heijin opened the door. Surprised, Huang stepped back. He then answered, Huh? You were at home? What are you doing here? Heijin wasn't aware of it, but his voice was full of anger and annoyance. Hearing him, Huang's voice got smaller and smaller. You see, about that porcelain you saw the other day. What about it? It's fake. Do you know anything about porcelains? Didn't you just pretend to examine it when you knew nothing? Huang raised his fists and yelled as if the porcelain was his. It is real. You probably got a punch in the face somewhere. Why are you letting out your anger at me? What? A punch? You brought the thing and they scolded you saying it's fake, right? You probably didn't put it on auction and went directly to a dealer of Incidon, didn't you? You just kept it and didn't tell the Cultural Heritage Administration. Huang flinched then yelled again, You know we will lose everything if we tell the government. We knew something was strange, so we took it to an appraising agency. The expert in there said it was fake. How much had Huang been promised to be given that he was raging like that? So, you want the money back? Yes, you were wrong, so you must give it back. He didn't come just for the 300,000 won. He ran here because he had no other place to vent his anger. Heijin didn't have a problem with giving him back the money and never see him again, however, he was enraged. I am Park Heijin, who has seen all kinds of artifacts and strange things with my late father. Now, someone dared to call the artifact I have appraised to be real as a fake? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 4. Chapter 4, Blood Cannot Be Denied, 3. Where did you have it appraised? What? That's, if you are so sure, will you go talk to Yang Sangman? Then, let's go. We can visit the agency with him. Wait here for now, I need to change my clothes. Huang could only nod. He didn't expect Heijin to behave like this. A while later, Heijin came out in a pair of jeans and a hoodie. Huang had still some doubts on his face. He then said, "Let's go. I came because I was shocked as well. But do you really know how to appraise artifacts?" "Nonsense. If you don't believe me, you shouldn't have shown it to me in the first place," Heijin answered bluntly. Embarrassed, Huang looked away. "I thought all appraisers are the same. You did well the last time, so I thought you would do well this time too, but you made a mistake." Huang would rather put his faith in that expert than believing in Heijin. It didn't matter anymore. What happened has already happened. Heijin will never again waste his time with Huang. He just wanted to see the face of the expert who said that the porcelain, which was worth tens of million won, was a fake. Where is that place? The appraising agency. Ha! I told you it's pointless to go there. It's the Changjian appraising agency. It is a really famous appraising agency in the middle of Insadong. Don't even bother going there and embarrass yourself. Just go to Yang and tell him that you are sorry. Then, give him the money back. I will take care of it myself. Just let's go. Ha! His father was not just a grave robber. If he had the opportunity to graduate from university, he would have become a respected archaeologist in Korea. He was even called a legend in Insadong. Everyone knew him there. Yunsiak was a great archaeologist and grave robber. As soon as Heijin started to talk, the father took him to museums and galleries. Later, when he started to learn reading, he was taught Korean and Chinese. Even though he couldn't participate in the process, by the time he was in elementary school, he saw all kinds of artifacts that his father excavated. While the other kids learned literature, English and math, he learned about paintings, sculptures and porcelains from his father. If only Yunsiak had bought land and a few apartments with the money he had gotten from grave robbing, Heijin would be a wealthy man by now. Instead, Yunsiak took Heijin and traveled around the world, visiting the Louvre, the British Museum, National Palace Museum of Taiwan and many others. Therefore, Heijin ended up living in the slums. Of course, spending all their money in artifacts they had to get Yunsiak out of jail was the biggest reason. "Sir, he says that his appraisal is correct, and we should go back to the agency to find out more." Huang took Heijin to that shabby real estate agency they had visited a few days ago. Yang Sangman was sitting in front of an old desk. Just in a few days, he looked much older. His back was bent and while coming out, he was glaring at Heijin. "Find out what? It is all over." "Well, even if it was real, it's not worth that much. The construction won't be stopped, so both you and I are saved, Huang. I was crazy to ask that young boy, you, give me my money and get the hell out of here." Heijin knew this was going to happen. So, he planned to go to the appraiser with Sangman since he was not satisfied with their answer, but now he changed his mind. "Really? Okay, I get it. Then, how about this? Sell me those fakes. I will give you 1,000,000 won for each. I will buy them all. Oh, and I will give you back the 300,000 won you gave me." "What?" "I will buy them all." "You are going to bury the whole thing without telling the cultural heritage administration, right? Or have you sold them all to that appraiser at an insanely low price?" If that had happened, it would be the worst situation. However, Heijin didn't think Sangman was that stupid. The expert was probably waiting for his scheme to work. "No, but will you really pay 1 million for each? Wait, how did you know that there is more than 1? You wouldn't have rejoiced so much just for 10 million won. There must be more. Anyway, sell them to me. After what happened, it would be better for you to sell them at 1 million per piece. Sangman and Huang looked at each other, then glanced at Heijin. However, they were not doubting the professional appraiser, they were scorning Heijin. Maybe it was natural. Anyone would trust more an appraiser than a guy who works as a construction worker. You will buy them at 1 million each? Really? Yes, I will send you the money right now. Heijin had saved about 20 million through labor. Moreover, it was unlikely that more than 20 porcelains came out of the site. Okay. Deal. Oh, sir, if you decide it so hastily. Huang tried to stop Sangman, who had made the decision too quickly, but, in the end, he didn't back off since he wanted to give a lesson to this young man. What? 1 million for each. Good. I can get rid of these useless things and resume the construction. Stay here, don't go anywhere. Sangman told Heijin to not run away and hurried to get inside to bring the items. There were 5 of them in total. Well, will you buy them all? Ha! The white porcelains were all real and valuable. There was even a bowl without any decoration, which looked worthless, but the mud and the glaze used were the best. They were gray with a soft glow. The others were all blue flower white porcelains. One of them was a dish that was used to contain water for the ink. It had an apricot flower and a bamboo drawn on it like the first one. The other 3 were all red dye white porcelains that were 30 centimeters tall. They looked even better together. Unlike the blue porcelains, white porcelains may seem simple and dull, but, because of their mysterious blue-white hue, you would never get tired of looking at them, so they were very valuable. Additionally, these white porcelains were able to keep their beautiful shape. Give me your bank account number and let's write a contract, Heijin said. What? Write what? Write a contract that says you are giving me those porcelains at 1 million for each. You said they are fake. I don't want you to change your mind and come back to me after you give them to me. Ha ha. Sangman just kept saying ha, however, even kids could tell that he was just dragging for time. What? Are you worrying about them turning out to be real? Then, I don't have to give back that 300,000 won. Don't bother me ever again. You should just blame yourself. Heijin showed his anger while Sangman's face turned red. Okay. You think I can't do it? How dare you boy talk to me like that, okay. Don't you come back and beg to get that money back. Sangman took out a new piece of paper from his printer and wrote down the contract. Here. Send me the money and sign it with your thumbprint. Okay. Heijin sent the 5 million won to Sangman's account with his smartphone. He then showed it to him. You see. I sent the money. Next, he applied red paint on his thumb, stamped it on the contracts and then took one of the 2 contracts. They are all mine now, right? Yes, yes. Then, I will take them all with me. I am also giving you back that 300,000. He put down that yellow envelope on Sangman's desk and called a cab. He then got some paper, boxes and newspapers from the nearby supermarket and carefully wrapped the porcelains with them. As it was far from downtown, it took some time for the cab to arrive. Heijin got a soda from the supermarket and waited while Sangman came to him. Where will you go now? Are you going to that appraiser? It will all be in vain. Something fake won't turn into real. Of course, something fake will not turn real. Then? They were real in the first place. Ha, you haven't come to your senses yet. Young men these days don't know how to value money. You don't even think about saving money, huh? 5 million won could be spent as the deposit money. For rent. Haejin knew why Sangman was accusing him like that. His wish was that the items he sold were actually fake. Sir, you have never bought antiques, right? Huh, dot. You have never bought some and I am the first person you sold them to, right? KHMM. Sangman just coughed as he had nothing to say at this sharp question. When it comes to antique goods, you should never sell the things that have become yours so easily. What do you mean? This is the last advice I can give you. Goodbye. The cab had arrived, so Haejin carefully put the items on the back seat. Oh, you are crazy. This black cab is really expensive. You don't know how to value money. Sangman kept tooting, but Haejin just smiled. Unlike what he said, Sangman had an urgent face as if he was about to cry. Not caring about his feelings, Haejin closed the door. Sir, these are very valuable objects. If any of these cracks, you will have to sell your car. So please, drive carefully. I don't care about the fare. Okay. All the better for me. The cab driver with some white hair drove slowly. Sangman couldn't catch the car. He just grabbed the air and plopped down. Now, he felt that something might be wrong. The young man was so confident while he, himself, acted too quickly. Where are you going? Oh, Jeongro, Seoul. While Haejin wanted to keep scolding Sangman, he held it back. Sangman was a victim, there was a really bad guy out there. He was going to Jeongro instead of Insadong, not to show that he had antiques but to leave the porcelains at a nearby business hotel. The cab ride cost him 130,000 won, but he paid with the card. Compared to the money he would get from selling those porcelains, this was nothing. Once he was at the hotel, he put the things in his room, took a water container and headed to Insadong. He started whistling. Even though he had just a few porcelains, he felt like he had the whole world. Suddenly, he missed his father. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 5. Chapter 5, Using Magic, 1. He planned to go straight to the auction house. No matter what kind of story the porcelains had, they were already in his hand. He didn't want to bother others' business. He also didn't want to announce that he had them now. Oh, I shouldn't do this, dot. He knew that he didn't have to, but he went past the Korean auction, his destination, and went deep into Insadong. He wanted to see the faces of those who dared to play with the valuable artifacts of the ancestors. Is that Dash? On the first floor of an old building, he spotted a sign saying Chongjin Appraising Agency. He was doubting his idea again, but, in the end, he went inside the building. Ding! He opened the door. The bell rang while making a clear sound. Welcome! Have you come for an appraisal? A woman in her mid-30s looked at Haejin and smiled. She was pretty, so it didn't seem like she would belong in a place with old-fashioned stuff. The woman looked more like the employee of a big company. Yes, I came to have a white porcelain appraised, Haejin said. White porcelain? Oh, could you please wait for a moment? Can I bring you some coffee? Anything. She opened the door and came out with a cup of coffee, which she then gave to Haejin. About 10 minutes later, Haejin was finally asked to go in. Oh, a young CEO. Sit here, this is my friend. He is a very good expert, so please show us the item. Okay. The man who greeted Haejin warmly was in the early 50s. He was wearing a modernized hanbok, traditional Korean cloth, and he somehow looked familiar. If a man working in Insadong looked familiar to Haejin, there was only one possible reason: Haejin had met the man when he worked with his father. You brought white porcelain? Many people bring them nowadays. The white porcelain is basically just a white bowl, so it is hard to appraise unless you are a real expert. He started his scheme before Haejin even took out the porcelain. The man in his 40s next to him smiled oddly and kept looking at Haejin and the appraiser back and forth. Haejin saw the people of Insadong with his father only when he was very young. Since he stayed mostly abroad, except for those who excavated with his father, few knew Haejin's face. Haejin must have seen often the man when going around Insadong with his father to learn. Well, he didn't get attached to them, so he was not going to go easy on him. Anyway, he then put the small water container on the table and slowly unwrapped it. A snow-white porcelain with some blue painting was revealed. I don't even know your name. Your name is not Cheonjian, right? Haejin asked. The appraiser flinched. He then replied, Of course not. I am Gang Kil-sang. Everyone knows me at Insadong. However, this is odd. I think I saw this just a few days ago. Really? Actually, I got lucky earlier today and bought this. I wondered how much it is worth and came. Here. You bought it today? Then. From an old man. He said that those precious-looking porcelains were all fake and kept sighing, so I bought them all at 1 million won each because I thought maybe it was worth more than that. 1 million for each? Kil-sang was shocked. He probably felt like Haejin had stolen something that should have been his. Yes. I thought of it as gambling and spent 5 million. KHMM. Kil-sang and the man next to him stared at the porcelain. They were distressed. What will happen? Will they keep insisting that it was fake? Or would they show some respect to this precious blue flower white porcelain? Actually, there was nothing that could be done if they just kept saying it was fake. Porcelains could not really be measured scientifically. They could only guess the period, the kiln it was made in, its shape, colors and patterns. So, even experts were sometimes wrong. It was somewhat different, but a typical example would be of the well-known painting called Painting of a Beautiful Woman from the artist Cheonjiang. Although the artist said that she never painted the painting, the expert said that she did. Who was in the right? As a result, Haejin could not sue Kil-sang even if he kept insisting that the porcelain was fake. Sadly, I don't think it's real. Really? First, you need to know a few things. The people who don't know much about porcelains, they find the blue flower white porcelains as beautiful because of their splendid color. Therefore, a lot of fakes are made. Judging from the color and the patterns, it is from the mid or late Joseon. However, its conditions are too good for them to be from that period. Can you also see the letters at the bottom? Yes. It says Park. The word was written under the porcelain. It must have been the last name of the artisan who made it. Artisans didn't used to engrave their names on Joseon white porcelains since they valued their anonymity. The expert then closed his mouth. Those were the only reasons why it was fake? Haejin almost laughed. The porcelain was in good condition because it had been preserved well without making it come in contact with the air. Moreover, even though artisan would normally not write their name when it comes to white porcelains, it just meant that Haejin's was even rarer. The appraiser had to come up with a different reason to say that it was fake, but he couldn't find it. Heijin thought about accusing him, however, he decided against it. He didn't want to openly admit that he would be making a huge profit. However, he couldn't back off now. A spell kept hovering in his mind. He knew this was coming. Because of the growing pain, he would have been eventually forced to use the magic. Today was the day. He started to record with his phone while dipping his index in the water on the table. He then waved his hand. So, is this fake? Ah, it must be some really bad news for you since you bought it for 1 million won. However, I am sure that it is fake. Really? Heijin waved his hand to draw the pattern he wanted while quietly saying the spell. He then felt like something was leaving his chest. He felt like vomiting while his head hurt like hell. Excuse me? What did you say? Nothing. This is really fake, right? He was terrified and scared. He feared that he might grab his chest and fall, but, at the same time, he wanted to find out whether the spell would work. No. It's real. Kyo-sang's face turned red after he said that. What? What are you saying? The man next to him was also surprised. He even stood up. However, he was less surprised than Heijin. It's real? Really? It's real. Kyo-sang couldn't control himself. He looked at the guy next to him. He was about to cry. Then, why did you tell me that it was a fake earlier? Because I already said it was a fake before. To rip that ignorant old man off. He wanted to make excuses, yet his mouth kept saying things he didn't want to say. Panicked, he screamed and wailed, however, he couldn't say what he really wanted. Ha ha. Even though Heijin casted the magic, he could only make some hollow laughs. How could this be called magic? It was more like a curse. What is wrong? Are you crazy? The guy grabbed Kyo-sang and shook him. Shit. I don't know. There's something wrong with me. Then, you must have tricked the original owner. I will not let this go. Heijin showed them his phone to let them know that he had been recording. Their faces turned pale. The appraiser then replied, "It is all his fault. He couldn't recognize something so valuable. If I had told him it was real, you think that old fox would have sold it to me? He doesn't deserve to own this. Stop. Please." The man tried to stop Kyo-sang, but the truth kept coming out of his mouth. I understand. Then, goodbye. Heijin picked up the porcelain, tried to control his shaking legs and left the agency. All his strength had been drained out of his body. Maybe it was right, he had really cursed the man. He eventually leaned on a wall and threw up. The spell he had just used had the effect to make others tell only the truth. It was one of the many spells he knew. He thought it would be fun, but he was supposed to draw the spell with blood. However, he just used water to make it lighter so it wouldn't last for long. That's good. Even though it was very close, he took a cab to return. At first, he planned to go to the auction right away, but he was feeling really bad. He even wondered whether he should go to the hospital. He couldn't even take a shower, he just fell on his bed since he was feeling both dizzy and weak. He just laid there without thinking. He smiled. It was weird, strange, but also felt good. He knew that Insadong was full of frauds, but everyone thought of antique dealers as frauds exactly because of people like Kyo-sang. Punishing those frauds felt great. It was different from the pleasure he used to feel when working to earn money. He always felt like he was sinning because of his father's original sin, robbing, but maybe he could now do the right thing with his newly obtained power and knowledge. He continued to think like that and soon fell asleep. Pant, pant. Opening his eyes, he saw that it was still bright outside. However, he then looked at his clock. It was 8 o'clock. What? A day has passed? The date on his phone said that it was the next day. Surprisingly, Heijin had slept for more than 16 hours. While getting up, he jumped lightly and shook his arms. To his surprise, his body was full of energy. The emptiness he had felt had been replaced by a mysterious energy. Shit! I have been hooked. That strange energy brought fear in him. He felt like the devil's power was now in his body. He walked around in the room for a while, but he couldn't come up with a good plan. It was because he could feel that the pain had been greatly decreased during the dream last night. Will the pain get worse again if I stop using the magic? Probably. But what if it's not a curse? It must be a fortune worth greater than winning the lottery. He decided to stick to his original plan and go to the auction. He took a shower, put on his clothes and left the hotel. The Korean auction was located next to Insadong. It was the biggest antique auction agency in Korea. Most rich people got their antiques in there. Of course, those who were much richer than them, the so-called trillionaires, had many other ways to get their things. Welcome. Are you a member of the Korean auction? Heijin decided to forget about the curse for now. Father, just let me live a decent life from now, okay? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 6. Chapter 6, Using Magic, 2. In Korea, when it comes to antiques, most people would think of Insadong. Therefore, Korea Auction was located in quite a good spot since it was at the entrance of Insadong. The truth was that Heijin had never really been in an auction house. His father always dealt with the dealers who bought his artifacts in secret, so he had no reason to go there. So, when Heijin saw a lot of people walking around the auction house, he started to look at the surroundings and was wondering about what to do. He theoretically knew how things worked in there, but he panicked when he was actually there. A woman, wearing a neat two-piece suit, came to him. Her face was round with cute dimples. Can I help you? Heijin came to his senses at the calm and polite greeting. Oh, it's my first time here. Really? Let me help. Are you here for today's preview? The preview was an event where you would exhibit things 1 to 2 weeks prior to the actual auction. Heijin, of course, knew that as he understood, more or less, how everything worked in theory. No, I am not here to bid. Then, have you come for consignment? Consignment meant entrusting items to the auction house to sell them. Yes. Where should I go? I can help you quickly if you tell me what kind of object you want to entrust, the woman replied with a pleasant smile. It made Heijin feel better. It's a white porcelain. Blue flower white porcelain. A water container. Oh, then follow me, please. Heijin followed her and got on an elevator. Suddenly, he got curious. What kind of artifacts will be exhibited on today's preview? Some artifacts from the Song, Yuan and Ming periods of China, a few of Goryeo and Joseon, and many from the Japanese colonial era. There are multiple Chinese artifacts? Yes, a private owner has put them on auction. Oh. Nowadays, almost all countries were keen about importing their artifacts, including China. So, except for private properties, Chinese artifacts almost never came up on auction. Therefore, a lot of people are here for today's preview. I see. They arrived on the 3rd floor. The interior was different from the ground floor. Warm yellow lights brightened up the simple space. It looked quite luxurious. Could you please wait here? The woman took Heijin to a small conference room. She gave him a cup of juice and disappeared. He waited for about 20 minutes while reading the Korea auctions brochures. Then, the door opened. And someone came in. Hello. I am Hong Mi-jin, porcelain appraiser of Korea auction. The woman looked to be in her late 40s. She adjusted her glasses and gave Heijin her name card. She seemed to be an elite. Nice to meet you. Please take a look at this first. She studied Heijin's water container for a long time. Then, she opened her mouth. It's a good artifact. It was a simple remark, but that was enough. That's good, Heijin said. I will have it on the next major auction. The warranty will be in my name. Do you have any more? Question. No, I'm fine. With interest, Mi-jin looked at Heijin as he stood up. That's strange. Normally, people ask how much the minimum bid would be and at what price would it be sold. You said it is real. Then, I will get as much as it's worth. Was the auction the best way of selling antiques at its real price? Heijin didn't think so. Real artifacts could be sold at the right price only when the buyer was someone who knew about artifacts. If there are only ignorant people at the auction, the artifacts would be sold at a low price. If things were to be sold on auction at a decent price, why is it that the dealers don't put their things on auction? They wanted to sell at the right price to those who appreciated the item's value. Of course, that was only if the item was real. If it wasn't, they would just try to rip people off. Nevertheless, Heijin was putting his porcelain on auction even though finding someone who would pay the right price would be hard. Moreover, he was confident that people would definitely want this beautiful porcelain. A wise answer. I also have a question. Why are you not asking where I got it? The source of an artifact was a very sensitive and important problem. If Korea auction sold stolen goods, its reputation would plummet. Because I have never seen it. If I don't know it, it cannot be a stolen good. She meant that even if it was a stolen artifact, it didn't matter because it had never been exposed to the world. It showed her great confidence. It meant that she knew all of the white porcelains that had been found. And, if it had been stolen, you would not have been so calm when you showed it to me. Anyway. Thank you for your first deal. Please come to Korea auction if you get another good artifact again. 4. That, I will charge an 8% fee for the first deal. I like it. I have a few more of these. Then, I will look forward to it. Would you like to see the preview on the first floor? We can help you. No, I will look around on my own. Okay. Then. Heijin left her and went down to the first floor. Seeing artifacts was always entertaining. The exhibition hall was full of people. They were all wearing expensive clothes. Heijin mingled with them to watch artifacts quietly. Then, he heard a sharp and rude voice. You know nothing. Heijin had nothing to do with it, but it still made him feel offended. Then, how was the one who received the sentence feeling? Curious, he looked toward their direction. I know nothing? White skin. Delicate eyelashes. Proud but deep eyes. High nose. There was a beautiful woman standing there. She was biting her lip in anger, but, even that, looked beautiful. Heijin had never been called ugly. This was why he could perform the miracle of winning a girl while working as a truck driver. He used to spend the money he made through work at clubs to defy his father, but he had never seen Such a beautiful woman. Well, if you don't want to be fooled again, you should know that it is safe to buy items in an auction. Why would you believe that foolish story? Even I am getting ashamed of it. The woman, who was letting her anger out on that beautiful woman, was wearing luxury brand items. From the bottom to the top. She looked quite pretty. Men would probably look at her everywhere. However, as Hagen had just seen a goddess, she was just one of the many ordinary women. Yes, I made a mistake. I admit it. But what are you doing here? The media says that your father is about to get summoned to the prosecution. How can you even come here? Hagen had thought that the beautiful woman would just suffer through it, but he was wrong. She also had a thorny tongue. What? Don't buy something here when you can't even afford it. You might get attached to it. Aren't you supposed to go abroad now? It's not like that. I heard that, is managing your family's money, you look extremely relaxed. The women kept firing at each other, but they still kept their voice low. Hagen could barely hear their conversation. He wanted to hear more, but he was missing some parts of their talk. Therefore, he went a step closer. You don't know what you are talking about. The prosecutors have already done something similar in the past. They will always fire some garbage and then give up. Well, what do you know? You just manage a small gallery with a few cheap goods. If you were smart enough, you wouldn't have been fooled by a crude scheme that even my youngest sibling would not fall for. Oh, have I already told you this? He is in 5th grade now. The fight was about to get physical. Hagen watched, half worried and half expecting a nice scene, but then someone interrupted. Miss, please. There are many eyes watching. An attendant of the woman who started the fight arrived and stopped her. He looked over 40, but he wasn't that tall and wasn't that bulky. So, he didn't seem to be a bodyguard. Oh, I lost my temper. Sorry. It happens when I see a friend who doesn't have a discerning eye. Really, I get really angry when I see kids who have a lot of money but know nothing about artifacts. I always get mad. Now, Hagen wondered who she was. What is the problem? Which artifact is this about? Hagen thought the man would just take his angry miss away, but he lit the dying fire again. She immediately started again. Oh, look at this. This jade Buddha. I heard someone saying it was valuable and worth at least billions. So I stopped here. Then, it was Yunhee, grace. How are you going to repay your parents' grace with that stupidity? A stupid joke. Nevertheless, Hagen was happy to know that her name was Yunhee. On the other hand, Yunhee couldn't say anything. She just stared at the man. The jade Buddha was right in front of Hagen. It was as big as the hand of a 7-year-old child. It didn't seem that special, more like a souvenir sold on tourist sites. It was in a glass box, so it could only be examined with the eyes. The explanation card said nothing much, except that it was probably from the Ming Dynasty period. Jade Buddha of the Ming period. Its color is beautiful, but its line is crude, and the balance is not right. Looking closely, the end of the Buddha's cloth has been damaged. I don't think it is worth more than $1 billion. There was a reason Yunhee stared at him. He wasn't just an attendant, he was a personal appraiser. Yunhee's face burned red, she had been conned. So, as if someone saw her secret diary that she wrote in her puberty, she was ashamed. Hagen wanted to help her. There wasn't a particular reason. It was just, she was pretty. That was the most important and only reason. He applied some saliva on his finger, drew on the glass box of jade Buddha and quietly chanted the spell. Hook. His head spun. His legs trembled. The world would darken when he could see again the beautiful lady was standing in front of him. Are you all right? Oh, yes, I'm okay. I probably drank too much yesterday. But I was going to just leave, however, this is so absurd that I can't. In fact, he was about to vomit and wanted to leave, but he looked at her face and endured it. What, Dot? This jade Buddha, if you only judge it from its appearance, it means that you know nothing. With that taste and discernment, I think you would even throw away a grayish-blue powdered celadone. While calling it dull. The attendant's face quickly hardened. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 7. Chapter 7, New Work, 1. In order to use magic, firstly, Heijin had to draw its patterns depending on the magic he wanted to cast and then say the spell. Next, the mana would leave his body and the magic would be activated. The magic just used by Heijin showed the memory of the object. He could even choose the period he wanted to see. Of course, Heijin chose the time when the jade Buddha was first made and, in a second, that time was embedded in his mind like a photograph. You are quite arrogant. I don't know who you are, but you should not say nonsense like this so easily. It's you who are talking nonsense, not me. Especially in front of this priceless object, Heijin said. His legs shook like those of an 80-year-old man and his head ached. That was the after effect of the little mana he had, leaving him. So, just talking casually required all the strength he had. Is there a reason? Yunhee asked him with hope. He looked at her and spoke, this is not just a jade Buddha. Haha, you are funny. Then, what is it? The other woman sneered. This jade Buddha was born in a family of Seishan province, China, but he spoke a little louder on purpose. People around them were eavesdropping in curiosity, but he wanted to draw even more attention. Family? What family? What are you talking about? Let me tell you the story of this family. The Wu family was a strong family of Seishan. The family's head, Song, had a son. Song loved his wife so much that despite his subjects' advice, he couldn't forget his dead wife and didn't take any concubine. So, he had only one son to succeed him. But then a tribe invaded the land. The righteous Min, the son of Song, volunteered to join the army and defeat the tribe. What does this have to do with this good Buddha? His breath was getting heavy. The appraiser gave him some time to catch his breath. You will find out soon. It is hard to appreciate the true value of a precious object by hastily judging it from its appearance. KHMM. Okay, go on. If it doesn't make sense, I will make you pay. Such a beauty, yet so impatient. Okay. Who? Min left home to join the army. Song, his father, prayed for his son's return again and again. One day, an old monk came to his house who saw a peach tree in the yard and said, "That peach tree is sick. The father's prayers are in vain." So? Curious, Yunhee asked. Song heard about this from his servant. He hurried to send someone and brought the monk to his home. He then asked if his son was not coming back. The old monk replied that the peach had only one seed. As the peach tree was dying, it meant Song's only seed would not be able to live. What? Were the feelings of the father at hearing that? In despair, Song asked if there was a way for his son to return. The monk said there was. He told Song to get a precious Wajan jade from Ganrian Mountain, make a Buddha statue with it, put the most precious thing he had in it and offer it to a temple. Then, this is Dash? Surprised, Yunhee looked back at the jade Buddha. The story does not end here. At the time, Wajan jade of Ganrian Mountain was a precious jade, mined at the height of 3,505,000 m. Even though it is now easy to get, back then it wasn't. That's real? The woman scolded as if she didn't believe Heijin, but he didn't stop. Song didn't send his servants. Instead, he climbed the mountain himself and mined the jade to make a Buddha. His toes started to rot because of the cold, but he didn't stop. It was his determination to save his son. Song eventually got the jade. He then put a pair of rings, the most important jewelry his wife left him, in this jade Buddha and offered it to a temple. Oh! The people around Heijin exclaimed, including Yunhee. Because of Heijin's voice, everyone was focused on his story. Thanks to Song, even though he had lost a leg, his son came back alive. Later, he got a wife and had children. Their family carried on. People smiled and nodded. Some were even moved by the story and almost cried. The appraiser glared at Heijin with a distorted expression. Heijin scolded him, "You said the balance is not right?" That's because the artisan dug a hole first, put the rings in there and carved the jade to make a Buddha. If you say it looks bad because it's distorted, you must scold the architect of the Pisa's tower. This is not just a jade Buddha. It's a precious artifact that has the love of parent who worried about his son. So, billions wouldn't be expensive for it. Yes, yes. What is the opening bit of this? The jade Buddha got popular immediately and the exhibition's mood completely changed. The woman's face was now red. She glared at Heijin so hard that flames almost came out of her eyes. What you just said, is it real? Can you prove it? There was a man named Zhu Yun who lived in the early Qing period. He looked around for all kinds of strange and entertaining stories. When he got old, he organized those stories and wrote a book called CGL. There is a story about this jade Buddha in that book. I never imagined I would see it here. What if there's nothing inside the book? Simple. The book mentioned the presence of the carving of a hole, which was then mended to put in the rings, therefore it will not be hard to find out. Actually, he made it all up when it came about the CCL Jijing book. However, as the rings were in the Buddha, it didn't matter if the book didn't exist. Ha! You got lucky this time. Congratulations, she spoke coldly at Yunhee and left. I will see you again. You were impressive, the appraiser said while looking at Heijin. He then followed the woman. Heijin didn't know if he would see him again, but he could relax a little after they were gone. Hua! His legs wobbled, but he forced himself to lean on a bar that came up to his waist and smiled at Yunhee. Thank you, the girl said. It was nothing. She spoke so rudely that I couldn't stand it. They were also really mistaken when they insulted this Buddha. Actually, Heijin didn't know that the Buddha had that kind of history until he used the magic. You really know about artifacts. Which university did you graduate from? Ah. At that moment, Heijin regretted not attending a good university for the first time. Yunhee realized that he probably didn't attend a good university. Well, it's not important. I'm sorry. It is a habit of mine to ask things when I meet someone, but... Yes. That is not exactly a good habit. Ha ha. If you haven't had lunch yet, I want to thank you for your help. It was a great fortune. Helping a beautiful woman brought fate's help. The problem was that, although he was now capable of standing, he was about to collapse. I cannot today. How about tomorrow? She was surprised, as if she hadn't thought she would be rejected today. Then, she smiled again. Tomorrow is good. Where should we meet? I will be at Jiaojong bookstore at noon tomorrow. Shall we meet there? Good. Then, I will see you tomorrow. She gave Heijin her name card, slightly nodded and left. Heijin looked at her until she was out of his sight. He moved his shaking legs to grab a taxi and returned to the hotel. I feel like I'm dying. As if his head was spinning, he felt dizzy. Again, he went straight to bed without taking a shower. When he got up the next day, his body was full of energy again. He took a hasty shower and arrived at the bookstore. It was time. If he had slept just a little longer, he would have been late. He called Yunhee. She said she was waiting at the parking lot, so he ran there. The beautiful woman, who seemed to have come out of a magazine, was waiting for him by the elevator. Did you bring your car? No. Then, should we use my car? Okay. He was embarrassed and wondered if he should have bought a used car in advance, but when she took Heijin to her car, he was glad he didn't buy one. While she was beautiful, the moment she sat at driver's seat of a Porsche Macan, she also turned sexy. She was perfect. Let me take you to this place I know. It's a steak restaurant. Are you okay with that? Of course, I like steak. Pop. Okay. Even her smile was so beautiful. She was so perfect that Heijin was about to be overwhelmed. Being overwhelmed by a woman was something that didn't really ever happen to Heijin, but, as Yunhee was beautiful and rich, he started to think that maybe he should have robbed more with his father to become rich. Yunhee took him to a restaurant at the Shinra Hotel. Now, he started to wonder who she was. He had heard that she managed a gallery, but she looked to be in the middle of her 20s. So, which family did she belong to? The steak was delicious, beyond compare to anything Heijin had eaten. Yunhee focused on eating the whole time, but, when the dessert came out, their eyes met. Did you enjoy it? Yes, it was delicious. I am glad you liked it. I have a question. Could you please answer it? I know it's rude, but when I meet someone, I must know who he or she is. I was educated like that. She wasn't normal. She could just ask, "How are you? How do you know so much about antiques?" Was she a very polite person? Judging from the conversation she had yesterday at the preview, it didn't seem like it. Okay, please ask. You know a lot about antiques. What do you do for a living? Heijin was embarrassed to say that he was a construction worker, but he couldn't say he used to be a grave robber who traveled around the world with his father. I know it's hard to believe, but I used to be a construction worker until recently. I see. Yunhee didn't show any disappointment. She had been educated well or just kept her thoughts well hidden. Moreover, she looked at him with even more interest than before. But you are too capable to just be a construction worker. You know the appraiser you met yesterday? He is one of the top 3 appraisers in Korea. No expert could be as good as Heijin. He had magic with him. Additionally, even before gaining magic, he didn't think of himself less good than others. The only difference was that he used to think of himself as good as any expert, however, now he was Better than anyone beyond comparison. Really? Haejin sounded as if saying so what? Yunhee bit her lip and smiled. See? You are not discouraged at all. Even my grandfather respected his opinions about antiques. So? Yes? I want to know you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 8. Chapter 8, New Work, 2. Haejin's heart took a roller coaster ride, as if Yunhee just said that she loved him. Curious about me? She probably doesn't mean that she wants to date me. Ha! Don't get nervous. I didn't mean it like that. Haejin was a little disappointed, but he kept a straight face lest Yunhee misunderstood. Ha, really? Then, I was surprised for nothing. Most men quite like me, but this time, I somehow feel like I have been dumped. Am I wrong? Haejin realized he could not let her take control. He answered even more boldly. I'm not that kind of guy who falls in love easily because of their appearances. Oh, then you are saying that I am beautiful. Thank you. She was a strong opponent. Then, you want something from me? Actually, I manage a gallery that my grandfather left me. Inheriting a cafe was great enough, but she had inherited a gallery. She was a real silver spoon. Oh no. That's great. It might look great to others, but, to me, it's not easy. You heard it yesterday, I was conned. It was something that people would find embarrassing, however, she sounded calm when mentioning it. Yes. I heard. I hurried because I thought I could get a good artifact, but I was conned. The problem is that I cannot tell the police. My family, no, if others find out about this, I will probably lose the gallery. At first, Haejin thought that her family is probably not normal, but, clearly, there was a dispute within the family. You are in a trouble. Yes. But it's not just because I lost the money. I can forget about that money, but, if things like this keep happening, words about my mistake could get out. Yeren hates me, but she would never speak about that out loud, so I'm not worried about her. Anyway, I cannot let others know about this. The woman you had a quarrel with yesterday, is she Yeren? Her lips must be heavier than I thought. She didn't appear to be so. No, her lips are lighter than a feather. It's just that I know one of her secrets, too. So, she won't be able to babble about mine. Oh, then you want me to catch those frauds quietly. PFT. Oh, I'm sorry. Haejin almost felt a little mad, but her smile made that feeling melt like snow. It's okay, Haejin said. It's not like you're a private detective. I want you to help me. Haejin now recalled the man who was Yeren's appraiser. You want me to be your private appraiser? Yes. I know it's rude. We just met, but I am asking because it is urgent. Think of it as me recruiting you. You will receive as much as a section chief. Section chief. A salary of 8,000 with a 400% bonus. I will also give you additional bonuses when you get me good artifacts at a low price. Plus, you will get a half-size sedan. It would be the company's car, but you can use it as your own. After a year, you can become a full-time employee if we both agree. Those were excellent conditions. If it had been before Haejin got the porcelains, they would have been even greater. However, the best part was that he would get to work with Yunhee. Haejin's answer, however, was not what Yunhee expected. I am sorry. I don't think I can take your offer. Why? I would like to know the reason. I've always dreamt of being a playboy. Call me if you need my help. I will help you from time to time. As a freelancer. Of course, I will keep your secret if you want. Yunhee stared at him with a strange expression. Then, she crossed her arms and asked, I guess I was too arrogant. I thought you would think my offer was good enough after you told me that you work in the construction industry. She said, work in the construction industry instead of construction worker. She was very considerate. She was rich, therefore it was easier for her to look down on others. It appeared that she had been educated well. Your offer is good. However, I didn't work as a construction worker just because I needed the money. I wanted to show my father, should I call it defiance? Anyway, I earn enough money through the hard way on purpose for that reason. Well, it's not like I have great ability, but I have no reason to do physical labor now. I am also not poor enough to have myself tied to a job. Let me just say, I just want to live with ease. I see. Then, will you work for me if I treat you as a freelancer? Of course, I will always work for you, Miss Yunhee. Ha, I like that. Good. Then, I will officially give you a case. Please come to my company to talk about the details. Have you heard of Seiun Gallery? Heijin had not just heard about that place, he had even been there. You mean the gallery in Bucheon? Oh, you know it well. Heijin knew it very well. He had seen the artifacts his father sold abroad exhibited at Seiun Gallery a few times. Therefore, he was surprised. The artifacts had been sold as stolen goods in China and other countries, so Heijin wondered how they ended up in a gallery in Korea. However, it's not like he could ask the director where she had gotten it, so he just backed off. And that director was in front of him now. Okay. I will see you there tomorrow. I am already excited about the case. I am also glad that we got to work together. Yunhee drove Heijin back to the bookstore again. She asked where he lived, but he didn't want to tell her. He couldn't tell her that he lived in the slums, where even thieves didn't dare to rob you. At first, he had just planned to sell the porcelains, but now that he thought about it, he realized that he couldn't live without antiques. He had done physical labor to stop his father from grave robbing. That was no longer necessary, so he thought since things turned out this way, he should move to Seoul and start over. Although my father lived the life of a grave robber, I will become a real antique appraiser. No, I will do even more than that. I will find that evil art dealer who threatened my father and made him die like that. And I will also retrieve the Korean artifacts that were taken away from us. As he thought, his heart started to pound. He didn't think everything had just happened by coincidence. Maybe the recent events were a sign, telling him to fulfill his father's dying wish. Heijin kept making some crazy excuses while biting his lip. He couldn't take it lightly, so he was going to start from the beginning. If he could really get back the Korean artifacts scattered abroad, if he could retrieve them from those who took them away and argued that it was part of their collections, wouldn't that be more meaningful? That night, Heijin looked up at the night sky and planned what to do with his future for the first time. The next day, he went straight to a nearby housing agency and found a studio that was closer and at the right price. He had to spend 10 million of the money he had left as the deposit, but he still had 5 million won left. He took a taxi and went back to his home and packed his things till late evening. He didn't have much to pack since he gave the things he couldn't move or didn't need to his neighbors. He had only 3 boxes of things he needed. He had them delivered to his new home and came back to the hotel. It was just past midnight. The next day, he checked out from the hotel, went to a nearby department store and bought a pair of suit. It cost 500,000 won, but he thought it was necessary. He had to look like an expert, so he couldn't go to the gallery wearing something casual. He arrived at Seine Gallery at around 11 o'clock. It was the perfect time to talk about business and have lunch together. He went into the gallery where he first spotted a huge flower vase with luxuriant colors. It had the painting of a deer playing in the mountains. It was in great condition, so its color was clear and looked beautiful. Anyone would think of it as a precious artifact. The vase was not unfamiliar to Haejin. His father had excavated it and sold it to a Chinese dealer. People who were interested in porcelains knew that the vase had been made in China, but it had been brought into Korea without a problem. That was strange. Beautiful, isn't it? Her voice was clear and beautiful, just like her face. Haejin turned his head. Yoonhee, in a tight H-line skirt and a blouse, was looking at the vase proudly. Yes, it's a good artifact. It was one of my grandfather's favorites. Oh, you must have liked him a lot. He really loved me. Although he is now gone, when I miss him, I keep looking at the things he liked. Then, I feel like he is talking to me. She was sensitive. If it had been anyone else, Haejin would have thought that person was whining. But he somewhat felt sorry for Yoonhee. Was it because of her beauty? I can see why he loved you so much. Ho ho, really? Shall we go in? We cannot talk about business here. Okay. Yoonhee took Haejin to an office deep in the gallery. As people of wealth and power often visited, her office was in a simple white mood but luxurious with valuable paintings. Actually, I need your help urgently. A while ago, the man I've been mainly dealing with got a problem. So I have to find someone new, but I don't know who to trust. Got a problem. Does that mean should I call you CEO? Haejin didn't know what to call her. She smiled. You can call my name. The CEO or the director doesn't fit my age. Your title wasn't on your name card. Officially, I am the director of the department, but I didn't write that on that name card. It's not for people I meet for business. Haejin didn't know if that was true, but it made him feel good. Oh. I see. KHM, to continue, you got a problem, meaning the broker gave you an artifact with a problem? Yes. He fooled me with a fake. I am looking for him now, but I have a bigger problem than finding that fraud. I don't have enough artifacts for the upcoming exhibition. The jade Buddha we found at the preview? I am keeping it in mind, but you talk so loudly, therefore I might not be able to get it. I can only spend a certain amount of money at auction this year. I see. Then, do you mainly get artifacts through brokers? I get 70% of them from auction and get the others through Incidon. As you know, there can be really good artifacts in Incidon that are at a really low price, but there can also be some fakes. Just like in this case, so I get worried every time I make a deal. I have a question. I don't think you keep all the artifacts you get in this gallery. What do you do with them? The group buys them often. Actually, my cousin really wanted the vase you saw at the entrance. He said he wanted to have it. The group. Wajin Corporate Group. My cousin is Wajin's vice chairman. Wow. I assumed she was from a rich family, but she is a member of the family that owns the biggest enterprise in Korea. Oh, what a great family. No. Strictly speaking, we have nothing to do with Hajin. Not even 1% of it is at stake. Anyway, are you going to help me? she didn't have to ask. Of course. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 9. Chapter 9, Ma One's Ume Flower Co1, Educational Institute of Confucianism, 1. In an unnamed tomb in China, about a dozen people were walking around. One of them took photos, while another carefully copied the footprints left on the floor. The leader, Yang Chuan, manager of the Chinese National Culture Bureau's artifact management team, sighed. He was in his 40s. It's happened so many times. China was the country where grave robbing happened the most. Even though all the important artifacts of the former empire were in the National Palace Museum in Taiwan, when Generalissimo Chiang Kai-shek lost the Chinese Civil War and ran to Taiwan, he took all artifacts of the empire with him. In total, he took about 700,000 artifacts. An enormous number of artifacts were still owned by civilians. It was also estimated that there were a lot of artifacts still buried in the ground. Of course, the Middle East also had lots of artifacts waiting to be excavated, but going there was dangerous because of the terrorists. So, maybe it was natural that many grave robbers came to China. The problem was that Yang could not entirely stop the illegal excavations. He couldn't focus all his personnel on stopping the activity, so they could only end up cleaning after the robbing was done. They dug straight to the place where the artifacts were buried. It was a clear job and didn't leave any trace. I think it's him. Yang Chuan looked at Zishuan while he reported with sparkling eyes. Then, I guess the artifacts will not be exported. It was the guy who had been giving Yang a severe headache for decades. He didn't know his name or where he was from, but the guy had been robbing dozens of tombs using the same method. However, it was strange that he sold some of the artifacts abroad, since, most of the time, he always sold the stolen artifacts in the Chinese black market. He would always get away with it after taking the money. Some of them were secretly delivered to powerful people and gangs, so Yang could do nothing about it. In a way, that relieved him. However, he couldn't let that keep happening. But I found something strange. Zishuan, while wearing a white glove made of cotton, gave Yang Chuan a black box. What is this? I don't know. I've never seen this design before. Zishuan had studied archaeology at Beijing University. Although he was still young and inexperienced, he was smart. So, if he had never seen the design, it meant that it was really rare. Yang took out a white cotton glove from his pocket and then took the box from Zhu. Next, he studied it closely from the bottom to the top. It seems to be made of wood, but I can't even guess what kind of glaze was used. It also hasn't rotted in a 400-year-old tomb. This pattern is also new to me. What is it? And why did he not take this? Wait, where did you find it? It was lying on the floor. Then, there must have been something inside, right? I think so, probably. I don't think we can appraise it. Take it to the appraisal committee. There must be someone who knows about this in there. Then, the thing that was inside. We must know what this box is to find out what was inside. Check the black markets as well. There might be something like this. But I have a feeling that he hasn't sold this in the black market. Zishuan thought it was strange for Yang Chuan to say something so unscientific, as he normally relied on scientific investigations. A feeling? Yes, I think it is not for sale. Zishuan couldn't understand him, but he put his curiosity aside and carefully wrapped the box. He Was thinking about the date he would have with his girlfriend when he was finished. Yunhee moved to Insadong with her driver. When she drove herself, she rode a Porsche Macan and looked sexy. Now, while sitting in the back seat of a BMW 7, she looked reserved and noble. Do you come here often? I used to, but I haven't been here for a while. I don't know when you used to come here, but this place has changed a lot. It got a little brighter since foreigner tourists started to visit. I like the way it was before, but it is also a way for a better living, so I just accept that. Yunhee got off in front of Insadong. She took Haejin and stopped in front of a normal shop that was located among the many shops. Anyone could pass through there. Here. This looks more like a souvenir shop than an antique shop. I thought so at first. However, the owner of this place came to my gallery and showed me a photo. He said I should come here if I was interested. Let's go in first. While going in, the dusty smell of antiques reached Haejin's nose. He used to hate the smell, but now it made him feel comfortable, as if he had come home. Welcome. The man who emerged from the inside was in his 40s. He was wearing a modernized hanbok and had a mustache. He looked like a professional. Of course, Haejin didn't judge a person's ability from his appearance. The artifact would tell him whether he was the real deal. Hello. I am Lim Yunhee, owner of Seian Gallery. Oh. You came for the thing. Then he is. The man smiled as if he knew that she would arrive. This is my personal appraiser. You are very young for an appraiser. You also look good. Ha ha ha. Normally, antique appraisers were old. The better they were, the older they were. It was because accurate appraising required knowledge from a lot of experience. So, Haejin found the man even more suspicious when seeing that he was glad that the appraiser was young. A person with a real artifact would doubt Haejin, wouldn't he? If you took out a real artifact and some young fraud said it's fake, the deal wouldn't be done. May we see it first? It's inside. Please, come this way. He opened a small door that led deeper inside the shop. There was a large space behind it. The man went in and motioned them to follow. Inside the door, there were many artifacts. They were clearly different from the souvenirs displayed in the outer part of the shop. Some of them were worthy enough to catch Haejin's attention. The man stopped in front of a table in the middle. Next, he carefully took out a painting from behind. Do you know what this is? He glanced at Haejin while asking. He meant, are you good enough to recognize this? He was trying to find out how good Haejin was. It was an oriental landscape painting. There was a garden that looked down on a waterfall and a guy who was sitting there, relaxed. Over the man, there was a large UME flower tree. It was quite impressive. Isn't it a painting of Ma Wan? Ma Wan was a Chinese artist who lived in the Southern Song period. He greatly had an effect on landscape painting in China. Who, then you recognize this painting? It's UME Flower CO1. You are good enough to accompany the director of Seian Gallery. You're right. This is Ma Wan's UME Flower CO1. Bringing it from China was not easy. Yunhee glanced at Haejin after asking, you know it shouldn't be a stolen good, right? If Yunhee were to keep it to herself for enjoyment, it would not be a problem. However, if she exhibited a stolen artifact in her gallery, she would be humiliated and might even be summoned by the prosecutors. Of course. Its former owner was a Chinese named Wang Wang. He made a business deal and lost a lot of money. The Triad, a Chinese gang, took many of his artifacts to recover the money they had invested. Legally, of course. That was more than 20 years ago. You can check it if you doubt me. His claim was so confident that Heijin thought that he was telling the truth. I've already checked that. Just as Heijin had thought, Yunhee had tried to find out the whereabouts of the painting when the man left after giving her the photo. You see? No one knew where this was for the past 20 years. Now, it's here. How did you get it? A while ago, the owner of the painting came to Korea. Luckily, he and I are close friends. He wants me to sell this painting at a good price. Heijin chimed in. Why does he want to sell it here instead of selling it in China? Because he is Korean. What? More accurately, he is Korean Chinese. He is a middle boss in the Triad, but he is also a Korean with Korean citizenship. He came to Korea because he was in great danger. Now, he wants to settle down in Korea. He thinks that this painting could fund his stay. Does that prove that it is not a stolen good? Of course not. He smiled and showed them a piece of paper he had prepared in advance. This is a certificate that proves that this painting was been given by a Chinese who used to own it. Of course, he was the boss of the Triad. Well, I think this deal is legal enough. Heijin could see the greed in Yunhee's eyes. An artifact like this would certainly draw attention in the upcoming exhibition. What is the price? 5 billion, no discount. Yunhee looked surprised, but soon she nodded. If it was real, it was worth at least that. No, if she could buy it with 5 billion, she would be buying it cheap. In check? Heijin interrupted to sound him out. He smiled and shook his head. Oh, you know how it works. A check would leave traces. The owner of this painting doesn't want to leave any traces. He wants to stay low. Yunhee looked at Heijin. Her eyes said that everything was up to Heijin now. Then, I will take a closer look. May I turn on the lights? Of course. While he could use magic, he was worried about losing control of his legs and embarrassing himself. Therefore, he preferred not to use it. Heijin had seen Mawan's paintings many times with his father. He knew well how a seal should look. And also knew his style. Because of that, he thought a crude forgery wouldn't fool him. However, looking at it, he couldn't find anything that told him it was a fake. The touch of the brush was delicate but elegant. The seal was perfect. As for the paper, making fake paper was possible, so he couldn't tell if it was fake by examining the texture of the paper, dust or dirt. Then, he needed tools for a detailed analysis, but, judging from the guy's confidence, he probably wouldn't find out the truth even if he used proper tools. Can I get a cup of water, please? You are thirsty? You must be careful. He brought the water and put it far away. It meant that Heijin shouldn't drink near the painting. He could understand that. Heijin pretended to drink the water and dipped his index finger into the cup. Then, he drew the spells pattern on the table, as if it meant nothing. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 10. Chapter 10, Mawan's Ume Flower Co1, 2. It was too hard, he felt disgusted. His legs trembled while his head hurt. He thought this time should go slightly better since it was the third time, but it didn't. Heijin? It's nothing. Who? I just got a little dizzy. Are you okay? Yunhee looked at Heijin with concern. She was sorry to see that he got sick at such an important moment. Heijin shook his hand and opened his mouth. I can still appraise this. Anyway, I am done. Already? Yes, this is a fake. There was someone who was even more surprised than Yunhee. It was the dealer who brought the painting. He started yelling, "What are you talking about? A fake? Can you take responsibility for what you just said?" Yes. If needed, I will take the whole responsibility. Heijin wasn't doubting the painting, he was sure that it was a fake. The dealer was very discouraged. Then why do you say this is fake? The painting's lines are different. They are slightly different from Ma Wan's. Yunhee studied the painting again and asked, "How are they different? And how did you know that? These are not Ma Wan's lines?" She wasn't trying to argue. She was just curious. There was a man named Tanzing in Shanghai, China. Do you know of him? Tanzing. Yunhee tilted her head, but the dealer was shocked. His eyes widened. This is a forgery made by Tanzing? Either he was good at acting or he really didn't know that it was a fake. He was even more shocked than Yunhee. He then stared at the painting. Heijin didn't care about him. He just looked at Yunhee. Tanzing was famous in the Shanghai area. He was a fraud who left his name in the art history of modern China by creating a number of forgeries. He fooled so many collectors and galleries that no one knows how many fakes he made even now. He found great artists of the time and made fakes. Shizeng Bai, who painted this painting, often painted Ma Wan's paintings. Apparently, he made another forgery other than the famous fake song in reply. Do you see the lines of the Ume flowers? They are bolder and rougher than Ma Wan's paintings. Ma Wan would have trimmed this part a little more delicately. Is that so? Yunhee accepted that because the real painting wasn't there, but the forgery was so real that even Heijin would not have recognized it without magic or the real painting. When Heijin looked into the past with magic, he saw a man in a small room doing his best to copy Ma Wan's painting. He recalled Tanzing as soon as he saw that. Tanzing was known for forging Ma Wan's song in reply. He looked at it again after he found out that it was a fake. The lines were slightly different from Ma Wan's. An average expert would not have dared to say that it is a forgery. Shizeng Bai painted for Tanzing. Zheng Suyo signed, Hu Xing made the seal and Tang and made it look old. Finally, Huang Kazuan mounted the painting and finished it. It was a professional forging group. Most of Tanzing's forgeries were sold abroad, so I don't know how this one went back to China. However, the National Culture Appraising Committee of China is needed to appraise this. The dealer was enraged. So, you are saying that you just appraised an artifact that can be appraised only by China's appraising committee? If you really want to find out, you can send it to Europe or the United States. Radiography or infrared microscopy would tell that it was made recently. But, as the paint and the paper are the same as those used for the real painting, they would not be sure that it's 100% fake. The Chinese people, however, must know Ma Wan well, so they would be sure. Ha, that's impressive. I was fooled by this, and you found out that it was a fake. Of course, I will. Send this back to China and have it appraised. If it turns out to be real, I won't let this one go. The dealer was really mad now, he was even speaking rudely. Heijin, however, didn't even blink an eye at his threat. Let's go. Okay. And I will also not let this go. If this artifact turns out to be fake, you won't be able to work in Insadong again. Yunhee's warning made his face turn pale. Well, if he got busted after trying to sell a forgery to the director of one of Korea's top galleries, he would not be able to pay for that. They left the shop and went to the entrance of Insadong. Yunhee's driver was waiting for them. Could you drop me at say an apartment near Jonggak Station? Oh, but you don't look well. I think you need to go to the hospital. I will talk to the doctor. I know him well personally. He is really good. No matter how good a doctor was, he couldn't solve the aftereffects of mana leaving the body. You don't have to worry. I will be fine after getting some sleep. Please, go to the apartment. Yunhee didn't make any other suggestion, she just sighed and nodded at her driver. Thank you. As you are leaving like this today, come back to the gallery tomorrow and I will pay for today's help. As you have taken care of the case, you must be paid. Since I just saved you from wasting 5 billion, may I have some expectation? Yes. Of course. She dropped Haejin at his apartment and left. Haejin bought a lot of bread from the bakery on the ground floor and went up. At first, his legs trembled while his head ached. But now, he was also famished apart from the exhaustion and headache. He ate all the bread and fell asleep without taking a shower. Zing. He woke up at the sound of his phone. It was dark outside. He picked up his buzzing phone and checked the time. It was past midnight. He completely woke up because of the name on the phone. Yang Byonguk. He was the man who robbed the most graves with Haejin's father. They might as well have been partners. Haejin didn't call him when his father died, so Yang must not know about it. Hello. Is that you, Haejin? It's Byonguk. I cannot reach your father, so I wondered if you know where to find him. He died a while ago. What? Yunseok is dead? Is that real? Yes. I cremated him and scattered the ashes at sea. So, you don't have to bother visiting him. Byonguk was so shocked that he couldn't speak for a while. Oh. I actually saw that coming. He didn't look too well. Haejin thought so, too. That's why he told his father to stop excavating and rest. You called me because... Oh, you see, don't you want a part-time job? What part-time job? I heard you work as a construction worker these days. Don't do that. Just come and appraise something for me and I will pay you well. I was going to ask your father, but he is dead. So, what can I do? Appraising artifacts could be done by other people than Haejin, while his father didn't appraise things in front of others unless it was a special circumstance. And that special circumstance was... Is that something that has been excavated and sold illegally? Haejin's father never revealed his knowledge to ordinary people lest they find out he was a grave robber. He only verified the artifacts he excavated and sold when they came out into the world again. Of course, he didn't do that openly, he did that secretly. You see. I don't want to ask you a favor like this, but as you know, I don't have a discerning eye. I cannot put it on auction, so I must find a buyer in another way. However, I can only deal with it if I know the value of this thing. Unlike Yunseok, Byonguk sometimes brought in artifacts they excavated abroad and sold them in Korea. He believed that as many of ours had been taken from us, we should take away others too. Yunseok didn't try to stop it. Of course, the fact that selling artifacts in Korea paid more greatly attributed to that belief. Both Haejin and his father knew that. You have lots of friends in Insadong. You don't know this, but I always had my things appraised by your father before I sold them. People Of Insadong might appear to be gentlemen, but, on the inside, they are snakes that only think about how to rip people off. You cannot even believe a friend you've known for a decade in Insadong. Who? I have relied on your father all my life, but he is gone now. I will have to give up now. Heijin knew Byonguk since he was a toddler, so he wanted him to stop grave robbing. Yes, you should stop now. How long are you going to be chased by the police? Don't you feel sorry for Sujong? Sujong was Byonguk's daughter and Heijin's first love. Heijin had never seen her since elementary school because Byonguk had sent her abroad when she was little. Hey, Sojong would not have been able to study in Europe without that money. Sojong wanted to study in Korea, but you forced her to leave. I couldn't let her see her father getting arrested by the police. Anyway, Yunsiek's gone, and I am retiring. Oh, what a disaster. Anyway, please come and take a look. Okay. Where are you? Oh, I'm in Busan now. I will go to Seoul tomorrow and call you. Okay. Unlike Yunsiek, who sold the artifacts he robbed at a low price in the black markets, Byonguk often met and dealt with the investors to get the right price. He sometimes even got in trouble with chairmen and gangs. So, he had been convicted 10 times already. Both the police and the Cultural Heritage Administration were keeping a close eye on him. After retiring, he would be able to live in peace. Heijin didn't realize it when he was talking on the phone, but, after he hung up, he could feel his body full of energy. Every time he used magic, the pain and exhaustion decreased slightly and the energy he got after sleeping was getting bigger. Heijin knew that his body was getting used to magic every time he used it, and the energy came from the mana filling his body again, but he was still worried. He couldn't fall asleep again, so he spent the rest of the night at a nearby PC room and went to the gallery early in the morning. Yunhee greeted Heijin in the office. As usual, her beauty made butterflies fly in his stomach. I felt bad about letting you go like that yesterday, but you look well now. I hope you are not on drugs or something? Judging from her concerned face, she wasn't joking 100%. Heijin rolled up his sleeves and denied it. No. Of course not. That just happens to me sometimes. That's good. Oh, and wait. I want you to meet someone. She left the office and came back in. Behind her, a young and handsome man followed. Heijin thought he would never be defeated when it comes to appearances, but the tall man looked like a star who just popped out of a TV. This is manager Lee Jongmyeon of Myri Corporate Group. He is the most important client of this gallery and also my fiancé. What the, her fiancé? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11. Chapter 11, First Step as an Antiques Appraiser, 1. Heijin barely managed to keep a straight face. The man was so handsome that Heijin thought if he had been a woman, he would have fallen for him. Nice to meet you. I'm Lee Jongmyeon. I heard that you helped a lot my Yunhee. Thank you. Ha, even his voice was great. That low voice could win a girl with just a 5-minute phone call. However, that my Yunhee made Heijin feel sad. Nice to meet you. I'm Park Heijin. I am surprised to see such a young man who is knowledgeable about antiques. Ha, I am a little young in this field. My Yunhee seldom compliments and relies on someone, so I was impressed to hear about you. That's stupid, my Yunhee, but the way Jongmyeon looked at Heijin was not as hospitable as his words. He seemed to be on guard. Well, Heijin thought if he were in Jongmyeon's position and Yunhee brought another guy, saying she relies on him. He would not like him either. She doesn't really rely on me. I just solved her case as a freelancer. Well, I guess she said that. Because I am worth my salary. Ha ha ha, dot. Yunhee took the cups of juice an employee brought them and came to the table. That worries me. Maybe we should have talked about the money in advance. I hope you don't get disappointed. Actually, the appraising fee of auction agencies wasn't that expensive. It was just that appraiser. Agencies would not have been able to discern forgery so perfectly as Heijin did in such a short time. Appraising fee of auction agencies were all about hundreds of thousands won, everywhere in the world. However, the more expensive the artifact was, the more appraising cost. Appraising fee of artifacts which cost more than 100 million differed greatly, depending on time, place and situation. First, let me tell you my term. My fee is 1% of the appraised price, without negotiation. If it is fake, it's the same. 1% of the money you would have lost if it had been judged as real. If you don't want it, you can give me any amount you want. Yunhee had promised Heijin a big reward, but even she looked surprised. If she agreed to his term, she would have to give him 50 million won just for appraising once. Yunhee didn't offer the price first because the appraising fee of that field was, more or less, determined. She thought Heijin's request wouldn't be that different from that price. She didn't expect Heijin would come up with a price that was much higher than what she had planned. Lee Jongmyeon, surprised, interrupted them. I admit that you have greatly helped Yunhee. But the appraising fee of France's Drouot estimation is 0.5% of the appraised price. Moreover, it's 0.5% only if the price is €152,000 or higher and, for artifacts cheaper than that, the fee is much lower. It gets even lower when it is not real. But that's a group and I'm an individual. Of course, as I said earlier, if you don't accept it, you can pay me as much as you like. Yunhee smiled bitterly. Then, there will not be the next deal. I guess that could happen. Heijin had asked a little too much, but that wasn't because of Yunhee's fiancé. He had requested to be paid a lot because he was confident that he was the best appraiser in the world with his knowledge and experience he got from his father. Additionally, he also had his unique magic. What should I do? Yunhee bit her lips. Jongmyeon tried to comfort her while looking at Heijin. Could you give us a moment? Of course. I will wait outside. Even though Yunhee was linked to Wajin and had a gallery that sold and bought artifacts worth billions, giving 50 million as an appraising fee wasn't easy. So, Heijin was thinking to accept it if Yunhee said she couldn't take his term. He had helped her this time because of their coincidental meeting at the preview and he was taking his first step as a real appraiser, so failing to receive that 50 million won was okay for him. The only thing made him sad was that he had to say goodbye to such a beautiful woman. After 5 minutes, Jongmyeon opened the door and came out. We are done. Please come in. Heijin went into the office again where Yunhee looked very troubled. What is your answer? Yunhee kept hesitating and then spoke, I am sorry. I don't think this gallery can accept your term. Well, that can happen. It's been a pleasure meeting you. Heijin didn't show his disappointment, he just stretched out his hand. Yunhee looked so sorry when she took his hand. Her hand was quite soft, Heijin could feel that she was sorry through that handshake. Here. I hope I get to see you again. I don't know. Then, goodbye. Heijin left the gallery with a white envelope Yunhee gave him. He went back to his new homeware. He opened the envelope. There were exactly 150,000 notes. That's disappointing. Haejin could understand Yoonhee made the hard decision because 50 million was big, but the amount was too small compared to the 5 billion in legal problems if it hadn't been for him. Zing. Then, Byung-guk called him. Has he arrived in Seoul already? Hello? It's me. You're in Seoul, right? Oh, yes. Have you already arrived? Yes, I just got off at Seoul Station. Do you know the Four Seasons Hotel in Jeonbu? That hotel is really expensive. Have you made a reservation there? I have a meeting there this evening. Byung-guk always took care of matters fast. He often rushed like that, but this was his nature. He couldn't change it. That's fast. Have you found the buyer already? Then, you think I asked you to appraise it when I had no one to buy it? I just sent a photo without mentioning money, so the buyer would already have a price in mind. So, all you have to do is appraising it well. Who is the buyer? Making the deal at a hotel was a little strange. Normally, when rich people bought antiques, they would be brought home. There were many forgeries. So they wanted to have the items appraised by experts they trusted before they bought it. On the other hand, deals were often made outside, when the seller could not trust the buyer. Rarely, it would happen that the buyer came to the house of the seller and leave without paying them. Of course, that was only possible when the source of the antiques couldn't be told. In this case, the seller would call the buyer to a hotel or a gallery he knew. The possibility of this happening was proportional to the artifact's value. Why? You're worrying that I'm dealing with a gang? I don't worry about gangsters. The gangs of this country know nothing about antiques. I am worried that it is someone very powerful, but you cannot trust them. Like a politician. You are smart, just like your father. Be careful. You know you might be the only one who loses. I have sold things to those high people many times. There are no such bastards these days. Plus, I asked them to meet at a hotel because I am being careful. The buyer will send someone else. Well, Haejin had only heard and watched from the side, but Byung-guk had been making deals for decades. He must know better. The buyer is sending someone instead of coming himself? He must be someone more important. Then I thought a dot. You would be surprised to find out. Anyway, come quick. We don't have much time. Okay, but you must pay me well. Yoonhee looked at the door from where Haejin went through inside. I think I made a hasty decision. Jongmyeon leaned against the sofa and scolded her. What are you talking about? Is it normal to ask for 50 million for appraising just one artifact? He was so full of himself after appraising a few times. What does he know for you to give him 50 million? Do you think they would leave you alone when they find about it? They would just think you are mad. I know, but let's say you gave the money to him. Then, what are you going to do about accounting? You waste 50 million as the appraising fee and don't even buy the artifact? Who would let that go? He prevented you from wasting 5 billion? That's right, but running a company doesn't work that way. They would suspect that you took that money as your private secret fund. Jongmyeon was right, but Yoonhee shook her head. I think I made a mistake. I didn't expect Haejin would ask so much. I should have talked about the fee first. Yoonhee bit her lips and sat down, blaming herself. Jongmyeon didn't want to see her do that. He got up and approached her. There are many experts. If you are so nervous, I will find you someone. I have seen many experts. I had 3 experts with me when I bought that fake the last time. They didn't tell me for sure it was a fake after an hour of appraising. Oh, and you had recommended one of them. Yoonhee replied sharply while Jongmyeon's face hardened. You're blaming me? It's not that. I'm just saying I decided too soon. I think I should have given him my personal money. Jongmyeon smiled and reclined on the sofa again. Very well. Why don't you call him? I saw earlier that he has already fallen for you. It's time to use your beauty, right? Don't be sarcastic. Yoonhee's face hardened. She looked so cold that she looked like someone else. However, Jongmyeon stopped mocking her. What? Are you interested in him, too? Jongmyeon. Oh, stop it. This is what I get for helping you. Keep it in mind, neither you nor I can afford to care about others. If you fail to keep your position, you will lose me as well. You know that. Yoonhee looked away. She was mad, but she needed Jongmyeon. He glared at her for a while and left the office. Ha, this woman gives me headaches. Anyway, 50 million for appraising one artifact? That guy is crazy. Jongmyeon called someone while leaving the gallery. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 12. Chapter 12, First Step as an Antique Appraiser, 2. Haejin arrived at Four Seasons Hotel, went up to Byung-guk's room and knocked. A head with black hair popped out. Oh, it's you. Come on in, Dot. Byung-guk was about 170 centimeters tall and had shaggy hair and beard, so without taking a shower for even a day, he started looking like a homeless guy. That was how he looked today. You need to take a shower and shave. You don't know what you're talking about. If I go to make a deal and look neat, they would suspect me as a fraud. I have to be natural to make them think, oh, I guess things like this are sold from this kind of shaggy people. You are just too lazy. Don't make up stories. You said Sejong is coming. Are you going to greet her in that nasty condition? Sejong studied preservation and restoration of artifacts at the University of Applied Arts in Vienna, Austria, and was coming back to Korea soon. When she was little, she used to hate her father not coming home often, but she also got interested in antiques because of her father. As the university was famous for restoring artifacts, Byung-guk was very proud of Sejong and often said she was very good at it. Haejin wondered how good she really was. Then, she might run away. She hates dirtiness, so it's so hard. Hshush, she is coming next month, so you should leave out some time. Let's go to meet her at the airport. She would love to see you. You used to tell me to stay away from her. Hey, that was when you were in elementary school. Well, I cannot let her live abroad forever. Who? What if she suddenly brings a foreigner and tells me she will marry him? I just want to have some grandchildren now. The death of Haejin's father had certainly changed Byung-guk. Anyway, what's the thing? Byung-guk's eyes sparkled. He put a celadon on the table. It was a kettle, less than 30 centimeters tall, but its mouth was long, and the body was ample but elegant. The pattern of the body had inlaid peonies. Its beauty and grace would easily draw your attention. You remember this? Of course. I think my father gave this to you as your share in Seishin, China. I clearly remember. This. Why did you bring this here instead of selling it there? Haejin remembered this celadon most clearly for one reason: it was the only artifact that had been Made in Korea, more specifically, Goryeo. Celadons of Goryeo are not considered much in China. You know that. They think their own celadons are the best. That's true. Apart from the artistic value of the artifact, Chinese think their artifacts are the best. So, Goryeo celadons are never as expensive as Chinese celadons of similar quality. Of course, that doesn't mean Goryeo celadons are treated as cheapies. So, I brought this here. How is it? Is it good? Byung-guk focused only on grave robbing. He didn't study art like Yunseok or had an interest in it. Therefore, he didn't have a discerning eye. Yunseok had told Byung-guk that Haejin was the best of Korean appraisers many times, so he called Haejin instead of his late father. Yes, the color is good and there's no sign of a mended crack. It was a classic Goryeo celadon made around the 13th century. This is worth at least 2 billion. Isn't 2 billion too cheap? I don't know. If the buyer appreciates its value, he might pay you more. The problem is whether he likes it or not, but he is buying it without seeing it and he is sending someone else. It happens sometimes. The buyer sends an appraiser to check that the thing is real and then call me to his or her home. So, you don't know whether you will make the deal here or not yet. Byung-guk seemed bitter. Even if I have a real artifact, I cannot summon those people with heavy butts with just one phone call. Some will buy immediately, some call me to their homes. I don't know what will happen. That's bad. I would get paid only if only you get paid. Haejin said that as a joke, but Byung-guk took out an envelope full of money. It's fine. I know you. Here is your money, so you can go now. It couldn't be 1,001 notes, so Byung-guk was giving Haejin big money. Why are you paying me so much? It includes condolence money for your father. Taking care of the funeral must have been hard. You should have called me. Byung-guk was the only one who cared about Haejin's father. But suddenly, Haejin wondered about something. Oh, I have something to ask you. Wasn't there something strange when you excavated with my father? Something strange? And which excavation are you talking about? The last one. I didn't do it. Oh. I had to go to Austria because of Sujong, so I couldn't go to China with your father. Someone else must have accompanied him, probably. Do you happen to know who that is? You know your father wouldn't have told me that. I wouldn't have said that if I were him. Haejin wondered if the book or something that happened there worsened his father's condition. However, now he didn't know who he should ask. Well, you're right. I should go now. Okay. Oh, wait. If you are not busy, will you go to Insadong with me after the deal? Why? I still feel bad about the time I ran away alone when I was excavating in Cambodia with your father. You are alone now, so I cannot just send you away. I will give you one of the things I have, so sell it to get some money. I have sold everything expensive, so the rest are not that expensive, but it will give you enough money to start a little shop. Oh, that's fine. Just sell it yourself and buy Sujong a house when she gets married. I have that prepared. So, stop talking and come with me. Or you will regret it. Then I will pick the most expensive one. You do that. A phone call. Hello? Yes, room 318. Yes, I will be waiting. Byung-guk hung up. He didn't look nervous. They took out some juice from the refrigerator and waited. Soon enough, they got visitors. Hello, I am Director Lee Minsung of Wajin Electronics. 3 men entered the room. One of them was an old man, at least 80 years old, Director Lee. Min Sung was in his early 40s, and the last was a young man who had an overwhelming aura with sunglasses and a muscular body. Wajin Electronics? Haejin felt he somehow kept running into Wajin's businesses. You brought a bodyguard? Byung-guk asked with his unique sly face. Min Sung adjusted his glasses and asked. To prepare for unpleasant situations. But this is? My nephew. I don't think you just brought your nephew here. What does he do? Min Sung studied Haejin with a sharp gaze. It was like he shot infrared ray with his eyes. I appraise antiques. Min Sung was a little surprised at this answer. You appraise antiquities at such a young age? Ha, this man here also came to appraise, do you? Who he is? He was implying Haejin should know him to call himself an appraiser. The old man was thin and had long face. He was smiling slightly while looking at Haejin as if asking. You know me? Haejin studied his face. He recalled a name. But he got mad at that annoying look on the old man's face that looked down on him. Well, I don't know. His opponents were more surprised at the bold answer. Min Sung coughed and glanced at the old appraiser. He tried to make his point nicely. KHMM. I don't understand how an appraiser doesn't know Professor Oh Won-sang of Korea University's Antique Department. He is also a member of Korea Antique Association's Appraising Committee. I used to live abroad and just got here. If knowing that is needed to appraise antique, I will start studying now. Byung-guk knew well that Haejin was proud and feisty just like his father. He laughed and changed the mood. Ha ha ha. My nephew is a little straightforward, right? It's because he used to live abroad. Well, that's not important, right? Min Sung didn't hide that he was offended. Yes, but I do worry about your nephew's social life. I work as an appraiser because I don't care about my social life, but if this also involves being social, I have chosen the wrong job. Min Sung's face now turned red. He wasn't the one who was buying, and he couldn't break the deal, so he tried to control his anger. KHMM, let's see the thing first. Yes. That's what matters. Here. Byung-guk brought the celadon again. Oh Won-sang took out a magnifying glass. He studied the celadon from the bottom to the top and nodded to Min Sung. It was real. Let's go. Where? We cannot give you the money here. Besides, we cannot talk about the price. The chairman would see it himself and decide. Byung-guk thought it might happen, so he wasn't that shocked. He glanced at Haejin and agreed. Okay. Let's go. Two young men came in and started to carefully wrap the celadon. They had done it many times, as it took them less than 3 minutes to lift it up by its bottom and put it in a box. We will go with it. No objections? Byung-guk was worried that they might switch the celadon, but Min Sung didn't care. Okay. It's not like we will, KHMM, anyway, we should move fast. But is your nephew coming with us? Of course. I feel comfortable with him by my side. Well, okay. Haejin had no choice but to get on a Range Rover after Byung-guk. After 20 minutes, they arrived at a wealthy village of Pyeongchang-dong, Jeongrogu. It was surrounded by high walls, but, even from afar, it looked like a different world where the commoners had no access. 2. Please, get off. This place is great. Haejin had thought he wanted to live in a place like this someday, but, actually seeing it, he wanted it even more. You've never been to a place like this, right? Yes, I wish I could live here. But why is this village so expensive? Oh, you see, the president's residence is close from here. So? Stop talking, let's move. Minsung didn't like that Haejin and Byonguk were fine in front of a large mansion that would overwhelm anyone. Anyway, they went through the entrance after an ID check and security cameras. They then walked across a large garden to enter the mansion. As Haejin had expected, the interior and everything was expensive. However, he then saw a painting on the wall that caught his eyes. Hello! There was a man in his early 50s sitting on a sofa. It was the Vice Chairman Lim Sung-joon of Wajin, who Haejin had only seen on TV. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 13. Chapter 13, The Meaning of Lion Tamer, 1. Oh, it is an honor to meet you. I am Choi Byonguk. I am an art dealer. Haejin knew that Byonguk couldn't say that he was a grave robber, but art dealer, he had to restrain his laughter. An art dealer? Well, what kind of artifacts have you sold? Byonguk was over 50, but Sung-joon talked to him as if he was his superior. I mainly sell porcelains of Ming and Qing dynasties. I have also sold a few Korean white porcelains and celadones. I mostly trade with Eastern artifacts more than Western artifacts. I have heard of all the good art dealers in this country, but you are new to me. He was the leader of Wajin, the richest corporation group in Korea, so he was very charismatic. The statement may sound rude, but coming from him, it sounded like Byonguk needed to explain himself. Haejin was worried that Byonguk might be discouraged, but, contrary to his expectations, Byonguk smiled and kept speaking. Congressman Kim Man-bok, who has been elected 5 times in a row, used to proudly talk about a white porcelain someone presented him last year. Actually, that porcelain used to be in my hands. Unfortunately, I cannot tell you who I sold it to, but I guess you can find out, Mr. Lim. But if you think about it, Byonguk used to deal with the most powerful people in China and gangs like the Triad, so he would not be scared by someone like Sung-joon. I remember. It was a moon porcelain as white as snow. Yes, Mr. Lim. It was worth over 5 billion. Yes, right. The development of the Yangon area, which had been very slow, suddenly proceeded in a flash. About 17,000 square meters of the Greenbelt area was changed into a residential area. Which company did that construction? Lee Min-sung quickly answered. It was Pyeonghwa Construction. So, J-man of Pyeonghwa Construction bought that porcelain from you. When the rumor came out that rich people moved hundreds of billions to bribe government officials, the news, instead, just said they gave only about tens or hundreds of millions. Would the officials take the risks to get that amount of money? When businessmen bribed, they used antiques more than money. Antiques could not be tracked and were accepted more easily. I cannot say his name out loud, but I sold that porcelain. Well, then let's see your artifact. Byonguk carefully put down the box he had and carefully opened it. Do you know how this kettle was used? Byonguk looked at Haejin. He didn't know, since he had spent his life in excavating artifacts instead of studying. Haejin had no choice but to speak up instead of Byonguk. In the 13th century, Goryeo people liked to drink tea using the Jeonda method. To make tea with the Jeonda method, one must put soft, well-grounded tea powder into a teacup instead of a teapot, make it gooey like an ointment, pour some hot water and stir it well to make it foam. This kettle was for that. Hot water. At this, Sung Joon looked at Haejin for the first time. He had glanced at Haejin when they first entered. But now, he was looking at him properly. Really? You seem to know this well. Who are you? He is my nephew. Byung-guk answered instead, but Sung Joon frowned. Someone's nephew isn't a proper answer. I also don't like it when someone interrupts me. Understood? His gaze was sharp. Byung-guk could only drop his head. I am Park Haejin. I appraise antiques. You look too young to be an appraiser. How old are you? I am 31 years old. 31, that's too young, . Is it? I am not interested in becoming your son-in-law. Sung Joon didn't see that coming. He tilted his head backward and laughed. Ha ha ha. You are bold. Okay, yes. It's not like you are going to marry my daughter. As long as you are good at your job, it's fine. I made a mistake. Sir. Min Sung tried to interrupt them at seeing Sung Joon apologize to someone so young, but Sung Joon raised his hand to stop him. It's okay. It can happen. Even Byung-guk was surprised at Haejin's bold answer and looked back. He knew that Haejin was proud and stiff, but he didn't imagine it to be this serious. Haejin himself also knew that if it wasn't for the thing his father had given him, he wouldn't have been so confident in front of the most powerful man in Korea. Ah! You are funny. Good. Then, how much you think this is? My uncle will negotiate the price. I only appraise. No. I want to hear the real appraisal, including the price. If this were yours, I would tell you the price, but, as I am here to help the seller, I'm afraid I can't. Haejin didn't step back even a little, so Sungjin's face started to harden. Really? Then, I don't have a choice. Tell me the price. Sung Joon was cold, not like when they just met. Byung-guk got tense and said the price he had in mind. I am thinking of 3 billion. Byung-guk had heard from Haejin that the Celadon was worth 2 billion at the hotel, but he said 3 billion. It meant he wasn't thinking of lowering the price to 2 billion. It's not like he was selling a pair of pants. Lowering the price from 3 billion to 2 billion would mean he was mocking Sung Joon. He was not going to go below 2.5 billion. Haejin knew that Byung-guk was bold, but not this much. He suddenly looked like someone new. Sung Joon didn't say anything, his eyes met Haejin's. After staring at Haejin's calm eyes, he then turned away. No. I don't need it. Take it away. Haejin was surprised to see that Sung Joon was not going to negotiate, but Byung-guk's reaction was also shocking. Okay. It has been a great time. Byung-guk started to rewrap the Celadon without having any further talks. He wasn't hesitating at all. As if he had been waiting for Sung Joon to not buy it. Sung Joon also hadn't expected Byung-guk to act so coolly. He couldn't help but ask, don't you think 3 billion for this is too much? Ha ha. Well, I guess it will meet its true owner some other day. That was strange. It sounded more like he would find another idiot to buy it someday, but, from a different perspective, it could also mean you don't know the value of this Celadon. Haejin quietly watched Byung-guk from behind. He was impressed. He was seeing Byung-guk's courage and skills with which he had been dealing with people at the center of power without having a discerning eye about antiques. So, I am not the true owner of that? Strangely, each antique has its true owner. So, I understand why you don't like this Celadon. You don't have to worry about this. They both knew Sung Joon wasn't asking because he cared about Byung-guk's feelings. Sung Joon knew That Byung-guk was saying that to try for the last time. However, provoking someone doesn't really work well if they don't see it coming. It's called provocation because they are stirred if they see it coming. Ha! You think I am an idiot? You dare to try to get 3 billion from me for this? Byung-guk shook his head while looking sorry. If you think so, sir, it should be right. It's just that we have a different view about value. I understand. If Byung-guk tried to argue that Sungjun was wrong, he would have kicked Haejin and Byung-guk out of his home, but Byung-guk sounded more like he really was sorry while packing and getting up. Sungjun couldn't help but think, what if? Then goodbye, Mr. Lim. Byung-guk got up with the box and bowed deeply to Sungjun, who asked him another question. Goodbye. But, whom are you going to sell it to? Ah, you are so thoughtful. Please, don't worry. I have someone I am meeting nearby. It's been an honor to be here. As Sungjun was implying it, Byung-guk could have resumed the negotiation. However, Byung-guk was behaving strangely. He kept sharply cutting Sungjun off. Now, Sungjun couldn't talk more because of the price. Finally, he got angry. Well, good luck with selling that. I don't know if there would be someone who would pay 3 billion for that. I didn't know this country was so full of idiots. Haejin was going to leave after Byung-guk, but Sungjun's last words offended him. He wanted to make him pay for that. So, he dipped his finger into some water and used his magic. He got dizzy and nauseous again, but it wasn't as painful as the first time. He could now control himself. He stopped on his way to the front door. He was looking at a painting of a lion sitting on a chair while a man was studying it. Byung-guk found it strange seeing him stare at the painting and dragged him by hand. Then, the silence was broken. Nice painting. May I ask where you bought it? Haejin casually asked while staring at the painting. Everyone looked at him. Next, they heard a new voice. At Havasai Gallery. But who are you? Haejin looked at the direction of the voice. There was a young girl, about 20 years old, coming down the stairs. She was a classical beautiful lady with white, flawless skin and an arrogant gaze. She was wearing makeup even though she was at home. Haejin didn't know much about fashion, but the dress she was wearing looked quite expensive, even to him. She was clearly someone important. I am an antique appraiser. Oh, one of those people who came to sell? A side of her lips curled up into a sneer. She considered Haejin and Byung-guk like some sort of hawkers. Yes, we came here to sell. It seems like you are done here. Why are you still lingering around? Are you too sorry to just leave? Sungjun just watched Haejin. He was curious about his reply. This painting isn't mine, so it's none of my business, but I feel a little bad. What? Are you saying you feel bad about us? She studied Haejin from the bottom to the top. Her expression just said, who do you think you are? She was nothing like Yoonhee, who at least respected others. I just couldn't leave knowing that you were awed by this painting and bought it. At that moment, Sungjun stood up. Say that again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 14. Chapter 14, The Meaning of Lion Tamer, 2. Even Byung-guk, surprised, grabbed Haejin's arm. Haejin went too far against Sungjun, the most powerful man in Korea. However, Haejin kept calmly speaking to Sungjun. Max Beckmann was a great artist. I remember that this painting was in the Rempart auction at Cologne. When was it? 2011. The girl had been sneering at Heijin a moment ago, but now, she stared at Heijin without any expression, just like Sungjun. I don't know how this painting got here, but there has been a mistake. What mistake? What nonsense are you bringing here? Heijin smiled at her. This isn't a painting of Max Beckmann. The painting caught Heijin's eyes the moment he entered the house, even without using magic. There was only one reason: he had seen the real painting with his own eyes. That is absurd. You dare to say my dad's painting is fake? You are making fools out of all the curators and appraisers of the Havasai Gallery. I cannot let you get away with this. Dad, we should call the police, now. The girl threw a tantrum as if she had been openly insulted. Unlike her, Sungjun quietly stared at Heijin with angry eyes and then opened his mouth. You say things for which you cannot take the responsibility. Do I? Then, you can call the police. I don't know what charges I would get, but since I have offended Wajin, my life won't be easy from now on. Heijin was confident, as if saying bring it on. Even Minsung glanced at Sungjun. Judging from Heijin's attitude, there was something. Why do you think that it is a forgery? I am an appraiser. I cannot tell you that for free. The mood turned serious, but the bomb Heijin threw made the place freeze as if they were in Siberia. Shocked, Minsung yelled, Where do you think you are? This isn't a place for your jokes. I wasn't joking, but I am sorry if you felt that way. But, you are not going to get it appraised for free. Right? Honestly, telling you it's a fake was a genuine favor from me. Byung-guk watched the things going. He put down the box and stood behind Heijin. He gulped hard. As it was too late to stop Heijin, he could only support him. Fine. I cannot have it appraised for free. Name your price. 1% of the appraised price. That's my fee. Things were getting even more serious. Dad. I think he is mad. Are you going to keep listening? Sungjun's daughter yelled that they should call the police right away. The moment they accepted the fee, they would be giving this stranger tens of million won. If the other corporation owner families found out about this, they would get mocked. That was why she was so mad. Sungjun, who had been watching as if saying, do whatever you want, now shook his finger at Heijin. With a loud voice, he said, Director Lee, check who he is. If you are talking nonsense, you will pay for it. 1% of the appraised price? You will get it, but, if you are wrong, I will get that money back and throw you into prison, so start talking. Heijin could feel that the magic had certainly changed him. Anyone would have shivered at this, but he wasn't nervous at all. Okay. Then, I will tell you what the fee is before I tell you why it's fake. When it was on the Rempart auction, this painting was sold at 864,000 euro. Now, the price would be higher, but let's ignore that and set my fee according to that price. The fee is 12 million. Do you agree to it? This time, Minsung chimed in. You said 1% of the appraised price, so if this is fake, the fee cannot be 12 million. Right? Oh, I forgot to tell you this. Even if it is a fake, the fee is set according to the real painting's price. If you don't want it, you can refuse. Ha, what the? Minsung looked at Sungjun. He was asking his boss if he was going to accept this crazy deal. Fine. Sungjun couldn't say no because of the 12 million. He had to send Heijin to prison or find out if the painting in the hallway was really a fake. Heijin smiled and approached the painting. Then, he lightly stroked the lion that was playing tricks in the chair. You must know that this lion tamer was one of Göring's collections, but during the Second World War, Hitler and the Nazi plundered all kinds of paintings, sculptures, craftworks and ornaments, about 5 million of them in total. They created a special force called Einsatzstab. It was commanded by Hermann Göring, Hitler's right-hand man, and focused on raiding antiques using tanks. Max Beckmann's Lion Tamer was one of the paintings Göring plundered or forfeited. Are we studying history now? Get to the point. Sunjin's daughter urged with a cold face. I don't like studying history either, but we cannot talk about Max Beckmann without discussing history. However, I didn't start talking about history to tell you about Beckmann. It was to talk about Göring. Be quiet. Go on. Sung Jun calmed down his impatient daughter and reclined back in his sofa as if telling Haejin to take his time. When Göring started to collect works of art, there was also a painting of Vermeer. Do you know of Christ with the Adulteress? Unlike his confused daughter, Sung Jun was surprised. He then stood up. Niggerin. He was a fraud who sold fakes to Göring, but he was paid with fake money in return. Are you saying it was Niggerin who painted this? Han van Meegeren was a Dutch artist who was famous for copying Johannes Vermeer, famous for The Girl with Pearl Earring's painting and selling it to Göring. At that time, Meegeren was scolded by the critics, so he spent 4 years preparing a forgery that would fool him. Eventually, Abraham Bredius, the most well-known art historian and appraiser who dedicated his life studying Vermeer's works, declared that Meegerin's The Supper at Emmaus was a real Vermeer painting. After that, Meegeren sold his fakes as Vermeers in order to make money. He sold one of them, Christ and the Adulteress, to Göring. After the war ended, he was put on trial for cooperating with the Nazi. Meegeren revealed that the painting wasn't real but a fake he made. He then turned from a traitor who worked for the Nazi to a hero who fooled Göring. At that time, Meegeren found making his fakes look old the most difficult part. So, he started to forge paintings of artists of his own time. One of them was Max Beckmann. Max Beckmann was very hated by the Nazi. He eventually ran to America. So, who could have appraised this as a fake? There were no scientific analyzing tools. This painting was sold on a proper auction. What evidence do you have to prove that it was a fake? The painting on auction was probably real. That is why I told you earlier there must have been a mistake during the process. Anyway, the evidence is in the right corner at the bottom of this painting. The black part of the chair has Meegeren's signature. Minsung quickly approached the painting. He stared at it for a long time and found something. He pointed at one spot of the painting and made a weird sound. Ha! Ha! He was surprised to see that it was there for real. Get out! Sungjin's daughter hastily came and stared at the spot Minsung pointed at. Then, she saw a small alphabet me that was as tiny as a grain. She looked back at Haejin. Is that an alphabet? Yes. It's a sign that Meegeren left on his painting. The real painting doesn't have it. Then where is the real painting? That, I don't know. Actually, Haejin knew where it was. 5 years ago, he and his father went to Uffizi Gallery in Italy and got to speak to an old woman. Surprisingly, she was very fluent in English. She liked Haejin's father and invited them to her place. Although Yunsiek's English wasn't good, she could see that he knew a lot about antiques. When Haejin and Yunsiek went to her house, they found out that the old lady's family was a noble family of Firenze with a long history. She had many paintings including The Lion Tamer. She would never sell it, as it was worth a lot, so Haejin found it strange to see it here. However, he planned to ignore it as he couldn't take a closer look. However, Sung-jun and his daughter mocked him and Byung-guk, which made him angry. So, he used his magic. This magic allowed him to see better as if he was using a magnifying glass or a telescope. Although it was only for a short moment, he found something on the painting that shouldn't be there. If it wasn't for that, it would have been possible that the painting wasn't real. He would then have been forced to let this go. You say that you don't know, but judging from your look, I think you know where the real painting is. Maybe being in such a high position turned Sung-jun into a seer. He seemed to be sure that Haejin knew. Anyway, Haejin now cared about only one thing. May I give my account number to Director Lee here? I will leave thinking that you will give me that money. Well, there's nothing I can do if you don't, but I don't think you will. Haejin added that to be sure. Sung-jun then stopped him. Enough. The money will be in your account today. Thank you. It has been a pleasant time. Haejin was feeling good, just as if he had punched Sung-jun's arrogant face. You could probably see it from his face, since his daughter was steaming with a red face. However, Sung-jun was now calm, looking at Byung-guk. It has been interesting. And, you. I will buy that. For 3 billion. Really? Oh, I'm sorry. This has never happened before. Then, I will take it out again, but. Byung-guk lifted the box again, put it back on the table and opened it. He is your nephew? Yes. Although he looks a little rude, he is quite nice. He also the best at his job. Yes, as you say, he seems rude but good at his job. Mr. Lim, do you have something for that rude but skilled young man? Byung-guk was quick-witted. Sung-jun carefully stroked the celadon. I want him to help me. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 15. Chapter 15, The Meaning of Lion Tamer, 3. Byung-guk looked back and met Haejin's gaze. He was implying that it was up to Haejin to make the decision. Eventually, Sung-jun gestured at Haejin to sit on the opposite sofa. Haejin didn't understand what was going on, but he couldn't just run away. Therefore, he sat on the sofa while dragging Byung-guk to make him sit next to him. It was to show that Byung-guk deserved to sit as well. KHMM. Sung-jun's face hardened as he didn't like an art dealer sitting opposite to him. He considered most art dealers as people who traded with stolen goods. However, he couldn't just tell Byung-guk to sit up, so he was going to continue speaking. Then, however, he was dumbfounded again. His daughter plopped down next to him. Why did you sit? Get up. I want to hear as well. Although you made me buy the painting, in the end, it was me who bought it. I have the rights to listen to what you are about to say. That argument had some logical flaws, but Sung-jun couldn't argue with his daughter anymore. He sighed and resumed talking. Are you also good with ceramics? Haejin didn't know what Sung-jun wanted from him, but he wasn't really interested in hearing him out. He didn't like the young girl who was raising an eyebrow at him, but, more than that, he wanted to go home and rest since he was exhausted after using the magic. It had become less painful, but, if it had been as strong as when he was in the Chanjian appraising agency, he might have thrown up there. No, I'm not. I came here with my uncle, not because I am a great appraiser. For a moment, Sung-jun looked panicked for the first time. He had asked that to be sure before he got to his point. He didn't expect that Heijin would back off here. You came to help your uncle, who came here to sell a celadon, but you are not good at ceramics. Yes. So, if you want to give me a task, please think carefully. You must be determined that you will not make me responsible for the gains and losses from the outcome of my appraising. Sung Jun had never heard anything this straightforward. He couldn't even close his mouth. You are not the only appraiser in this country. Dad, forget it. We can find someone else. Be quiet. If you don't want to get up, stay still, Sung Jun yelled at his daughter. He then continued to speak. An art dealer called Yang Sajin visited me a week ago. Have you heard of her? Sung Jun got to the point without any useless chat once he realized that with Heijin, formality wasn't needed. Heijin had never heard of Yang Sajin, so he looked at Byung-guk. He explained, she is the director of Hanul Gallery and the best art dealer in Korea. She works on all kinds of antiques, Eastern and Western. Yes. She showed me something, offering a difficult deal. Sung Jun got up, went somewhere, and soon put a photo on the table. Before Heijin saw it, he just wanted to go home. However, the moment he spotted the celadon in the photo, he started leaning forward. It's a grayish-blue powdered celadon. It was a short remark, but Sung Jun read the exclamation in it. He nodded. Well, isn't it good? The object in the photo was a gray-blue celadon. Heijin couldn't measure its size, as it was a photo. But the elegant line that started at the round, ample shoulder and shortened to the bottom was impressive. Additionally, the thick spiral pattern that ran down from the top to the bottom was bold without any hesitation. It was good. Yes, it is really good. But there's a problem. The owner is Japanese, he also wants to trade it for something of my own. So, it is giving me a headache. He is not going to sell it? He will not sell it for money, regardless of the price, and will only trade it for the thing in my gallery. Your gallery. Seian Gallery. I own it. Heijin was quite coincidentally going to meet Yunhee again. Then, you want me to reappraise the thing that Japanese wants in return? Yes. It has been appraised again by the experts, but they only said absurd things. I want you to go there and appraise it yourself. Even if I go and appraise it, I might tell you something similar to what those experts said. That can happen. And unlike them, I have a very high fee. I know. But, is there a reason for you to choose me? Was it only because I found out that the painting was fake? Sungjin's daughter also agreed with Heijin. She nodded and looked at her father. I have seen a lot of people who try to look worthy. However, they all get timid in front of me. They don't state their opinion because they want to be likable. But you are different. Few have requested tens of millions in front of me. You are either mad or confident. I have already told you I am not confident when it comes to ceramics. So, are you going to refuse this task? Of course not. The grayish-blue powdered celadon in the photo was worth at least 5 billion. No. I will take it. See? If you are really not confident, you wouldn't have accepted it. Sung Jun smiled as if he knew it. His daughter, however, objected. He could really be mad. No, he may just be overconfident or in real need of money. She couldn't call Heijin mad because he had revealed the fake painting. If he is that mad, that is also an ability. Sung Jun didn't even blink an eye at his daughter's complaint. He looked at Heijin's. As I said, my fee is 1% of the appraised price. Even if it's a fake, it is 1% of the real price. Which object do you want appraised, the ceramic in the photo in your gallery? Both. I need to know which one is worth more. But, why don't you show me some gratitude? I am paying you a high fee, so what about a buy one get one free? Sungjun coolly accepted the 1% fee, so Haejin could just say no. However, that would be too cold. Okay. I will, however, get 1% of the most expensive between the two. Do you agree? Fine. That will do. Min Sung, who had been watching, quickly interrupted. But sir, the fee could then be over 100 million. That's fine. When Yang Sajin gave me this photo, it didn't seem like she had only one of them. She wanted something more from Sayan. What if I become the only one who gets fooled? Then, she might have things that she wants from other galleries. Anyway, go to Sayan Gallery as fast as you can. As I said before, the fee for your earlier appraisal will be in your account today. I understand. Then, I guess we will meet again after I am finished. It has been a good time. Byung-guk was about to leave when Sungjun added. Oh, Director Lee Min-sung will take care of the money for you. Sungjun got up and went into his study as if he had nothing more to say. However, his daughter stood up, her eyes were sparkling. I will see you at the gallery tomorrow. You don't have to come. If you are going to be there to distract me, why don't you just wait for the result? I won't, anyway, I am going, but. Even though she had a thick skin, she couldn't help but notice how she behaved today. That was why she left with a steamed red face. Haejin and Byung-guk went back to the Four Seasons Hotel riding the same car they had used previously. Haejin then collapsed on the bed. Byung-guk, let's go to Insadong later. Let me rest for now. Why are you so weak at such a young age? Don't you need to be examined at the hospital? In fact, Haejin had gotten a lot better than a few days before, but he couldn't tell that to Byung-guk, so he just ignored it. Let's eat meat for dinner. I am famished. Then, let's go out and eat now. No. I must get some sleep now. Very well. Hey, but how did you know that painting was a fake? I went to Italy with father once and I saw the real painting there. So, I was sure that this was a fake. And took a closer look. I almost had a heart attack. He had hung that painting at the best spot, so he must have liked it a lot. And you called it a fake, it felt like I was visiting hell. Even though Byung-guk has a lot of guts, he now looked relieved. He must have been genuinely surprised. While I talked to Lim Sungjun, I could see why he hung it at the best spot. Really? There's a meaning? He looked at the man taming the lion and thought he, like the man, was controlling a country. He must have thought he was the king of this country. Well, he is the number one of Wajin, so he can think like that. Oh, by the way, why did you say 3 billion earlier? Byung-guk took out a bottle of water from the refrigerator. He drank it and winked. You think he would have bought it if I had said 2 billion? He wasn't going to buy it, anyway. He wasn't going to buy it? I knew it the moment I saw him. He would buy it after at least 2-3 meetings. Wow. I didn't know that, but you are a real seer. KKKK, hey, you seem to look down on me because I spent few days in school, but I am considered a petty criminal only in Korea. In China, I am famous. It was just that I got unlucky and got busted. Anyway, I could tell that he had done a background check on me. Ha? Then, he knew you are a grave robber. Of course, he did. He must have thought the Celadon might also be a stolen artifact, but that would not have stopped him from buying it. Unrecorded, illegally excavated artifacts could be bought at a lower price. Sungjun wouldn't have refused to buy it only because it was a stolen good. Yes. But he didn't want to buy it at the right price. I could not just say that I will lower the price in there, like street merchants do. He couldn't say I will buy it at 1, so he was going to kick me out first and see how things would go, but my reaction was different from what he had expected, so he was surprised. Heijin could now understand the earlier situation. Then, you said 3 billion because I thought he would call me again only if I lower the price by more than 50%. So, I asked for 3 billion. If I knew this would happen, I would have said 4 billion. What a shame. Wow, he just earned 3 billion in a few minutes and felt bad about not getting an additional billion. Should I just call him bold? Or a fraud? So, you were thinking of 1.5 billion? Yes. I can see in his eyes that he knew who I was, so I was going to give up the Celadon at 1.5 billion. But my new nephew gave me an additional 1.5. Now that he thought about it, Byung-guk had earned 1.5 billion more thanks to Heijin. He couldn't let that go. You're right. Then, shouldn't you give me my share? Originally, when things like this happen, people try to keep everything, but you and I go way back. Nevertheless, I sold the Celadon, so your share is 500 million. How's that? Heijin raised his hands high. Yay, dot. Ha ha ha. But you shouldn't get excited like that. Why? You think they will give you 3 billion at once? In your dreams. Heijin was a little disappointed, but 500 million was big. He was definitely having steak for dinner. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 16. Chapter 16, Unrecorded Legacy, 1. Beijing, China. This came out from there? Li Xian, the head of the Chinese National Culture Bureau's appraisal committee, stared at the black wooden box for a long time. Yang Chuan, manager of the Artifact Management Department, studied Xian's hand as it stroked the box. Yes, I think they left that box behind because there was something inside it. I need to know what that is. Why are you curious about that? Yang Chuan frowned at the unexpected question. Of course, I want to know. It is estimated that at least 30 artifacts were stolen from that tomb. They also left that strange box behind, so what was inside might be one of our great country's precious legacy. We must track it immediately. Even though Yang Chuan was quite angry, Li Xian put down the box with a bored face. The material of this box is unusual, and that's all. This pattern was often used by people who believed in the White Lotus religion. Take a look. Li Xian took out one of the many books in his bookshelves and put it in front of Yang Chuan. Yang Chuan carefully opened the book. Among dozens of black and white photos, he found one of the patterns that was similar to the one on the box. It is similar, but to call it the same. Usually, each pattern that has a religious connotation will have a different meaning. One of them could be about wishing good luck, while another could be about curing diseases. This is one of them. I think the box used to contain a gold ring or a jade ring, at best. You don't really think that there was a great artifact in this small box, do you? Li Xian was clearly mocking him. Yang Chuan was angry, but he couldn't ignore Li Xian's opinion as he was the best appraiser in China. Eventually, he sighed and stood up. I understand. And the box? I admit that its material is strange. So, I think the appraising committee needs to analyze it. Li Xian spoke so sharply that Yang Chuan felt embarrassed in asking to take it back. He had no choice but to leave empty-handed. However, once he left and the door closed, Li Shan's expression changed. The hunting dog has caught the scent, this is difficult. Li Shan muttered to himself and studied the box again, his eyes were full of greed. A while later, he picked up his phone and called someone. I've found some traces. Surprisingly, he was speaking in English. Hard English with a British accent. He heard someone on the other side and nodded. Then, he spoke again. A month at most. 1 month would be enough to find out where his legacy is. Li Xian hung up. He stroked the box again and carefully put it in his bag. Why don't you just go into hibernation? Byung-guk kept complaining as Heijin woke up late at night. He was famished. He was so hungry that he had eaten a cup of ramen at a nearby convenience store. Hey, that could happen to anyone. Anyway, I'm buying today, so please eat a lot. Heijin woke up around midnight, so they had to go to a barbecue place near Dongdaemun. The message on his phone said that he had received 12 million, so the meat wasn't expensive at all. Byung-guk was also happy to see that it was beef. They ate 6 portions of beef in a flash and ordered 2 extra portions. But young Sajin, is she famous? They had been busy eating, but now that they were quite full, Heijin asked about what he had been wondering. Byung-guk had a glass of soju and poked the table with his chopstick. She is great. You don't know her because your father used to only deal with the few he knew well. So, it's only right that you know few people in Insadong. That's right. Plus, I didn't even go near Insadong by the time I was in middle school. As you know, most art dealers of Insadong used to be gaydases. It was a sad story, but most artifacts in Korea were stolen goods. More than 30 years ago, the then director of the National Museum wrote on a newspaper, "There is no archaeologist in Korea. Grave robbers are the archaeologists, and they know better than professors and archaeologists." Yes, they took artifacts from people who knew nothing about them and sold them to Japanese and rich people. Gaidasi was a Japanese word that meant retailer buying goods from a wholesaler, but in Korea, gaidasi was not a retailer. They were the middlemen who collected antiques and sold them to art dealers. They went around the country. Whenever they spotted a huge house, they took a look inside, took out the things that were worth some money and sold them to antique dealers. That young Sajin is the daughter of the most famous gaidasi in this country. His name was Young Mancheol. He was really great. He did everything to buy things at a low price and sell them at extremely high prices. He didn't even overlook a dog's bowl in the countryside. He was the bastard of the bastards. Sajin's life was similar to Heijin. They both learned about antiques from their fathers. Byung-guk noticed what Heijin was thinking and added, "Your father, however, never robbed the graves in this country. Whenever he got an artifact that used to belong to our ancestors, he sold it at a low price to let it go to Korean museums. I also think my father was a great man, even though he did a lot of bad things. Grave robbing was the only thing he knew, so what choice did he have? Anyway, this Yang Sajin inherited a lot of artifacts and personal connections with Japanese and Chinese art dealers from her father. She used that to open a gallery and befriended rich people and politicians. She is good at selling, too. So, once she holds an exhibition, almost all the artifacts are sold. She is remarkable." Byung-guk was angry. He drank more soju with meat and spoke again with a red face. "Yes. The problem is that she sells Korean artifacts abroad for money, just like her father used to. Mostly in Japan. Do the prosecutors and politicians not know about this? No, they all know. But they can't touch her. Do you know why? Byung-guk's story was quite interesting. Heijin asked, why? Her prime clients, Japanese politicians, are powerful. You know Japan still has a large influence in the Korean political world, right? Plus, they all sell to or buy from Yang Sajin. Therefore, she holds their weakness. Of course she does, they are buying stolen artifacts or selling our ancestors' artifact to Japan. So, no one dared to mess up with Yang Sajin. She is a mean woman, but how do you know her so well, that? Byung-guk looked bitter. He drank another glass of soju. When I was a boy, there was an old porcelain at home. Yang Mancheol, Yang Sajin's father, forcefully took that at a low price. So, of course, I know about Yang Sajin. Heijin couldn't leave that woman alone. Oh, good. We will make her pay. Heijin shouted, hitting the table with his fist. Byung-guk's eyes widened. Make her pay? How? That would depend on what she has and what she wants. Yes. This is exciting. Byung-guk agreed as a joke. He was probably thinking that it was impossible. They ate 10 portions of meat. The next day, Heijin dropped by at his new home, changed into his new suit, tidied his hair and went to Seiun Gallery. You shouldn't get involved into Hojin's business after this, Byung-guk said when they were almost at Seiun Gallery. Why? Grave robbers who get involved with rich people never end well. Your father was the best grave robber in Korea, but he never got close to rich people. You know what I'm saying, right? Of course. Although Heijin didn't know if he could do that. They went inside the gallery where a woman in her early 30s approached them. Heijin had never seen her before. She had a name tag that read Curator Jong Mina. Welcome. Is this your first time here? She wasn't extremely beautiful, but she was calm and polite. No. Is Director Lim Yun-hee here now? Yes, she is here, but may I ask who you are? I am Park Heijin. Okay. Please wait. Mina left while Byung-guk asked, huh? You've been here before? And you know someone here? I somehow ended up working with her. You will be surprised to see her. Surprised? Why? Yun-hee's office door opened. They heard an urgent sound coming from the high heels. Surprised. Yun-hee, who was wearing bright-colored clothes, quickly reached them. How, no, would you like to come in? Thank you. Heijin was about to follow her into her office when Byung-guk poked his side. Heijin looked at him while Byung-guk was frowning. He pointed at Yun-hee with his chin. Do you like her? Byung-guk spoke without making a sound. Heijin shook his head and also spoke quietly. No, but isn't she pretty? KHMM. Byung-guk didn't like it. He sat down on a sofa before Yun-hee asked him to. Heijin smiled and sat next to him. Yun-hee then brought them some juice. Why did you? I am glad to see you, but you were clear on not coming ever again the last time. Byung-guk's gaze became even sharper. Heijin tried to ignore it and answered. I was given a case. Didn't Vice Chairman Lee tell you? Oh, you mean Director Yang Sajin's? Yes, I am the appraiser. But I have something to ask. Are you asking for the same fee? She was asking if Heijin had requested the 1% fee to Sungjun. Her face said that was impossible, but she was wondering what if. Yes. I will receive 1% as the fee. Wow. She was genuinely impressed. Someone knocked on the door and came in. Director Yang Sajin is here. Oh, really? Then. Yunhee looked at Heijin, who smiled widely and stood up. Then let us go. I wonder what kind of item it is. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 17. Chapter 17, Unrecorded Legacy, 2. They went outside where a middle-aged woman with a young female attendant was watching an artifact. She seemed to be in her early 40s. Her clothes, accessories, and bag looked expensive. She had to be Yang Sajin. However, her young attendant wasn't wearing Korean makeup. She was probably Japanese. Ha! You're here already? Sunjin's daughter was also next to Sajin. Heijin had almost forgotten about her. I told you to stay home, don't cause unnecessary trouble. Why would I? I also majored in art. Stop ignoring me. She yelled, but she also looked away as if she knew of her behavior yesterday. I will really ignore you if talk to me so rudely again. I am not a Wajin's employee. Understand? Ha! Well, fine. You're so full of yourself. She pouted her lips and turned her head away. Everyone, watching this, was amazed. They had never seen her acting like this. Oh, Hyoyeon, you know Mr. Heijin? Yunhee asked, surprised. Sunjin's daughter was called Hyoyeon, who then answered without looking back. I was there when he talked with my father yesterday. Don't ask further any further. Anyway, is this what you want? Yang Sajin didn't answer the question directed to her. She locked her eyes with Heijin. Did the vice chairman send you? Yes, have you not brought the item? No, it is too precious for it to be taken around for appraisal. After the deal is struck, it will then be moved to where Mr. Lim wants with the help of experts and equipment. I hope I don't have to go to Japan. Heijin clearly showed that he found it annoying. Sajin was a little surprised. Heijin was working for Vice Chairman Lim Sungjun of Wajin, but he looked like someone who was going to the supermarket. Because his parents ordered him. No. I have it in my gallery. That's good. Anyway, is this what your boss wants? The artifact Sajin had been watching was a small teacup, a blue flower white porcelain. It's bold. Bamboo pattern was impressive, but it was weird that it didn't seem to have an artistic value as great as the grayish-blue powdered celadon, which Heijin saw in the photo. He is not my boss. He is my client. Sajin was offended and corrected him. However, Heijin didn't even look at her. All the same, then shall we go to see the celadon? Have you already finished appraising this? To appraise the teacup properly, Heijin had to lift it up to see the bottom and the heel. He also had to study the condition of the glaze and look for traces of restoration. However, he just took a quick look and suggested that they should go, so everyone else was shocked. I'm half done. I will see the grayish-blue powdered celadon and come back to finish. What the, who, okay. It's only 5 minutes away from here by foot, so let's walk, Sajin's face said, what kind of man is he? But Heijin appeared so confident, therefore she had to back off. They left Seian Gallery and arrived at Hanbit Gallery 5 minutes later. It was a luxurious white building. The most famous galleries and art museums in Korea were in the Bukchon and the Insadong area. The size of Hanbit Gallery was smaller than Seian Gallery, which was legally an art museum. However, the interior was enough to imply that the place wasn't for ordinary people. The exhibition schedule was written at the entrance, but there was no schedule today. There was no artifact inside. It's empty. We're preparing for our next exhibition. It's about Eastern paintings, right? Yes. We have a few decent paintings, so please come if you have the time, but... She was answering like a robot, as if asking, "You are not going to really come, are you?" Apart from Heijin's capability, Sajin didn't like that a commoner had entered the place for the rich and the powerful. "I don't know if I will have the time, but if I do, I'll drop by. I hope you won't kick me out for really coming." Hyoyan, who was following them behind, laughed. "Of course not. This way, please." She led the group to the deepest part of the gallery. Ha ha! Byunguk was the first to react when they saw the grayish-blue powdered celadon. Although he didn't have a discerning eye like Heijin's late father, he had lived as a grave robber for decades. The moment he saw the real celadon, he recognized that it was extraordinary. Sajin stopped Byunguk from approaching it and looked at Heijin. It meant he should quickly appraise it. In fact, Heijin had come here first because he wasn't sure which artifact he should use his magic on. His mana wasn't enough to use magic twice, so he might collapse in the gallery. However, the moment he saw this grayish-blue powdered celadon, he decided where he should use the magic. Judging from its shape with an ample shoulder and a narrow waist, it was made after the 17th century. This free pattern also shows that it was made in a minyo, a stove for ceramics used by ordinary people, instead of a guanyo, a stove that was for making ceramics for the government. Ceramics like this, those made in the 17th century and baked in minyo, are rare. Especially ones with a perfect shape like this. Sajin smiled with satisfaction for the first time. "I know that the vice chairman sent you, but I have been doubting you because you were so young. However, you immediately recognized its value. It was clearly made by the greatest artisan of the time. That is why I would never sell it for money." Heijin took the white gloves from Yunhee and started to examine the celadon. It was 50 centimeters tall, so it weighed quite a lot. Byunguk carefully lifted it so that Heijin could look at the bottom. About 15 minutes later, Heijin took off the gloves and gave them back to Yunhee. "Thank you. Now, let's go back." "Are you saying that you are finished?" "No. I haven't finished appraising the teacup, so I should go back to it. Sajin was apparently annoyed. "Ha, fine. The way you work is very inconvenient." Sajin did not look happy about this, but, even though she complained, she returned to Seian Gallery with them. Heijin then took the gloves from Yunhee and approached the teacup, but he asked in advance for a cup of water and dipped his finger into it. With that finger, he drew on the glass box and casted the magic. It was a spell that showed the past of the item. Soon, the aftereffect of a momentary headache and nausea faded. His legs didn't lose much strength. Like before, it was getting better. Heijin kept looking at the teacup. He then put it down and looked at Yunhee. "We should talk. And you too, talkative lady. Heijin didn't want to be with Hyoyan, but she was practically the representative of Sungjun. So, he had no choice. "I'm not talkative. I've been still." The group, including the complaining Hyoyan, went back into Yunhee's office, except for Sajin. "Well, is the grayish-blue powdered celadon worth the trade?" "I don't know. Anyway, why haven't you sold that yet?" Heijin didn't mind Yunhee's question and asked what he wanted to know. "What? You mean the blue flower white porcelain? Actually, it came here only a while ago, so..." Heijin couldn't understand Yunhee's answer. "It has been here only for a while, and a rich Japanese who knows a lot about antiques picked it up for A trade? Actually, I can't understand it either. I started running this gallery 2 years ago, and I bought that porcelain from someone I know in Insadong. It wasn't that expensive, but it was the first artifact I bought, so I would say I got attached to it. So, although there were a few people who wanted it, I refused to sell it. There were people who wanted it? Yes, but now that I think about it, there was something weird. About a month ago, someone asked me to sell it even though it didn't have a price tag. So, I told him that it wasn't for sale, and he then asked me why. He told me to name the price, and that made me wonder, what if it is a really valuable artifact? So, I asked this to some of the appraisers I know of, and they all told me that it was made in the 16th century. Of course, it is worth a lot, but not that much. So, I was confused. A week ago, the vice chairman then suggested the trade, saying that there was a good piece. Heijin was curious about something. Sung Jun had spoken as if Seian Gallery was his, but, judging from what Yunhee said, Sung Jun couldn't give the order. He then asked a question. He doesn't own this gallery? It is my dad's. Hyoyeon spoke before Yunhee could answer. However, Heijin didn't even glance at Hyoyeon and kept looking at Yunhee. Hyoyeon was still a kid who knew nothing, so Heijin couldn't expect an answer from her. Actually, this gallery is the only thing my grandfather left to me. Of course, it was built with Hwajin's money, but I have the biggest share. Of course, I cannot make decisions on my own. You know what I mean. Of course, he did. That was why Sung Jun asked for his help. So, the vice chairman cannot force you to sell the teacup, and he and Yang Sajin had agreed to trade the two valuable artifacts. Then, have you also accepted this? Yunhee glanced at Hyoyeon and carefully spoke. When I saw the celadon, I thought it might be fine. She carefully said that because Hyoyeon was there. However, it also meant she didn't like the deal. Until she saw the photo. You bought that teacup at a low price, so getting that celadon, worth billions, is a good deal. Yes. The recent exhibitions haven't turned out well, so I have been feeling bad about it. If I make it up with this deal, the board would also like it, and, honestly, when I saw the celadon earlier, I thought it will raise the reputation of this gallery. So, are you going to trade it? The impatient Hyoyeon chimed in, but she looked away from Heijin's cold gaze. Ha, you are just showing off. So you are not going to trade? Yes, you shouldn't. Everyone was surprised to hear Heijin's unexpected conclusion. Yunhee was also shocked, as she wanted that celadon they had seen earlier. Why? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 18. Chapter 18, Unrecorded Legacy, 3. How should I explain this? What Heijin saw by using the magic was a general writing something while drinking tea between the desperate battles. He was writing using Chinese letters, but Heijin could read that. However, he was writing something important. I still have 12 ships. If I fight to the death, I can stop them. All the Koreans knew this story. In the late 16th century, Japan was invading Korea to then conquer China next. The line above was part of a letter that General Lee Sun-sin wrote to the king. Lee Sun-sin was a great Navy general who won 23 times out of 23 battles against Japan. After 6 years of war, the Korean, the then Joseon Navy had only 13 ships remaining. The Japanese army, instead, was coming with 133 battleships. Lee Sun Sin thought that he could still win the fight and wrote a letter to the king to persuade him. He actually ended up winning while destroying most of the 133 Japanese ships. He is thought to be one of the greatest heroes in Korea. Surprisingly, the teacup used to belong to General Lee Sun Sin. The magic ended after a fierce battle and the general's death. Lee Sun Sin attacked the Japanese when they were retreating because he couldn't let them go peacefully after 7 years of invasion. He was shot during the battle and died. His last words were, "Don't announce my death lest it discourages his soldiers." Haejin's mana wasn't enough to see what happened next, but what he saw was enough to be sure that the teacup was Lee Sun Sin's. The problem was that he had no way to prove it. If there was a record about the teacup, he would tell some lies and use the record as proof, but no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't think of a good thing say. Of course, he couldn't let this precious legacy go back to Japan either. I'm just advising you as an appraiser. The owner of the teacup should decide. However, personally, I think you shouldn't sell it. But why? It is hard to explain. Haejin smiled. He could neither do this nor that. Hyoyen got angry and started yelling. So, tell us the reason. I am getting impatient. Haejin suddenly wondered. How did the Japanese know about the value of the teacup? Unless they could use magic like himself, they must have some records about it. Do you have to make the decision now? Yunhee seemed to realize that there was something complicated. No, I don't have to decide now. When it comes to artifacts so expensive, making the decision right after an appraisal would be a rather rare case. Then, please give me some time. How much? 3 days would be enough, and the talkative lady over there, tell your father I will give him the results in 3 days. Tell him not to worry, as I won't ask for the fee if I fail. You keep calling me talkative, but I am usually quiet. We also don't care about that fee. Haejin couldn't stand her thrilling voice. He just stood up. Oh, and I need to ask you a favor. Please find out who is that Japanese who wants the teacup and who Sajin's young attendant is. You can do that, right? Yunhee hesitated and looked at Hyoyen, who shrugged and glared back. What? Are you asking me? She isn't asking you. I am. Tell me that and I will see you after 3 days. Don't tell me that you can't find this out? You are ignoring. Haejin cut her short again. I am asking because I know what Wajin can do. Text me as soon as you find that out. Then I will. See you in 3 days. Byunguk, let's go. Oh, okay. Let's go. They came out. Haejin then lightly bowed to Sajin, who was waiting there. Next, they left the gallery and went back to Haejin's home. Surprisingly, Haejin received the text about that Japanese before he even arrived at his home. Mizuno Toru, 56 years old, president of the Misaru Electronics, the owner of the Celadon. Byunguk came with him without checking out from the hotel. Sujong was coming in a few days, and as the airport was nearby, he had no reason to go away. Yes. I think I must go to Japan. What? You are actually going? What will you do there? I should go and encounter them. Although Haejin has asked for 3 days' time, he didn't have any plan. If he couldn't figure out what to do, he was going to meet the Japanese and use magic to make them tell the truth. If he could find out how the Japanese knew about the true identity of the teacup, things would be easier. However, he couldn't figure out everything from the teacup's memory. It was a difficult Situation. But that man is hard to meet. Byonguk gave an unexpected help. What? You know him, dot. Yes, he is quite famous. His grandfather was the right-hand man of Tarachi Masatake, the first Japanese governor to rule Korea during the Japanese colonial era. You've heard of him? Oh. I know him. He made business by digging Korean tombs and took an enormous number of artifacts. Japan was more interested in collecting artifacts than Korea. Of course, they tended to rob graves for that purpose, so during the Japanese colonial era when Japan illegally colonized Korea, they didn't leave the countless tombs alone. Among the many who stole Korean artifacts, the most popular was Tarachi Masatake. He took about 10,000 Korean artifacts and kept them. He donated them to his old school before he died, so he is considered a good man in Japan. However, to Koreans, he deserves to be trashed till death. I guess you heard about him from your father. Well, he did hate the Japanese. Anyway, Mizno Toru also inherited lots of artifacts from his grandfather and now owns a large art museum. How do you know him so well? Byonguk smiled bitterly. He is one of my clients. He buys all precious artifacts, Korean, Japanese, Chinese, and even Thai. He pays well, so the few grave robbers like me cannot survive without knowing him. I hope you didn't sell Korean artifact? Heijin playfully teased him. Byonguk leaped up. I don't do such things. If I did, your father wouldn't have worked with me. Ha, I was just joking. Anyway, you said meeting him is not easy? Yes. I have sold him items more than once, but I never got to meet him. A different man dealt with me and bought the things instead. That's a problem. But please, tell me what this is all about. I am so curious. That blue flower white porcelain didn't seem that valuable. Why did you disagree to the trade? Heijin didn't know what to say. Then, he got another message. It's from Wajin. That female attendant is Kitagawa Momoko. Her age is unknown, but she certainly does not work at young Sajin's gallery. I think she works for Mizno Toru. Finding out who she is took longer than finding out Mizno Toru. I guess she is not well known. Byonguk, will you go back to Hanbid Gallery with me tomorrow? I cannot tell you today why I stopped the trade. I will tell you this tomorrow after checking something. Byonguk picked up his jacket and stood up. Okay. I should go back to the hotel and get some rest. Tomorrow morning, right? Yes. I will meet you in front of the Hanbid Gallery at around 10 o'clock. Although the aftereffects were getting smaller, Heijin was not okay. After Byonguk left, he ate something and went to sleep. The next day, he met Byonguk in front of the gallery. He was smiling when he greeted Heijin. There was a reason for that. Sojong is on the plane now, hhh. Already? I thought she was coming a few days later. I told her I am working with you, so she said she will come sooner. She is coming early for you, so finish this task as soon as possible. It depends on the situation. Then, will she go to Busan with you? I don't know. She has nothing to do in Busan, I don't know what will happen. Anyway, let's go in. Byonguk kept smiling as he was about to see his daughter after a long time. They went in and asked an employee to tell the director. A while later, Sajin came into the exhibition room. Just like yesterday, Momoko was with her. I thought you finished appraising yesterday. No. I came back because I need to examine the Celadon again. As it is the vice chairman's business, there cannot be any mistake. It made sense. Sajin nodded and took them to the Celadon. On the way, Hagen saying that he was thirsty, he took a cup of water. When they arrived, they could see the Celadon that caught the people's attention, just like yesterday. How long will it take? Hagen was thinking of a way to get rid of Sajin, but she showed at first that she was in a hurry. She was probably busy because of the upcoming exhibition. It will take long. Why don't you take care of your business and then come back? This lady here can keep watch on me. Hagen pointed at Momoko. Sajin nodded and told her something in Japanese. She looked like she was asking Momoko to stay there and keep an eye on Hagen. Sajin glanced at the security camera on her way out as if telling Hagen to not try anything stupid. But why are you taking another look at it? Byung-guk whispered after Sajin left. You speak Japanese, right? Translate for me. Translate? Okay. Then, Hagen pretended to examine the Celadon and used the magic. The mana left his chest and the after effect arrived. It was bearable for now. Ask her how she found out the true identity of the teacup. Byung-guk's face said, why? It wasn't like she would tell them the answer and he also couldn't understand what the true identity of the teacup meant. However, as Hagen insisted, he looked at Mimiko and kindly asked in Japanese. How did you know the true identity of the teacup in Seian Gallery? Mimiko was startled. She then waved her hands and said something. She was probably trying to say. She didn't know what he was talking about, but this time, it was Byung-guk who was startled. What? She said it is written on the treasure of the Tarachi family. Isn't that a secret? Why did she tell us that? Mimiko had confessed the truth. She turned red and didn't know what to do. Byung-guk was as surprised as her. He pointed at Mimiko and looked at Hagen. He was asking what was going on. Then, please ask her what was written about the teacup. Huh? Okay. Fine. Momoko was desperately trying to think of a way to solve the situation. She seemed to think of a way to explain this when Byung-guk asked another question. She stammered and told the truth again. She then panicked and sat down. Huh? What's wrong with her? Why is she confessing everything? What did she say? She said a Japanese stole it from Lee Sunsen's descendant about a century ago, but it went missing. In 1985, after that, the Tarachi family wrote about it in details in order to find it. What? That teacup is General Lee Sunsen's? Byung-guk yelled. It made Momoko come to her senses. She got up and ran away. There was nothing more to find out. There. Let's leave. I will explain later. Oh, okay. But why did she talk and was shocked? Shouldn't I be more shocked? Oh, let's go out and then talk. Hurry. Hagen took the dumbfounded Byung-guk and quickly left the gallery. His heart pounded as if he had stolen an artifact from the exhibition. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 19. Chapter 19, Unrecorded Legacy, 4. Hua, hey, I'm too tired. Can we go slowly now? Byung-guk was panting, only then did Hagen slow down. It wasn't like they had stolen something, but he still felt nervous. Okay, let's drink something at this coffee shop. Let's do that. I'm so tired. They each got themselves a drink and sat down. It took them a while to catch their breath. Byonguk then asked, "What happened back there? Why did that Momoko tell us all those secrets? And how did you know she would tell us everything?" Heijin couldn't say that it was magic. Even though he was close to Byonguk, he felt that it was a secret that should never be spoken out loud. Actually. Yeah, what? I hypnotized her. What? You hypnotized her? When? It made no sense, but that was the only excuse Heijin could think of. I hypnotized her as soon as we entered the gallery. I was worried that it might not work, but even I didn't expect it to work so well. Really? You really hypnotized her? Yes, I used to not believe in that stuff, but you know what happened to my father. He once entered a strange tomb and got a disease that even doctors couldn't identify. Yes, of course, I know that. So, I tried everything I could to cure him. I also happened to hear from a psychologist that hypnosis can work on serious diseases, even cancer. If someone really believes that he or she has fully recovered, keep eating healthy food and work out, the effects will be much greater. Yeah, I think I saw that on the news. So, I learned some hypnosis skill from that psychologist and thought that if I make my father believe that he has recovered, he would really recover. However, by the time I met him, it was already too late. This is the pendant I used to hypnotize people. Heijin then took out a baby angel necklace from the pocket of his trousers. He actually bought that during a date with his ex-girlfriend. He had left it somewhere and brought it with him this time for the situation. As for why he didn't throw it away, it was because he was just lazy and didn't really care about it. Anyway, he felt bad about dragging his late father into this. Father, I'm sorry. Oh, I wish he came to you to cure his disease. But it is too late, so she was hypnotized by you and then confessed everything? How does your hypnosis even work so well? It was normal for Byonguk to doubt him. However, no one would think, isn't Heijin using magic? Momoko, who had been enchanted, would not think so either. Would she even ask herself, was I enchanted by Park Heijin? After what happened to her? Even if she thought so, who would believe her? The CCTV was there to prove that Heijin only looked at the Celadon. It would be impossible for anyone to assume that Momoko panicked because Heijin used some magic on her. If Ms. Notoro, Momoko's boss, heard her excuse, he would think that she was siding with Sungjun and told him everything. No sane person would think that this happened because of magic. I didn't expect it to work so well. I might have some kind of talent. Anyway, it should be kept secret. That I can hypnotize people, okay? Oh, of course. To whom would I even tell this kind of thing? Heijin thought Byonguk was buying his excuse, so he immediately changed the subject. Anyway, I didn't know that the teacup belonged to General Lee Sun-sin. You didn't know? Then, why did you even do something like this? Because the more I thought about it, the weirder it seemed. The teacup is not worthless, but the Celadon was clearly worth much more, but they still wanted to trade it. So, I thought there must be something we were not aware of. I could not just say I don't know in front of the vice chairman's daughter, so I asked for some time, and indeed there was something. Heijin thought that he was a great actor while shaking his head. Well, I thought it was strange, too. No one would suggest that kind of trade, except for idiots. But what are you going to do now? We can tell them what we just heard, but if that Momoko says that we're lying, then that's it. Heijin recorded everything that Momoko said, just in case, in the way he did at the Chanjin appraising agency. However, he could not play the recording in front of Sungjun. He would definitely find it strange that Momoko was telling everything. To tell him that she was hypnotized and then gave the answers? That was risky. Heijin could trust Byanguk, and even if they fall apart later, Byanguk was nothing more than a grave robber. However, Heijin couldn't reveal himself in front of Sungjun, who had both power and wealth. I should tell him about the treasure of the Tarachi family. Of course, I need to add some more lies. And you must help me with that part. You want me to make your story reliable? You know I'm good at that. Anyway, I don't know what that Tarachi treasure says, but when they find out the teacup belonged to General Lee Sun-sin, they will never be able to sell it. Of course. Who would try to sell Lee Sun-sin's teacup? It literally is a national treasure. Well, of course. Strictly speaking, the teacup was not a national treasure, but it was a treasure that had great meaning and immeasurable value, especially for those who greatly admired Lee Sun-sin. Oh, but I am curious about what the Tarachi family treasure is. Ha! I should have asked that, but I couldn't because she ran away. That's too bad. Heijin thought that if he used his magic, he would definitely get her answer. However, she ran away from the spot. The truth-telling magic had this unexpected flaw. There's nothing we can do about it. Anyway, we're going to Seian Gallery, right? Sujong is coming tonight, so we have to go to the airport. This case is worth a lot, at least 10 million. Hey, you just earned 500 million a few days ago. You mean that 500 million that isn't in my account yet? The money I haven't even seen yet. Anyway, we should finish this quickly. Let's go. Embarrassed, Byanguk hurried to get up and leave the shop. Heijin smiled and followed after him. It was still too early to have lunch, so they went to Seian Gallery straight away. When they arrived, Yunhee was busy preparing for the exhibition. Have you already finished? Yes. Please call Ms. Hyoyen. I have my conclusion, so we should meet. Should I tell her father or her? Yunhee must have been extremely curious, but she didn't ask for anything when Heijin didn't mention what happened. She really is patient, thought Heijin. Okay. Please wait. A while later, she came back. Do you have time? You have to go to Pyeongchangdong. He is the vice chairman but has a lot of free time? It's not noon yet, but he will meet us at his home. That could sound offensive, but Yunhee faintly smiled. My uncle has important meetings at his home. He doesn't go to work every day at it. Oh, so the rich work in a different way. Anyway, let's go. Let's take my car. He asked me to come with you. Yunhee looked nervous while she was driving. Meeting Sungjun, her uncle and the vice chairman, was probably not easy for her. It was their second meeting and Sungjun looked kinder this time. Welcome. Please, sit. Heijin, Byanguk and Yunhee sat opposite to Sungjun. The appraising fee was sent quickly. Thank you. Sungjun slightly frowned. Even though it sounded like a thank you, it was actually a complaint about not receiving the money for the artifacts sold while the appraising fee was, instead, given so quickly. You don't have to thank me. That's only right. Director Lee will take care of the money. You should receive it as soon as possible. Oh, thank you. Byanguk seemed glad to hear that. Anyway, you said that it will take 3 days. You came earlier than I thought. Yes. I had to check something, and I could do that faster than I thought. I am excited. Sungjun nodded. Next, Hyoyen ran down from upstairs while making large sounds. You said it will take 3 days, but you finished earlier. Dad, I can hear the result with you, right? She sat down even before Sungjun answered. That probably happened all the time since Sungjun didn't scold her. He looked at Haejin. First, the grayish-blue powdered celadone was great. You must have heard this from Miss Hyoyeon. But it resembled the black grape's white porcelain, which is a national treasure. The celadone is not a national treasure, but it certainly has a considerable value. Black grape's white porcelain was made in Gwangyo, kiln for government use, and was thought to be painted by the best artisan of the time. It had an immeasurable artistic value. I didn't expect it to be so valuable, but it definitely is a great artifact. Yes. Sungjin's lips moved. He thought for a moment and spoke again. As far as I know, that teacup is not as good as the celadone. You have seen it, so you must know this. However, the other appraisers said that it was worth less than 100 million. Someone even said that 30 million is too much. Is that why you asked for 3 days' time? It was similar to that. Similar? Then, did you recognize the real value of the teacup when you examined it? I assumed so, but I couldn't be sure of it. That is a vague expression. So, I went to Yang Sajin to check. More specifically, it was to meet Kitagawa Momoko. She works for Mizno Toru, the man who employed Yang Sajin. Sungjun's interest was piqued. He leaned forward and asked in a low voice, "So?" She told me one thing. This teacup was stolen by a Japanese about a century ago, but it disappeared in 1985. It was then discovered again in Seiun Gallery. So, I asked who that teacup originally belonged to and, surprisingly, she said it had been stolen from General Lee Sunsen's descendants. Sungjun was surprised. General Lee Sunsen? Yes. Actually, there is no record about the teacup in Korea, so appraising its true value is very hard. However, they knew it. Because there is a record about the teacup on the treasure that has been handed down in the Tarachi family. That is how they immediately recognized the true identity of the teacup. The Tarachi family. You mean Tarachi Masatake's family? The first governor of the Japanese colonial era? Just as Haejin had expected, Sungjun knew about the Tarachi family. Yes. But there's something I want to know. How did you manage to make Momoko tell you all that? I heard that you didn't know her before. This was the critical part. We made a deal. A deal? What deal? Haejin felt sorry for Momoko, but he had no choice. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 20. Chapter 20, 2 Paintings, 1. Soon after I received the information about Momoko from Ms. Hyoyeon, surprisingly, she contacted me first. Well, not me but my uncle. Sungjun glanced at Byunguk. Him? So? She offered us a deal. She would tell us the truth about the teacup. In exchange she wanted some of the artifacts that my uncle exports secretly. Now Momoko turned into a traitor who sold information. That Mizno Toru can't even manage his people. Ha ha ha. Fences often betray one other. That's good. In fact, Gaidasis and Heridasis, people who make profit from buying goods at a low price. Secret expression used by antique dealers, who showed up after the Japanese colonial era, had a nature of fooling others. Like gamblers who played cards, they tricked ordinary people all the time, and even experts tried to often rip off one another. This was the reason Koreans thought that antique dealers were half frauds. Strictly speaking, she is just an employee and will get nothing whether the deal is struck or not. At best, she would get a little bonus. However, if she gets some of my uncle's artifacts, she would be able to get a considerable profit in Japan. Of course, that deal was good for my uncle as well. It is a chance to get various selling routes in Japan. I see your uncle is quite famous, but whether Heijin was telling the truth or not, Sun Jun didn't seem to mind that since he had gained a lot. He is. I'm not saying this just because he is my uncle. It was Byonguk's turn. As I said before, I trade various kinds of goods. Especially Chinese and Middle Eastern artifacts that are hard to get. Most of the artifacts of the Middle East that are traded in this country have gone past my hands. He was extremely good at bluffing. I would like to see some artifacts from the Middle East. They are quite rare in this country. If I get something good, I will bring them to you first. I can show Momoko the rest. Yes, you know how you should work. Sun Jun seemed to buy the story, so Heijin moved on to his conclusion right away. So, this is the result of my appraisal. I think the Japanese's celadon is worth approximately 5 billion. However, the teacup's value cannot be measured. Judging only its artistic value, it is worth much less than the celadon, but the teacup has General Li Sunsen's breath. I admit that pricing it is hard, but if that teacup was really used by Li Sunsen, he couldn't be sure just from the record of one family since there was no official record. Actually, I also wish we could see the treasure of the Tarachi family. That is why I cannot be 100% sure that this is the truth. However, we can assume that if it wasn't true, they would have no reason to come up with such a complicated scheme. Sun Jun thought about it. Next, he nodded. I see. We will take it from here. Lastly, which artifact do you want to be paid by? I will get 1% of the celadon's appraised fee, 50 million. I guess that's because the teacup is priceless? Yes. To someone, it may be worth 10 million, but, to someone else, it could be worth more than 10 billion. It's a shame that the person who knows the real value is a Japanese. That's because he knew about it in advance. Anyway, you have been impressive. You will get the fee today. Sun Jun went into his study again. Well, it wasn't appraising, it was more like investigating. I don't acknowledge you. Anyway, you've done well. Hyoyen shrugged and went up. She was half right and half wrong. Heijin used someone else's mouth to reveal the true identity of the teacup. However, he used magic to find that out. He had to go through a very complicated process to prove it. Anyway, they next left the luxurious mansion. Heijin then asked Yunhee, "What will you do now if he tells you to trade?" Yunhee smiled brightly and stopped his worries. He won't. He sometimes makes decisions that are hard to understand, but he tries to keep the rules when it comes to artifacts. Anyway, I didn't know the teacup I bought was such a great artifact. The board will certainly be satisfied. Actually, Heijin didn't really believe her. He had heard more than enough stories, from Byonguk and his father, of people in the center of power. They would pretend to be just while they would then betray their conscience. In particular, he didn't believe it after seeing the Chinese artifacts exhibited at Seian Gallery. He thought Sun Jun might try to negotiate by saying that he will give them the teacup if Mizno Toru was willing to give them the celadon and extra money. However, since Yunhee was the actual director, he was slightly relieved. Anyway, Yunhee was happy about the outcome of the Yang Sajin's event. She kept smiling widely. unlike when they made their way there. That's good. Hey. I am sorry about the last time. Please, take this. Yoonhee gave Haejin a white envelope. There was a 45 million in check. You don't have to. No, please take it. So, that I can ask for your help when needed. Haejin couldn't refuse that. Of course, Byung-guk made a pout and looked away. Okay. Oh, but I have a question. Please ask. How does the gallery get Chinese artifacts? I mean, since before you inherited it. In fact, Haejin was looking for a chance to ask the question that was bothering him for a while. Yoonhee hesitated slightly and then said, most artifacts from China come through Insadong. As you know, finding Chinese artifacts on auction is not easy. Haejin wasn't upset about the fact that the artifacts his father had excavated were in Korea. As a Korean, he thought it was fine as long as the Korean artifacts were not exported. It was selfish, but any human being would feel that way. The problem was that if Chinese artifacts were secretly brought in Korea, Korean artifacts were also secretly sent out, and Seom Gallery could be in the middle of it. Was Yoonhee pretending to not know this even if she actually did? Or was she really ignorant? What would Wajin even gain by exporting Korean artifacts? You said Insadong. Then, there must be more than one man. Yes. There are about 3 of them in total, and we get the artifacts from them. Of course, they are not stolen goods. I told you before about Ma Won's painting, but stolen goods cannot be exhibited and may cause problems. So, we don't buy them, even personally. Honestly, there wasn't such thing as an artifact that wasn't a stolen good. Artifacts turned into not stolen goods only after the people who owned them were revealed in time. It was a lot like laundering money. In that perspective, those dealers who brought artifacts from China brought them after changing them into clean goods. Additionally, that wasn't a job an art dealer could do alone. Okay. Please drop us at my apartment. Maybe we can have lunch together. Haejin really wanted to, but he couldn't avoid Byung-guk's annoyance. I'm sorry, I have something to do after lunch. When Yoonhee left them, Byung-guk patted Haejin's shoulder and lifted his thumb. Wow, that was a great idea. Now, that vice chairman doesn't even need to pay attention to Momoko. Now that Momoko has betrayed Ms. Notoru, she won't be able to set foot in Japan. She can't go back since she is now a traitor, even though she didn't want that. If she tells Ms. No this is what happened, so please forgive me, they would only think that she is mad. My story makes more sense, even to someone else. Of course. Wow, you have grown up so much. I have been taller than you for a long time. You know that. They chatted while eating lunch. They then returned to Haejin's home. Even though the after effect was lighter now, he couldn't help but still feel weak. He woke up in the evening and went to Incheon Airport with Byung-guk. However, in the taxi, Byung-guk said something crazy. Are you going to date Yoonhee if she asks you? Date her? She has a fiancé. At that moment, Byung-guk's face brightened up as if someone casted a light on it. Really? I thought, but why did she get engaged instead of marrying right away? We didn't do such a thing even in 1988. Is it because they are rich? They do such useless things. Would you come after me if I say that I won't date Sejong? Not like that, it doesn't work that way. You should connect to each other. It's not something I can make happen. You should connect, of course. Byung-guk looked back, but Haejin knew he wanted Sejong to fall in love with him and settle down in Korea. They arrived at the airport and waited. Just when Heijin was about to go mad because of boredom, Sujong's plane arrived. Dad! The gate opened and a young woman ran out. Was she really Sujong? They last met when they were in elementary school, but now, she had turned into a beautiful lady. Heijin had seen her photo sometimes, but, in real life, she was a lot cuter. Oh, my girl. You must be tired. No, you booked me a first-class seat. So, it was bearable. Byung-guk earned 3 billion in just one night, so he would never let his daughter fly in economy class for more than 10 hours. Sujong turned her head, stared at Heijin and suddenly hit his stomach with her fist. UK. It didn't hurt much, but Heijin didn't expect it and was surprised. Sujong smiled. Hey, you have become cooler than I thought. You still have your temper. You know I have a temper. I've heard about your situation. Your father passed away and you are now appraising antiques, right? Yes, it is natural for me to work in that field after my father, but I didn't know you would also join it. You used to hate it. Byung-guk looked away and pretended not to hear him. Sujong had to move around so many times to avoid the police. So, I don't need to steal. KHMM. I don't do that anymore either. Now I just help him to pass the time. Really, Byung-guk said. Don't you do that again. Or I will never see you again and not treat you as my daddy. I won't. Really. Anyway, you must be hungry. Let's go to eat something. You must miss Korean food. Right? Do you want to eat samjitang, Korean chicken stew? Or how about ribeye? Byung-guk pinched Sujong's cheek while she smiled brightly. Ribeye, yes. Let's go. She had lots of luggage, so they went to the hotel where Byung-guk was staying. Sujong then checked in. Next, they had a late dinner at a nearby Korean barbecue restaurant. Heijin thought it might be a little uncomfortable as he was in the middle of a family reunion, but, strangely, he felt comfortable as the time passed. I have something to show you. Follow me. After dinner, Heijin was about to leave, but Sujong stopped him and took him to her hotel room. She then took out a long painting container. Of course, Byung-guk was with them. What is it? Sujong stopped opening it and looked at Heijin and Byung-guk. Her playful eyes said that it was nothing important, but promise me you won't tell anyone what you are about to see. Okay, so take it out. What is it? She opened the container and carefully took out the painting inside. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 21. Chapter 21, 2 paintings, 2. Careful or you might destroy it. Byung-guk said this since the painting had faded, it had stains and it was worn out, therefore, it was very old. What do you think of this? Sujong carefully stretched the painting, pegged it with tweezers and asked while looking at it. It was a painting of a peaceful urban village. You could see a man with a cow and a boy was on top of it while playing the flute. You want me to appraise it? Yes. I have studied Western paintings, but I don't know much about Eastern paintings. So, although I think this might be a good piece, I cannot be sure. What do you think? The expression is alive and each movement is described in details. Look here, the eyes are painted differently. The artist obviously cared about the gaze. He recreated exactly what he saw. He also used different lines to paint the father and the child. The background looks simple to make it Focus on the men. It has a folksy atmosphere, but it's not rough. It's rather warm. So, your conclusion is? It had no signature and no writings, so to assume the artist, Hagen could only find out with the painting itself. It was a very difficult job, but a proper appraiser must be able to verify whether a painting is real or not, and find out the artist of a painting without any mark or record. It was the appraiser's job to analyze the painting with the data in mind, like the artist's unique mood, his style, the composition he liked to use, the touch of the brush, details, the shape of the description, and determine the artist in seconds. I think it's Yoon Do-seo's. Yoon Do-seo? Who's that? Soo-jong tilted her head, but Byung-guk reacted differently. Huh? Really? This is really Yoon Do-seo's painting? Is he famous? Then, is it a good thing that I bought this painting? Soo-jong was confused while the excited Byung-guk slapped her shoulder. Where did you buy it? Is it real? How much was it? Soo-jong was surprised to see Byung-guk get so excited. Huh? Oh. I went to France and saw it at a flea market. It looked like a Korean painting, so I bought it because I thought it might be valuable, but is he really famous? You bought this at a flea market? Hagen, do you think this is real? Hagen didn't even have to use magic. It was in poor condition, but it was real. Yes, it's real, but it's too damaged. You said you are good at restoring antiques, right? Hagen had thought Soo-jong would say okay, but her face turned dark. My school specializes in pottery and Western paintings. I don't know much about the paints, papers, and the glues used for Eastern paintings. Plus, Western paintings and Eastern paintings seek different things. The style is completely different. I can teach you. Shall we restore this? Byung-guk interrupted. Soo-jong, a valuable artifact like this must be restored well and put in a place where it can be safe. It is our ancestors' artifact. It should be kept somewhere with the right temperature and humidity. Soo-jong looked at Byung-guk and frowned. You mean I should sell it to someone who has that kind of facility? If we are going to keep it, we must have the right facility. However, my warehouse in Insadong is for potteries only, so adding a facility for paintings would cost, oh. He shook his head and pressed Soo-jong. How much can we get? Her voice had softened. She was Byung-guk's daughter. $1 billion at least. Right, Hagen? Yoon Do-seo was Jong Yakyeong's grandfather. He was praised as the leader of the artists in the late Joseon period and was called one of the three greatest painters of Joseon with Sim Sejong and Jong Seon. His self-portrait is a national treasure and is thought to be the best Eastern self-portrait. It is another painting of Yoon Do-seo that hasn't been revealed yet, so I think it would worth at least that much. Hagen said $1 billion for Yoon Do-seo's painting while he had agreed at $5 billion for Ma Won's painting, not because Yoon Do-seo was less skilled than Ma Won. After Chiang Kai-shek took all the treasures of the Chinese imperial family to Taiwan, the mainland, China got extremely sensitive about the export of artifacts and, as a result, the price of Chinese artifacts soared. Now, many Chinese ceramics were sold for over 10 million won, about $9 million, at Christie's auctions in Hong Kong, but it wasn't the real value of the actual artifacts. Soo-jong, I will sell this at a high price. Don't worry. Then that money is mine, right? Byung-guk flinched and smiled kindly. Okay, but you must pay me the fee. About 10%? Well, I can give you that much. Okay. Then what should I do with that money? Should I open a shop at Insadong, too? One that specializes in restoring Sujong was having happy thoughts. However, Heijin stopped that. Then how are you going to restore it? Aren't you going to help me? For free? Only then Sujong frowned. I will have nothing left if I give a share here and give a share there. You know restoring is harder than selling, right? I'll take 20%. Wow, you thieves. Sojong thought it was unfair, but that was how things worked in that field. You will give me a place to work, right? Oh, okay. The warehouse in Insadong is big, so you can work there. I will give you the address. Come to Insadong tomorrow afternoon. I need to change the interior, and you must tell me what you need to restore this so that I can prepare. Okay. After that, they drank wine and celebrated the finding of the treasure. Next, Heijin went home and slept. Zing. His phone buzzed in the morning. He picked it up and answered. Hello? Mr. Heijin? It's me, Yunhee. Sorry about calling you in the morning. Can we talk? Yes. Director Yang Sajin wants to meet you. Heijin flinched, but he tried to pretend that there was nothing wrong. What did you tell her that she wants to meet me? I didn't say much. I told her we won't accept the deal and she asked me to let her meet you. What does she want from me? That is something unexpected. She wants your help. Heijin wanted to sleep more, but his eyes were too awake so he couldn't. After he started to use magic, his body was full of energy and, apart from the aftereffect of mana, leaving his body, he didn't feel tired after sleeping less. He ate a simple breakfast and went straight to Hanbit Gallery. He wondered if Yang Sajin knew the teacup's true identity when she offered the trade. Additionally, if she had found out Momoko had confessed the truth, how would Momoko react when they met again? Welcome. Just like before, Sajin was elegant and was wearing luxurious goods. However, there was a hint of nervousness in her eyes. That made Heijin curious. Yes, Ms. Yunhee told me you asked for my help, but I couldn't believe you would ask me to help. What's it about? Sajin elegantly drank tea and looked into Heijin's eyes. Before that, I want to ask you something. After your visit, an employee from Japan suddenly disappeared during work. What? But why? Heijin thought this may happen, but he didn't expect that she would actually disappear. Was the pressure so heavy? Was Miznotoru much scarier than Heijin thought? I don't know that, but it is very puzzling. She was sent by the person who asked me to take care of this deal. Since this kind of thing has never happened before, and that person is very cold, I have to explain how this happened. So Momoko ran away because she couldn't handle what happened, then Heijin could really see her on the news, probably dead. I see. What happened back then was pretty weird. I had a question about the Celadon and asked, but she was surprised and babbled about something. So, I asked her why and she sat down as if someone hit her. She then ran away. I was so surprised at that time. Sajin looked at Heijin with doubt, but there was nothing she could really say. It was not like her CCTV could record the voice. Really? Okay. Then, let's put that behind and get to the point. I heard from the vice chairman yesterday that the teacup is actually an artifact with a great history behind it. Yes. It is a very important artifact, You found out a secret that even my experts couldn't do so quickly, so I asked to meet you. Have you heard about the appraising fee? My fee is much more expensive than others. I know. 1% of the appraised price? Yes. Even if it's fake, I will get 1% of the real artifact. Do you still want my help? Yes. Actually, Heijin had come here to find out how things were going after he used magic on Momoko. Now that he knew it, he didn't want to take Sajin's case. Moreover, she was an evil art dealer who exported Korean artifacts. However, it would look strange to not accept the offer as he was already here. Especially when she was willing to pay the high fee. Heijin needed an excuse. Let's see the artifact first. If it is something I can appraise, I will, and if it's not, I won't. That could sound absurd, but since Heijin had done so many strange things, Sajin nodded and stood up. Okay. Please, come this way. Heijin, Sajin, and a Buffy security guard went down to the warehouse of the artifacts. It was called artifacts, but paintings, potteries and sculptures were all in different glass boxes with the best temperature and humidity. Although Sajin was a bad person, she understood antiques. Sajin opened one of the many glass rooms and entered. In the middle, there was a wooden table. She carefully put a painting on it. Getting it was not easy. The moment Heijin saw the painting, he laughed in shock. How on earth did you get it? Shouldn't this be in the National Museum? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 22. Chapter 22, 2 paintings, 3. It was a painting of 2 stonemasons making a hole in a rock. A young stonemason was about to strike with the hammer. He wasn't wearing a shirt while the other stonemason was old. He was holding a chisel and was focusing. What a coincidence! The artist who made this painting was Yoon Duseo. Heijin just found an unrecorded painting of Yoon Duseo yesterday, and today he was seeing another painting of Yoon Duseo that was supposed to be in the museum. That is why I brought you here. I happened to get this, and it is like the same painting in the museum. So, one of them must be fake, but the problem is that my appraisers gave up. Heijin could understand that, but if the appraisers had given up, things were probably complicated. They gave up? Yes. They said that unless they appraise the one in the museum, they cannot find out which one is fake with just this painting. What if this is real? Will you donate it to the museum? Heijin didn't think that all artifacts should be exhibited in museums. However, this stonemason painting was being exhibited in a museum as a real painting. He couldn't let another one being sold somewhere else claiming actually this is the real painting. Of course, I can't do that. This is a painting that I got legally. If you give up appraising this, then you have never seen this painting. I hope you have your ethics? Just as Heijin had thought, the woman's eyes were filled with greed. Now, Heijin couldn't just ignore it and leave. It wasn't because of his ethics, but because he decided to punish this greedy woman. Okay, I will appraise it. The fee is 1% of the appraised price, in cash. I know. Then please, step back. Sajin took 3 steps back, crossed her arms and leaned on the glass wall. She glared at Heijin as if implying she would not forgive him if he tried anything suspicious. There's a security guard here, so I think you don't have to worry so much. Please be quiet, the sound of your breath is irritating. Fine. She left the room quite angry. The room was made of glass so she could look inside, and as there was a CCTV camera filming everything, she thought it wouldn't be a problem. Now was the important part. Heijin first had to check if the painting was worth using magic to appraise it, and that meant it had to seem real when he examined it with his skills. Most forgeries imitated paints and the paper, but there were a few things hard to copy. One of them is the line of the artist, even in the smallest parts. Yoon Do-seo was great at clearly showing the situation of the character and nature with just a few brush touches. For instance, in the case of the man without a shirt who was raising his hammer, you could feel his energy because of his tightly closed lips and the posture of raising one foot to lean forward. On the other side, the old man with the chisel had knitted eyebrows and his shoulders were thrown backward. It showed he was worried about getting hit by the stone fragments. The style, realistic and so elaborate, was Yoon Do-seo's specialty, so Haejin couldn't think the painting was a fake. He pretended to rest his head on his hand and applied saliva on his finger. Then, he casually muttered, "Is the paper made of mulberry tree?" It looked like he was looking closely to check the material but, actually, determining the material of the paper by looking at it was impossible. Actually, he was faking with a serious expression while drawing the magic pattern. The magic he used was a tracking spell. Haejin would be able to know the location of the painting, no matter where it went. It was quite simple compared to looking at its past. He used magic, waited 5 more minutes and stretched his back. Then, Sejin opened the glass door and came in. "Well, is it real?" "I think it is Yoon Do-seo's painting." "Then, you mean the painting in the museum is probably fake?" "Maybe, or maybe not, as Yoon Do-seo must have made many sketches when he drew his paintings. Look here. Doesn't this feel alive as if the man would strike with the hammer at any moment?" "Yes." He couldn't tell these stonemasons to stay still to draw this. He must have made countless sketches in a short time while drawing the final piece by reconstructing them. To do that, it is possible that he made 2 finished paintings to later find out which one is better. But you meant to choose the better one? Yes. However, after drawing the 2, he might have had trouble choosing one and decided to save both. Of course, there is another hypothesis. It might be a copy of Yoon Do-seo's painting made by Gang Hui-eon. Gang Hui-eon was an artist of the late Joseon period. He once copied Yoon Do-seo's stonemason. The 2 paintings are so alike that if you ask an ordinary person to guess which one is Yoon Do-seo's, he or she would get confused. What was funny was that the imitation was also exhibited at the National Museum. You could see the real and the imitation at the same place. No, as far as I know, Gang Hui-eon never left 2 imitations of one painting. Oh, then this must be Yoon Do-seo's. At first, Haejin was not too convinced, but things were getting better and better. "Thank you. I will pay you the fee tomorrow." "Okay, then I will wait for the 30 million. "What? 30 million? You are saying this painting is worth 3 billion? She lifted her eyebrows and raised her voice as if it was nonsense. "I appraised the right price of this painting to be 3 billion. Are you not admitting to that?" Haejin was confident. Sejin started to panic since if she didn't admit it, she would be lying and, as soon as that happened, Haejin could reveal the existence of the painting to others. That's not it. I meant, isn't the fee too high? 3 billion is too big. So, you cannot give that money to me? Sejin sighed and nodded. Okay. I will give it to you, so please go upstairs. You made the right decision. Although it was expensive, Sejin seemed to think that she wasn't losing much as Haejin quickly managed to do something that any other appraiser couldn't. Haejin went up to the ground floor and watched the people preparing for the next exhibition. About 10 minutes later, Sejin appeared with a white envelope. Your 30 million, just as promised. I told you I only take cash. Sejin didn't give cash for only one reason. She was implying that if any problems occurred later, she would get that money back. Sorry. The amount of money you asked is too big. I didn't have enough cash, so I brought a check. Well, fine. I'll allow it only this time. Heijin took the envelope and left the gallery. Usually, he had to go home to get some sleep after using magic, but the spell he used this time costed little mana, so he didn't rest and went straight to Insadong. He went through the alley and arrived at the address Byonguk gave him. There was a shabby workshop. Oh, hey! What took you so long? Byonguk and Sojong had been chatting inside. They each had a cup of coffee. They greeted Heijin enthusiastically. I can't tell you here. Let's go down to the storage and talk. Huh? What is it? Secret stories that others don't know always excite the listeners. Byonguk and Sojong led Heijin to the storage with their eyes sparkling with excitement. There were many ceramics in rows in Byonguk's storage, but, even with a quick glance, Heijin knew that none of them were worth a lot. What, I thought you had found a good piece, you were telling me to pick one among these? Byonguk smiled and shook his hand. No, I keep the good ones apart. I will show you later. Anyway, what do you want to tell us? Ms. Yunhee called me this morning. I answered, and she told me Yang Sajin wanted to give me a task. Huh? Yang Sajin? She has more than enough appraisers. Why would she want you? So, I went because I also wanted to know what happened to Momoko, and it seems that she disappeared. Byonguk stood up and slapped his hands together. Hey, isn't this kind of thing we often see in thriller movies? Is she going to emerge as a dead body at some lake later? I heard Mizno Toru is pretty scary. Anyway, that's what happened, so I couldn't find out more. Yes. However, if she really does appear on the news, Lim Sungjun would also get surprised. He would think that her greed has doomed her. Anyway, Yang Sajin called me because she wanted me to appraise a painting. She said she will pay the fee, so I agreed, and that was Yoon Duseo's painting. The stonemason exhibited at the National Museum. You know that, right? Sojong was also surprised this time. Of course I do. Then, she asked you to appraise a painting of the National Museum? How can that happen? Has she stolen it? Heijin shook his head. I don't know. Anyway, I examined that painting and, surprisingly, it was real. Real? That painting was really real? Yes. It was real. Then, what's that painting in the museum? I don't know. It might be real, it might be fake. Although Heijin said that he was thinking the piece at the museum was also real. If Sajin had really stolen from the museum, she would have no reason to ask him to appraise it. As the one in the museum and the one in Sajin's possession were both real, Heijin wasn't going to mind if she sold it in Korea. But if she sold it abroad, Heijin was going to get it back. It might not be his business. However, as he knew Sajin was breaking the law, he couldn't let her get her way. Retrieving the painting would be easy. Heijin just had to tip off the police that some strange people are stealing artifact when that painting leaves the storage. As the painting was in the National Museum, once Sajin gets busted, she would have to explain how she got it, and her gallery would be searched. What are you going to do? Are you going to tell the Cultural Heritage Administration? No, I am going to forget about it. There's nothing I can do. Of course. You know Yang Sajin is the queen of this field, right? Don't even think about doing something. Just pretend you never saw anything. What kind of choice would young Sajin make? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 23. Chapter 23, 2 paintings, 4. Getting the basic supplies and ingredients needed for the restoration took more than 3 days. Setting a new vent and new lights also costed millions. Why do you need all this to restore a painting? It's like you are about to set up a lab. Although restoring artifacts required the right equipment, the most important thing was the skills of the restorer. They told Byung-guk to leave as he wasn't needed, but he stayed, saying he had never seen the restoration of an Eastern painting. It's just a few chemicals, pipette and a beaker. It's not a lab. You're just exaggerating. Sujong changed into her worksuit and asked a question. We should analyze the paper's material, right? Yes, finding out the paper of the painting is the first step. To do that, we need graph C dye. We can examine the outcome and determine the paper. While speaking, Haejin carefully lifted a corner of the painting with a bamboo tweezer and cut out a piece. He then dropped 1 drop of graph C dye that he had made in advance. The paper piece absorbed the dye and turned into a light brown a while later. That's anpai. Anpai? What's that? Diplomorpha tree. It used to be used to make drawing papers, but it is still often used to make high-quality papers. Byung-guk, please give me that third paper. Byung-guk carefully handed Haejin one of the many papers that had been prepared. It is the same paper? Yes. This is choji made of diplomorpha. It is different from Korean paper manufactured in factories. It is made by taking out the paper fibers floating in the water tank. An old-fashioned way. Oh ho! Sujong, you should start cleaning. As the painting had been greatly damaged, Sujong had to use a soft wool brush to remove the dust on the surface. This is dry cleaning. After that, they covered the painting with rayon paper, half-transparent paper used for restoration, and used spray to apply water. This is wet cleaning, right? Yes. The rayon paper will absorb the pollutants. They removed the rayon paper, dried the painting and cut the new paper to mend the missing parts. This process had to be done very carefully and delicately, so Byung-guk had to cover his mouth to mute the sound of his breath. After repeating the process of cutting, gluing, setting and attaching dozens of times, the painting was somewhat finished. Wow, now it looks like a painting. This isn't done yet. We should remove the backing paper, mount the painting again and reinforce it. Reinforcing the painting meant applying color to the awkward-looking parts created by mending the lost parts. It didn't mean drawing. True restoring was preserving the original painting as much as possible to help people enjoy it properly. Hastily drawing to restore would damage the value of the painting. Sujong took the camera that had been recording the process and checked the recorded video. The important part is about to begin. I guess we are done today? Haejin stretched his back and took off the reading glasses. Yeah. It wasn't hard, right? I think I know how this works. Even though Sujong had never restored Eastern painting before, since she was an expert of restoring Western paintings and ceramics, she learned fast. Well, the teacher taught so well. Sujong ignored that and took off her apron. But when did your father teach you all this? I thought he only excavated, and wasn't he more interested in Western paintings than in Eastern paintings? She must have heard a lot about Haejin's father from Byung-guk. Yes. My father was more interested in Western paintings. So, he visited many art museums in Europe. With me. I didn't learn restoration from my father. I learned it from Lee Hongjae before I went to college. He has passed away, but he was the best at restoring Eastern paintings. I learned from him. While others were in high school, so of course I am good at it. Restoring artifacts wasn't limited to great artifacts. In fact, apart from national treasures, when things like an old book of a family getting wet or the traditional folding screen getting ripped, restoring was required as well. So, while ordinary people studied things like math and English, Hagen worked on paintings to improve his skills. Oh, then you must know little about restoring Western paintings. Sujeon's smile was mischievous. It was probably her self-pride about the fact that there was something she was better at. Yes, I don't know a lot about restoring Western paintings. Okay. Don't worry. I will explain it to you. Of course, not for free. After that, they almost never came out of the storage to work on the painting. They had succeeded. The painting, which was about to break apart, was now a new painting. Of course, paintings that have been restored and paintings that have been stored well have different values, as restored paintings have been touched by people who were not the real artist. Nevertheless, as this one was Yoon Do-seo's painting that hadn't been discovered yet, it would certainly surprise the world of art. Additionally, the story of how it got to Korea was especially remarkable. Yoon Do-seo's painting was found at a flea market in France. They were celebrating their success at a barbecue restaurant when Hagen received a call from Yoon-hee. Hagen glanced at Byung-guk. He then said that he should answer, although he looked like he felt a little bad about it. Hello, Mr. Hagen. Do you have a moment? Yes, it's okay. There is an auction tomorrow in Korea auction. There are some artifacts I want, including the jade Buddha you told me at the preview, but I cannot believe the other appraisers. I can also afford your fee. So, could you please help me? Her voice was small, probably because of her previous mistake. However, as she later gave 45 million more, Hagen was not mad at her. Okay. Oh, but do you have time today? Today? Yes, I'm free. Then, could you come here? I will give you the address. I'm at a workshop in Insadong, and I want to show you a painting. You will be the first to see it, so I am giving you a great privilege. A painting? Okay, I will be there right away. Hagen hung up while Byung-guk sulkily asked, You are going to sell it to that Yoon-hee? You know how it works, right? I am the seller. Oh, okay. I won't touch your fee, so please take it. Sujeon ate a piece of the rib-eye and snorted. Ha! But you are going to take 20% fee for restoring. Hey, but I am taking a low fee because it's you. Do you think it is easy to learn Eastern painting? Restoration with an actual artifact? I am your teacher from now on. Oh, okay. Take this from your pupil's money. They laughed, chatted, and ended their barbecue party. Then, they returned to the workshop to rest. Yoon-hee carefully opened the door and went in. Hello. Oh, Mr. Hagen. Yoon-hee carefully looked inside and smiled brightly when she spotted Hagen. She waved her hand. However, there was a familiar guy coming after her. Oh, nice to meet you. We see each other again. Manager Lee Jongmyeon of Myri Corporate Group smiled and offered his hand. Hagen took it and they shook hands. Byung-guk approached. Who is this? Oh, this is Ms. Yoon-hee's fiancé. You know Myri Corporate Group, right? He is the manager. His name is Lee Jongmyeon. Oh, you are really handsome. Ha ha ha. Thank you. Nice to meet you. I am Oh Byung-guk. This is Oh Sejong, my daughter, and a restoration expert. Byung-guk was already promoting his daughter. Well, to work as a restoration expert in Insadong. Leaving a good impression to the wealthy businessman was always needed. Nice to meet you. I am Oh Sejong. You are a very beautiful woman. Thank you, Ho-ho. It looked very hospitable, but Yoonhee looked sorry as if she knew Haejin's bitter feelings. He could guess why Jongmyeon had tagged along. It was probably he was worried about his fiancée getting ripped off. Although Haejin could understand, he could feel a little offended. Please, this way. Byung-guk led Jongmyeon and Sejong to the underground storage. Yoonhee moved fast to follow him while speaking in a very low voice as she passed by Haejin. I'm sorry. He insisted on coming. However, Jongmyeon was already here. Byung-guk went to the table in the middle of the storage and proudly spoke. This is the painting. The tall Jongmyeon bent down to look at the painting. Haejin wanted to say, can you even find out anything if you do that, but he restrained himself. This painting is? Jongmyeon eventually looked back and demanded an explanation. Haejin looked at Yoonhee instead of answering. He was asking her to take a look. Yoonhee went next to Jongmyeon and studied the painting. But she couldn't recognize it either, so she also looked back. Haejin put a photo on the table. It was a photo of the painting before the restoration. First, this painting was discovered by Ms. Sejong here at a flea market in France and has been restored here. It was in poor condition, so it would have been destroyed without the restoration. Oh. I see. In this condition, restoration was its top priority. However, this is impressive. It's Ms. Sejong, right? How have you restored it so perfectly? It looks great. Haejin wasn't going to step forward with the restoration. They had agreed to put Sejong forward, so Byung-guk spoke. She has studied conservation and restoration of the artifacts at the University of Applied Arts in Vienna, Austria. She is great at restoring ceramics and paintings. I am not saying this because she is my daughter. Yoonhee smiled and nodded. I see. It seems she is worthy of that compliment. Then, could you explain this painting? I haven't heard about this. Actually, it is impossible to recognize this painting unless you are an appraiser. Haejin glanced at Jongmyeon as he spoke. His lips hardened. Haejin meant why he had come when he couldn't recognize it, and he understood that. Yes, that is why I trust you. This painting is an unknown painting of Yoon Do-seo. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 24. Chapter 24, Winner of the Auction, 1. The moment Haejin heard that, he was dumbfounded. How could he even claim to help Yoonhee when he was so ignorant? Yoonhee was more than embarrassed by Jongmyeon's stupid question and scolded him. He was a scholar and artist of Joseon, he is great. His self-portrait has become a national treasure. I told you not to come along. Jongmyeon's face hardened at this. I didn't know it would be an Eastern painting, but they finished it there because there were others with them, but anyone could tell that the engaged couple wasn't very close. Haejin found the situation awkward and tried to change the subject, but Yoonhee spoke with a sorry face. You said it is Yoon Do-seo's? Ordinary people only knew of Kim Hongdu and Sin Yoonbak when it came to paintings of Joseon, and those who know a little more knew of Jung Seon and Jan Sungup. Yes. He described the situation of the characters with just one touch of a brush. This painting shows His unique structure of focusing more on characters than on the background and his own style of lines. Oh, it's impressive. You have also restored it so perfectly, then how much is the price? Heijin took a step back and looked at Byung-guk. He was implying Yoonhee should negotiate with him. Yoonhee looked at him and smiled brightly. You will sell it at a good price, right? Normally, Byung-guk would have agreed at her angelic smile, but as he thought she was his daughter's rival in love, he wasn't moved. It is Yoon Do-seo's new painting that hasn't been revealed. It also has a story behind as a painting. That was lying in a corner of the flea market in France. It should be quite a sensation. I think the right price would be 1.3 billion. It isn't that expensive, right? Actually, the price of the artifact changed all the time since all artifacts were basically one of a kind. So, if the seller insists, discussing whether his price is high or not would mean nothing. I think it is a little expensive. Although a new painting of Yoon Do-seo is meaningful, Yoon Do-seo is not that popular in Korea. Jongmyeon saw things were not in their favor and spoke to turn the tide around. However, he was way too inexperienced to overcome Byung-guk. You know there are many cow paintings of the artist Lee Jung-seep, right? There are dozens. Their structure and shape are all alike that ordinary people cannot tell them apart. Still, when a new cow painting of Lee Jung-seep is found, it is worth at least billions. That is because he is Lee Jung-seep. So, Yoon Do-seo is not as good as Lee Jung-seep? Judging by the current popularity, yes, but if we tell the media this is a painting found in France, its value would increase way over 1.3 billion. Well, if you think it is expensive, then I have no choice. There are many other galleries. Why don't you give us some time to think? You don't have any reason to sell it so hastily, right? Yes, but we don't have any reason to drag the time. There must be many people who would want this, including Yang Sajin. They will decide if we show it to them. It's not like we would have to hand out flyers. As the painting had been restored and wasn't in Yoon Do-seo's picture book, if they pointed out the authenticity, there were chances of lowering the price. So, Byung-guk had said 1.3 billion when he had a billion as the Maginot Line, but lowering the price is not an easy thing to do unless you are an expert. Then we will decide till tomorrow. As we have some history with Mr. Heijin, I hope you can wait until tomorrow? Well, okay. A day would be fine. After Yoonhee and Jongmyeon left, Sojong and Byung-guk were glad as they were about to get an extra 300 million. Heijin left the workshop. He felt the painting on which he had cast the tracking spell was moving. Incheon. If an antique headed to Incheon, there could only be two destinations. One would be dealing on a boat out at the empty ocean, and the other would be sending it on a container ship that had been acquired in advance. However, unless they were sending a large number of artifacts at once, they usually made deals inside the ship. Heijin used a public phone to tip off the maritime police. He said there was an artifact being illegally traded on a ship at Incheon port right now and hung up. He thought if the police could not capture them, then there was nothing he could do. Later that evening, reports about the illegal trade of artifacts came out and Heijin thought Young Sajin's days of crimes were over. However, strangely, the next morning, all reports about it were gone. Heijin asked Yoonhee about the reports when they met in front of Korea Auction, and she told him something unexpected. Oh, you've seen the reports, too? Yes. They are really bad people. They should all be convicted, but there's no report about them. Today. Yoonhee slightly frowned. This is a secret, so don't tell anyone. Oh, of course. My lips are sealed. Actually, these people who illegally sold artifacts are the employees of Yang Sajin's Hanbit Gallery. Was it because she was a member of Wajin family? How could she be so accurate? Anyway, Heijin overreacted as if he knew nothing about it. Really? Wow. So, people of the Cultural Heritage Administration are checking the artifacts that were confiscated last night, but all the employees of Hanbit Gallery who were arrested have been set free. The others will be freed soon. What the? Heijin knew Sajin was powerful, but they were freed in a day. How were they freed so easily? Yang Sajin has great influence on politicians. Well, at least she must have received quite some damage this time. She will have to cancel the upcoming exhibition and stay low for a while, but why would she cancel the exhibition? There must be some problematic artifacts among the artifacts that were going to be exhibited. I never exhibit artifacts like that, but she is different. As things are serious now, if something bigger happens, even she would not be able to handle the consequences. She was powerful enough to take care of this one, but that's it. Wow, she is really powerful. As Byung-guk had said, Sajin had great powers. Heijin decided to be content about retrieving the painting that was about to be sold abroad. Then what will you do about yesterday's painting? I will buy it. I am thinking of planning a new exhibition with it. How about the first stroll of Yoon Ducio back from France? Oh, but you are giving me a discount, right? That is, you should talk to Byung-guk about that. Okay. Well, shall we go in? Yoonhee went to the front row of the sale room on the first floor and sat down. She was natural as if it were her seat, but, surprisingly, a familiar face soon sat next to her. Long time no see. She was lifting her chin high with a cold face. It was Yeren, who they had met at the preview. Heijin remembered her and Yoonhee arguing as if they had killed each other's parents. Yes. You came together. Yoonhee nodded at the middle-aged appraiser next to Yeren. He bowed to Yoonhee and was surprised to see that Heijin was with Yoonhee. You are. Hello. It is the second time. Yeren frowned at this. She had been concentrating on Yoonhee and didn't care about the guy next to her. Only now she recognized he was the one who had humiliated her before. Oh, that show-off? I may not have money, but when it comes to antiques, I do know a lot. Oh, and I think my appearance is also above average. Yeren snorted at Heijin's joke and ignored him. Your mouth is alive, just as before. Oh, right. I heard your uncle has turned the Havasai Gallery upside down. What was it about? Heijin had thought Lim Sun-jun, who had bought the fake lion tamer of Max Beckman, would not let that go. Well, I think it is a little inappropriate to talk about it here. Inappropriate? Well, everyone in that family is so full of whims. They said they will invest and changed their mind. They said they will buy the painting and changed your mind. Aren't you going to change your mind about your engagement? That was enough to make one mad, but Yoonhee smiled and replied with ease. Marriage is not an easy thing. You always miss your first love, but others don't live so foolishly. Or they will end up getting betrayed like you. Even Heijin, who knew nothing about it, was surprised, so there was no way Yeren would stand that. Shut up. What do you know? There were dozens of people in that room, but she didn't seem to care. I am getting embarrassed and tempted to go back. Sit. How can I say something to you when your aunt has said nothing? It turned out the director of Havasai Gallery was Yaren's aunt. Yaren's face was so red that it could explode at any moment. She bit her lip and sat down. Then, she stretched out her hand to her appraiser with a temper. The appraiser gave her the catalog of today's auction as if nothing had happened. Buyers of an auction don't get what will be on auction on the day. The auction agency would choose the things and make a catalog. When making a catalog, professional photographers worked. They added a detailed explanation of the piece and stories of the maker. So, the buyers would be able to know what kind of thing it is and what value it has by reading the catalog. People usually read the catalog and attend the preview. You should see the thing you saw on the catalog at the preview for real and then go to the auction in order to not regret it. So, the people in the room knew well what kind of artifacts would come out and when. They had also thought in advance how much they should call. In addition, the auction proceeded in the catalog's order and the agency took care to set that order. Of course, things that came out later tended to be more valuable. Yaren was going through her catalog not to choose artifacts, but to check again the artifacts she wanted. Is there anything you like? Let's not strain ourselves. Yunhee put her catalog on her lap and spoke. She was going to choose and focus while giving up the ones she didn't really want. Fine. I don't want to spend money on useless things, either. 68, 72, 79. Those are what I want. It sounded she was accepting Yunhee's offer, but Yunhee clenched her teeth to hear that. 68. Didn't you criticize that before? Saying that if it is worth billions, I don't know how to discern good artifacts. Heijin quickly opened his catalog at this. That jade Buddha was number 68. Wow. Yaren was as shameless as she was rich. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 25. Chapter 25, Winner of the Auction, 2. Even monkeys sometimes fall from trees. My appraiser is great, but he does make mistakes. Sometimes. I, however, don't get all mad about just one mistake of the employee. Yaren had told Yunhee that she was angry when seeing a person without a discerning eye, but now she was blaming her appraiser. If it had been Heijin, he would have left the room. However, the middle-aged appraiser didn't even flinch, as if he had heard nothing. Was it the responsibility of a man who had to support his family? Or was it the loyalty to a rich family? Yunhee ignored Yaren's nonsense and looked at Heijin. She was asking him what to do. There was some time left, so Heijin first looked at number 72 and 79 that Yaren wanted. Number 72 was an inkstone of Qing period of China, and number 79 was Mui Nine Hills folding screen composed of 10 paintings made by Chai Yong-sin. Chai Yong-sin was great at drawing portraits. He was famous for drawing King Gojong's portrait. He was also good at landscape paintings. His Mui Nine Hills is different from others' Mui Nine Hills paintings. It had almost no empty spaces and the landscape that changes with the seasons fills the screen. There are also many men in all 10 scenes. Both the folding screen and the inkstone were very valuable. Heijin excluded those two and the jade Buddha. He then studied the other artifacts. Next, he saw number 81. It was a painting of a man walking through a beautiful valley. The shape of the bent pine tree was like a real photo and the fresh atmosphere had been recreated with elegant lines. Heijin stared at it for a long time. Yunhee frowned and tapped him. What will you do? She meant he had to choose the artifacts she should buy fast. But I would be losing too much if I look at all these and pick. You know I take 1% of the appraised price, right? I know. You cannot be asking 1% of all the artifacts' prices, so offer your terms. She seemed to accept Hagen's terms, no matter what they were. How about this? 1% of the price you buy at. If you fail to buy, then that's it. It's a win-win. That was good for Yunhee, so she nodded. Okay. Then what do you? Hagen picked number 75 white porcelain and number 77 painting of Lim Sujin, instead of the number 81 painting. This and this. Hagen picked other things because Yeren was glancing at them. Yunhee immediately realized this. And smiled slightly. Okay. What Hagen had picked were good artifacts that would come out in the later part of the auction. However, as they looked good to anyone, the competition would be hot. Yunhee, however, seemed to think she could handle that as they were not wanted by Yeren. The auction started soon. It started with some artifacts of low price, and they were not sold at a high price. I think everyone is after that jade Buddha. Well, after what happened at the preview, words about it went around among the people with money. There are more people here than usual. Yunhee whispered. Is that why that Yeren wants it? I think the Havasai Gallery is getting nervous. As you just heard, Yeren's aunt is the director of that gallery. As she has made a huge mistake with my uncle, of course, she is nervous. Hagen asked while looking at Yeren's cold face. I guess it was quite noisy? No, it's not like they don't know each other. He couldn't make it noisy like a rude customer at a supermarket. But the point is that Havasai Gallery is no longer trustworthy to my uncle, the number one of Wajin. That means my Saiyan Gallery is about to become the best. She raised her eyebrows and smiled mischievously. Aha! And in the middle of all that, the history of the Jade Buddha became an interesting story in Insadong. And it became the hottest issue of this auction. So, she needs to go back with it, even if she gets humiliated. So, that Yeren has come as the representative of Havasai. Today, yes. However, her family was always interested in antiques. She doesn't always participate in auctions instead of her aunt. So, she is here for multiple reasons. Then why didn't Havasai send someone? Yunhee pointed at the man next to Yeren with her chin. Strictly speaking, they don't trust her. They trust that appraiser, Japel. As I said before, he is quite popular in this field. Yeren's family once helped him greatly. After that, he's been with Yeren to help her, so she got big head. Well, with such a good expert helping at the side, Yeren could think she was also an expert, too. After the boring auction of items with opening bids of hundreds of thousands, artifacts that were worth millions started to show up. As the bidding price went over 10 million, the rooms started to heat up, and the chief auctioneer's voice was getting higher. At last, the Jade Buddha, the hottest issue of today's auction, appeared. As Hagen had felt before, the green Jade Buddha was charming. He even wanted to stroke it. He lightly pushed Yunhee with his arm. She looked back, confused. He whispered. We cannot just let her have it. I also don't think she will let us buy the things we have chosen even if we stay quiet this time. Yunhee smiled and slightly nodded. You want me to make her spend money? Okay. The young female chief auctioneer who was in her early 30s pointed at the Jade Buddha and spoke with a clear voice. This artifact is a Jade Buddha that was made in the Ming period. Its story is touching. The father climbed the high Gonrian mountain and mined the jade for the son. The Jade Buddha has rings in it and contains the love of a parent for the child. Lot, number of artifact on auction, 68, starts at 530 million and rises by 20 million. Bidding starts now. She spoke as if she had been trained by the military. As soon as she finished, paddles with bidding. Numbers came up here and there. 650 million, 670 million. Yeren raised her paddle the most often and she was followed by Yunhee. Yeren looked at her and spoke as she raised her paddle again. I thought we had agreed not to strain ourselves. 850 million, 870 million. The price kept soaring. But this is something I also want. 990 million. 1.1 billion bidding on the phone? No more bidding higher than 1.1 billion? 1.15 billion came out. With the chief auctioneer's excited voice, Yeren and Yunhee's faces started to get hot. You want a match? 1.5 billion. 1.52 billion. 1.54 billion. Highest bidding ever. After 1.5 billion, most of the people, except for Yeren and Yunhee, gave up. However, there were many rich people in Korea as there were still some raising their paddles. I guess your aunt will spend some money today? The moment Yunhee raised her paddle, the chief auctioneer's voice became a little hoarse. She was excited at the rare high bid. 2 billion. The price rises by 50 million from now. 2.5 billion bid on the phone. Yunhee had decided she would pay 3 billion for that jade Buddha. She didn't hesitate to raise her paddle as if she really wanted it. Yeren's face turned red and they raised their paddles as soon as the chief auctioneer shouted. The sales room was heated. After 3 billion, only Yunhee and Yeren at the front were raising their paddles. 4.8 billion. Is there? 4.85 billion. Is there any more? If there isn't, the bidding will end here. How could Haejin describe the Yeren's expression as she raised her paddle for the last time? She looked arrogant as if there was no one above her, but the nervousness behind it showed that she was hoping no one would raise paddle again. It is sold at 4.85 billion to customer number 178. Clap clap. People around her clapped. Yeren looked around with elegance and slightly smiled. Haejin wanted to laugh at the feeling of success on her face, but he held it back. The auction wasn't over yet, and the real winner would be determined after it. Number 72 Ingstone and No. 79 Mui 9 Hills painting of Cha Yeon-sin also went to Yeren. Moreover, she also got the number 73 white porcelain Yunhee had openly chosen, but that was because she was forced to buy it after trying to raise its price as Yunhee wanted it. Yunhee was delighted that their smokescreen tactic worked, but Yeren again victoriously smiled after getting the item Yunhee wanted. Have you spent what, 10 billion? Yeren took that as envy. Although she had gotten the unwanted white porcelain with a lot of money, she was satisfied with the fact that she took what Yunhee wanted. If you don't have the money, you shouldn't have come to auction. What about your upcoming exhibition? Do you have anything to display? There must be some meat on the table to invite the guests. I'm worried there will only be a salad. You may not know, but I have prepared some meat stew. As soon as Yunhee finished talking, the chief auctioneer spoke again. This is a landscape painting of the Joseon period. Its artist is unknown. It shows a beautiful scenery and the relaxed life of a Seonbai scholar. Fortunately, it was entrusted to us by an American businessman who moved to Korea. Lot number 81 starts at 200 million and rises by 20 million. The bidding starts now. Yunhee raised her paddle. Yeren snorted and scolded her. Are you planning a landscaped painting exhibition? Will you fill it with paintings of unknown artists? I think it looks good, although its artist is unknown. Yoonhee was confident. Yerin turned her head and looked at her personal appraiser, Oh Japal. He knew Yoonhee's choice was based on Haejin's appraising. He stared at the catalog and thought about it for a long time. However, he then shook his head. Yerin looked at Yoonhee and Haejin again. You think he can play the same trick again? She was saying that because Oh Japal had finished appraising the painting. Yoonhee's face darkened. For a moment. However, Haejin poked her from behind and she raised her paddle. I don't know about his other tricks, but he knows about paintings. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 26. Chapter 26, Winner of the Auction, 3. My appraiser is good with paintings as well, why are you so confident? Yerin couldn't let Yoonhee just have it. She raised her paddle while glancing at Yoonhee. 440 million. Oh, 460 million over there. The price was doubling the opening bid and was still soaring. You want this painting? Yoonhee looked at Yerin as if she was annoyed by her who kept raising her paddle. I thought about it, and it looks fine. Who, then will you have it? Yoonhee stopped in the middle of raising her paddle and hesitated. Yerin flinched as she was the last to raise the paddle. She had spent an additional billion on spontaneously buying that white porcelain, so she couldn't spend more money easily. What? You think it is not good, 540 million. Is there more? Yoonhee hesitated at the chief auctioneer's last check and raised her paddle. Who? Yoonhee sighed. Yerin could not follow her anymore. Oh, you are about to make a hole on the floor with your sigh. Okay, you can have it. You will need it to have less empty spaces at your exhibition. You cannot have people stare at the walls. 560 million. Is there more? If there isn't, then the bidding ends. It has been sold at 560 million to customer number 153. Clap clap. People clapped. Yoonhee smiled brightly for the first time today and thanked everyone. Her smile made a warm breeze fill the room, but, in one spot, it was still cold. Congratulations. You managed to get one. Yoonhee was about to say something when Haejin chimed in. Congratulations. You got the second best thing in today's auction. Yerin and her appraiser flinched. That meant excluding the Jade Buddha, the painting Yoonhee just bought was the best of the rest. Yerin couldn't help but get curious and said, I admit it that it is less valuable than the Jade Buddha. But, are you saying what you just bought is the best apart from it? You know it well. Congratulations on getting the Jade Buddha. Your parents will be delighted. Haejin didn't strongly recommend it to Yoonhee because it would be too expensive as Yerin wanted it. But its meaning was also not fit for a museum. If it ends up in a museum, people would just think that's the meaning. However, Haejin believed it had to be kept at home and cherished to carry out the meaning of wishing for the children's safety and well-being of the parents who made it. The moment Yerin heard it, she frowned. As he said, the Jade Buddha's value would truly be appreciated at home, but if she put that in the gallery after spending 5 billion on it, it would be corrupting the Buddha's meaning. I am a devoted daughter, so... Yoonhee looked down and let out a pup sound. She couldn't stop laughing. Oh, sorry. I was thinking about something else. I know you are a devoted daughter. I remember your grandfather bemoaning to my grandfather. He said he couldn't even die because he was so Worried about you, he will certainly live long thanks to you, but. These two were always ready to pierce each other whenever they saw a weak spot. Of course. He would have died 10 years early if it wasn't for me. So, he's still alive. I call him every day. That's the pleasure of his life. He loves me so much. Well, the only thing you got from your grandfather is your gallery, so you must not know this kind of feeling. My grandfather also loved me. Yunhee spoke coldly and looked forward again. Yeren glared at her and looked forward to seeing the auction proceed. She had lots of things to say, but as the auction was still going, she held it back. About 5 minutes later, the auction ended. The chief auctioneer's forehead was sweating as she had spent an energetic day. She lightly bowed at Yeren and Yunhee. Ms. Yeren, Ms. Yunhee, nice to see you again. They had come so often that the auctioneer greeted them. I couldn't buy much today. Yunhee spoke, a little embarrassed, and the auctioneer became nervous. Why do you say that? Our appraisers said that the landscape painting of the unknown artist is a good one. Yeren interrupted. Of course, my jade Buddha is the most valuable, right? I cannot say anything about that as I am not an appraiser, but it went through the fiercest competition and was sold at the highest price. It would mean everyone acknowledges it. Yeren didn't show her victorious smile at this indirect acknowledgement. Hagen's your parents would be delighted kept ringing in her head. So, she took out that subject again. This man here said that painting is the second most valuable artifact, right after the jade Buddha. Is it true? Oh, Japel's face hardened at this. As Yeren had spoken in front of so many people, someone would be humiliated. It was inevitable now. However, he just slightly shook his head and didn't try to stop Yeren. Probably because he knew her. Well, I can't. The chief auctioneer was saved not by Yunhee or Hagen but by a third person. Oh, aren't you that young man who told us that story about the jade Buddha? She was a woman in her 40s sitting behind Yunhee. Judging from her clothes and accessories, she was quite rich. Ah, you are the one who told the history of the jade Buddha. Nice to meet you. Our appraisers only found out that there are rings in the Buddha thanks to you. Unfortunately, we couldn't find the book. But, as they've never seen the jade rings inside the jade Buddha, they admitted you were right. We saw the record of the CCTV and wanted to contact you, but we couldn't as it would have been rude. It made Yeren's and Japel's face darken. That jade Buddha was an embarrassment to them. It's okay, that was nothing. Anyway, there were many good things on today's auction. Especially the landscape painting of Lee Inman. What? Lee Inman's painting? There was no Lee Inman's painting on today's auction. The chief auctioneer looked puzzled. At that moment, a low exclamation came out of Japel's mouth. That had been shut tight all the time. You. What? What is it, Dot? Yeren was surprised to see this unusual reaction. Hagen casually answered the auctioneer's question. The painting we bought, that's Lee Inman's. Didn't you know? Lee Inman was a famous artist of the late Joseon period. He was of the same age as Kim Hongdu. He left many landscape paintings of utopia. He was so good at drawing people, birds, animals and grapes that Sin Wooey said he and Kim Hongdu were equals. The painting had been labeled unknown artist, so the appraisers didn't know it was Lee Inman's, and Hagen knew that. He was asking because his target was Yeren, not the auctioneer. Not at all. Could you wait for a while? The auction was over, but the chief auctioneer couldn't let that go. She hastily left. The woman behind Yunhee lightly grabbed Heijin's shoulder. I didn't get to talk to you before. It's nice to see you again. I am Du Eunchai. I own a small accommodations business. Oh, yes. Hello. Heijin thought the small accommodations business meant a motel, but Yunhee smiled and spoke. Oh, you must be Executive Director Du Eunchai of Palace Hotel. Hello, I am Lim Yunhee of Seon Gallery. I've heard a lot about you. You sent many invitations to my husband. He, however, doesn't know much about this kind of thing. So, I went to your exhibitions alone a few times. You should have told me in advance. That would be noisy. I like to be quiet. This young man let me know something I loved, so I wanted that jade Buddha, but I gave up because it got too expensive. Me too. I couldn't spend 5 billion. Now Yaren, who had gotten the Buddha, was feeling awkward. Eunchai realized it and smiled. Talking about things I couldn't buy on auction is no good. I am curious. How did you know that? Painting is Lee Inman's? Korea Auction said it was of an unknown artist, so the appraisers here didn't know it. Heijin was about to talk about it when the chief auctioneer returned with a man over 50s in hurry. That man had little hair, and that made him more trustworthy. It made him look like an expert. Hello. I am Jong Gangsik, Eastern Paintings appraiser of Korea Auction. Are you the man who said number 81 painting of the unknown artist is actually Lee Inman's? Yes, I said so. May I ask with what evidence you said so? Now, most of the people who had participated in the auction came around them in curiosity. Do you know Lee Inman's Quiet Mountains and the Sun series? How can I not know? Then, this is the missing part of it? Lee Inman's Quiet Mountains and the Sun series is one of his early works. He drew it based on the scholars of China's southern Song period, Na Daejeon's Living in Mountains. That poem was about the pleasure of living in mountains, so it became a subject favored by the late Joseon scholars who wanted to live quietly in nature. Lee Inman took verses of living in mountains and drew 8 paintings. The 2nd, 4th, 7th, and 8th remain and the other 4 have gone missing. The uniqueness of Lee Inman's landscape paintings are famous. The solid and angled shape made by a delicate touch and the fresh, clean atmosphere were his style and strong point, and they are here in this painting. Additionally, as you can see, the pine tree is light and dark crossed. It is writhing. As if Lee Inman is saying I drew this. Jong Gangsik wiped off the sweat on his bald head and carefully asked. Yes, but this is not enough to say that Lee Inman drew this. Japil interrupted before he even finished. It is not enough. You know we cannot be sure with that. He didn't like Heijin being so confident about something that he couldn't appraise. Now, convincing with the talk was not going to work. Bring me the painting. I will show you the evidence. Gangsik had no reason to hesitate. He quickly called an employee and told him to bring the painting. It came in less than 5 minutes. Heijin pointed at the top end part of the painting, which was some empty space. See here? If you see this and still cannot know this is part of Lee Inman's Quiet Mountains in the Sun. Gangsik studied the part with a magnifying glass. Then, he abruptly stood up and looked at Heijin with trembling eyes. Gabion, strolling on a stream bank. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 27. Chapter 27, Artifact of the Treasure Ship, 1. Heijin tried to answer Gangsik's question, but Japil pushed him away to approach the painting. Then, he stared at the top part and soon moaned. Bayan, it is the letter Bayan and the higher part is gone, it was unrecognizable before. Because it was covered by the tree. Yes. This painting should have an empty space on top with a verse of Yuhanji's poem, like the other paintings of the Quiet Mountains and the Sun series. However, someone who used to own this cut out the empty part, probably because he or she didn't know much about paintings or the painting was too long. So, there are no traces of it. However, if you look closely at the top, the letters are not all gone. 1/3 of them has been cut off. The remaining part has faded and is hard to recognize, and that part is also overlaid with the top of that lonely tall tree. You cannot tell whether it is a letter or part of the drawing if you don't take a closer look, but when you are certain that it's a letter, you can be sure what letter it is. Gangsik wiped the sweat on his forehead and took it from there. Actually, you might wonder how we can be sure with just one letter, but the scenery and the atmosphere of the painting is very alike with those of other Quiet Mountains and the Sun paintings. Like a piece of a puzzle. In that perspective, if the last letter is Bayan, I think it is part of this verse, drink bitter tea again and stroll on the stream bank. This painting so naturally reminded me of that verse. I couldn't recall Lee Inman while seeing this painting, but now that I compare it with the other Quiet Mountains and the Sun paintings, I grieve about not thinking of this before. This is probably the 6th of the missing 4 paintings. Yes. This is one of Lee Inman's 8 Quiet Mountains and the Sun paintings. After Gangsik finished talking, people started to applaud. Clap clap. Congratulations. You bought a good painting at a low price. With Duun Chai as a start, many people congratulated Yunhee, who was more than happy about buying a good painting at such a low price. However, she was even happier about getting excellent remarks for the painting in the upcoming exhibition. She smiled like an angel and thanked everyone. On the other hand, Yeren couldn't stand it. She snorted, turned around, and left the room. She is so narrow-minded. This is why you should be nice to others, right? Yunhee pointed at Yeren's back and said. The chief auctioneer smiled and replied, she might seem rude, but she is quite thoughtful. Huh, really? I've known her for a decade, but never knew her for that. Yunhee didn't argue and awkwardly agreed. Heijin added. You hold a grudge for longer than I thought. Haha, really? I'm sorry. Anyway, it's been a good auction. Oh, if you come to Seian Galleries exhibition starting at the end of this month, you will see the Lee Inman's painting you saw today again. So please come. Yunhee seized the moment and promoted her next exhibition to the remaining people. Next, she paid the auction for the painting and left with it, but there was someone unexpected waiting. Ha! You're still here? Yeren was standing at the entrance with her arms crossed. She looked serious. She ignored Yunhee and looked at Heijin. You, what's your name? I don't count a rude person as a person. I don't have any reason to tell you my name. Yeren was shocked at this. Her face turned slightly red, but she soon spoke again. I am sorry. I am Song Yeren. What is your name? Yunhee was dumbfounded. Her jaw dropped. She had never seen Yeren act like this. Park Heijin. Why were you waiting for me here? Heijin thought she might have another case for him, but her answer was beyond his expectation. You are the first person to humiliate me twice. I thought I needed to know who you are. Ah, that wasn't necessary. Actually, Heijin didn't want to get to know Hyoyen and Yeren. They were both equally rude and made him tired. He even wondered if the family members of rich group owners were educated by the same person these days. I must. I cannot sleep if I don't. Are you going to keep sticking to her? That her was obviously Yunhee. I was offered a case. She asked for my help, so I helped her. Aha! I see. Yaren's eyes sparkled. She smiled mischievously and looked at Yunhee. Then, she looked at Haejin. Again and smiled. Then see you again, without this boring girl. She left while Yunhee exploded with anger. Funny. Huh, she is the real boring one, and she calls me boring? Have you two been always like this? Yunhee thought about the past and wrinkled her nose. No, we used to be very close till high school, but the boy she liked suddenly told me he liked me. I swear, I didn't know. Really? Her eyes glared and argued that she didn't know, judging from that. Did you go out with him? Yunhee was angry now. She yelled, I said I didn't know. He was the most handsome boy in our school. Anyway, I had a huge fight with Yaren and broke up with him. After that, we drifted apart. No. We became each other's sworn enemy. So, there really was a story for the two families to be enemies. Haha, no. They are quite close. When we are with the adults of our families, she is nice to me as if we are still best friends. Funny, right? It is funny. Families like mine have complicated issues. Oh, but I want to ask you something. I looked at the catalog, but I couldn't figure it out. The letter was so small in the catalog that it was a dot. How could you recognize the remaining half of the letter that was overlaid with the tree and was at the end of the painting from such a distance? The greatest appraisers must be able to know the artist of a painting even without any marks. Haejin recalled Lee Inman in seconds when he saw the catalog. However, although he was sure that it was Lee Inman's, there was no proof to convince the others. When the auction started, he used the water he was drinking to use the magic for the magnifying glass and was able to find the part of the letter at the top of the painting. If he hadn't been sure that it was painting of the Quiet Mountains in the Sun series, he would not have been able to find it. There had to be a verse written on the top part, so he could find it. I have good eyesight. To others, it would look like a dot, but I can tell if it's an ink drop made by mistake or a smudged letter. As Lee Inman's style was a little unique even in his time, I became sure. Instantly. Yunhee found it hard to believe, but she couldn't say more. Haejin had seen it and was sure. She nodded. I see. Anyway, coming here with you today was worth it. I got a good painting at a low price and made Yaren buy the Jade Buddha at some billion. Honestly, I really wanted it, but after hearing what you said, I realized I was wrong. Yoon Do-seo's painting and Lee Inman's painting would be great together. Right. I am going to change the main title of this exhibition. Coming Home, how is that? Paintings of our ancestors that have been abroad came back after the ordeals. Especially the story of finding Yoon Do-seo's painting at a French flea market by chance is so great. Oh. Have you filmed or taken photos of the restoration process? Of course. Then, could you give me a few photos? The story would become more abundant if there is a description of the restoration process. She liked the paintings for the upcoming exhibition, so she kept talking with excitement. I wouldn't mind, but I think my uncle would raise the price. Or no discount. Please talk to your uncle. Yunhee was feeling good and tried using her charm, but Haejin was not going to interfere as the price was Byonguk's problem. Okay. Anyway, thank you for today. Haejin thought saying no would make the conversation linger. However, he said goodbye and went home. He wanted to sleep after using magic. When he woke up, it was midnight. Ugh. I am awake. As usual, waking up after a post-magic sleep filled his body with energy. He couldn't go back to sleep. So he turned on his computer and looked at his phone to order some fried chicken. There were 15 missed calls. He didn't recognize the number. He thought about letting it go, but he got curious and called that number. After a few dial tones, a man answered. Hello? Yes, I got a lot of calls from you. 15 in total. Oh, are you Mr. Park Hagen? Yes, but who is this? Hello. I am Yang Zhongjin, Section Chief of Yuziang Corporation Group's Secretary Office. I know I should have sent you messages when I couldn't contact you, but I kept calling because of a reason. I am very sorry for your inconvenience. Hagen couldn't tell because he couldn't see the man, but at least his voice sounded he was genuinely sorry. Oh, but why did you call me 15 times? Actually, our chairman wants your help urgently. I heard you are a professional antique appraiser. Is that right? Yes, it is. He must have kept calling because he thought Hagen would ignore the messages. Was he worried about Yaren being rude to him? I again apologize for calling you so many times. Who said I wouldn't take your call if you sent messages? Ah, ha ha ha. An awkward laugh. He must have heard of Yaren's story. Do you know my fee? It is a little high. I know. 1% of the appraised price, even if the object is fake. If he knew that, then Yaren wasn't the only one who had told about Hagen to him. What is the object? A porcelain of the Yuan period. He said Yuan period. It meant it was a Chinese porcelain. If it were a Goryeo porcelain, he wouldn't have said Yuan. Hagen suddenly remembered something after hearing that a porcelain of the Yuan period was going to be appraised in Korea. Is it from the coastal waters of Sinan? It was called a treasure ship. He recalled the 20,000 artifacts that were recovered from the bottom of the ocean. Yes. It is one of the porcelains that sunk near Sinan. Will you appraise it? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 28. Chapter 28, Artifact of the Treasure Ship, 2. The only case of a massive number of Chinese artifacts coming to Korea in a very legal and normal way was when the artifacts were fished out from the ship that had sunk in the sea near Sinan. Of course, Hagen was interested. Yes. I will do it. Then, could you come to the Hilton Hotel tomorrow at 10 a.m.? You can appraise it there. Okay. I will see you tomorrow. Hagen lazily spent the rest of the night and was eating breakfast at a nearby bistro when Byung-guk called. He said Hagen should come by if he wasn't busy, so Hagen went straight to Insadong after breakfast. Hey, Yunhee is buying the painting. Byung-guk was grinning widely, so it seemed he would sell it at 1.3 billion. She told me she would yesterday. She asked me to talk to you. Have you agreed on 1.3 billion? She said she can't and offered 1.1 billion. She also wanted the record of the restoration process. That was a surprise. Oh, she doesn't look like she's good at negotiating, but I guess she is. She seemed naive, but once we started talking about the price, she was so strong. Therefore, I agreed to back off a little. However, Sejong pouted and added, "You didn't back off." He insisted he should get 1.3 billion while I told him to take it at 1.1 billion. It's not a perfectly preserved painting, and I thought a billion at first. So, I felt sorry for Yunhee to buy it at 1.3 billion. So, I told Dad to take that offer, and he turned all sulky and complained so much. You call your dad sulky? I said sulky because you were sulky. Then, what should I say? You have earned enough, so I hope. You don't go after money anymore. I am quite skilled now. I will be successful here at Insadong as a restorer, so please relax now. Sujong didn't like Byonguk being so keen about money. Maybe she was worried that his greed might make him go back to prison. Okay. Then, I should give Dad 100 million and 200 million to Haejin, right? That leaves me 800 million. I will set a decent shop at Insadong with it. I will make the interior luxurious, so people that pass by will think, what is this place? Sujong was full of dreams while Haejin, feeling sorry for her, said, you don't know the price for a shop in Insadong. You know the 30 square meter accessory shop across the road? It's 500 million. No way. You're telling me I cannot open a shop with 800 million? You cannot put up a sign that says antique restoration in front of a 30 square meter shop. There won't be a place for the needed equipment. But how do you know so well the prices of the shops? I thought about opening a shop, just like you. Park Haejin Appraising Agency. That was real. He couldn't keep being called forever, so he asked for a real estate agency. Additionally, Insadong was a town where you couldn't settle in by earning like others. Oh. That's cool. So, I did some research. Merchants here don't shut down their shops or leave easily. There are many foreigner customers, so profit is always good. So, I thought about a first or second floor instead of the ground floor, but there were no empty shops there and setting a shop would cost a lot. Should I go elsewhere? Byonguk sat next to Sujong. If we get 1.3 billion. Oh, forget it. We have agreed on 1.1 billion, what about the areas near Insadong? I asked, and it is not as expensive as I thought, except for the Guanchildong area. Then, let's do this, I will open a restoration shop on the ground floor, and you can open an appraising agency on the first floor. Isn't that going to be great? Sujong was having happy thoughts again. Haejin stood up. Okay, let's think about it. I am going. I have to go to the Hilton Hotel. Byonguk smiled. You got a case? You have been an appraiser for a little while, and cases are flooding in. You will be rich soon. I should have stopped robbing and learned from your father instead. Not anyone can become a grave robber. Well, that's right, Hulu. Okay, go. I will finish the deal with Yunhee. Okay, then I'll go. Oh, will you come with me? Haejin nodded and was about to leave, but then he looked at Sujong. She had been bored, so her face brightened up. Okay. Haejin arrived at the Hilton Hotel and called the number that had called him yesterday. The man came to greet him in no time. He was in the middle of his 30s and was wearing a neat suit. Hello, I am Yang Jongjin. Oh, nice to meet you. I'm Park Haejin. This is a restoration expert, Oh Sujong. I came with her because I might need her to appraise. Is that a problem? Jongjin thought about it and smiled. Okay. Could you wait for a moment? Sure. Jongjin called someone. He soon hung up. It is okay. Please come here. They followed him to a suite room. There was a man over 60 years old sitting on a big sofa in the living room. There was an old water bottle on the table and, at the end of the room, you could see a man in his 40s. He was standing with his hands politely folded. They are here. Come here. The owner of the suite room called them. Hagen didn't recognize him but, judging from the situation, he had to be the chairman of Uzion. I am Park Hagen. You want me to appraise an artifact? Hagen spoke as soon as he and Sojong sat down on the sofa. The man's eyes sparkled. Yes. Do you know who I am? It meant, do you know who you are speaking to? They are all so authoritative. Being in a high position apparently changed people. Are you the chairman of Uzion Group? Yes, I am Song Hakiel. I see. I heard you know my fee? Instead of answering, Hakiel stared at him. Hagen didn't avoid the gaze and looked back. Hakiel smiled. You are bold, just as I was told. I heard you took some money from Vice Chairman Lim Sungjun. Hagen had thought Hakiel had heard about him from someone other than Yaren, and he was right. It was clearly Lim Sungjun. I didn't take, I got the money I deserved. I guess you don't enjoy paying appraisers? Fences and grave robbers are all the same. Hakiel knew Hagen would feel offended but still said that. Hagen thought there had to be a reason. Nevertheless, you called me. Is there a reason? If Vice Chairman Lim acknowledged you, there has to be a reason. You are also the first fellow to humiliate my granddaughter twice. I was a little surprised. She might seem like a tempest who is rude and doesn't know manners, but I've never seen her get humiliated by someone like that. I know you love your granddaughter, but as she does not have any professional knowledge about antiques, I think it can happen. Hagen thought Hakiel was overestimating him because of his overflowing love for his granddaughter, but he answered without changing his expression. There is only one reason I rose to my position. I am never wrong about people. Even my own children. Anyway, in that perspective, I thought you are worthy enough to be here. Then you will accept my fee. Yes, but not just like that. What on earth was that now? Not just like that, what do you mean? If you fail to appraise this properly, you must accept my terms. Then, I don't have any reason to appraise this. It's not like it will pay me much. Hagen pointed at the water bottle with his chin and crossed his arms. Hakiel frowned for the first time. You are rude. It is so strange. People in high positions always think I am their employee. Do I look like an employee of Uzion? If you need my help, offer a deal, not an order. What can you give me? Hakiel glared at Hagen with a stern face. Then, he spoke. I will give you 10%. But, if you fail, you must accept my terms. Now Hagen wondered what Hakiel was up to. He was clearly thinking Hagen would fail and was luring him into accepting his terms. Sojong didn't like it either. She poked Hagen's arm. It meant they should leave, but Hagen's rebellious spirit came up. Give me 30%. Then, I will follow your terms if I fail. Both Hakiel and the man standing with polite hands were surprised. 30% meant if the porcelain was 10 billion, Hagen would take 3 billion in that spot. That is too much. Certainly, too much. Hakiel shook his head with a determined expression as if that was impossible, but Hagen was stubborn as well. Then, there will be no deal. I have no reason to accept this term anyway. Just because Hakiel was sitting at a high seat, it didn't mean he was the winner of every deal. He could lose a little according to the situation, and he didn't seem to like it. However, he made up his mind. He looked at the polite man and spoke. What about you? Will you accept it? Apparently, Hakiel had made a deal with him before Hagen arrived. Yes. I accept. Hakiel then turned back to Hagen. Good. I will give you 30% of the appraised price if you appraise this. But, if you fail, my term is this. You must become my personal appraiser. Hagen had wondered what that term is. He was dumbfounded and blinked his eyes. Hakiel added. I will treat you well. Your salary will be as high as Yuzion's board members. So, you are not losing. At all. Well, we'll see about that. But how are you going to prove that I am wrong? You cannot be thinking of taking this to Oxford. The United Kingdom was the country that did the most reliable appraising of porcelains, but the problem was it couldn't be brought there. According to the laws about management of artifacts, sending artifact abroad to determine its authenticity is illegal. Even if they took it, bringing it back to Korea would be hard. Avoiding the law. Enforcement would be hard, even for Yuzion. I have a way. Then, you accept the deal? Hagen had no reason to refuse. He had an appraising skill that could never fail. I do. I am thirsty, so please let me get some water. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 29. Chapter 29, Artifact of the Treasure Ship, 3. Using magic wasn't a problem, but Hagen's mana was not enough to see the whole history behind the porcelain. To check if it was real, he only had to see the time when it was made, but his thoughts were, what did they do for them to offer a bet like that? Before I start, who is this? Instead of replying, Hakiel looked at the man sitting on the opposite side. It meant he should answer himself. The man, who was over 40, turned to Hagen. Nice to meet you. I am Joe Gangman. I am an art dealer. He had a slight Chungcheongdo accent. Hagen thought he should have come with Byonguk, who was an expert when it came to art dealers. Are you trying to sell this water bottle? Yes, and you are supposed to appraise it. I don't understand. There is no way to prove if I am wrong. Are you going to scratch it and send a piece to Oxford? As porcelains don't contain carbon, radiometric dating could not be used. The only way to scientifically appraise it was to send it to England. However, bringing it to Oxford authentication to have it appraised would be legally impossible. The only legal way was to cut out a small piece and send it to England. This is how Oxford appraises porcelain. First, they carefully take a piece of the porcelain that roughly weighs 100 milligrams. Of course, the process of taking the sample should be recorded with photos and a video. When heated in a high temperature, the sample would emit a faint blue light. This light is called thermoluminescence, or TL for short. That light is measured by a very sensitive device called photomultiplier tube, and it can tell how much time has passed since the porcelain was baked in the kiln by measuring the brightness of the light. As that kind of technology and devices were not in Korea, porcelains had to be appraised through the deductions of the appraisers, so there could be mistakes. Yes. I must know whether it's real, even if I have to damage it. Hakiel answered instead of Gangmin. Taking a sample of porcelain is not easy. One must cut out a piece that is 3 mm wide and 4 mm long. From a piece without the glaze, like the bottom, with a special tool made of diamond under cold water. This sample is cut into a thin plate that is 0.2 mm thick with a machine called diamond wheel. As the process might damage the valuable porcelain, the owner would want to avoid that, unless he is very desperate. Is there a reason you have to do that? Hakiel looked out the window, thinking about his past. It was the summer of 1976. I was young. I was working in a building at a fertilizer factory in Gwangju, Gyeonggi-do. At the time, they were taking out the treasures from the ocean. However, as civilians, we had no right to do that. We wanted to, but we didn't dare to try. The president, at that time, was strong. Well, that was the time when even rich chairmen would be doomed if they didn't fear the politicians. And one day, a middleman like this came to me. Haekyeol pointed at Gangmin. His tone made it clear he despised antique merchants. Did he bring the artifacts recovered from Sinan? Yes. He said he had siphoned 3 of them in secret. He told me when the fishermen first fished out the 6 porcelains, there were actually 9, not 6. He had the 3 and wanted me to buy them. The story of the treasure ship at the bottom of the coastal ocean of Sinan started when a fisherman fished out 6 blue flower white porcelains with his net by chance. What was the price? 10 million. At that time, an apartment was worth 2 million. And he wanted 10 million for those 3 artifacts, so I thought it was ridiculous. So, you didn't buy it? I was going to, but my wife, who was interested in porcelains, didn't like it. So, she couldn't let those porcelains go, and, even if she had to, she wanted to find out whether they were real. So, she went to Jeonrado herself to find that fisherman who first recovered the porcelains, but, on the way, there was a car accident. That accident killed my wife. I was just starting to earn enough to support my family, and then she left me. I still think about it. I can't understand why she made all that fuss as if buying a fake would be fatal. But the thought of it being fake, I cannot bear it. Only now Haejin could understand why Haekyeol was obsessed with the authenticity of the porcelain. That is sad. At that time, I thought I didn't need those porcelains. However, strangely after that, I could not let go of antiques. So, I bought every good artifact I could find. That is why I gave a personal appraiser to Yeren. However, by a twist of fate, this is one of the 3 porcelains. That middle merchant disappeared with them soon after the accident, so I thought I would never see them again in this life, and here it is, right back in front of my eyes. So, it is driving me crazy. Haejin had thought Haekyeol was doing all that for fun, but it turned out he had to know if the porcelain was real no matter what. Haejin looked at the art dealer Jo Gangmin, the person directly involved in this important case. He just stood there with his hands folded as if it had nothing to do with him. Judging from that confidence, there was no way the porcelain was a fake, but you should never believe an antique dealer, even if he says that crows are black. Where did you buy this? I bought it from Mr. Gang Sangchun at Haemun, Byeongnam. He is a local rich man who owns a few buildings, and I happen to get to know him. If you find it hard to believe, you can contact him. I will give you his name card. He hasn't left his hometown for decades, so meeting him will be easy, even if you don't call in advance. Haejin looked at Haekyeol. He nodded, as he had already checked that. What will happen to him if this is a fake? Haekyeol looked at Gangmin and spoke coldly. He will have to take the responsibility. Gangmin's eyebrows slightly shook. Only Haekyeol would know what that responsibility meant. Let me ask you for the last time. You can send it to England without me appraising it first. Why are you making things complicated? You are so talkative. I am old now and talking makes me tired. However, as it is the last question, I will give you the answer. I like talented people. If you fail, I will be recruiting someone better than Ojapil, and, if you succeed, I will know who I should run to when I have something troublesome in the future. So, that is also good. Well, although I didn't know you would ask for such a high fee. So, it is for your granddaughter, after all. Hakiel couldn't let Yunhee have someone better than Ojapal at her side. I have a few days to live now. Although this is a little inconvenient, I can at least do this for her. Do you want to take a look first? Sujeon, who had been listening quietly, flinched. However, she soon cleared her throat and answered. You want me to see if there is any trace of restoration? Okay. She carefully lifted up the porcelain and examined it from the bottom to the top. She spent 10 minutes studying each part and pattern. Then, she put it down and shook her head. No trace of restoration. Restoring a porcelain meant putting together broken pieces. You might think it makes no sense, but porcelain restoration using special glue is so delicate that ordinary people cannot do it. Okay, then I will see. Haejin pretended to drink water and used magic. Next, he started to examine the porcelain. The feeling of the mana leaving his chest hurt him, but it was quite bearable now. The porcelain had a long mouth and an ample bottom, which was the typical shape of a flower base. It had a unique dark brown color. Its main pattern was the flower and the elegant spiral pattern. These are the characteristics of the porcelains made in a Giljuyo kiln in China, especially the splendid dark brown pattern that was different from the porcelains in other kilns like Gyeongduk-jineo and Yongkyeoneo. It was popular in the Song period and disappeared after that. What did Mr. Ojapal say about this porcelain? Hakiel raised his eyebrows. He couldn't guess Haejin's intention. Are you trying to imitate his remark? It might look that way. So, you won't tell me? Hakiel was confused at Haejin's cool attitude, but he quickly ignored it and asked, Are you finished? Yes, I am. Even someone with an iron heart would be nervous at this moment. Haejin could see it on Gangmin's face. Is it real? Or is it fake? Hakiel was also nervous. This was the reason for his ill-fated relationship with antiques, and it was. What destroyed that relationship? You know I will take the fee according to the price of the real artifact even if it's fake, right? I know. So, tell me your results now. It is fake. There are no artifacts from Sinan in the hands of a civilian. That's a shame. I really wanted to see one. Haejin did want to touch a real porcelain of the Song, Yuan and Ming period. He had handled the artifacts his father excavated, but, as they were fresh out of the tombs, they were not processed properly and couldn't be clean like this. What? Can you be responsible for that? The moment Haejin finished speaking, Gangmin lost his cool and raised his voice. I think you can be responsible to Chairman Song here, but... Oh, that's enough. It is a fake? If you determined it is a fake, there must be a reason. Song looked calm as if he kept his cool, but Haejin didn't miss his hand slightly shaking. Maybe he didn't expect that. It is a very delicate fake. The unique pattern of Giljuyo, the glaze that was applied 3 times, and even the shape of the heel that tells the authenticity of the porcelains most accurately, it has all the characteristics of a Song period porcelain. But still you are sure that it's a fake. Why? Just cut out a piece and send it to England. Then, you will know that it was made recently. It was a perfect fake. Haejin couldn't persuade them with its looks. If he hadn't used magic, even he would have been fooled. No. That's not it. Give me a reason. A reason that I can accept. Or you may have guessed it with a 50/50 chance. A reason you can accept? You will regret it. Hakiel looked shocked for a moment. I will? No, I won't. So, tell me, why is this fake? Are you sure you will not regret it? Hakiel now looked angry. Who do you think I am? Then I have your word. Before Hakiel finished talking, Hagen grabbed the porcelain by its mouth and lifted it. Both Hakiel and Gangman opened their mouths and exclaimed, "You! Hey!" Hagen ignored that and smashed the porcelain on the table with all his might. Clang! If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 30. Chapter 30, Artifact of the Treasure Ship, 4. The pieces of the porcelain flew in every direction. Hakiel and Gangman looked at Hagen with rage and shock. Oh no. Sujong didn't know what to do, she just stood there awkwardly. Hagen showed Hakiel the mouth of the porcelain. Look here. KHMM. Hakiel was heated up as if he was going to start yelling at any moment, but he studied the porcelain piece Hagen showed him. He was mad, but he also wanted to know why Hagen had done that first. Can you see it? There has to be a letter written there. A letter, huh? What is this? Is it Jiang? Let me see, too. Hagen turned the porcelain piece and looked at the inner side. Just as he thought, the past he had seen through the magic was right. There was a letter, Zhang, written on the inner side of the mouth of the bottle. It is there. Can you now see why it is fake? What do you mean? It's a fake because there is a letter written inside? If it was just a letter, it wouldn't be a problem. However, this letter is simplified Chinese. Hakiel saw it now. He turned to Gangman like a flash. Simplified Chinese, why is simplified Chinese engraved here? Simplified Chinese was made by the Communist Party of China. It wouldn't be on a porcelain of the Song period. Aye. Gangman was also shocked. He hurried to get the mouth part of the broken porcelain and looked at the inner side. Then, he staggered back. He had found the letter. You saw it, right? I didn't know. I am so sorry. But I didn't know, I swear. I was fooled, too. Gangman knelt down on that spot. Hakiel didn't say anything, he just stared at Gangman for a long time. Then, he picked up a piece of the porcelain and opened his mouth. It was a fake. I never got to see my wife's hair turn white and her face get wrinkles. And it was a fake. His voice was full of grief. You should send it to England, just in case. The results would come out in a month. No. It's not like the letter was written by a pen. It was engraved on the inside, so it was etched when the porcelain was made. But how did you know that? Even Japil couldn't tell me it was a fake. It was a delicate forgery that would have fooled Hagen if he didn't have magic, so he could understand why Japil was fooled. Yes. It is a truly delicate forgery. I almost believed that it was real. Making fake porcelain is nothing like imitating a painting. The locations of the kilns like Jiangdukjinio, Yangkionio, and Giljuyo were important because each kiln had a different cultural uniqueness, but more importantly, the soil was different. The soil of each region has different elements like iron, manganese, phosphorus, and magnesium, so the porcelains made in each kiln were different, even if they were baked at the same temperature. Some soil melt at 1000 degrees Celsius, some melt at 1200 degrees Celsius, some had iron, some have a good color. The shape and the color depended on how these soils were mixed. Recreating a porcelain of Giljuyo so perfectly that even experts got confused meant the forger had Used the exact mixture of soil and glaze that was used at Giljuyo all those years ago. The forger also had to know the exact shape of the heel of a Song porcelain and the exact temperature to bake that porcelain. In conclusion, forging porcelains of great quality required an enormous amount of time and effort that no individual would dare to try. And I saw the trace of the maker of Giljuyo forgeries with the shape of the heel. He was lying. He had been sure it was a fake because he saw a man making that forgery through magic, and he saw him engraving his last name. From that, he got the only way to convince Hakiel that it was a fake. You might wonder why would anyone leave a trace when making a fake, but making fakes is something that only extremely skilled craftsmen could do. It was craftsmen's desire to leave one's trace, even though on a fake. However, Hagen suddenly wondered, how many fake porcelains did the man he saw through magic made? Probably more than one, and all those would be in museums and galleries as rails now. Hagen had a feeling that he was not done with that Zhang in his porcelains. I guess his last name is Zhang? I don't know his first name, either. Only his last name. Breaking the porcelain revealed his mark. What would you have done if it wasn't there? Look at the pieces. If the porcelain was really made in the Song period and used as a water bottle, it should have dark watermarks. Hakiel took another look at the piece in his hand. His eyes widened. I see. There is no mark, as if it was made as an ornament. It also has no trace of time, unlike the outer side. Well, in case you didn't accept it, there was one last way. You said you were going to send it to England, anyway. The results will come out in a month, so I was going to wait. Ha, you are bold. Good. I shall finish with you first and take care of the rest. Hagen didn't bother to ask what that rest was. He didn't want to get involved in a troublesome event. And he thought Hakiel would not kill a man like in the movies. He would probably send gangmen to jail for fraud. I will judge it as a bottle made at Giljuyo of the Song period. As you know, there are few artifacts of Giljuyo left now. As it is not a common teacup but a flower pattern bottle with a unique pattern, its value is special. So, how much is it? If it were real, I think it would be worth $1 billion. $1 billion, not as expensive as I thought. Although there are only a few of them, ceramics of Giljuyo are not that preferred. Most people like celadones and white porcelains. I see. Okay. Then go. My employee will give you the money. Thank you. It has been a pleasant experience. Me too. It is a little expensive, but I am satisfied to know a talented man like you. Anne? Yes? Hakiel straightened his index, hesitated, and added. When you see my granddaughter later, be nice to her. Think of it as included in today's fee. Ah, I will. Hakiel didn't mean as a man and woman relationship. He meant not to humiliate Yaren too much. When Hagen met her with Yunhee, they left the hotel. Yang Zhongjin, who had been waiting, came after them. The chairman told me. Please come with me, the car is waiting. To where? Ha, you should get your money. We just heard how much it is, so we need time to prepare. I will take you somewhere quiet. Please wait there a little and I will get you the cash. Oh, okay. Let's go. They followed Yang to a small building. Yang then told them to wait at the parking lot. Soon after, he brought a small suitcase and gave it to Hagen. For last, please forget what happened today. Please tell him it has been my pleasure. I will. They left the parking lot. Sujong, who was sitting in the passenger seat, yelled, Wow. 300 million. Look here, there are so many 50,000 notes. If I had known this, I should have worked as an appraiser instead of working as a construction worker. To convince my father, I would have earned a lot and told him that he didn't have to rob graves. I was too stupid. How could anyone think that antique appraiser could earn so much? Appraisers usually don't earn this much, even in Europe. You are special. To think about it, if Hagen had become an appraiser then, he wouldn't have earned like now. He didn't have his magic back then. You are right. Hagen drove with a smile on his face. Sujong then asked seriously, "What are you going to do with all this money?" "My dream is to become the best artifact restorer in Korea, but judging from the fee, you are already the best appraiser in Korea." At first, Hagen just thought about earning a lot, although he used to see countless artifacts abroad. When he came back, he had to live in a small home and had to often move around lest someone find him or his father. He once won a beautiful lady in Hongdae while driving a construction truck, but he still envied others who drove sports cars, and he sometimes couldn't date a girl because of his not-so-bright future. However, since he started to earn a lot in just a few days, he couldn't stop thinking about what he should do with that money. Become the best appraiser in the world, get wealth and honor, then what should he do? I am going to do something wonderful. Something wonderful? I want to build an art museum named after myself. A big art museum. Oh, well, you grew up watching artifacts, so you must think differently. Do you want to be like John Hyongpil? John Hyongpil sold everything he had to collect artifacts and keep them so that they wouldn't be taken to Japan during the Japanese colonial era. Most of the artifacts he collected were national treasures, including paintings of Kim Hongdu, Kim Jong-ui, Shin Yun-bok, and Kim Jong-ui. Similar, but a little different. I want to be like Anna Maria Luisa. Sujong was surprised. She widened her eyes and raised her voice. Wow! You are going to make Uffizi? Wow, well, a man should have that kind of dream. You will have to earn a lot, Hagen. Anna Maria Luisa was the heiress of Medici family who made the Uffizi Gallery, the best gallery in the world during the Renaissance period. Strictly speaking, Hagen wasn't going to be like her since she was just born rich. Hagen, however, had great abilities. Yes. I am going to earn a lot. I am also going to build an art museum and name it after me, just like Anna Maria Luisa built the Uffizi, the best art museum in Korea. I am, however, not going to donate like Anna Maria. She could do that because she was the heiress of a great family, but I started empty-handed. Everything I buy is mine. Then, the 300 million you just earned is not that big. If you earn like this, building a museum would be hard, even if you try hard till you die. That might really happen. So, Hagen couldn't build an art museum by earning money. Unless he excavated himself. Yeah. Zing. When Hagen was about to reply, he got a call. He put in the earphones and answered. He heard Yoonhee's bright voice. Mr. Hagen. Are you busy now? No, I finished a case and going back now. Oh, then could you stop by at my gallery? I bought the painting from your uncle, and I think that was an excellent choice. The exhibition will be great. I also have something to show you before the exhibition starts tomorrow, so. Okay. I am free now, so I'll be there. It wasn't about money. It was a natural instinct, the desire of watching a good exhibition. They stopped at a bank to deposit the money and went to the galley. People were going around in a hurry for the exhibition. You're here. Yoonhee greeted Haejin in a white blouse and a silk long skirt with colorful patterns. I can feel the exhibition tomorrow. This is exactly how the mood was before the inspection when I was in army. Ha ha ha. Right? This way, please. Haejin was about to follow her to her office when he saw two employees carefully moving a painting. However, that painting caught Haejin's eyes. How much is that? Ha! If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 31. Chapter 31, Fishing, 1. That. The one employees are carrying now. Yoonhee looked in the direction Haejin was pointing at. She then brightly smiled. That painting is one of the reasons I asked to see you here. You pointed it out the moment you saw it. Ha ha. Haejin only asked the price, but Yoonhee kept talking, delighted. She encouraged the employees and had them hang the painting on the wall and started to promote it? It came here yesterday, actually. I once told you manager Lee Jongmyeong is from Myri Group. Right? They got this painting and sold it at a low price to me. Oh. Haejin went closer and checked the identity of the painting. He was very disappointed but kept listening. The lines are neat and delicate, and the beauty of the empty space coexists with the theme. How is that? It was a painting of a butterfly near a chrysanthemum, and the scene was very still. The wings of the butterfly didn't move like those of an airplane, and there were bugs crawling next to the white chrysanthemum. Haejin would stop calling himself an appraiser if he couldn't recall an artist when seeing his works. However, under the painting, there was an unknown artist sign. Good, but from where did they get it? Yoonhee covered her mouth with her hand and whispered as if she was worried about someone else. Listening. They bought it from China. It was sent to Japan during the colonial era and was sold to China again. Myri Corporate Group got it as a gift while doing business there, but he didn't tell me exactly from who. Who do you think the artist is? Her eyes sparkled as she asked. She was waiting to hear the name of the artist she had in mind. It looks like Sinsendang. Oh, doesn't it? My appraisers have appraised it, too, and they were saying it might be Sinsendang's. Although we are not sure yet, doesn't the painting look too much like Sinsendang's grass and insects? Her unique quiet and comfortable atmosphere, and the soft colors. I see. So, what is the price? Can't you wait for a while? The exact result of the appraising hasn't come out yet. Yoonhee was expecting the painting would turn out to be Sinsendang's. But I have my result. What? You finished appraising this? Yes. Actually, it's a fake. Haejin spoke quietly so the employees would not be able to hear. Yoonhee was shocked, her eyes widened, and she took a step back. Really? Yes, I don't make jokes about this kind of things. Why don't we go in and talk? There are many listeners here. Oh, okay. Let's go in and talk. Oh, but should I put it away? No. Keep it there for now and let's go in. Okay. They brought Yoonhee to her office. She made an employee bring them tea while she gulped down cold water. Soo-jong felt sorry for her and couldn't look her in the eyes. She kept looking around and saying, "Oh, the interior is good. Which part shows the painting is fake?" The cold water slightly brought back Yoonhee's to her senses. She bit her lips and carefully asked. Firstly, the lines might look delicate, but if you look closer, they are over-delicate. They are messy. Even the unnecessary parts were touched, so Sinsamdang's graceful mood isn't there. Secondly, there is shade at the bottom part of the chrysanthemum flowers, and that doesn't exist in the grass and insects. But it's another painting. The part with the shade is so small that we cannot be sure if it is really a shade. Yoon-hee protested. Haejin smiled and shook his head. Sinsamdang's other paintings don't have that faint shade. Yes, it is another painting, but what I am trying to say is that the artists have different eyes of seeing the objects. Similar structure, similar objects, but different eyes. It means someone else painted it. Most would think fake paintings are imitations that are exactly the same as the real paintings, but sometimes forgers argue that the real artist painted something he or she didn't. For instance, Han van Meegeren imitated Johannes Vermeer's The Girl with Pearl Earring and drew The Smiling Girl. The two paintings are completely different, but, at the time, experts considered Vermeer's choice of theme, his ability to handle the light and shade, his style that was affected by Caravaggio, Italian artist of the 16-17th century, and were sure Meegeren's painting was Vermeer's, but in time, it turned out it wasn't. This happens even if the real artist is still alive. Cheonjeonja's Beautiful Woman is so famous, and Bayan Siji's landscape of Jeju was also sold over 10 million at S-auction, but the artist declared that it was a fake. After that, the Korean appraising lab thought Bayan's pony and boy was real and even issued a certificate. Afterward, a collector had it appraised again by the artist and he said, "This is fake," and I took a photo of it and uploaded it on my homepage to stop it from being sold illegally. Finding out the authenticity of a painting the artist didn't draw is not at all easy, and a little mistake can make an expert be fooled by a forgery. Ha! Yoon-hee put her hand on her forehead and plopped down on her seat. Haejin could understand her desperation, as she must be thinking a fake was causing her problems again. But then, Sejong, who had been watching, asked, "If that manager Lee Jongmyeon brought that painting, shouldn't you request compensation for the damages? It's not like he gave it to you, he sold it." It seems Sejong had momentarily forgotten who Lee Jongmyeon was. "Don't you remember the man who came to buy that painting the other day with Ms. Yoon-hee? Her fiancé." Haejin scolded Sejong. She quietly hit his side. She knew that but said it on purpose. "Ooh. I am sorry. I thought it was a stranger, of course." "No, it can happen." Yoon-hee's face turned even darker. Sejong spoke again. "You said Myri appraised that painting?" "Them and my appraisers as well. Actually, one of our appraisers couldn't be sure while another said it was Sinsamdang's, so." "I see, then you must call your fiancé and tell him that it's a fake. You should at least get your money back." That's. Judging from Yoon-hee's expression, it would not be that easy. Of course, if that painting was a fake, Lee Jongmyeon would be known as a fool who gifted a fake to his fiancée, while, if it was real, Yoon-hee would be considered an idiot. Haejin thought about it and spoke. "You said, you bought a fake and got into trouble before, right?" "Yes, I did." "That's strange. Although there are many fake artifacts, how can you be persuaded to buy 3 fakes in such a short time?" It was weird indeed. At the first time, Haejin thought it could happen, and then came Mawon's painting in Sinsamdang's. How can fakes come to one gallery in just a few months? As if someone was hoping Seong Gallery to go bankrupt. No, galleries cannot go bankrupt, so did he or she wanted Yoon-hee to step down from her position? I am so confused, too. As you must know, forgeries of high quality that can fool experts come out Only every few years. Not every year, as the whole Incidong goes wild whenever something like that appears once in a few years. Our experts, however, have been completely fooled in just a few months. That is what I am talking about. I have never heard of anything like this, especially that painting we just saw. It is even stranger. What? What is strange? I think forgery of that quality can be recognized by the other appraisers. The porcelain he had smashed in front of Hakiel was worth using magic, but Hagen didn't feel the need to use magic with this painting. It meant the best appraisers of the country would have been able to find out that there was a problem. But as Seiun Gallery was one of the top private galleries of Korea, its appraisers could not be so incapable. It would be right to agree the painting is disputable, even though they couldn't be sure that it is not. Sinsamdang's. Maybe. Yunhee shook her head as if it was impossible, but she was probably feeling that maybe it could be. Right. I won't conclude they tried to fool you, but I think there is a problem. You know what I mean? Yunhee nodded. Yes, I understand. Ha! I can't trust my fiancé now. Sujong smiled, she just heard what she had wanted to hear. I could feel it the moment I saw him. He is somewhat dark. Handsome, but dark. Why did you say that? Hagen scolded her again, but Sujong stood up and kept talking. What? I am right. I might not be an antique appraiser like you, but I can tell when I see a person. Personality, manner, wealth, etc., I know when I see it. Sujong made a rectangle with her fingers and shook it. She was trying to comfort Yunhee. I should have met you and asked you. Ha ha ha. I know how to discern good guys and bad guys. It's just you are too nice. They chatted and lightened the mood. Hagen chimed in. Well, you can talk about men later. How much did you spend on it? That painting? 100 million. Yunhee's voice faded. She had bought a forgery at 100 million and rejoiced about buying it at a low price. 100 million, how much will you charge for it? Hagen had thought he would buy good paintings at a low price and sell them at a high price. However, after finding out that the painting was a fake, a plan to make huge money with it flashed through his head. What? You will buy it? A fake? Yunhee wasn't the only one surprised. Sujong was also shocked and came to Hagen. What? What are you going to do with a fake? I have a reason. Just wait. How much is it? Oh, it's... Yunhee must have been tormented. As other appraisers couldn't agree on a result yet, she could think that Hagen might be mistaken this time. She also had to think about how much she should charge him. If Hagen was right, the fact that she had bought a fake wouldn't be a problem as long as she sold it soon. It might be a problem if Hagen was fooled and bought a fake, but as he was trying to buy it, while knowing that it was a fake, everything was fine. I can't imagine why are you trying to buy this painting. I will think about it. All you have to do is to make the decision. Will you sell it or not? Yunhee thought about it for a while and soon nodded. Okay, I will sell it. Then the price. 100 million. I will buy it at the price you have bought it. What? Really? Yunhee's face brightened. Hagen added. There is, however, one condition. If you do that, I will buy the painting at 100 million. It's nothing complicated. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 32. Chapter 32, Fishing, 2. What kind of condition? We never had this conversation. You and I never talked about the painting being fake. This was shocking. Yunhee couldn't talk for a while, she just bit her lips. Then, she calmly asked, "Do you know that it can be a problem?" "No, it won't be. You sold me this painting at 100 million without it being a fake, and I am not planning to promote it to sell it." Ha! I really can't understand what you say sometimes. I don't know why you want to buy this at a 100 million when you are not going to sell it, and how can I pretend to be ignorant when I already know that it's a fake and dot. Aren't you going to keep that painting in the exhibition, anyway? Yunhee blankly stared at Haejin's face. Now, she understood what Haejin meant by not promoting it. You mean you won't have to promote it? It will be promoted as a sold painting to the viewers until the exhibition is over. Do you think someone will want that painting just for that reason? And that person would buy it at 100 million? There will be. There must be someone who would want that painting for 2 reasons. 2 reasons? First, it is thought to be a painting of Sinsamdang, the person in the 50-101 bill. It is also not well known yet. Of course, whether it is really Sinsamdang's would be an issue, but if it's so controversial, it would mean the painting is very persuasive. Do you admit it? You are right. I myself thought it was Sinsamdang's. The second reason is important. It is you. Yunhee frowned. Me? Yes. You are going to introduce that the person who bought that painting is the appraiser who has been approved by Vice Chairman Lim Sungjun of Huajin and Chairman Song Haekiel of Yuzeong. Ha ha. Yunhee laughed, but she couldn't say no. She bought the painting, would sell it legally and tell everyone who bought it. Don't worry. Shouldn't the people who sold the painting to you take their responsibility? That is right. Yunhee clenched her fists and nodded. Haejin smiled. Wouldn't it be a good chance for you to see their reaction? Whether they knew it was fake or not. When they sold it to you, If they had known, they would clearly try to pull another scheme before the exhibition ends. Then, wouldn't they stop me from selling the painting? If words get out that it's a fake before the exhibition ends, I would finish everything before that. As long as you help me, and if I get to sell this painting, you can take it out from the exhibition right away. It's not real anyway, so you can do that, Haejin said. Then I should just be an ignorant, good child. Yes. Just say you bought it cheap and sold it at a good price. If anyone asks how much you sold it at, just smile. Yunhee shook her head. I am going to act. I didn't see that coming. Your beauty is enough to be an actress. Then, I will buy the painting. When and how should I pay? It's okay. We will keep it until the exhibition ends, you can pay me afterward. If you get to sell it in the meantime, you can give me the money then. Okay. You are cool. Ha ha. Haejin laughed, but Yunhee couldn't. She followed Haejin to the entrance and said goodbye. She looked bitter. Curator Jong Mina sensed that and carefully asked, "Miss, would you like to check the moving line?" Ha? Oh, okay. Let's also change the location. Yunhee pointed at the painting that was thought to be Sinsamdang's. Mina asked, "You told me before to put it at the end of the moving line." No, I was wrong. We should put it in the middle of the moving line. On the opposite side of those genre paintings so that it would be viewed after them. It should still draw attention, so make the lights brighter, okay? I understand. Oh, and that painting has been sold. Don't write the price. Just write that it has been sold. Oh, really? Then, those guests are. Yes. We agreed on words, they won't change their promise. Note that the deal has been struck. If anyone tries to find out at how much it was sold for, tell that person you don't know. Just tell them that. Only I know that. Okay? Yes. Wow, the exhibition hasn't even started yet, and one has already been sold. This is going well. Well, we shall see how it goes. And the VIPs? 10 a.m. tomorrow. I finished checking each of them. Everyone was interested, probably the theme of this exhibition is good. Mr. Lee Jongmyeon is also coming at 10 o'clock. Don't mind about him. Are the board members coming? I haven't been contacted about it. And, it is not sure, but the vice chairman might come tomorrow. At that moment, Yoonhee's eyebrows went up. What? Who told you that? Mr. Choi of the secretary office. He said that the vice chairman has had the schedule for tomorrow morning cancelled. He won't tell more, but he told only me, so then he might come here tomorrow. I get it. Sending meat and fruits to Mr. Choi's home was worth it. Make sure everyone is ready and keep texting Mr. Choi tomorrow. Ask him to call or text me if the vice chairman heads to Bukshin. He probably won't answer, but it is worth trying. Okay. Yoonhee went back to her office alone. She picked up the phone right away. Hello. It's me, Yoonhee. It's been a long time, right? I am sorry. I have been so busy with the exhibition. I was hoping to meet you with the experts who appraised the painting I just got. How about this Friday? There is a good restaurant in Samcheondong. Let's meet there. Okay, I will see you. Then Yoonhee hung up. She sighed and sat down. What would he get by pushing me away that he is doing this? She grabbed her forehead. Then, someone knocked on the door. Come in. Her voice was sharp. A female employee carefully came in. Researcher Lee Dongjin at Samcheek has come to report about the second excavation research. Oh, yes. Let him in. Haejin and Sejong went back to Insadong where Byung-guk was smiling widely. She is certainly cool. She sent 1.1 billion at once, while Lim Sung-joon didn't even send half. Sung-jin's men said the money was too big and they would send it in time. It made Byung-guk angry. But what could he do? This happened all the time, so he had to accept it. Dad, forget it. Haejin has just earned 300 million as his appraising fee. What, you said you were going to appraise and got 300 million in return? Wow, you are really crazy. You have earned much more than me. Why do you say that? Hey, I risked my life and went into tombs to take out the artifacts. Do you think selling them was easy? Gangsters, politicians. I lost at least 3 kilograms each time I sold a thing. You go, talk and come back. With 300 million, oh. Byung-guk grabbed his forehead and lay down on the huge table that was for restoring artifacts. Then you should start studying antiques. Forget it. I am too old for that. I should focus on not forgetting the things that are in my head. But you just got some money with Yoon Do-seo's painting. I did. I was rejoicing about earning 100 million, but suddenly I feel sad. Sejong sat next to Byung-guk and spoke. 300 million is nothing. There is something more remarkable. That is. Sejong was very excited. She told the story without taking a break. Byung-guk sometimes exclaimed, sometimes felt sorry, and, in the last part about buying the fake painting, he widened his eyes and stared at Heijin. What? You can't be mad, but you earned 300 million and spent 100 million on buying a fake? Heijin asked instead of answering. Byung-guk, you know someone in Japan, right? In Japan? Of course. But what kind of person are you talking about? You don't mean the owner of a restaurant I often visit. Someone who can give rise to a rumor. Byung-guk sat on an old wooden chair and spoke in a heavy voice. You want to start a rumor? About the painting you bought? Yes. To who? Do you know Ando Hideki? Byung-guk jumped to his feet. Ando Hideki? The devil of Tokyo? You are going to drag him in? In Japan, there were many frauds in the antique market even before Japan lost the Second World War. And unlike Korea, that had covered many parts with cement for development, Japan still had regions that kept its old self, so there are many geisais, those who collect artifacts and sell them to middle merchants, working there. Yes. Why? Why Ando Hideki? I have a debt to pay back. It is good since I need the money. I have unexpectedly gotten a good bait. So I have a chance to lure a big fish. Is it about your father? My father, and also myself, it was when I was in elementary school. My father was excavating in Japan, and something crazy came out of a tomb. Something crazy? Yes. There was a painting of Bayan Sangbiak, an artist of the late Joseon period, in that tomb. Bayan Sangbiak? The master of cat paintings? Yes. Isn't it funny? Cat painting means long life, and someone asked to be buried with a cat painting. After death. Cat painting means long life, as the letter for cat is pronounced similar to the letter for old man, who has lived long. So, cat paintings are more than about describing cats. It was often drawn to celebrate or hope for a long life. That is funny. So, it was our ancestors, and it had the meaning of a long life, so father tried to come back to Korea with it in secret. However, somehow, they found that out and kidnapped me just before father got on board of a ship and threatened him. I saw him then. Ando Hideki. That old devil. Oh. Really? Weren't you hurt? Sujong was surprised. Fortunately, no. Anyway, my father was shocked and tried to exchange me for the painting. However, they had another condition other than returning the painting. He must have prohibited your father from making deals with other art dealers. That is why he never brought me to Japan no matter how much I begged. I didn't know it and I used to complain. Byung-guk knew a lot about Japan. He seemed to know well about Ando Hideki and his evil reputation. Anyway, please do it as soon as possible. There's no time. Heijin turned around and left the shop. He heard Byung-guk's voice from behind. It will take 2 days. 2 days and Ando Hideki will hear about your painting. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 33. Chapter 33, Fishing, 3. 3 days passed. In the meantime, Seiun Gallery's new exhibition had become quite an issue in Insadong and among the wealthy antique collectors. You're here. You look good today and nice to meet you again, sir. Hello, Ms. Sujong. Heijin had earned a lot recently, so he bought a new pair of suit. Yoon-hee noticed it. It was funny that she was calling Byung-guk sir, however, Heijin couldn't tell her not to, so he let that go. Oh, you are getting prettier. You are also getting much prettier. Heijin ignored the girl's meaningless compliments and went to the exhibition room. There are a lot of people. This exhibition seems to be quite famous. Heijin saw people who looked quite rich going around through the exhibited artifacts. Thankfully, people are interested in this exhibition. The paintings I got thanks to you are especially popular. Yoonhee went deeper into the room. As it was their first visit, Yoonhee was trying to show them how it was going. The concept of the exhibition is coming home. I was originally planning just an exhibition of paintings, but thanks to the paintings you helped me with, I named it Coming Home. So, I have put Yoon Do-seo's painting and Lee In-man's painting at the end of the exhibition. Yoonhee explained calmly. Heijin asked, did anyone ask about the price? Yoonhee turned elegantly like a model and smiled mischievously. Which painting are you talking about? All of them. The one I bought, Yoon Do-seo's and Lee In-man's. You are not that curious about Yoon Do-seo's and Lee In-man's actually, right? No, I am. Really. In fact, Heijin wasn't curious at all, but as Yoonhee was a big part of his plan, he didn't want to disappoint her. Haha, I am joking. People keep asking about Yoon Do-seo's and Lee In-man's price. I haven't written the price on purpose. I think I will sell them on last day. Oh, and 2 days ago, my uncle, the vice chairman came. I told him you have bought that painting and he immediately reacted. She pointed to the fake of Sinsamdang that was in the middle. He reacted? He asked how much it was. If it had been someone else, I would have smiled and said nothing, just as you told me. However, I couldn't do that to my uncle. So, I just told him I sold it at 2 billion. Wow, now I can see that you are quite bold, too. Hoo. I did that because if I had said a lower price, he would have immediately called you to buy it back. Just as I thought, after I said 2 billion, he didn't say anything more about it. Yaren also came with him, and you remember her appraiser? Oh, this isn't the right place to talk. Let's go in my office. They couldn't talk in front of so many people, so they all went into Yoonhee's office. Do you mean Ojapil? Yes. He saw that painting and tilted his head. So, I was really terrified, but when I told him you had bought that, he couldn't say anything. Yaren asked him if it was really Sinsamdang's, and do you know what he said? I don't know. What did he say? Yoonhee's cheeks trembled as she restrained her laughter. She mimicked a man's thick voice. The lines are delicate and have dignity. Impressive. It is quiet and elegant but so colorful. These are the typical characteristics of Sinsamdang. Ha. Yoonhee laughed out loud. Heijin had been a little nervous when hearing that Ojapil had seen his painting, but things had gone as he had expected. Appraising painting is based on deduction when there is no scientific tool. It meant the results could differ by an individual's thought, but it is hard for anyone to counter a famous and trustworthy man's claim. As they already had experienced Heijin's ability, it would be even hard to flip his results. I guess that Ojapil is a famous appraiser? Sejong leaned back on the sofa and asked. Yes, he is quite famous in this field. But Byonguk, as you know, a forgery of that quality is not easy to make on one's own. Forging a Western painting and forging Eastern painting are completely different in everything, including ingredients, process, coloring and technique. Eastern paintings are commonly painted on hanji, and this hanji has to be made by hand, and one must find old dust and cover the painting with it to make it look centuries old. If you bake it in the oven like Western painting, it would be burnt. To conclude, it was hard to believe one person was behind multiple high-quality forgeries coming out in such a short time. Then, Byung-guk spoke seriously. I once sold a real Sinsamdang's painting 3 years ago. Really? Where did you get it? There's no way it was in a tomb. No. I was excavating near Beijing and sold a bronze Buddha of the Yuan period to a Chinese merchant. As the Buddha was worth a lot, I thought I would be able to get a fortune, but he offered to give me a painting instead of money. I would have dismissed that and found another merchant or called the shop owners I had made deals before, but the painting he brought was a landscape of Sinsamdang. Originally, Sinsamdang was famous for landscape paintings, but her plants and insects became even more popular. This was after Yum Song Seol saw Sinsamdang's plants and insects and said, the painting was created by her hands, but I cannot feel any trace of a human as if the sky created it, so the essence of the 5 elements and the energy of nature has gathered. It has achieved true harmony. She deserves to be the mother of Yulgok. It meant it was only right that she gave birth to the great scholar as she was so good at art, but Seol said that to praise Sinsamdang as a mother who gave birth to Yulgok Lee rather than to praise her ability. From then on, others recall plants and insects when they think of Sinsamdang. So, you made the trade? I did. I was losing a little, but I had no choice. The longer I had the Buddha in my hands, the bigger the danger I would be in. So, I gave in, took the painting, and tried to sell it at Incidon, but they immediately accused it as a fake. They said that Sinsamdang's landscape painting couldn't just suddenly appear. Oh, so? At the time, I thought it might be. There are more than a few fakes around. However, they said they would buy it right away after less than a day. That is when I thought something was wrong. Think about it. It's not like they took the painting. They just had taken photos of it, and the result of the appraisal flipped in less than 24 hours. That doesn't happen often. It doesn't. Unless they were told by someone. So, I asked if there were many fake paintings going around. I thought they would of course say yes. But they said no. They said they had doubted me just in case. Anyway, at the time, I sold the painting at the right price, so I just let it go. Now, however, to think about it, it was definitely strange. Right? I think there is a fake making place somewhere in this country. One with a great expert. The mood turned heavy. Yunhee, who had been listening, interrupted. Anyway, the situation became even stranger after you bought that painting. As my uncle and Yuziang are both sure it is real, the appraisers who used to think it is fake are finding it hard to talk out loud. Someone called me saying that she is waiting for you, now they cannot say that it's a fake. This is why Heijin had come to Seian Gallery today. The bait Byung-guk casted had been bitten. It is faster than I thought. So you didn't put up all this for no reason. Anyway, the person who wants the painting is someone who we know well. Yunhee nodded and assumed how things were going. As soon as she finished talking, Byung-guk shouted, Yang Sajin. She is the middleman once more. Yes. She came to see paintings and was very surprised to know that the owner of the painting is you. She will probably contact you in a few days. And if words get out that none other than Yang Sajin has shown interest in that painting, it would be hard to dispute about its authenticity. If anyone offends her, he or she won't be able to work in this field anymore. It was not just Yang Sajin. If a rich owner of a family corporate group bought it, the existing argument would be extinguished. Both gang members and businessmen hated getting humiliated. Did she ask how much I paid for it? Yes. I just smiled, just as you told me. I am trusting you now. If things go well as you have said, I will pay you later. Heijin had met her in private and told her his plan lest she tries to mess up because of her worries. Let's talk about it when it's all finished. Then, all we have to do is to wait. There was nothing else to do than to wait, literally. However, Heijin got a call much sooner than he had thought. Sajin called him that evening. I want to buy the painting. Sajin was straightforward. They made an appointment for 3 days later, at a hotel in Seoul. However, when Heijin got there, he couldn't hide his shock. Hello. We have met once before. Manager Lee Min-sung of Hajin Electronics was there. What on earth was he doing there? Was he trying to buy the painting? Oh, yes. Did the vice chairman send you? Yes. He was greatly surprised to know you have bought that painting. He couldn't come as he was busy and sent me instead. Oh. That was unexpected. Heijin couldn't even think of selling a fake to Sungjun, regardless of the money. Let's sit, shall we? You look much better than the last time. Heijin's body had been full of energy and his skin had turned smooth since he started to use magic. He was a little nervous about that energy as he could sleep only after working out to exhaust himself. Thank you, but it is a little strange to sell a painting without it. The painting is in the gallery, so there is no reason to bring it here. We are all busy, so let's get it done quickly. I heard you bought it for 2 billion. Yang Sajin's ability of getting information was really great. Heijin quickly looked at Min-sung. He tilted his head. It meant he or his people didn't tell her that. Probably, Yunhee told that to people around her and it went to Sajin. Yunhee had to take care of her employees first. Yes. Min-sung interrupted before even Sajin opened her mouth. We will give you 1 billion more. Isn't 3 billion enough? What should Heijin do? Heijin tried to think of a way to calm Min-sung, who was throwing money away. Then Sajin smiled and spoke. I will give you double that. Was it Heijin's imagination, or did Min-sung's face really turn white? Sajin added. In cash. Tomorrow. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 34. Chapter 34, Fishing, 4. 3 days later, in a suite room of a 5-star hotel in Seoul, a couple was talking on the bed. Then it is true, it has been sold. The woman who spoke with her red lips was Hyoyeon, Lim Sungjin's daughter, while the man who looked at her with love in his eyes was, surprisingly, Lee Jongmyeong of Myri Group. They told me that Heijin bought it. The painting was taken from the gallery yesterday. That idiot, he rambled about Ma Won and Yoon Doseo, and he suddenly buys a fake. I never imagined it, but it's good. We can send both of them away at once. If the painting is gone, isn't it too late? You should blow it up. Don't wait till the exhibition is over. HHH. I gave the information to a reporter before I came here. He will write an exclusive report soon. Ha ha ha. All that is left is to see Yunhee thrown away. Then, Seiun Gallery would naturally be mine. I will also be engaged to you, not to that annoying girl. Jongmyeong stroked her cheek with love, but she hit that hand and sat up. The blanket that had covered her upper body went down and revealed her breasts, but she didn't care. Ha! Don't get too far. You know that can never happen if things don't change. If you get rid of Myri, Innovation's executive director, then I might change my mind. This made Jongmyeon's gaze turn cold, but soon he went to her and spoke tenderly. This is a start. Wait for a little while, and I will easily take care of my brother. Okay, you should do that to be at my side. The report should be out by now, right? Hyeon pushed away the blanket and lightly walked to her handbag on the table, naked. Her back made Jongmyeon's blood surge. He raised his upper body and stared at her, but Hyeon suddenly looked back at him. What is this? Have you done things right? Her voice was as cold as the winter wind. Jongmyeon could feel his hot blood turn cool. What? Isn't that the exclusive report? Yoonhee is over now. Then, what is this report? Hyeon threw her phone at Jongmyeon. And it hit his head. Ak! Soon, the blood that came out of the wound wetted the white blanket red. Hyeon, however, didn't care about it. She didn't even think about his wound and spoke. This is why I shouldn't believe a bastard. Get out of my sight, now. Hyeon was enraged. Jongmyeon didn't say anything and picked up the phone to read the report. Exclusive, Seiun Gallery says its Sinsamdang painting might be fake. Seiun Gallery, a gallery in Bucheon, has declared the painting it is exhibiting now might be a fake. And is drawing attention. The gallery said the painting of Sinsamdang, that is part of its ongoing exhibition, Coming Home, is highly likely to be a fake. They are working with the police to track down the forgers. The person who bought this painting is an antique appraiser. He realized this painting is fake and bought it to make the forgers lower their guard in order to track them. What the? No way. Idiot. Jongmyeon was in shock. He stared at the phone and lifted his head to look at Hyeon. This isn't over yet. Hyeon stormed into the shower room. Jongmyeon wore his clothes. He wiped off the blood with his hand and came out of the room. A bodyguard in front of the door raised his hand and made a gesture of zipping his mouth with a sharp glare. It meant Jongmyeon should forget everything that had happened in this room and keep his mouth shut. I know. Only then, the bodyguard smiled. Jongmyeon tumbled to the elevator. Okay, thank you. That's a relief. Yoonhee hung up and looked at Haejin sitting on the sofa. As you said, they found the forgers near Yangyang. The detective just called me to tell they have retrieved the painting they were going to sell at Incheon Port. That's good. But how did you know that the forgers were there? The fact that the painting was a fake made recently meant Haejin could always capture its forgers. As he could see the process of the painting being made through magic, he could see where it had been made and through who it had been sold. Byung-guk gave me a hint. He told me there was a rumor of a gang that forges Eastern paintings in Yangyang. He gave me the location he had heard about, so I didn't have to do anything. As Haejin had told her, Byung-guk used to be a grave robber before he became an art dealer, making an excuse was easy. Hovu, by now, Lee Jongmyeon must be in trouble, too. He sold me such a painting. Soon after Yoonhee found out that the painting was fake, she met the appraisers who had appraised it in private. She heard Jongmyeon press them to make them say that the painting is real. The buying process was also not clear. She was then sure that Jongmyeon was behind everything. He will probably say he didn't know. Myri will just think that it is Jongmyeon's personal business. But, does he have power in Myri Group? No. His mother was an actress who was once famous. Easily speaking, she was a concubine. So, although Jongmyeon is thought to be smart and capable, he has little power in the group. The executive director of Myri Innovation is thought to be the real heir of the group, and he is good at work, gentle and generous unlike how an heir would normally behave, so to Jongmyeon, he is a thorn on his side. Then why did you get engaged to such man, Ut? At that time, my father was an employee of a small company who had nothing. My grandfather didn't even acknowledge him. That is why I use my mother's last name instead of my father's. Now that both my mother and my father have left me, this gallery is the only thing I have. So, the heirs of other corporate groups would never choose me as a spouse. Yoonhee spoke as if it was nothing, but her shaking eyes said that the story was not so short. Oh, that is why you inherited only this gallery. And it is hard to keep it. The profits are not comparable to other companies of Wajin, and I didn't. No sharks would try to attack from all sides. Anyway, congratulations. You earned 4 billion in no time. Against an evil art dealer in Japan. Haejin had told her everything about why he had done this. As she had taken a risk to take part in this, he thought she deserved to know some truth. However then, there was some noise from outside and they heard a familiar voice. Let me go. Don't you know who I am? Yoonhee shook her head and opened the door. Outside, enraged, Yang Sejin was pouting. The employees were holding her. It's okay. Let her in. The employees went away. Sejin then straightened her clothes and went in with arrogance. She sat down opposite to Haejin with her legs crossed and glared at him. Nice to meet you. It's been a while. A while? Ha. A while? I think we met just a few days ago in the hotel. Did we? I can't remember. Sejin didn't think Haejin would be that bold. She turned nervous for the first time and bit her lips. Are you really going to do this? Aren't you afraid of the consequences? Consequences of what? Trying to sell a fake painting to Ando Hideki? But I do feel bad about the painting not getting to him. If the police had moved just a little slowly, it would have crossed the sea and gone to Japan. Haejin was teasing her. Sejin's eye widened. How did you know my client is Ando Hideki? That is not important. What's important is that neither you nor Ando Hideki can get that 4 billion back. If you want to tell the police, you can. But can you? You have so much to lose. To use the power of law enforcement, she would have to confess that she was a broker who tried to illegally sell Sinsamdang's painting to Japan. The moment that happened, her reputation and money would be gone. I have many powerful friends. Oh, you will borrow the power of politicians? Then do that. Ms. Yoonhee, this woman is threatening me now. What should I do? Yoonhee had been standing and watching. Haejin looked at her and she then sat down. Yoonhee glared at Sejin and warned her. What you just said about pressing him, you can exactly do that. However, you must remember it. I won't just let you hurt him. Ha, why? Is he your boyfriend? That was an unusually offensive remark. Probably she had just lost 4 billion, but Yoonhee didn't even blink an eye. He isn't, but one thing that's sure is that befriending him is more useful to me than befriending you. Look, the reputation of this gallery might have dropped to the bottom because of Sinsamdang's fake painting, but thanks to Mr. Haejin, I was able to turn the tide around. Our clients will trust us more, and I would get more influence over the board members. How dare you, you are just a kite without a string. You don't know your place. Sejin couldn't control her anger. Her face was red, and she was gritting her teeth. However, Yoonhee leaned to her with a cold expression. You should be careful. I might be a kite without a string, but I still have Wajin's blood. You want to play a power game? I will be ready. Yunhee looked like a different person. Sajin saw that and tried to cool her anger. She stood up. However, she couldn't leave like that, so she glared at Heijin once more and spoke. You know what Ando Hideki is like, right? He won't let this go. She turned to leave, but Heijin opened his mouth. I once saw his face when I was a kid. He grabbed my arm and threatened my father with a long samurai sword. Give me the painting, or I'll cut your son's arm. He won't let me go? Ha, let him do that. I don't think I have fully repaid that debt, either. You did that on purpose. You are after Ando Hideki. Sajin stared at Heijin with shaking eyes. Yunhee looked at him with a newfound interest. That is what you meant by bad history. It is not that important. Anyway, thank you for taking care of this. If she really comes after me, I would really be in trouble. Those were not empty words. The Jade Buddha, Ma One's painting in this case, if it hadn't been for you, I would have been forced to step down. If I become young Sajin's enemy, I would lose a little. But that loss is nothing compared to losing my position. Well, then. Heijin had no more business here, so he stood up to leave. Yunhee, however, also stood up and spoke. Wait. I have a favor to ask. What? What kind of? A few days later, an auction on Rembrandt will take place in a meeting in LA. Unlike ordinary auctions, it will be small and only include acquaintances, but I have no one I can trust except for you. Going to the US is too. I will pay you well. Fine. I don't want the money, but I have a condition. A condition instead of money? Yes. Help me to excavate. That is my condition. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 35. Chapter 35, Private Auction in the US, 1. You want to excavate? You probably don't plan on becoming a researcher in our gallery, do you? Want me to make you an excavation agent? Or do you want to build a gallery? Not anyone can participate in an excavation in Korea. Only the agencies that specialize in the excavation of buried artifacts can. It also means that the agencies belong to museums or have gotten the permission from each local government. I want to build an art museum. It is a little funny to say this as I have nothing yet, but it is my dream to have a big art museum named after me. Oh, that is not funny at all. It is cool. Then, you need to find a place to use as an art museum. You will also have to prepare the artifacts to exhibit. I need your help for the administrative parts. I will also appreciate it if you could introduce me to a talented curator who's looking for a job. You might think it was weird to ask for Yunhee's help when building an art museum when she, herself, had her own gallery. However, galleries and art museums were not convenience stores or supermarkets. It's not like if the clients buy from here, they won't buy from other places. As artifacts are not merchandises produced from factories, more galleries would bring diversity, and more people would come to Insadong and Bukshan. So, Heijin was asking comfortably, and Yunhee was not feeling bad. Good. It's not that hard. If you come to the US, I will find you a good place for your art museum. You have probably earned a lot this time, but you must know it won't be enough to find a really good place. Of course. I don't have much to exhibit, so starting at a big place would be hilarious. Oh, you can. Book me an economy class, but please let me stay at a good hotel. One with a great breakfast. Ha, I cannot let you go in first class, but I will book you a business class. The hotel will be a 5-star, of course, so don't worry. You will have to depart 2 days later, so take some rest tomorrow. As Yoonhee said, Haejin spent a day doing nothing at home and then went to Incheon Airport. There was good news in the meantime. The white porcelain he had entrusted would be on auction next month. He had planned to sell all the white porcelains he had, but now that he changed his mind, this would be the first and the last time he would sell porcelain on auction. You came early. Haejin arrived at the airport where Yoonhee greeted him in comfortable clothes. You are going with me? Or what? Were you going to go alone? You cannot go in there without me. My face is my ID card. When we get there, we will probably see Yaren. Oh, do I have to see that bloody war again? Ha ha, she can't do that there. People usually think Westerners are open, but rich families are conservative beyond your imagination. If they think she is a talkative and a rude woman, they might exclude her from the auction, so we pretend to not know each other there. That's a relief. The long flight wasn't that hard, maybe because there was a beautiful woman with Haejin. They arrived at LA Airport early in the morning, got some rest at the hotel and left after 5 p.m. Yoonhee was wearing a neat suit and her hair was also in a neat style. That made Haejin wonder what kind of people they were about to meet. She was being so careful. You must be wondering where we are going now. While Yoonhee was driving, she smiled and asked. I was thinking about that. You can really read people's mind. You would earn a lot if you started gambling. That's not it. I was so curious when I went to this auction for the first time. My grandfather brought me there, and although he usually wore simple hanbok, traditional Korean clothes, and liked to joke, he was wearing a suit and never smiled. So, how could I not be curious? Then, when did this auction start? I'm not sure, but less than 40 years. Wow, that's very short. It is, but there is a good reason. As you know, the US doesn't have a proper history, unlike Europe. It started by kicking out the Native American who had been living well and building a country through the American Revolution. You know that movie? National Treasure. It was a blockbuster movie about finding hidden treasures. In it, the document had a hint about the treasure in the Declaration of Independence, which is barely over 200 years old. So, money isn't the only reason the US has grown so much. The country has built museums and galleries here and there to provide a mentally fertile soil to its students, so that they would be able to see them and come up with various thoughts and imaginations. The biggest difference between a criminal's childhood and that of elites like doctors and attorneys is whether they experienced a mental stimulation from museums and galleries. That makes sense. The problem was that after 1980, each country in Europe started to prohibit the export of artifacts. You said your uncle was a grave robber. Has he worked in Europe? No, not in that area. Haejin's father never worked in Europe, either. There was no special reason. It's just that the structure of the tombs and the location of the artifacts were different from Asia. He could if he wanted, but problems could occur when selling them, and he couldn't talk to sellers. Unless it was an English-speaking country, so he just gave up. Grave robbing is a serious problem in Europe as well. Countries like Italy and France started to stop the export of the artifacts, so getting antiques in the normal ways became hard for American museums and galleries. Haejin did think that it might be the case, and he was right. While they could buy artifacts at Sotheby's Or Christie's, they were not doing that and were going for a private auction instead. It meant the artifacts on auction weren't brought in the normal ways. I see. Once, the Metropolitan worked with a grave robber and tried to smuggle Italian ceramics and was busted. Anyway, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that a worldwide war for artifacts is going on. Now, then, is the place we are going today for stolen goods? Heijin was worried while Yoonhee laughed. Ha ha ha. No. It used to be, but, after 2000, buying stolen goods became too dangerous. The people who come to this place have a high social status, so they would be in trouble if they bought stolen artifacts. These say, what should I say? Not stolen goods, but not that clean? Ha? What is that supposed to mean? It's like I drank, but I didn't drive while I was drunk. Faya. Is it? Then how about this? Artifacts with information about the original owners. So, there would be no trouble with buying them and bringing them here. How's that? Oh. I guess the host is very powerful. Yoonhee snapped her fingers. You are smart. Anyway, let's hope we get something good today. This event happens only about once a year. Okay. Heijin had no reason to feel bad about artifacts with no legal problems. He comfortably enjoyed Yoonhee's driving. After 2 hours, the car left the asphalt road and went into a dirt road. They still had to go for a long while. When they finally arrived, they saw a huge mansion that didn't seem to belong there. Expensive cars were parked in front of it. The guards in black suits at the entrance didn't look very kind. Shall we go? Yoonhee got off from her car and Heijin followed her. She showed the guards her invitation. The guards looked at it and her face, then let her pass. Heijin had been worried a little that they might not let him in, but they slightly smiled and let him pass. He was relieved. Don't get too nervous. Once we are identified, they are quite gentle. Bringing 1 or 2 for appraisal is no problem. But what if they let someone with troubles and things go wrong later? Then, the person who brought him or her won't be able to participate in this meeting ever again. I told you. They sell things without any legal problems. I have been participating for more than 10 years. And there hasn't been any problem. Oh. They went in. The interior was different from ordinary houses. There was no furniture such as a bookshelf. Only a table, big enough for dozens, and some chairs filled the room. There were already many people. They were mostly whites, but there were a few blacks and some Asians. You're here. Yoonhee went to Yaren, who was sitting in a corner with her arms crossed. She lifted her head to look at Yoonhee, then turned to Heijin. Yes, and I am seeing him again. I heard he bought a fake on purpose to capture the forgers. Your uncle was going to buy that painting, right? You would have been on the news. Don't do that. If you want to leave, leave alone. Yoonhee was smiling, but her voice was firm. Oh, sorry. Anyway. Yaren coolly apologized and went on, but the host finally appeared at front. He opened his mouth with a cold face. Nice to have you all here. There are 4 paintings ready today. They will be engraved in your souls. I am very honored to introduce these paintings to you today. He cleared his throat and went on. Today we have 2 paintings by Rembrandt Harmensen van Rijn, one by Pierre-Auguste Renoir, and one by Edgar Degas. I am very excited today. How much value would these precious and beautiful legacies of humanity be acknowledged by you? Then, Yunhee whispered in a very small voice. The only problem in this auction is that you cannot protest even if the painting you bought turns out to be fake. Heijin was confused. He also whispered. Then, why would they buy paintings here? This is the only place where you can buy those paintings legally. Of course, you can buy a Rembrandt or a Degas in Sotheby's or Christie's. However, they have only a few paintings. Those paintings have been bought in the normal way. It means you can buy perfectly washed paintings only here. Yes. So, people here are willing to take that risk. So many people wanted paintings by Picasso or Van Gogh. However, most of those paintings were already in museums and galleries around the world. So, it was inevitable that the war to get the few legal paintings left would happen. There was a reason for the rich collectors to come here. Wow, that's impressive. When an artifact turns out to be a fake and the buyer protests, they always say the same thing: we do not appraise the authenticity. We sold it because it is a great work of art, and the buyer should judge. That is what most appraising agencies and auction agencies would say. It is just in a more straightforward way. In most cases, appraising agencies don't take the responsibility when something they sold turns out to be fake. As appraisers are humans as well, they can make mistakes. If the fake often has a considerable quality to it that makes people think it is real, the court would help the auction agency. Additionally, even though an artifact is suspected to be fake, experts often cannot be 100% sure of that, even after going through a scientific test. Fakes of high qualities are not called works of art on their own for nothing. Finally, the auctioneer carefully removed the cover. Painting of Rembrandt van Rijn, the artist of light. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 36. Chapter 36, Private Auction in the U.S., 2. Rembrandt was called the artist of light, magician of light, or the magician of light and darkness because of the strong contrasts. It would give a dramatic effect to the painting by contrasting the bright parts with the dark parts in a simple structure. At first glance, the painting will look dark, but if you keep looking, you will find yourself being sucked into it. The painting revealed by the auctioneer also had a dark background, while the presence of the young and beautiful lady, that was focused on looking somewhere, was being highlighted. It was as if a ray of sunlight entered a dark stone room. Ah! Small exclamations rippled through the people. Can you see it? This beautiful lady. Her gaze must have been toward the artist, Rembrandt. This lovely gaze. Who was this young woman? His wife Saskia in her youthful days? Geertje? Or Hendrich? Geertje and Hendrich were Rembrandt's maids. Rembrandt had relationships with them after his wife passed away. After her death, Rembrandt lived a very hard life because of financial problems, and his reputation dropped even more after his relationship with his maids was revealed. Moreover, Hendrich gave birth to Rembrandt's daughter. What do you think? Yunhee whispered tensely. Heijin raised his hand, implying he needed a moment. Heijin wasn't very far from the painting, but he wasn't very close either. The problem was that he could use the magic only once. If he used the magic now and failed to get that painting, he would have to give up on all the 3 remaining paintings. Additionally, he couldn't see the painting at such a distance, so he had to give up looking into its past. With magic, the only magic he could use was the magnifying. However, casting that magic would take 5 minutes, which was just enough time to appraise one painting, so the auction would be over in the meantime. The important thing was whether this painting looked troublesome enough to use magic. Structure, color, touch of brush and texture. I can only say it was drawn by Rembrandt. Hagen gave up. If this was real, that would be an appropriate appraisal, but if it was fake, that was an impressive technique. Why was he so doubting its authenticity? Like all the other famous artists, Rembrandt had many fakes. After he died, many fakes kept coming up and, by 1860, 15,000 collectors and art organizations in America and Europe believed that they owned real Rembrandt paintings. In the end, the Netherlands couldn't tolerate the enormous number of fakes and started a research project on Rembrandt. That project lasted 42 years and ended in 2011. It categorized the paintings into reals, fakes and unknowns. It was surprising that there were 162 paintings of which they couldn't determine the authenticity. They used almost all scientific methods of the time and still failed. You can imagine the quality of those paintings. Good. Yunhee was satisfied with it. She smiled and slightly nodded. The auctioneer finished explaining and announced the start of the auction. Who will win this beautiful lady today? I will start today's first auction with an excited heart. The opening bid is $1 million, and the price rises by 50,000 with every call. That was the glory of private auction exclusively for rich people. The opening bid was $1 million. However, Hagen was the only one to think like this. No one else seemed to think it was expensive. They all started to raise their paddles the moment the auctioneer finished talking. The price went over $2 million in less than 30 seconds. Yunhee only then started to raise her paddle. Yeren looked over her and raised her paddle. The beautiful ladies over there have bid $5 million. From now on, the price rises by 100,000. The gentlemen there called 5,100,000. As it was a private auction, it was different from Korea auction's tense bidding. It was relaxed but quite interesting to watch. However, that was only because Hagen was watching as a bystander. He looked at Yunhee, who looked very serious. Ahu. I won't be able to get it. No matter how many times she raised her paddle, others followed her, so she was devastated. The price soared up and went over 8 million. Yunhee finally gave up. She bit her lips and elegantly put her paddle on her knees. $9,200,000. Is there more? If there isn't, the owner of this beautiful lady is determined. The first Rembrandt painting was finally sold. However, the winner really upset Yunhee. It was none other than Yeren. She smiled at Yunhee victoriously as if announcing, I have won today, but the hosts wanted to elevate the mood even more, so they offered wine to the participators. Hagen didn't know much about wine. To him it was just alcohol that was less bitter than soju, but Yunhee was distinguishing her anger with the wine. Yuzeong seems to be richer than Wajin? Yunhee turned angry because of Hagen's teasing. No. It's not that Yuzeong is richer than us. She is the CEO with more than 30 resorts in Korea. I only have one gallery and can spend the money on paintings depending on this year's budget, so, of course, she can spend more than me. Wow, more than 30 resorts? That's awesome. Yunhee spoke as if it was unfair, but Hagen said something else. She was offended and turned away from him. If you like that so much, go and ask her out. Ask her out? We are not of the same class. Anyway, the auction is not over yet. We can choose among the remaining 3. You said this was real. They also say that at least 1 out of the 4 or 5, there is a fake, then. The risk of picking a fake has gone up. We can buy a real one among the remaining, but how did you buy the painting till now? You can't bet. If you don't have enough money. Not having enough money was offensive to Yoonhee as she was from corporate group owner family. She glared at Haejin. Before my grandfather died, at least 2 of those paintings were ours. Getting one became hard after. Many millionaires appeared in China and he passed away, and she clearly has gone too far today. When she gets home, she will be scolded by her grandfather a lot and will be grounded at least for a month. Oh, okay, I get it. Yoonhee was about to get mad and yell if Haejin teased her more, so he just let that go. However, a young white man sitting next to Yoonhee talked to her. He had distinctive red and curly hair. Haejin didn't like his eyes. One has gone, so you should do better from now. Oh, I should. I saw you also feel bad about not being able to buy it. Well, I actually didn't really like that painting. I couldn't see Rembrandt's gloomy mood in it. That's how Rembrandt is. If you keep looking, it somehow makes you feel gloomy. He must have suffered from depression. I'm sure. However, the painting we just saw didn't have that feeling. It is likely a fake. In that perspective, I should celebrate you for losing that painting. He bloated with a sly face. He looked like someone who studied paintings for a long time. Yoonhee found him cheesy. She just smiled awkwardly and waved her hands. Oh, I wish you were right. Anyway, I hope you get the next painting. Ladies first. I hope you get a good painting first. I can always get a painting if I want. He took out his business card and offered it to Yoonhee. Its color was gold. He was probably rich. Oh, you are giving me your business card. I am the director of FaceNote. You know FaceNote, right? I shouldn't have bothered to ask. You must, just like everyone else. Could you give me the honor to have dinner with you? I'm sorry, but I would like to concentrate on the paintings now. Yoonhee's polite refusal made his face harden a little. I see. Is it because of the man next to you? Is he your boyfriend? He's my appraiser. Did he not realize that the painting we just saw is real? That's a shame, Haejin wondered if he should keep hearing that nonsense, but the auctioneer resumed. You must have felt sorry to let that beautiful lady go. But please, don't be too sad. There is still one more painting from Rembrandt, the Magician of Light and Darkness. He uncovered one of the 3 remaining paintings. Oh! The crowd exclaimed again. It was a painting of a middle-aged Rembrandt reading a book to teach a little boy. Rembrandt looked kind, and the boy had a faint smile as if he was enjoying the study. It had Rembrandt's unique dark background, and the light was on their faces and on the book as if there was a candle in front of them. Can you see it? Who is the mature Rembrandt teaching? Is he Titus, Rembrandt's only remaining child? Teaching a child requires a lot of patience, but Rembrandt seems to overcome it with pleasure. It is magnificent. Perfect. Well, who will become the owner of this painting? The auctioneer looked around. He felt that there was no one who wouldn't want this painting. His voice was a little higher as he spoke again. Good. I cannot make you wait any longer. The opening bid is $1 million as before, and the price rises by $50,000 with every bid. The auction starts now. Haejin then heard Yoonhee's tense voice once again. How is it? She planned to get that painting no matter what. Haejin frowned hard and stared at the painting. Rembrandt's face was the same with his other self-portraits that Haejin had seen. The wrinkles near His bulged eyes, slack cheeks, bold forehead, and curly hair that resembled those of a poodle. However, Hagen felt something. He couldn't be sucked into the painting like before. It was clearly Rembrandt's usual structure, while the color and texture were similar. In the end, Hagen dipped his finger into the wine and used magic. A minute later. How is it? Yunhee was frustrated by Hagen, who didn't say anything. She poked his side with her paddle. Hagen then took that paddle from her and put it on his laps. Huh? Yunhee was puzzled. Hagen shook his head. At the moment, the price was going over $9 million. And $200,000, which was Yaren's winning bid. The white man, with curly hair next to Yunhee, was winking at her as he raised his paddle. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 37. Chapter 37, Private Auction in the U.S., 3. $10,500,000. Is there more? The excited auctioneer looked around with glistening eyes and soon hit with his gavel. Congratulations. This painting goes to that charming young man. The white man with curly hairs, who raised his paddle confidently, got the painting. He shrugged while looking at Yunhee as if saying, I told you so. Congratulations. Yunhee congratulated him with a half-hearted applause. He stood up, thanked the crowd and sat back. Then, he talked with an oily voice. Ladies first, but you didn't raise your paddle, so I took it. If you want to see the painting, you can. Come to my mansion anytime. Fantastic paintings will greet you. Oh, my. I haven't told you my name. I am Eric Holton. Oh, but I really don't want to see it, Yunhee said. She heard from Hagen that the painting was fake, so she found that arrogant man annoying. However, he welcomed that remark and kept babbling in a small voice. I don't understand. Don't you remember the painting you just saw? It has Rembrandt's unique gloominess, his torment, sadness, and love for his only remaining child. Oh, actually, the light in this place does not allow you to truly be absorbed in that painting. I admit that. We are a little far from it. I think I have no choice but to invite you. Yunhee couldn't stand it anymore. She sighed and said, I'm sorry, but I am only interested in real Rembrandt's paintings. That was so shocking that the man was momentarily dumbfounded. He forgot that he had to be quiet. And laughed. Ha ha ha. Oh, I am sorry. That was too hilarious. I am sorry. Eric Holton bowed around to apologize and turned to Hagen. Have you told her that the painting is fake? My, that is too absurd and sad. Where have you studied? You are Korean, so Seoul University? Ha, is this the level of Korean universities? If Hagen didn't check the authenticity of the painting, he would have been discouraged by the comment. However, now that he was sure it was fake, he just found Eric pathetic. The poor youth had blown away $10 million in minutes. I am not a graduate of Korea University. I never went to university. Oh, my God, what a shame. Such a beautiful woman is getting help from such a fellow. He said that it was a shame, but his eyes were smiling. He was mocking Hagen, saying he didn't deserve to appraise paintings. Hagen felt sorry for him and said, have you heard of Tom Keating? Tom Keating? The British painting restorer and legendary forger? Tom Keating was called a terrorist of the art world and a time bomb. He was even worse than Han van Meegeren, the forger who fooled the Nazi. He was a fraud who wanted to subvert the art world through his forgeries. He started to make fakes because of a reason similar to Majorine's. He was upset about the critics. Galleries and curators that didn't appreciate his paintings. He also didn't like the art market moving for their interest. However, there were big differences between them. Keating made much more fakes than Majorine, and imitated a wide variety of paintings. Unlike Majorine, who mainly forged Johannes Vermeer's paintings, Tom Keating was a possessor of a crazy talent that could imitate all the great artists like Modigliani, Gainsborough, Titian, Rembrandt, Degas and Renoir. He didn't just imitate. He used the unique style of each artist, philosophy, and mood as if they were his own. He also recreated the oil painting technique in paints that the artist used at the time. It was the true spirit of art that was more than forging. If this was all, he would just be a talented fraud, but there are a few reasons why he is called the terrorist of the art world and a time bomb. First, when he forged a painting, he always left marks that would tell it was a fake, and it was more to tease the experts than to show off his skills. For instance, he wrote with Kremnitz white paint made of carbonatite, and painted on it so that X-ray would reveal the writing, or he would put 20th century objects in a 17th century painting. If he ever got charged for fraud, he was going to say that people would never be fooled by his paintings as there were clear flaws in them. This was enough to make you think of him as a weirdo, but Tom Keating sometimes even left time bombs in his paintings. He applied glycerin on the canvas and painted on it so that if the painting was suspected to be fake, and people tried to wipe off the paint to check if that was true, the glycerin would respond, and the paint layer would melt. It was to clearly show that the painting was fake, so he was right to be called the legendary crazy forger. You know him. Then, why don't you go and take a proper look at the painting again? Eric Holton's shaking eyes said he was becoming nervous. He felt he should say something, but Hagen said something so shocking that he couldn't even open his mouth. Is it really Tom Keating? Yunhee, who had been listening, was surprised and whispered. Hagen had said the painting was fake, so Yunhee had believed that. However, she didn't imagine that Rembrandt's painting was a fake. From Tom Keating. Yes. Then, Eric Holton gathered his senses and asked in a low voice, if it is Tom Keating, there must be a mark in the painting. I guess you said that nonsense because you have seen some kind of mark. Right? What would losing $10 million feel like? Hagen couldn't even guess Eric's feelings, so he told him with pity. The table where the man and the boy are studying. Have you seen its grain of wood depicted in Rembrandt's unique coloring style? Yes, of course, I have. There are 3 gnarls in total. Then, Eric Holton interrupted Hagen. 3? Not 2? 3. There is one more gnarl at the bottom left part of the painting. A very small one, and if you look closely, there is another circle enclosing that gnarl. Can you see what that means? Eric Holton was frozen as if he had been enchanted. Yunhee talked instead. A wheel, no, a tire. Is it right? Well, we cannot be sure. However, it is sure that Rembrandt never drew such a small and delicate circle. He didn't have to. It is not his style. Eric understood, so Hagen didn't have to explain more in English. Eric just sat there for some time, with blank eyes, and suddenly left the manor. Did they speak too loudly while they were excited? The reaction of the crowd was strange. As Hagen had spoken in English, the people who had heard would think that the painting which had just been sold was a fake. It could make Hagen nervous, but as he was not the host, he wasn't obliged to calm the crowd. So, he ignored them, and so did Yunhee. Wow, how could you see it? Your eyesight must be better than a Mongolian's. My eyes are not that bad, but how could you see that? I did, luckily. That might sound weird to her, but what she could say? He claimed that he had seen it. You are amazing. However, if it is really Tom Keating, it might melt. Judging from that Eric's temper, if he checks the gnarl and is sure that it's fake, he will certainly do that. That's a shame. Yes. They chatted like that. Soon, the auctioneer appeared again. People would call Renoir as the representative artist of the Impressionist, but describing Renoir as an Impressionist artist is not enough. Bright and luxurious colors, purity with a clear outline. Passionate attitude about life, admiration and indulgence about beautiful naked women. Who else would be worthy of all these titles? I give you Auguste Renoir. The auctioneer uncovered one of the two remaining paintings. It was revealed with the crowd's exclamation and showed a woman in a red dress reclining on a sofa and reading a book. Her blonde hair was neatly tied. One of her arms was on the side of the sofa and she was staring at the book with a somewhat bored expression. That looked extremely relaxed. It was a simple structure, but it had Renoir's unique colorfulness. It contrasted with Rembrandt's dramatic light and shade. It looked even more luxurious. Yunhee stared at the painting with her fists clenched, determined to get the painting this time. She turned to Heijin and asked in a small voice, "If one of Tom Keating's fake is here, we cannot be sure if this one has not been touched by him." That was what Heijin was worrying about. His mana had increased a lot and now he only felt a little tired after using magic. However, if he repeatedly did that, he could disgrace his country in this very room, so he dared not to. So now, he had to study the painting with his eyes and tell Yunhee to buy it if he was sure it was real. But if it was the work of a great forger like Tom Keating, he would be giving her massive damage. Who will get to own this fantastic beauty? We will start at $1 million again. The price rises by $50,000 with every bid. The auction starts now. The moment he finished, Yunhee looked at Heijin. He had to decide quickly. Heijin stared at the painting but, no matter how much he looked, he couldn't find anything strange. He could see Renoir's unique multi-layer technique of applying multiple layers of the colors he frequently used, and the texture of the oil painting was perfect. Still, Heijin wanted to check more. It wasn't about millions of one. It was a matter of billions and tens of billions. So, Heijin tried to ignore Yunhee's hot gaze and focused on the painting even more, but he heard a Chinese talking in front of him. He was wearing a small one-lensed magnifying glass, and the language he spoke was different from ordinary Chinese. It was mainly used in Shanghai and was called Wu as it was used in the old Wu country region, and it was another dialect different from Cantonese and Chinese. They whispered carefully, thinking there couldn't be someone who spoke Wu near them. However, because of the Chinese distinct loud voice, Heijin could still hear them. Heijin heard what they were saying and flinched. Then, he secretly touched the paddle on Yunhee's lap. It was a signal. It was time to raise the paddle. Finally, the beautiful lady is interested. $4,500,000. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 38. Chapter 38, Private Auction in the U.S. 4. Which was the country Heijin had frequently visited the most? China, of course. Each region in China had a different culture, and because of the Chinese's obsession with size, the size of the tombs and the number of artifacts buried in them were considerably huge. However, did Heijin know all of the local dialects in China? No. He just had to know the basic sentences and accents of each dialect and the professional terms needed for excavating and appraising. So, it was only natural that Heijin could understand the Wu language. Are you sure? Yunhee's hand was slightly shaking as she raised her paddle. Unlike before, the price was not rising so fast, so she was feeling that she could win. It was because the people heard that the Rembrandt painting was a fake. They didn't hear that Heijin was the man who had found that out, but they were stirring to know whether Tom Keating's fake was here. Yes, I'm certain. Heijin clearly heard it. There is a worn part at the left end of the painting, hoping for a centuries-old painting to be in perfect condition might be asking for too much since paintings often get damaged. However, if it was a fake from Tom Keating, he would never have left a part like this. He was not an ordinary forger. He was a snake who made traps and waited for praise. His goal was more than to just sell paintings and earn money. He wanted to subvert the art world, so until the critics and appraisers were certain that the painting was a fake, he would polish them in their best condition. So, he never laid a hand on a finished painting. Although the price kept going up, the mood was a little tired now. Even though this place was about exciting fortune and fame for getting real items by taking risks, Tom Keating's influence was big. Enough to make everyone, in the art world, freeze. After the $6 million mark, only the Chinese next to the man with a mini binocular and Yunhee raised their paddles. The Chinese had also been sure that the painting was real because of the minor damage, but she was hesitating while raising her paddle. Yunhee kept persistently raising hers and finally heard what she wanted. Sold at $7,300,000. Finally, this beautiful lady is given to another beautiful lady. I would say it is perfect for you. Congratulations. Thank you. Yunhee lightly bowed and winked at Yaren, who crossed her arms and pouted. Then, she sat down. The Chinese who missed the painting stood up, turned around, and congratulated Yunhee in English. She was over 50 and, although she was small, her eyes were very sharp. Congratulations. Oh, aren't you Director Lim Yunhee of Seiyan Gallery? Oh, Director Beiming of Shanghai Gallery. You haven't come for a few years, so I thought you were not coming again. Actually, I was going around other places and went back to Shanghai Gallery earlier this year. I wondered who the annoying person was that kept raising the paddle. If I knew that it was you, I would have given up earlier. So, you should have turned back and looked at me. Ho ho, dot. Ho ho ho. I really should have. But, haven't you given up too early? I got a great object in Hong Kong about a month ago. It was over $30 billion in Korean won. So I couldn't spend more here. Anyway, congratulations on getting Renoir's painting. I now have another reason to go to Seiyan Gallery. Oh, I remember. It was on the news a while ago. The porcelain of the Song period that was sold at over 30 billion at Christie's. I wish I could see that porcelain. I have seen the photos, but the feeling we get when seeing artifacts with our own eyes is different. You are right. You are always welcome. They sat down again. Yunhee then turned to Heijin again. You sure it is real? Heijin could understand why she was asking again. He laughed. It is. The man next to the director of Shanghai Gallery you just talked to said, that man with the small binoculars. If I had known such a thing, I should have gotten one. As he spoke, he suddenly started to envy that man. If he had that, he wouldn't have to be so nervous. You said you have a good eyesight? Better than Mongolians. but having that would be even better. Even I cannot see everything and can make mistakes. Yunhee thought he was right. She nodded. I'm sorry. I will get you one later. Anyway, so? He said the left end of the painting is worn out. I think the painting was damaged when they changed the frame, and Tom Keating would never make this mistake. Why? He can also make mistakes. He can. However, he would never damage a painting that he will show to others. I recalled other forgers who can make fakes of this quality, but none of them would make this kind of mistake. Although it is for a different reason from Tom Keating's, most forgers make fakes and want them to be appraised as real for money. Therefore, why would they damage a painting and damage its value? If the damaged part is big, people will try to restore it. They might then find out that it's a fake. But you don't mean that all damaged paintings are real, right? You are right. However, there are only a few people in this world who can make forgeries of this high quality that even I cannot guess its authenticity by looking at its photo or from this distance. Those few people would also never lay their hands on the canvas of a finished painting. Oh. I get it. As I trust you, I will believe it is real. I can check the details if I can get to see it close. When can we get it? After the auction. I will pay the price and get the painting. Good. Yunhee's face was much lighter now, as she had taken care of the heavy and difficult business. So was Hagen's. It was not his money but billions of others. If he had made a mistake, his fame and his future cases would have been gone. As for the auction of Degas painting that followed, Yunhee and Hagen watched in comfort with the paddle put to the side. The auction ended, and when Yunhee was about to pay the money, they heard noises coming from outside. Steaming, Eric Holton, with a red face, came in with the guards. I know. I will pay anyway. Can't you understand? I have the money. Eric took out the check and shook it. He went forward. The auctioneer waved his hand at the guards. Let him go. He seems to have something to say. One of the guards answered with concern. He is upset, saying his painting is fake. It's fine. So, please let his arm go first. We cannot bruise the major shareholder of Facenote. The guard let Eric go. He straightened his clothes and went to the auctioneer. There is a problem with the painting I won. I want a refund. This is what Hagen had thought might happen, but now, as he was seeing it with his own eyes, he found it very interesting. How would the hosts handle this situation? A problem, interesting. You mean it's fake? It certainly is. Good. Bring the painting. An employee brought Rembrandt painting that Eric had won. It was still impressive. The crowd had seen it from afar during the auction, but, as it was all over now, they got interested in what was going on and came to see the painting. Oh. This is a fake? I cannot believe it. People shook their heads in disbelief, but Eric pointed at the small gnarl hole at the bottom part of the painting. Look here. It is a very small but a very delicately drawn circle. It is a tire. This tire didn't exist during Rembrandt's time, so this has to be Tom Keating's forgery. My God. Yes, it is very cunning. Is it really Tom Keating's? People stirred, but, unlike them, the auctioneer studied the gnarl hole and spoke as if it wasn't a problem. It might look that way. However, you cannot conclude this painting is Tom Keating's because of that. Of course, Eric was enraged at this. I cannot conclude? I cannot conclude with the clear truth. What kind of nonsense is that? The auctioneer was in trouble. He couldn't say anything. If Eric had protested later, he could have said that Eric was the one who made that choice and get over with it. However, now that it had been revealed he had sold a fake in front of so many people, he couldn't do what he usually did. As he had admitted things were bad, Eric's face had confidence as he claimed the painting was a fake. Then, the auctioneer made a decision inside. Who? I have no choice. You said this is Tom Keating's fake? Then, we'll have to clean the painting. If the painting melts, it is a fake, and if it doesn't, it's real. Now, Eric Holton was trapped. It was clearly a fake, but if the paint didn't melt, he would lose the $10 million painting and not get his money back. Although Tom Keating was famous for setting the time bomb in his paintings, he didn't apply glycerin on every painting. So, this one could be a fake without glycerin. Eric looked at Hagen, who was watching with his arms crossed. However, Hagen had no way to help him. He had given him the proof, so he had done everything he could. The choice was up to Eric Holton. He bit his lips. Finally, he lifted a bottle of luxury wine that was worth hundreds of dollars and smiled at Yoon-hee. Who? I have no other way. People always have to choose. It was like this when I bought Face Note. This is another moment for a choice. He drank from the bottle a few times and poured the remaining wine on the painting. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 39. Chapter 39, Eric Holton's Collection, 1. He. My God. The crowd had a reason for being so shocked. It has been less than 30 minutes since that painting was sold for over $10 million, and Eric just poured wine on it. The auctioneer was momentarily surprised, but he soon regained his coldness and stared at the painting. Everyone, tensely, concentrated on the painting. A minute passed, 2, after 5, people started to show some disappointment. Maybe it's not Tom Keating's painting. He was probably unlucky. Or we all are mistaken. Eric realized that his bet failed. At the moment, his dark face was a contrast to the auctioneer's rising lips. However, the man, who had been the closest to the painting, yelled, "It's melting! It's melting!" The room turned hot in an instant, as if they had been waiting for it. Ah! Where is melting? Hagen had been also sorry to not see the painting melt, then he quickly looked back. He couldn't get closer because of the crowd, but, as time passed, he could see the colors melting from afar. Ha ha! Yes. See this? Can you see this? Glycerin is responding, and the paint is melting. It is Tom Keating's. Unlike Eric, who exclaimed in joy, the auctioneer looked at the melting painting and spoke without emotions. Yes. It appears it is Tom Keating's. This auction thinks that the responsibility lies on the buyers if the paintings are fake, but today, we will cancel your bid. Yoon-hee flinched to see him canceling the bid so easily. So did Eric. His eyes flashed for a moment. But soon he laughed and turned back to his usual self. Ha ha ha. Of course. However, as I am guilty of not recognizing the painting properly, I will donate $5 million, half of the painting's price. Oh. What a great man. Everyone applauded to Eric's announcement. He shook his hands to say thank you and came to Yoon-hee and Hagen. Thank you for telling me that it was a fake. I made a mistake earlier. You should never judge a person with his looks. My mistake. Can you give me a chance to make it up to you? Eric, who had been cheesy as if he bathed in butter, expressed his gratitude and apologized to Hagen. I will accept that apology. As for a chance to make it up, I usually take money in return when I appraise something, and as that painting was over $10 million, I would have taken 1% of it as my fee. 1%? Then it's $100,000. You'll get it. I just promised to donate $5 million, so $100,000 is no problem. However, don't take away from me the chance to thank you with something else other than just money. Hagen earned $100,000 with just a few words, so he was naturally happy. Now, Eric was offering even more. He found it both uncomfortable and exciting at the same time. So, he looked at Yunhee. She smiled and pushed Hagen to accept Eric's apology. Well, okay. Great. Then, let's go. Oh, you should take your painting, right? I'll be outside, so finish it quickly and come out. Within the warm mood, there was someone who looked uncomfortable, the auctioneer. He watched Eric pat Hagen's shoulder and leave. Next, he turned around and went in. They got the painting and drove for 2 hours following Eric's car. They arrived at a mansion with a private beach. Even Yunhee, who had Wajin's blood although she had no power, was awed with envy. The entrance to the mansion made them feel like they were on a vacation. He seems to be extremely rich, even for a major shareholder of FaceNote. Wow. Your uncle's house is shabby compared to this. Yunhee agreed with Hagen. It is. Even though there are a few such huge mansions in Korea, but, with this scale, the mansion's price must be extremely high. I think he is more than just a major shareholder of FaceNote. I think he is probably the son of a trillionaire. Eric didn't tell them to speak in English. He was sure, however, that they were admiring his home, even though he couldn't understand them. When they went inside, they saw a large window in the living room showing them the beach. Eric turned one side of the room into a bar. He went in and made some cocktails and offered them to Yunhee and Hagen. This place looks like a fun place, right? Actually, I do call girls here for fun, but I greet the really important guests downstairs. It is the place for the artifacts I have collected so far. Important guests? That's right. Friends who don't just like to play but those who truly love artifacts. I don't show my collection to others. Even if I show it to my friends, they will say the same thing. Oh, is this expensive? How much is it? Why is it so expensive? It's not a Picasso or a Leonardo da Vinci. Well, things like that. Eric exaggerated like a comedian, but that didn't look too unnatural. He was probably naturally this talkative and straightforward. You are right. I wanted to invite this lady, but then I had to invite you for giving me that exciting experience. You should be excited. Eric drank his cocktail and winked. Hagen then asked him something that he had been curious about. You said you will donate $5 million. Are you really going to do it? Eric frowned at this and looked offended for the first time. What, you think I'm a liar? I don't lie about that kind of thing. Oh, I'm sorry. I have seen many things like that. Hagen apologized. Eric sat down on the sofa with his cocktail. This spot has a great view. It is as if I own the whole world. Someone once said, although money isn't the best thing in the world, there's nothing as good. I think so, too. However, I didn't pour wine on that painting to get those $10 million back. I wasn't angry just because I had lost that money. Next, Yunhee, who had been sipping the blue cocktail, asked. Then? Pride. I blamed myself for not being able to tell a fake apart from a real and spending 10 million. I haven't felt that kind of humiliation in front of people for a very long time. $5 million? Yes, I can feel bad about losing that money. However, that 5 million is for my pride. So, I am not feeling sorry at all. I can relate to that. Yunhee nodded. Haejin looked at Yunhee, who thought spending $5 million for pride was understandable, and felt once again she and Eric lived in a different world. Eric enjoyed the view while drinking the cocktail. Then, he spoke again. Anyway, it was so thrilling. I gave a punch to those nasty fellows, so they must be shaking and cursing by now. Especially at you. Those nasty fellows probably meant the hosts of the auction, but Haejin didn't know why Eric's finger was pointing at him. Why would they curse me? Because you told me that the painting was a fake. That was true, so Haejin could say nothing. But, why would you call them nasty fellows? Haejin asked. At this, Eric looked at Yunhee confused. However, she was also confused and shook her head. Eric was surprised as he leaned back to his sofa. This is a surprise. You don't know it. Where do you think they bring those impressive paintings from? Well, Yunhee didn't think about it, so she shook her head. Eric's eyes sparkled. I do not know exactly how they can bring such precious artifacts every year, either. However, I can guess. I would like to know that guess. Haejin and Yunhee sat opposite to Eric. Apart from galleries and museums, all the artifacts on auction must be owned by individuals. However, there is something strange. I couldn't find the owners of their artifacts anywhere. Just records about them. Yes. That record is what makes sure that there won't be any legal problems. Yunhee agreed. Eric then put down the cocktail glass and folded his hands together. He was about to say something important. Do you remember Go's painting 2 years ago? I do. Oh, then the person who got that painting. Yunhee widened her eyes. Yes. It was me. When I buy an artifact, I always wonder with what story it came to me. Knowing the history of an artifact makes me look at it in a different way. That made sense. The Jade Buddha was valuable not just because it was an old statue but because of the story it had. I agree. So, I followed the record of the painting, but, strangely, the record ended at some point. Of course, the record the hosts told me have been washed to become legal, so I didn't believe it entirely. I, however, thought there must be some truth in it, so I was very confused. Then, I found a record at Chicago Gallery. Coincidentally. He strongly emphasized coincidentally. Coincidentally? Let me just say that. Anyway, I was able to find the previous owners of the painting with that record. But, Eric's face was dark, he couldn't continue. He drank his remaining cocktail in one gulp and spoke. Again. They died. Very tragically. Are you saying they killed him and took the painting? Haejin was aghast, but Eric shook his head. If that was what happened, taking care of it would have been easy, but it wasn't. The owners had to suffer because of the threats from the creditors. After the painting was taken away from them, they ruined their lives with drugs and eventually killed themselves. However, when I found that out, I suddenly thought that maybe, that might be not the first time that kind of thing happened. The mood turned heavy. Then, Eric suddenly laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. It is nothing but a theory yet. I have liked this stuff since I was a kid. It's probably because I'm a huge fan of Conan Doyle's Sherlock Holmes and Agatha Christie's books. Anyway, enough of those boring stories. I will show you my treasures. Eric rubbed his hands and stood up. He confidently walked like a kid showing his toys to his friends. They went down the spiral staircases and stood in front of a small door. Eric took a deep breath, winked and opened the door. Welcome to Eric Holton's collection. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 40. Chapter 40, Eric Holton's Collection, 2. As Eric was extremely rich, Hagen expected that his basement would be a gallery. So, when Eric opened the door, he was quite disappointed to see the not-so-big space and the few works of art. However, the moment he saw the painting at the front, he knew why Eric Holton was so confident. Wow, it's a very beautiful painting. It's like a princess of the medieval times is standing right in front of me. The lady had determined expression, she looked tough and wise. It is the most prized painting among my collection. Ordinary people would say that it is the most expensive. What do you think? Eric was about to say something, but Hagen couldn't help but exclaim. Da Vinci, a painting from Leonardo da Vinci. Eric Holton laughed. Ha ha ha. My God, you said the name before I even told you, this is a first. I knew you would recognize it. I knew it. Maybe it was only natural as you have recognized Tom Keating's forgery. Ha ha ha. Eric was delighted and clapped while Yunhee frowned. Earlier, you spoke as if you didn't have any Da Vinci's painting. Were you trying to test Mr. Hagen? Hagen? Is his name Hagen? It's so hard to pronounce. Yes, I set a trap. Why? Yunhee's voice was full of displeasure. Eric smiled and crossed his arms. Because it's fun. You see. I don't really trust the words of the appraisers, critics, and the powerful people of the art world. They always use their tongues for money. They pretend to know much when they, in fact, know so little. He talked like Tom Keating. Anyway, Hagen really didn't feel bad about his prank. He didn't have any ill will but was expressing the thoughts he usually had while collecting artifacts. Actually, that is true. Right? I thought you would understand me. No one has said this painting is Da Vinci's first, till now. Even if it was shown to the public, it wouldn't be recognized as Da Vinci's easily. Hagen's argument didn't make Eric lose his smile. I think so, too. However, I believe this is Da Vinci's painting. You might think I am being too confident in front of the man who revealed Tom Keating's forgery, but I am so sure because of a record. He pointed at the corner of the painting's background. You see the fingerprint there? I tracked it, and it was exactly the same with Da Vinci's fingerprint. Imprinted in the Basilica di San Pietro. With that kind of evidence, it would be hard to say that the painting was not Da Vinci's. And, even I know that it is hard to make a fake with vellum. So, this cannot be a fake. Right? Vellum was a word for high-quality parchments. Before paper of good quality was invented, vellum was used for documents and paintings. However, forgers didn't prefer vellum as it was hard to make it craquelure, phenomenon where the oil painting starts to crack because of time. It exists in all old paintings, naturally on vellum. Of course, forgers with exceptional skills like Tom Keating, Han van Meegeren and Eric Herburn could forge using vellum, but acquiring vellum that was made in the 16th century was a hard task on its own. So, with paintings drawn on vellum instead of canvas, people usually presume that it might have been drawn by someone else in the past other than the artist. They would not even think that it is a fake. For instance, experts might think that it might have been drawn by Da Vinci's apprentice instead of Da Vinci himself. In other words, it might be an imitation rather than a fake. If it hadn't been for the fingerprint stamped in the background, this would be the most possible theory. However, as the fingerprint was there, it would be right to think that it was Da Vinci's painting. Yes. I think it would be right to call it real. Hagen wanted to use magic. Not to determine the painting's authenticity, but to see Da Vinci with his eyes through magic. What would the legendary genius look like? When did he make this painting and what kind of habits did he have when drawing? Hagen wanted to find out so many things. Actually, he couldn't be sure if he could use magic now. Unlike before, the after effect of using magic wasn't so big, and he could walk around and drink alcohol without feeling dizzy. However, the thought of using magic twice in a day scared Hagen. Ha ha ha. You are right. Oh, and I also have a Korean artifact, let me show you. Hagen was surprised once again. As Eric had a painting of none other than Da Vinci, that Korean artifact couldn't be something common. Is it a painting? Or porcelain? Or a statue of a Buddha? Unlike the excited Hagen, Yoonhee couldn't take her eyes off from Da Vinci's painting. Compared to the other great artists, Da Vinci had left few paintings. So, getting a chance to see his paintings so closely and in details didn't come often, so Hagen didn't think she was acting strangely. However, Eric Holton had different ideas. He smiled to see Yoonhee. Lady, you really love paintings. Oh, yes, I do. Hagen, I find this curiosity of yours quite interesting. You are so excited to hear about a Korean artifact even though there is a Da Vinci in front of you. Honestly, as an American, I envy that a little. He shrugged and went deeper into the exhibition. Hagen then saw an Eastern painting that was hung on the furthest side of the wall. It's been about 4 years. A Korean American wanted to donate this to museum, but I convinced him and bought it from him. He didn't want to hand over this painting to an individual. I offered him $5 million at the time, but he didn't even blink an eye. Well, if he wanted the money, he would have put it on auction. Yes. So, I kept convincing him. I told him something and he started to change his mind. I said if he donated it to the museum, this painting would never go back to Korea. That was only half right. Selling it to an individual would mean the painting would never return to Korea unless the owner changed his mind. On the other hand, donating it to a museum could have made it possible for it to be returned through an agreement between the two nations. So, Eric Holton meant that he planned to give up that painting when he bought it. Then, he sold it, with one condition. He asked me to sell it if a Korean will offer to buy it at the same price I did. So, I gave him my words and $5 million. At this, Hagen studied the painting once again. Was this painting worth $5 million? The moment he looked into it, he knew the answer. It was. That $100,000 you promised me, you don't have to give it to me. However, can I buy this in installments? Eric found it hilarious and couldn't stop himself from laughing. Ha ha ha. In installments? It's not like this is a car. I've never heard of leasing a painting. Whose painting is this? Yunhee, who had finished watching Da Vinci's painting, asked. It caught her attention as Haejin was interested enough to try to buy that painting. It is Dan Won, Kim Hongdoo's. What? Kim Hongdoo? Sadly, most of the paintings of the great Korean artists like Kim Hongdoo and Shin Yunbok were abroad. They must have left the country for different reasons, but the experts don't argue about the fact that most of them were stolen or exploited rather than sold. Yes, his nom de plume, Danwon, is written here. The signature is also Kim Hongdoo's as well. Theirs. Also the style of drawing straight with a touch of the brush. Yes, but $5 million is too. Yunhee was saying that the price was too high. Of course, on auction, the price could be even higher. With a good flow, but for a deal between individuals, it was quite expensive. Yunhee thought it was too much for Haejin as he had little money. However, Haejin had to get this painting. The original owner had sold it at $5 million and had told Eric to sell it only to someone who was willing to pay that price because he wanted it to be sold to someone who understood and loved it. As Haejin now knew about it, he couldn't leave this painting behind. But you must know $100,000 is only the down payment of this painting. Even though you have helped me earlier, I cannot sell it in installments. Eric was neither smiling nor feeling uncomfortable. Haejin could see that it was not absolutely impossible. If Mr. Haejin doesn't pay you, I will. So, you don't have to worry about it. Yunhee tried to help, but Eric smiled and shook his head. No, I don't let a third person get in the middle of money problem. It makes matters complicated. So, I don't want to make this a matter of trust. I don't want to lose a friend because of money. Eric thought about it. Haejin quickly looked around. He could have argued that he had stopped Eric from losing $10 million, but now Eric had the upper hand. The past wouldn't help Haejin negotiate. He could only hope Eric would count that. To negotiate, Haejin had to find something that would change Eric's mind. Now. Then, he spotted a painting. It was the painting of a huge lady with crossed arms looking forward with a somewhat angry expression. Her clothes were very luxurious, but her rumpled hair and angry face said that there was a story. It was not a mere portrait. Okay. Then, let's make a deal. A deal? Eric showed interest. Haejin turned to him and looked into his eyes. I won't give you $5 million. Instead, I will find you a flaw in your collection. You will find a flaw? You must think your collection is perfect, but I don't think so. If anyone asks me about your collection, I don't think I would be able to say it is flawless. So? That could sound offensive, but Eric didn't seem offended at all. His smile became even wider. I will get rid of that flaw, so, in exchange, give me Kim Hongdoo's painting. Are you going to take in and sell it? No, it will be part of Park Haejin's collection later. Ha ha ha. It turns out you are my great rival. Okay. I will have to make my collection flawless to win against a great rival. I accept the deal. Eric easily accepted, just as Haejin had thought. He didn't want the money for the painting. Good. Haejin turned around and pointed at the painting of the mad lady. You believe that this painting is fake, right? At that moment, Eric's face hardened for the first time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 41. Chapter 41, Eric Holton's Collection, 3. What do you mean? I think that painting is a fake? If you don't, then it's strange. All the other paintings are hanging on the wall and each one of them has individual lights. Only this painting is leaning against the wall on the floor, isn't that strange? Eric looked at the painting and answered. I might just don't like that painting. Or have put it down to hang it in a different place. Let's be honest. You don't think it is Ilya Repin's painting, right? Ilya Repin was the best realistic artist in Russia. He was always critical about the systemic paradox and social evil of the empirical Russia, and he actively expressed this through his works. The painting that was leaning against the wall was Ilya Repin's painting of the Grand Duchess, Sophia Alexeyevna. Sophia was the sister of Peter the Great. She ruled Russia for 7 years as the regent and tried to become the Tsar herself. However, she lost to Peter the Great and his men. She was then locked in Novodevich convent for 15 years. Before she died, she witnessed her subjects and 1,700 guards get killed. Additionally, the head hanging outside the window in the painting was one of the hanged guards. It told us why the Duchess looked so angry, although she was wearing the pearl necklace, jewels and a luxurious silk dress. I cannot fool you. Yes, I bought this painting within 3 months of starting to live in this house and leaving my parents. Were you already rich then? Rich? Ha ha ha. Oh, sorry. No one asks it so straightforwardly to me. Yes, my father bought me this house when I moved out. Hagen almost hit Eric's face in envy. This is why the world can never be fair. I admit that. Anyway, because of my father, I am interested in art. I am not good at drawing, but I like enjoying the paintings. I participated in Sotheby's auction in England and got to know about this painting through someone I knew. You didn't know about this painting at the time? Yes, I didn't know much in the past, and I just wanted to own many works of art like my father. You? No, the useless pride and rebellious spirit, it was like that. Did you regret buying it afterward? No, it was the first painting I bought. I was humiliated when I showed this to others later, but I couldn't get rid of it because it was the first painting I bought. It also allowed my interest to live for paintings for a while. So, I included it in my collection, but I just left it there to be passed by. When someone asked, you told that person it's a fake and you should see the other things? Eric was a little ashamed. He looked away and laughed. I did. But you're saying it's not a fake? It can't be. The Real is in Tretiakov Gallery in Russia, so there's no way this is real. Although he said it couldn't be real, his face had some hope. He was thinking Hagen would not have said that it was real for no reason. It is known that Sophia Alexeyevna was fat and short. However, the lady of the painting in Tretiakov Gallery is tall, unlike her. But in this painting, Sophia is small as if she has been downsized. That's because Ilya Repin tried to describe her with dignity. Yes, but the first painting was not like that. Eric took a step closer. What do you mean? The first painting, After Ilya Repin drew this painting, he showed it to the people of the upper class of the time. He had many friends. However, a few said it didn't look nice because the Duchess was too small. There was no dignity. So, he drew another painting? Yes, and his second painting is exhibited at the gallery now. I heard Repin hid the first painting because he was ashamed of it, and it was here. Eric looked back at the painting and stared at it. It could be because he couldn't fully believe Hagen, or because he was filled with emotions after hearing that it was real. How do you know that? I've never heard of this story. That was also because of the old lady Hagen's father met in Italy. She showed them many artifacts and told secret stories that were unknown to the art world with a delicious dinner. I heard it from the Verney family in Florence. The current head of the family is Olivia Verney. She is over 70. She liked my father very much and kept us for days to talk about art. Verney, yes, I've heard of them. It's a big family, although not as much as the Medici. She has a record about Repin's paintings of the time, so if you go and ask, she will tell you the truth. Eric went to the painting, knelt, and carefully lifted it. I have done all kinds of appraising after I heard it was a fake. Do you see the spot without paint? Here? There was a spot without paint in the dark background. Yes. I removed some paint to use the radiocarbon dating method. It turned out that it was drawn in the late 19th century or early 20th century, but that was it. I checked if the craquelure had been overlayered and forged with ultraviolet, but there was nothing wrong. However, I could tell this to no one. In fact, that often happened with fakes. Only non-experts would think that scientific appraisal can discover every fake. Forgers know what kind of scientific tests their works would go through, so they come up with methods to defeat the high-end scientific tests. Some forgers even fabricate evidence or implant them so that appraisers would be confused. Some scientific methods can only tell the date of the materials instead of the date of the painting itself. So forgers acquire ingredients that were only used in certain eras, mostly the paint. Forgers with worldwide fame think making creative paints of their own is only natural. So, Eric Holton could not argue that the painting was real, even though the scientific tests proved there was nothing wrong. That could happen, but now you can confidently say this is real. First, I will have to go to the Verney family and check. If I find that record, I will call the friends who humiliated me and pay them back. Eric looked delighted as if he was already working on a plan for vengeance. Then, will you send me the painting? Hagen asked with worry. Eric shrugged and went to Kim Hondu's painting. Actually, I was going to give you this painting when you wanted it. I just wanted to see how you would react. That's too mean. Yuni protested, but Eric laughed as he pulled off the painting from the wall. It's funny. I also got to find out that my Duchess Sophia, although fat, is not fake. If it hadn't been for that pal would have just glanced at it and left. Don't you think so? Hagen couldn't argue. As Eric said, if the situation hadn't been so urgent, he would have just thought about the Duchess painting and left without talking about it. I cannot say that's not true. Anyway, my Duchess Sophia, you have quite an unusual taste. That was a joke, but surprisingly, Eric nodded and agreed. My mom was just like that. She was always angry. So, that painting reminds me of her. Well, let's stop talking about boring things and go up. We should write the certificate. Certificates were necessary to go back to Korea with the painting. Without it, Hagen would be arrested as an artifact smuggler and put behind bars. Eric called his lawyer. While they waited, they ate dinner cooked by Eric's personal chef. Eric suddenly recalled something and pointed at Hagen with his fork. Don't forget what I told you earlier. What you told me earlier. I don't understand. Hagen blinked. Eric smiled and answered. About helping me at the auction. They will keep an eye on you from now on. If you think about it, things are strange. Why did they let you reveal that the painting is fake? If they thought it was a fake, they could have cancelled your bid. Or, if they weren't sure, they could have left you behind to check. Yunhee, who had been elegantly cutting steak, tilted her head. I couldn't think about it as the situation changed fast, but now that I think about it, it is indeed Strange. Eric wiped his mouth with the napkin and seriously said, "Actually, I didn't go to the auction to win a painting. You remember that I suspected them because of the painting I bought before? In fact, I went there to see what kind of paintings would come out this time because of it. However, there was my favorite artist's Rembrandt painting. So, I got excited and bid. But it was a fake." The story was quite interesting. Yunhee also wiped her mouth and focused. Yes. Anyway, I needed time to think. $10 million is a huge sum of money, but I wouldn't die without it. So, I went out and thought that maybe I could use this as a chance to lure them in. Lure them in how? It's simple. A lawsuit. A big and a loud one. I wondered what kind of people they were, so I wanted to drag them into the light. Yunhee shook her head as if she couldn't understand. It's not like no one had ever sued them before. I know that a wealthy company owner family once sued them. Eric shook his index finger at Yunhee like a hero of a movie. You don't know things well. No one ever sued them before. If there was a problem about a fake, they solved it by having a discussion. Oh, I don't know exactly what that talk was about. All I know is that the people who bought fakes neither sued them nor tried to get any compensation. It makes no sense. It makes sense. If they threatened me to not let me participate in the next auction, I would think about it a lot. Whether to give up $10 million or go through a lawsuit that I might win or not. $10 million is big, but giving up all the fantastic paintings that would be on their auctions in the future, that is more painful than you think. Yunhee could understand that. She nodded. Anyway, I made up my mind and went in making a fuss. It is important to notice that I was very loud. The eyes and mouths of the powerful people in that room were as important as the media. They, however, reacted in an unexpected way. They let me reveal the fake in front of everyone. It turned out to be a fake and I didn't lose my $10 million, but you lost the pretext to sue them. Yes, I got my money back, but my plan failed. I think the reason they acted unusually today is you. Eric looked into Heijin's eyes. They changed their strategy when they realized the story of a fake went around. Anyway, what I am trying to say is this: they will certainly react. If that happens, call me. You might not be able to handle them on your own. You are helping me? Eric heard the doorbell ringing and stood up. My lawyer is here, and I am the one who's asking for help. My curiosity is killing me. I must find out who they are. He spoke as if he wanted to find out who they were just because he was curious about it, but Heijin thought there had to be more reasons that he was not telling them. He wondered what it was, but he didn't ask. One day, Eric would tell him. The day Heijin came to Korea with the painting, he went into Byonguk's shop. He was excited to see Sejong and Byonguk get surprised by the new painting he got. Oh, you're here. It had been a while, but Sejong didn't even look up. Heijin carefully put down the painting and went closer. She was concentrating on a broken celadon. What is that? Oh, this? Someone asked me to restore it. What? It's a celadon. Where did you get it? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 42. Chapter 42, Excavating and Collecting, 1. Only then did Sejong smile and look at Heijin. My reputation has preceded me. What are you talking about? You haven't even opened your shop yet, and you already got a job? Does that belong to someone you know? Sujong shook her head and sat down again. No, I heard Ms. Yunhee is going to help you build a gallery. So, I talked to her employees about this. And that, I also mentioned that I was going to open a shop about restoring porcelains in Western painting. They then called me in less than a day. They asked you to restore it? Sujong was thinking about how to restore the celadon. Yes, isn't it funny? Not funny at all, so? Continue. They were looking for you at first. They tried to reach me through you. Reach you through me? As Sujong had come to Korea only a while ago, guessing who wanted to find her wasn't hard. Yuzeong Corporate Group was looking for you? Yes, Chairman Song Haekil had an employee call me. So, I told him to come here, and he brought this. She picked one of the pieces, between the dozens, of the shattered celadon and studied it. He must know a lot of restorers. Why did he want you specifically? He must have recognized my potentials. Really? Sujong was about to boast, but soon she dropped her shoulders. I wish I could say that, but my rational guess is that you appraised fantastically back then. So, he must have thought I will restore this as well as you did it. But did someone smash this with a hammer? Why is this in this condition? The restoration of porcelains can be divided into two cases. First, putting together the pieces that had been destroyed during the excavation process. Second, porcelains that were stored or exhibited in households or organizations might break because of an accidental mistake and needed to be restored. However, the celadon Sujong was looking at had been smashed into so many pieces that was hard to think that it had been excavated from a historical site. Right? They said it was smashed by mistake, but we know what really happened. A couple got angry during a fight and threw it, or a child nagged his parents for money and smashed it in rage. Something like that. Does that happen in Europe, too? Sujong seemed to have gone through many cases like this. That made Haejin smile. Europe is not free from madmen. They are even more aggressive. Someone even murdered a person with a centuries-old sword displayed on the wall. Chairman Song has given you a hard mission. And the money? I got $1 million as a start. I will get 50 million more if I succeed. Oh, that's a good start. Yes, my eyeballs will be tortured for months, but it's a good start. Getting 50 million for one job might sound like a lot, but restoring shattered porcelain is harder than most would think. If you want to find out how, buy porcelain, smash it with a hammer, and put the pieces together. Unless you are a holy man like Jesus and Buddha, you will definitely end up cursing. Oh, but why were you so late? Shouldn't you have come yesterday? As Sujong said, Haejin should have come yesterday, but he had to stay for one more day because of Eric Holton's hospitality. You are asking too quickly. I had a story. Anyway, stop staring at that shattered celadon and come here. You must see the painting I brought. Haejin put it on the table and carefully unwrapped it. He had wrapped it in many layers lest it gets damaged, but, as he had unwrapped it once at the airport, the painting was soon revealed. Oh, this says Danwon, right? Yes, it is Kim Hongdu's. Even though you don't know about Eastern paintings, you have learned from your father. You can read Chinese letters. Of course, but this is impressive. You brought Kim Hongdu's painting. If you have reported to the customs, there will soon be reports about it. The fact that Haejin had reported the painting to the customs meant that it would be registered to the Cultural Heritage Administration soon. A painting from Kim Hongdu that had been abroad would be quite an issue. Probably. Wow. I didn't get a good start. You did. You haven't opened your gallery yet, but the words will get out first. People will go to your gallery just to see Kim Hongdu's paintings. Congratulations. It's a start. Then, you're buying dinner today, right? Oh, Dad is playing baduk with Mr. Yoon outside. I will bring him, so watch over the shop in the meantime. Okay. Sujon left. Haejin then walked around and spotted the celadon pieces. He had nothing to do, so he knelt down, like Sujon did, to look at them, and suddenly he wanted to see its past. Haejin didn't want to see its shape before it was smashed, but he wanted to know why it had been shattered and how Yuzeong got to own this celadon. It was out of mere curiosity, but he had no business to use magic today, so he used water to cast the spell. Ha! Haejin exclaimed without realizing it. Surprisingly, Hakiel had gotten it just a while ago. Dad, look. It's Kim Hongdu's painting that Haejin has just brought. Wow, you are amazing. You went to the US and came back with a Kim Hongdu. I hope you haven't sold an organ or something. Please watch over the painting. I should go. Haejin interrupted Byung-guk's silly joke and left the shop. Ha! Hey! I thought you were buying dinner today. Later. Just keep that painting safe. Haejin hurriedly left Insadon's alley and called Section Chief Yang Jongjin of Yuzeong. He answered after a few beeps, so he probably had Haejin's number. Hello, Mr. Park Haejin. Yes, hello. I have something to tell Chairman Song. Is it possible to meet him? What? Even heirs of other corporate groups wouldn't dare to meet Hakiel so urgently, and an appraiser was asking to meet him. Jongjin was confused. Of course, Haejin had shown exceptional skills before, but, to Jeongjin, he was still an appraiser. I know it is hard. So please, tell him something. I will let him find the treasure from the coast of Sinan. Of course, if he doesn't want it, I will ask someone else. So, he doesn't have to feel bad about it. I will. Wait until 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock? Huh, okay. Jongjin was shocked to see an appraiser asking to meet the chairman and was also setting a time limit. Haejin hung up. In less than 10 minutes, Jongjin called. He will meet you. He has postponed a conference to meet you, so I hope it will be something meaningful. It will be. I'm almost there. Haejin took a taxi while calling Jongjin. He didn't even think that Hakiel would refuse. He knew how much regret Hakiel had about the treasure ship in Sinan. When Haejin arrived at the lobby, Jongjin was waiting for him. Haejin followed him to the top floor, went past the secretary's office, and stood in front of Hakiel's office door. Mr. Park Haejin is here. Let him in. A familiar voice came from the inside. It was Hakiel's that Haejin had heard at the hotel before. This place is not a hotel. Be careful of what you say. Then, Jongjin warned Haejin once again and opened the door for him. The chairman's office was wide, but there was only a desk for Hakiel and luxurious sofas for the guests. Welcome. You look even better than before. You also look good, sir. I am too old to look good, don't just stand there, sit. Hakiel sat and gestured to Haejin to sit next to him. Haejin sat down. Hakiel then folded his hands on his belly and asked, Actually, I am not feeling that good. I am a very busy man. If you didn't help me before, I wouldn't have thought about it, but as you are the one who said that, I couldn't give up. Thank you for thinking good of me. It doesn't mean that I think good of you. You were about to go to Lim Sung Jun if I said no. I was shocked, dumbfounded. I've never seen someone who threatens me so openly. I am sorry, but it wasn't a threat. See? You never let a word go, and I know it is not an empty threat. That is why you are here. Now, show me your card. What kind of cards do you have for you to come here with such confidence? There can't be another treasure ship in Sinan. Heijin caught his breath and got to the point. Yes. There isn't another treasure ship in Sinan. Heikiel didn't even blink an eye as if he had suspected this. Then? That Celadon you broke, where did you get it? Heikiel frowned. I got it through some personal friends. You can't be threatening me by telling me it's a stolen. Good. Of course not. That is not why I asked. Yes, anyway, I bought it personally through an art dealer I know. Why? Is there a problem? I think I know where it came from. Where it came from? What do you mean? It has been recovered from the bottom of the ocean. And quite recently. I don't know if you know this, but there is only one place where that is possible these days. Do you know? Heikiel jumped to his feet. Tian, that Celadon is from the sea in Tian? Yes. Heijin had seen the Celadon's recent pass through magic. It was in the deep darkness and was recovered by Annette. The scene of the deep ocean made fear come up in his heart, but he still could feel the thrill he felt the moment it reached the surface. Fortune was with him. Then you are here for? Don't you want to recover the treasures from the ocean with me? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 43. Chapter 43, Excavating and Collecting, 2. Heikiel thought about it. Then he sat down again, closed one eye and asked, but how did you find out it had been under the ocean? Sujong. I mean, when you asked my friend to restore the Celadon, she did a component analysis. She then found out that part of the Celadon had been processed with hydrochloric acid. Heijin didn't know if Sujong had such equipment, but Heikiel had no choice but to believe it. Hydrochloric acid? Yes. In time, clams and shells attach themselves to the porcelains underwater. So, it should be melted with hydrochloric acid, and ultrasonic waves are used to remove the filth. Then, the porcelain should be cleaned because of the microorganisms and pollutants, and it recovers its original hue. I see. So, artifacts recovered from the ocean have the remains of all kinds of chemicals. It is easy to find out. Fine, let's say that Celadon is from the shore of Tian. How are you going to find the location? Can you find it? In fact, that was the most important part. Heijin had to make Heikiel believe him or his plans would be in vain. I already have a few guesses. You know the location? How? I had some interest in the Goryeo Celadons that were found in Tian in 2007. At the time, some 12th century Celadons were recovered, and people said there were about 50,000 high-quality Celadons that used to belong to the nobles of Goryeo. So, I started to find the excavation points. Finding half of them would be enough to fill his new gallery with Celadons. So, you found it? I have narrowed my guesses to 3 spots. Here, here, and here. Heijin pointed 3 spots on the map in his smartphone. One of the spots was true, but he just picked the other 2 spots randomly. However, as the ships went to and fro between China and Japan, mainly went through that area, there were many wrecked ships underwater, so any spot looked reasonable. What if there's nothing? Heikiel was right to ask that. Recovering artifacts from the ocean would cost a lot, so he had to be careful. Why don't we decide this first? If we find artifacts in the coastal waters of Tian and get them successfully, how about 5:5? Half to the Havasai Gallery, and half to my gallery. You are going to build a private gallery? That is a huge ambition. Well, anyway. 5:5? When we are using my money? I, however, know the location. Well, if you think you can do it alone without me, you can always work on your own. Hakiel thought about it and spoke. I'll ask again. What if we find nothing? If we agree on 5:5 and nothing comes out, I will pay half the costs. I will pay back no matter how long it takes, so you won't have to worry about it. That is what people always say when they borrow money. Hakiel muttered to himself and thought about it. Then, he stood up. Okay. I will think about it. Businessmen never make this kind of decisions in a moment. They tell their answer after countless meetings, and that answer always prioritized their benefits. Sometimes they would even backstab you. Okay. I will wait until tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning? Isn't that too early? Unlike the surprised Hakiel, Hagen stood up and was about to finish the meeting. Even if we had made good deals before, we cannot trust each other about business yet. If I cannot make a deal with you, I should find someone else. You have anyone to turn to? I will talk to others, and, if that doesn't work, I am going to work with my uncle. Even though it may not be enough. As he has saved quite a lot of money, we should be able to work for a short while. Excavating underwater cost much more because it takes so long. If Hagen could finish the excavation, that would take more than a year and 3 months. He could save a lot of money. Anyway, you will get my answer tomorrow morning. Then, I will wait. I hope to get a good result. Then, Hagen was sure he had won Hakiel over. His eyes were shaking. No man would be able to refuse a treasure ship. As he had expected, Zhang Jin called him when he left his home early in the morning. He wanted to talk about the official contract for the excavation. Hagen said he would go in the afternoon and went to Saiyan Gallery. It was about his gallery. Yunhee was grinning widely when she greeted Hagen. You're here. Please, sit. Aren't you proceeding too fast? I saw the ad about Renoir at the entrance. Oh. I have to promote early to lure in the reporters. You're here because of your gallery, right? My employee has found a good place nearby. It is about 230 square meters wide, but as the building is old and the location is a little desolate, it is cheap. Thank you, and have you found a good curator? Yes, she is a junior of my curator. She is smart and talented. The only reason she hasn't been hired by a big gallery is that she doesn't have many friends. I told her about the gallery you are about to build. She said that she would be willing to join you. If you want, I will set up an interview right away. And the excavation team? Getting a job is difficult these days. So, I gathered a group of people who have studied in the best universities but haven't been hired yet. Oh, but there's no director with a lot of experience, so you will have to go through some trouble during the first few times. Good, thank you. You should thank our employees. I went to the U.S. with you, but you are making an excavation team. Because you plan to start working immediately after you build the gallery? Yes, I will start as soon as I get the permission from the authorities. Hagen had asked Hakiel instead of Yunhee not because she didn't have the money. Of course. She was not as rich as Hakiel, but The most important reason was that even though Haejin didn't know whether Yunhee knew or not, he was suspecting Korean artifacts were being exported through Seiun Gallery, so he could not excavate with her. Have you found a site? Her eyes sparkled. Of course, she was curious. Yes, thankfully. I guess it's a secret. Okay, I won't ask. You have helped me enough, anyway. The board is greatly surprised by the result of our trip to the US. I had spent so little for a Renoir that they are now looking at me differently. Yunhee seemed to be satisfied enough about bringing a Renoir to Seiun Gallery. Congratulations. Then, you won't have to trouble yourself with that guy anymore. Haejin was talking about Lee Jongmyeon. Yunhee had gotten engaged to him to protect her gallery. But, in time, it became a bad decision and almost hurt her badly. This is why both men and women should meet good spouses. I almost lost this position because of a momentary mistake. Thank God it didn't happen. Shall we leave now? You should sign the contract. For the lease yourself. Of course. Haejin followed curator Jong Mina of Seiun Gallery to the place that would be his gallery. He liked it more than he had thought. The building was old, but the red brick exterior was beautiful. He signed the contract with its owner, met the interior designer and agreed to start the construction immediately. Next, he met the management consultant that Yunhee introduced to him to talk about the business plans. He worked hard without having the time to eat lunch and headed to Useong for the deal of the excavation, but then he got a call. Surprisingly, it was Captain Hwang, the construction worker with which Haejin used to work together. He thought Hwang would never see him again, so what was this about? Hello? Haejin? It's me, Hwang. Oh, yes. How have you been? As usual. I am sorry about the last time. There was a misunderstanding. It was a huge misunderstanding, but it was about Yang Sangman, the building's owner. Hwang was only a helper, so Haejin had no reason to hate him. It's in the past. Plus, I got those porcelains at an extremely low price. I know. You remember Chanjian Appraising Agency? They came to Mr. Yang and confessed there had been a problem with the appraisal. So, they probably got scared after confessing the truth to Haejin. So, things went really crazy. Mr. Yang said he had to get those porcelains back from you, crying and yelling, but, as you had written that contract, there was nothing he could do about it. Then, he got ill for a few days and got up only a while ago. That's a shame, but there's nothing that can be done. Yes, there's nothing that can be done. Anyway, that is not why I called. Actually, a relative of mine is building a new house and he found an artifact buried in the ground. I told him he should go to Insadong, but I told him about Mr. Yang before. So, he is scared of getting fooled in Insadong and wants to have it appraised by you. What is it? Is it a Buddha? Or porcelain? Porcelain. White porcelain. Similar to the things you have bought from Mr. Yang. Really? Okay. Send me the text, but you should tell him that I take a fee. Yes, of course. I already did. Then, when will you come? I will leave Seoul before evening. Oh, really? Okay. I will tell him so. Haejin was not curious about the porcelain. He was thinking that he might be able to find another historical site other than Tian. He didn't mention the 1% appraising fee because although he thought he should receive a lot from the wealthy people, he didn't want to demand so much from ordinary citizens. He went into Useong, negotiated about the details of the deal, agreed to start the excavation next week and left. The address was Pochen, Gyeonggi-do. As it was far, when he arrived, it was 8 p.m. The sun had set. It was a desolate site for a country house. Materials for construction were on one side. The workers had all left, and a man in his 40s saw Haejin's car and reached him in a hurry. He was small but, judging from his dark sunburned skin and wrinkles, he had worked hard on something like farming for a long time. "Oh, are you the appraiser, Park Haejin? Yes, I thought you would call me to your home, but this is the site. I was worried that I might make a mistake if I touched it, so I left it where it was found yesterday. My family is guarding it in turns. Let's see it first." Haejin wanted to skip the unnecessary stories and get to the point. He was famished as he didn't eat anything the whole day. "This way, please." Although the man was much older, he politely bowed to Haejin and walked in front of him. He took Haejin to the north corner of the construction site. Haejin spotted a white porcelain that was lying on the ground. Half of it was still buried. There was a lot of dirt on it, but guessing its original shape wasn't easy. "This is it, They dug half of it and called someone because they thought they couldn't do more, and Haejin thought that was great. Making a mistake while digging and damaging the porcelain would be a great loss. "Wow, you are lucky." It was a moon porcelain, about 40 centimeters tall. The clean milky white porcelain without any pattern was simple but touching. It was a great artifact that had the unique spirit of Joseon white porcelain. Am I? Is it good? Yes. If you clean it, it will show its true self. That's good. However, Haejin suddenly thought something was wrong. He didn't know exactly what, but he was getting a bad feeling about it. Strangely, the man was looking at Haejin instead of the porcelain, although he clearly looked delighted. It was clearly strange. Haejin applied some saliva on his finger and used magic. It was to see how the porcelain ended up there, and "You have won a fortune." Thank you." Surprisingly, that porcelain had been implanted on the ground by the man. He also had an accomplice. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 44. Chapter 44, Excavating and Collecting, 3. It had been made about 5 years ago. It had also been buried about 2 years ago. It wasn't made in Korea but had come from Jingdezhen, Jiangxi province of China. It was a great forgery that impressed Haejin. Antique forging techniques from China were great, they were the top of the world. Counting only porcelains, more than 60% of the 1,400,000 people in Jingdezhen works in the porcelain industry. More than 10,000 porcelains are made every year and the revenue is over $100 million. But what is important is that 80% of them are fake. Everyone, including gallery owners, middlemen, the police, and the locals agree with these statistics. And some even say it is 95%. And there, too. The man pointed at the west corner of the site. Haejin looked there, and he saw another porcelain poking out of the ground. "How many have you found?" "There are 2 more. "Wow, sir, your ancestors must be helping you. He must have buried them in a good spot." Yes. It's all thanks to my ancestors. But how much will they be, Madot? Well, this moon porcelain is almost good enough to become a national treasure, so it can be sold at a considerable price. When was it made? I think around the 18th century. It was probably made in Songwon of Gwangju, Gyeonggi-do. Heijin pretended to know nothing. He didn't know whether the man was simply trying to con him or had another purpose. I was just building a house, and this happened. I still cannot believe it. Heijin could not stand it more as he knew he was lying. Then I should go. What? Oh please, join me for dinner. And here. He took out an envelope and gave it to Heijin. It was probably his fee, but Heijin didn't know if he should take it or not. The man had clearly called Heijin for a purpose. Should he eat together and see how he would react? Or should he just ignore it? Okay. There is a nice duck barbecue place nearby. Please, follow me. He got in his car and gestured to Heijin to follow him. If Heijin didn't have his magic, he would have been delighted to follow him. However, as he had seen the man's dark intentions through magic, he could not do such a foolish thing. When they arrived at the restaurant, the man's wife and children were waiting for them. Heijin awkwardly said hello and sat down. Then, the man asked him, actually, as you have seen, it isn't enough to be a historical site. There are only a few porcelains. Heijin knew why he was saying that, but he pretended he didn't know. You should do some research, that will tell you. Ha, I've already heard you bought some porcelains that came out from a construction site. Oh, I did. However, now is different from back then. Please, I will sell them to you at a low price. If you don't want it, I am willing to sell them to someone who's willing to buy them. How about that? How about what? The man was clearly trying to con Heijin, so, of course, he didn't feel good. However, he decided to play along with him. Really? Then, at how much will you sell them? Well, I don't know much, but I heard that the moon porcelain alone is worth more than $1 billion. Is that true? Look at that. He wasn't thinking to get some allowance. Well, bringing that kind of fake would have cost a lot. It is possible. So, I am thinking 1.5 billion for all four. Heijin was so shocked that he couldn't even laugh, but, actually, if those porcelains had been real, that would not have been a bad price. 1.5 billion, not bad. Right? Ha ha ha. I don't know much, but I do know that is not that expensive. Although he kept saying he didn't know much, but the price he spoke of was not a price someone who knew nothing could say at all. Getting too greedy would make it hard to sell. Yes. So, I don't want much. I just want my family to not starve. Not starve with 1.5 billion, what kind of nonsense was that? Of course. Then, I will try to find someone who's willing to buy the 4 white porcelains at 1.5 billion. Send me some photos. I've taken some during the day. I will send them right away, but if you buy them, it will be much simpler. Ha ha ha. I wish I had that kind of money. Why? You have a good car. I guess you must have earned a lot. Heijin was just over 30 now, so most people would think his good car was from his dad or he was just too poor to afford a really good car. However, the man was speaking as if he knew that Heijin had lots of money. That was strange. Do I look that way? Thank you for thinking that I am rich, but, in fact, I am just an appraiser. Nay, you don't look that way. Well, if you don't have the money, I have no choice. Heijin thought that maybe he was not just trying to fraud him. What if Heijin was the target of this scheme? If he was, then how did they recruit Huang? They had to know the relationship between him and Huang, who had such money and power. And who was the man in the black suit who was watching from the side when the porcelain was buried? Heijin had only seen the owner of the porcelain through magic, so he couldn't figure out the man behind him. He couldn't find out more until dinner was finished. Then, he returned with doubts and guesses. The next day, he met and had lunch with the future employees of his gallery at a restaurant in Johngro. Nice to meet you, everyone. I am Park Hagen, owner of Park Hagen Gallery. The gallery is under construction, but it will be opened officially next month. Firstly, who is the curator? Hello. I am curator Lee Ji-soo. A woman in her 20s stood up. She was not extremely beautiful, but her eyes were clear and looked nice. Oh, nice to meet you. Director Lim Yoon-hee said you are very talented. I have high hopes for you. She smiled awkwardly and bowed. No, but I will do my best to let everyone know that there is a Park Hagen Gallery in Johngro. That was quite an impressive ambition, but that part was Hagen's job. By next month, every Korean will get to know Park Hagen Gallery even if you do nothing. What? How? The excavation team will start working next week. Curator Lee Ji-soo, you should be at the gallery, but this time, I want you to come to the site with us and help. A young man raised his hand. He had countless pimples on his face, but the eyes behind his glasses were full of passion. Where is the site? We are going to Tien. When we are there, you won't have to dig and use brushes. Then what will we do? You will be busy restoring the porcelains from the ocean. At that moment, silence fell. Recovering artifacts from the ocean meant Hagen had found an underwater treasure. Really? Have you checked the location? Jisoo asked with excitement. We in Yuzeon Group will work together starting next week, so you should get some rest in advance. Once the porcelains start to come up, there will be no time to sleep. Wow! They had been given a huge workload, but they looked at one another in excitement. Underwater excavation would give them important experience and knowledge to those who dream to be archaeologists. They talked about the schedule and plans for the gallery. Then, Hagen returned to the shop. Byung-guk greeted him with a sad face. Aren't you way too busy these days? I will spend the rest of my days playing baduk. I am so bored. Byung-guk had lived a life full of thrills like smuggling and illegal excavating, and now living as a good citizen was boring for him. Where's Sujong? She's putting back that porcelain together with the glue. I tried to help, but she got mad at me. There had to be a reason for that. You made a mistake, didn't you? That's a very delicate process. Not anyone can do such a thing. I was trying to help. If I made a mistake, she can do it again. How could she scold her dad? However, a mistake will leave a glue mark. She would have to erase that and work again, so she is right to be irritated. Anyway, don't touch her while she is working and play with me instead. Byung-guk's eyes brightened at this. What? What is it? Are you selling? Or buying? Or putting someone through some troubles? You are never going to be a normal guy. I think of myself very normal. Although you wouldn't understand that. Anyway, what is it? Byung-guk was like a child. Hagen smiled. There is a construction worker captain I used to work together, and his relative found porcelains while building a new house. So, I went there, and there was this moon porcelain good enough to be a national treasure. Yo? Really? His ancestors must have helped him. Yes, if it were real. Byung-guk was certainly different from others. His eyes sparkled even more when hearing that it wasn't real. It's fake? So? I pretended to not know, but I think I am the target. What? He's trying to con you? Ha ha ha. That's a funny guy. Byung-guk laughed. We cannot laugh at him because the porcelain has great quality. I was momentarily fooled by it. Really? That good? Only then did Byonguk turn serious. He realized it was not a thing to laugh about. It is from Jingdezhen, China, and it has great quality. They recreated Joseon white porcelain. Almost perfectly. They probably analyzed the soil used at Songwon of Gwangju, Gyeonggi-do, to make that porcelain. They must have mixed the right elements. They are not ordinary frauds. I don't know much, but you're saying they have made a great forgery, right? Yes. In conclusion, it is something great enough to fool most experts. It has also been buried for at least 2 years. Wow, so, someone bought it and buried it for 2 years? I am confident that it is not an individual. It is hard for an individual to be that patient. Yes. That's why it is strange. Clearly, a group is trying to con me, is it him? Byonguk smiled and nodded. The person I thought about. I guess you recalled him as well? Probably. It has to be him. A person who has lost 4 billion can pull off this kind of scheme. Right? Ando Hideki can. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 45. Chapter 45, Excavating and Collecting, 4. Residential slum area in the suburb of Gyeonggi-do. Between the old houses that were in the high ground, a man in his 20s was going up with a black cat in his arms. He didn't like the hair sticking to his cheek because of the sweat and kept cursing. XX, he had to live in this place. Enko, do we have to climb more? He asked the black cat. Enko jumped off with a meow and started to walk in front of him. I am tired, so let's go slowly. Okay? Surprisingly, the cat waved its tail and walked slowly as if it understood. The man moved. About a while later, the cat stopped and stared at the entrance of a house. The blue iron gate was old. The painting was worn out by more than half and the walls had various scribbles from children. This is it? The cat tilted its head and went in. The man pushed open the gate and followed the cat. He frowned to see the scattered kitchen utensils while opening the door of the kitchen. What? No one's here? The cat meowed at the sky as if it understood him. It went to a corner of the yard and started to smell. There were excrements of animals and trash. The cat put its nose toward a part of it and started to dig. The cat was acting strangely, so the man just looked at it. About 10 minutes later, something black was revealed. Stop. At this, the cat stopped and jumped into the man's arms. He hugged the cat, knelt down, and went through that black stuff for a long time. Then, he moaned and took out his phone. I found the holy book. He was speaking in Chinese. He spoke seriously. But it has been burnt. Yes, I will send the remains via airmail. I'll need more men. Yes, I understand. The man hung up and stood up. His hardened face and sharp gaze made it clear he was extremely angry. How dare you destroy the holy book? He took the cat and quietly left. Byonguk poured makgeolli, Korean rice wine, in his cup and spoke. My instinct says it's Ando Hideki, but it might not be him. But it might be him. No, I think it is him. I cannot think of anyone else. After realizing Ando Hideki was after him, Heijin could not just go home, so he took Byonguk and went to drink makgeolli. There is a huge possibility. Who? I think it is natural for him to come after me. He's lost 4 billion, but how is that porcelain? Buried underground for 2 years. Byonguk stopped drinking Macchiali and asked, "And how did you know that it had been underground for 2 years?" Heijin flinched, but he tried his best to act naturally. The soil on the surface of the porcelain was not too old, but not too recent either. Enough to fool a non-expert. You certainly have keen eyes. Anyway, 2 years, then it might have been a while since. Ando Hideki expanded his business to Korea. It can be. Funnily, they value Korean artifacts more than Japanese artifacts. Right? If you think about it, you cannot be the only one Ando Hideki wants to fool. It's also not just him. There are many who wants to rip people off with fake artifacts. I think Ando Hideki had planned to fool someone else but changed his target to you because of what you did. That made sense. Ando Hideki had lost 4 billion, and the easiest way to get that money back was to con Heijin in return. Then, how did he get the info about me? And he dragged in none other than Wong. I think all the info about you is in his hands by now. Yang Sajin is probably in it as well since you fooled her, and that Huang must have joined in that process. I am sure Huang and the owner of that porcelain have nothing to do with each other. If this was true, then Ando Hideki had great power. Heijin thought he might send the Yakuza after him. Byonguk read it on his face and smiled. Are you worrying about the Yakuza? With that kind of power, I should worry about them. Even with magic, facing Yakuza who shot from afar would be dangerous. If the Yakuza had that kind of ability, they would be working openly in Korea by now. There are things they can do and things they cannot do, even if he has lost a huge amount of money. I don't think you have to worry about that. Then Heijin drank Macchiali and leaned toward Byonguk. Byonguk, how about this? Huh? What? An idea had flashed through Heijin's mind. If Ando Hideki is trying to get that 4 billion back, I can just pretend to get fooled and pass it to someone else. Pass it? To whom? Who is the person who would be the most delighted if that moon porcelain is real? That's. Byonguk thought about it and widened his eyes. Mizno Toru, if he hears about it, he will certainly try to buy it. He is still mad about the Josian white porcelains. He has stolen countless Buddhas and white porcelains from this country, so he won't let go of a chance to get it. So, we let him know about this and make him buy it at 1.5 billion. Byonguk drank Macchiali and nodded. Good, good. I happen to know a friend who was close to the executive director of Masaru Electronics Korean branch. Well, he was a grave robber who used to sell to that director, but anyway, if he hears about this, he will bring him. I hope he's not Japanese. Ando Hideki's man won't sell that porcelain if the buyer is a Japanese. No, even Masaru Electronics can't smuggle artifacts openly. They have Koreans that they use as faces for this kind of business. Don't worry. A few days later, the owner of the porcelain called. He was asking if Heijin had found a buyer, and he implied that if he didn't, he should buy it himself. I have found someone. He is very important to me and works for someone who has great influence in this country. Someone important? Someone with great power. This cannot go wrong, so if you try to fiddle with the price at the meeting, I would be in huge trouble. You understand? Oh, of course. It won't happen. He must have thought that kind of person was worth selling the porcelain, even though Heijin wasn't buying himself. Maybe he was content because Heijin would lose a lot when the porcelain turns out to be a fake later. They set an appointment and Heijin went to Insadong. Did he call? Sujong was still locked up in the restoration room. Byung-guk smiled and greeted him. Yes, he asked me if I have found a buyer. I got an appointment first. What about you? I've been waiting for you. Let's see, wait for a moment. Byung-guk picked up his phone, looked for the number and called someone. Hey, it's me. You remember what I told you about 2 days ago? Yes, the moon white porcelain. Yes. Do you want to see it? Of course, you should bring an appraiser. Don't you know that not getting a proper appraisal can put us behind bars these days? Okay then, I will send you the address. Bring your appraiser. Okay then, see you later. Byung-guk hung up and smiled. I casted the bait. He is bringing an appraiser from Insadong. It is good enough to fool a real appraiser, right? If it turns out to be fake on the spot, I won't be able to walk around in Insadong. Ha ha ha. Don't worry. No appraiser can easily conclude that it is fake. Okay, then let's eat something. We have enough time. They had a meal and went to where the porcelain was. On the way, Byung-guk made calls to check the situation. He looked like an office worker. I think you would have been a good office worker. Hey, how can I be an office worker when I have learned so little? At my time, only kids of the wealthy families learned. It's not like you are my father's peer. You were born in 1962. You are much younger than my father. I heard that it happened during my father's time, but no, my father made me become a farmer because he thought I was stupid. I couldn't stand it, so I ran away. I tried to make some money and ended up becoming a grave robber. I didn't want my kid to be like that, so I let her study abroad. At least I didn't get crazy about money thanks to your father. If it hadn't for him, I would have sold anything including Korean artifacts to earn money. No one knew he would leave us so soon. Yeah. Anyway, do well today. I've done this many times, but, honestly, I'm worried about you. You can trust me. After more driving, they arrived at the site. The owner ran out to greet them. There was a middle-aged woman next to him, probably his wife. Oh, you're here. And this is... He looked at Byung-guk. Oh, he will help me. The buyer will be here soon. Oh, there he comes. A luxurious car came in. Byung-guk waved his hand at it. Here. Here. They are. Byung-guk hastily answered and ran to the car as it parked. The man who will buy the porcelain. The man who got out of the back seat was a big man in his 40s. He was more than 180 centimeters tall and had broad shoulders. He looked like the boss of a gang. Hello. I am the executive director Gang Changyu of Haeju. The owner shook hands with him in confusion. The following process was boringly simple. Changyu's appraiser appraised for more than 2 hours but concluded that it was real. 1.5 billion was given to the owner and the porcelain was quickly packed. When the car left with it, the wife of the owner left with the money. The owner said it had been a good deal and offered them to have dinner together. There was no reason to refuse, so they ate and drank till early in the morning. They went to karaoke as their fourth place. The owner sang for a long time and suddenly asked with a red face. The man I saw earlier who worked for a politician had a different aura. His force was overwhelming. He is not a politician but someone who has a big influence on politics. Oh, a businessman who can influence the politics? Yes, you are smart. Then, who is he? He is not a Korean but a Japanese. He has great power in the political world. A Japanese? Do you know of Mizno Toru? At that moment, the porcelain owner's face turned pale. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 46. Chapter 46, Excavating and Collecting, 5. What do you mean? The man we met works for Mizno Toru? Yes, he works for Mizno Toru. He is quite an important person. Hiccup. The man started to hiccup. He gulped down some cold water and urgently stood up. I am sorry, but I have to go. Oh, it is late, right? Thank you for the good deal. I should be the one thanking you. He quickly put on his jacket and left in a hurry. He couldn't drive as he was drunk, so he called the chauffeur. When the chauffeur was being late, he ditched his own car and left in a taxi. Byanguk laughed at seeing that. Ha ha ha. He is in big trouble now. Yes. Now all that is left is to wait for the two of them to fight. However, a fake that delicate is hard to prove as a fake. What if they never get to prove it until we die? Byanguk's worry made sense. However, judging from the past Heijin had seen through magic, they hadn't done that much. If Mizno Toru sends a piece of the porcelain to Oxford, England, the result will prove it. I think they haven't pulled any tricks good enough to fool TL, thermoluminescent, sensors. Oh, really? That's good. Examining with eyes can never tell if the porcelain can fool TL sensors or not. However, Byanguk didn't know that much. Heijin said so when he just bought it. So, you must do something more. What? You need a rumor about the porcelain being fake. Byanguk already knew what to do. Yes, it should have arrived at Busan port by now, and it will be in Japan by tomorrow morning. Spread the rumor after that. That the moon porcelain he bought is a fake. That is easy. He will be outraged. And you should add one more thing. That it was Ando Hideki. They were almost reading each other's mind. But, won't there be a problem? I mean, you were in the middle of the deal. Heijin smiled. I don't even know the guy who bought that porcelain and never contacted him. It's not like I guaranteed its authenticity. You were in the middle. If something happens, it will happen to you, so. What? Byanguk got mad. I was joking. He knew what kind of man you are, so he brought his own appraiser. Heijin had lit the fire between Ando Hideki and Mizno Toru, but he had a lot more things to do. The thing he cared about the most was learning scuba diving. Pointing the spot to excavate was not hard, but to recover the artifacts at once, he had to tell the exact location to the workers. He was confident about diving as he had the magic that would allow him to hold his breath for a long time, but, to his surprise, diving was not just about holding your breath for long. It required considerable strength, patience, and mental power, so, except for the time he worked on excavation plans with Yuzion, he put all his efforts into learning scuba diving. A few days later, before the first diving session in the Sea of Tian, Byanguk hurriedly came into the new gallery where the interior construction was getting the final touch. He looked urgent. Have you heard the news? You are the only source of news I have. Oh, I have entrusted a white porcelain to an auction, and it will be on the preview next week. Do you want to see it? Why should I look at your porcelain? Go with my Sejong. Then, I should go with her, unless she is not too busy. But, what is all the fuss? Mizno Toru found out that the porcelain is fake. What? Already? He shouldn't have had enough time to send a piece to England. Heijin had thought it would take some time for Byanguk's rumor to work. It was a fake of high quality, so some evidence was needed to conclude it as a fake. There was someone who knew that porcelain. What? What is that about, Dot? It turns out that the man who brought that porcelain to Korea knows Ms. Notoru. So, after Ms. Notoru bought it, he told him it was the porcelain he had set in Korea. They have great trust between them. So Ms. No got mad without sending it to England. So, him getting mad cannot be the end. As the man who brought that porcelain is close to Ms. Notoru, he already knows that Ando Hideki is behind all that without me spreading any rumor. Things are tense between Osaka and Tokyo now. Tokyo must be Ando Hideki's territory. I guess Osaka is Ms. Notoru's? Yes. Artifact smuggling involves huge money. Of course, the Yakuza is in it. No, strictly speaking. Both Ando Hideki and Ms. Notoru are Yakuza bosses. Ms. Notoru may look like a normal businessman, but it doesn't change the fact that he is a smuggler and grave robber. Oh ho, then my plan worked well. Yes, but there's a problem. Huh? What problem in this great situation? Ando Hideki is about to send someone in Korea. Heijin was surprised to hear this, not because Ando Hideki was sending someone but because Byanguk knew about it. Wow, how did you find that out? I didn't. I am not the FBI or something. He contacted me. He wants to meet you. Me? What does he want? I don't know. He must have gotten info about me from Ms. Notoru. He is trying to reach you through me, so he already knows about us. If Ando Hideki had that much of information, then avoiding him wasn't the answer. Heijin had to meet him and find out what he would say. Okay. Tell him I will meet him. Actually, I've been thinking I would get to meet him one day, ever since. He tried to con me. You'll really meet him? Yes. However, tell him to come after my upcoming excavation as I am busy now. Let's hear what he has to say. Huh, are you bold? Or are you stupid? You told me before that he won't come after me with guns, that's enough. If it's not a gunfight. Well. Heijin smiled. Anyway, I believed that the porcelain was real and couldn't buy it because I had spent all the money I had on setting my gallery. So, I introduced a buyer. I have nothing to be responsible of. Nothing to go wrong. Heijin was so calm. Byanguk stared at him, shook his head and turned around. Well, there is nothing he can accuse you of. Then, I will tell him so. And don't forget you are going to auction with Sujong next week. Oh, why are you so worried? Stop caring about your mature daughter. I am caring because she is mature. The interior is also not good. Too old. KHMM. I'm going. Heijin knew Byanguk said that to just make a remark, so he didn't bother to argue and said goodbye. Then, he worked with the interior worker next to him. Bye. We will use the white lights from here to there, so please make it a little darker. And please move that to the left a little. The next day, 9 a.m., in the coastal water of Sinan. Are you ready? Of course. Heijin was wearing a diving suit and some equipment. He raised his thumb. The others seemed to worry a lot about letting a non-expert dive, but Heijin didn't mind. Although you have learned scuba diving for a short time, this area is not as calm as the other seas. If you think it's dangerous, you should come up immediately. A diver, who used to be in special forces, was worried. However, Heijin smiled and patted his shoulder. Don't worry. You are going to help me, right? Yes, but as the sea is dark, even if I am at your side, I might lose you. Safety first, safety second. Okay? Of course. Heijin braced himself with the trained diver like that. Then, someone talked to him from the side. I have trust in you. Yes, I will finish it in one dive, so you won't have to be worried about the money you spent. Huh, are you going to make me a cold-blooded man who only worries about money in front of the men's lives? Heikiel frowned. I didn't mean that. Oh, as I am about to go in, please give me a bonus. So that I would be encouraged. I thought you could encourage yourself without me. Yes, but getting something will make me feel different. You know, a bonus is as important as the salary to the employees. Especially to salespeople. To them, an incentive is the start and the end. You always talk too well. Then, what do you want to have? I don't want money. Please let me have the first porcelain I recover today. Huh, what kind of confidence is that? Okay, if you come back without dying and get me the excavation point, I can do that for you. Just come back safely. You promised. As soon as Heijin finished speaking, he fell back and dived. The trained went in with him. From then on, the people who were waiting started to feel nervous. How is the current? Calm. It will stay that way for about 2 hours. What if the current gets fast? Heikiel was worried. The captain for the ship laughed like a seaman. The sea is this calm only a few times a year. Both you and that bold young man are very lucky, sir. The captain yelled while Heikiel smiled. Even the most talented person cannot compete with the luck of this fellow. Show me how fortunate you are. His wish was answered. About 10 minutes later, a head came out of the water. Pwah! Heikiel realized it was Heijin and yelled. Well, have you found it? The point? I found it. At that moment, dozens of people, who had been waiting on the ship, all exclaimed. Hooray! He found it. He found the treasure ship. Unlike them, Heikiel looked at Heijin's face and knew he had something more to say. And? You cannot break your promise. Heijin slowly approached the ship and went abroad with the help of the people. There was a huge water bottle in the net he was carrying. This is... Heikiel was more than surprised, he was shocked. Heijin took off his goggles and smiled. You cannot take this away, sir. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 47. Chapter 47, Needle in a Haystack, 1. The professional diver came up after Heijin. He raised his thumb and complimented Heijin. It's like he has dived for more than a decade. Most people can't even keep their balance because of the current, but he swam around like a fish. It was impressive. I also saw porcelains lying at the bottom that looked good to even my ignorant eyes. Oh! He found it at once. The diver's testimony proved that Heijin had found the exact spot. Everyone rejoiced. Is this what you found while swimming around like a fish? Heikiel couldn't resist the temptation. He went to the huge water bottle in Heijin's net and started to wipe the mud off. There were many treasure ships under the West Sea primarily because of the trade in merchants. That happened between China, Japan, and Korea. There was also one more reason, the harsh current and the countless rocks in the West Sea. Because of these, many ships were wrecked in there. Additionally, as the water wasn't deep, the ships would sink without being dismantled and be preserved that way. When the soil then covers part of the ship, it will block the oxygen in time. This will make sure the Bacteria that would have made the ships rotten will not survive. In conclusion, the coastal waters of the West Sea were full of treasure ships. The huge bottle Hagen had brought through his fuzzy sight looked important even to non-experts. It was about 40 centimeters tall, it had an elegant curved line that came down sliding from the ample shoulder. And the blue hue that shone through the mud made everyone expect a great relic. Water! Get me some seawater, Dot. As the Celadon had been embedded in the mud for a long time, it still had a considerable amount of mud on it, even if it had gone through the rough current. At Hakiel's excited yell, an employee laid down his belly on the floor to draw water from the sea and gave it to Hagen. Hagen took it and gently poured it on the bottle. He carefully wiped off the mud as if he were handling a baby. He started with a small part and slowly expanded the area he rubbed. Everyone gulped hard and watched the process. Oh, there it is. I can see the pattern. Oh, be quiet. Everyone commented and fussed as the Celadon's beauty was revealed little by little. Hakiel could only scold them. Its shape and color are extremely beautiful. It will become a national treasure. Hagen didn't remove all the dirt yet, but he commented for the people waiting with excitement. Wow! A national treasure. Everyone yelled in joy. An employee from the Cultural Heritage Administration was dancing in delight. Can I really have it? Hagen asked once again. Hakiel rubbed his nose and complained. I cannot take back what I said, so I do not have a choice. This cannot be the only great relic you will find. Anyway, you have done well. He was certainly generous. The Goryeo Celadon's beautiful hue enchanted people's heart. Even though he had made a promise, he couldn't help but desire it. Hakiel, however, resisted that temptation and let Hagen have it. Hagen thought that he was not an ordinary man. It wasn't hard. I'm young. You have gone through more hardship by standing here in sea wind. I am not dead yet. This wind is not enough to kill me. Well, you all saw it. This diver here confirmed it. All that is left for us is to recover those artifacts at the bottom. Yes. Everyone raised their fists and yelled. They were highly motivated to see the national treasure artifact come up in front of their eyes. Hakiel had encouraged them enough, so it was time to go back to land. Hagen, Hakiel, and his attendants got on a different ship and headed to land. When they arrived, many people were waiting, including the curator and Park Hagen galleries. Employees, who will work on the excavation and restoration of the artifacts. When they saw the Celadon Hagen was carefully carrying, they all came to him. This just came out of the sea? Yes, we cannot leave it here, so let's go to the pool. The water is ready. This way. The artifacts recovered from the ocean must go through a strict restoring process. Because of that, experts of many fields were waiting with all kinds of equipment. Hagen's employees had also prepared the devices and facility for the chemical processing. Of course, all of this had been prepared with Hagen's money, as he and Hakiel had agreed on 5:5. If Hagen used more of Yuziang's money, he would be giving them the chance to take more relics, so he had refused all their help. Careful, careful. There was a pool big enough for dozens of people in the middle of the large ground. Digging and dragging had cost a lot of money. However, that kind of investment was necessary. The huge pool was already full of water. The water wasn't trapped there. It was coming in from one side and going out to the other side, so it kept flowing. Hagen slowly dipped the Celadon in the pool and stretched his back. Even though there are CCTV cameras and the police guarding, from now, you should take turns watching them. You know it should be in there for at least a week, right? Of course. One of the employees replied. They had already learned everything about the restoration process of the artifacts from the ocean. After that, use the hydrochloric acid to remove the clams on one side. That job is not for you. I will bring an expert, so please, watch and learn. Okay. Heijin had thought they would be disappointed about it, but they looked rather relieved. It was probably because the celadone was too valuable for them to touch. Learn that process and practice with the dishes when they come up. I will come back to look after the final ultrasonic waves cleaning. The artifacts that were going to be recovered were precious, but Heijin was an appraiser. It's not like he could get better artifacts by standing there. He would divide the artifacts with the Havasai gallery after they had all been recovered, so he had no reason to stay there. It would be more productive to go back to Seoul and do something else. That is why he had hired the employees. He took a shower and changed into new clothes to go to Seoul. Then, Haekil called him. He invited Heijin to have some raw fish with him. Heijin wanted to go home and get some rest, but he could see Haekil was not just asking to have a meal with him, so he said he would go. Among the many raw fish places in the seaside of Tien, inside a little shabby and old restaurant, Haekil and a beautiful woman, that Heijin already knew, were waiting for him. Come and sit. Ms. Yerin is here, too. Hello. She said hello with a little arrogant face while lifting her chin, just as usual. I thought you would reserve a much bigger restaurant and eat, but I guess I was wrong. Haekil smiled. That only happens in dramas. Well, young people sometimes do things like that these days, but why would old people like us do that? We will just get criticized. This place also sells good maentang, Korean spicy fish stew. Yerin added, although it is not my style. Why is your taste just like your mother's? Why do you blame my mom in front of others? What? I cannot say that about my own daughter-in-law? KHMM. Haekil couldn't handle his granddaughter. He coughed and turned away from Yerin's gaze. After that, they talked about useless things like the weather and politics until the food came. When a plate full of raw fish came out, Haekil picked up his chopsticks. This is expensive wild fish. Please, eat. Yes, sir. Thank you. After Heijin ate a little, Haekil asked as if it was nothing of importance. I heard you went to the U.S. with Seiun Gallery's director? Oh, yes. And you brought a Renoir? Yes. Yerin told me you bought it at a very low price. Heijin didn't know what that was about, but he couldn't avoid answering, so he spoke carefully. Not that cheap, but I bought it at a slightly lower price. There was a reason. I guess Ms. Yerin has told you about it. She has also bought the Rembrandt, so she didn't lose a lot. I see. I didn't ask because I thought I have lost, but because I was curious about the process. The process? After Hansak. No, Sungjin's father, the current vice chairman of Wajin, died. I've never been to that auction. I sent my granddaughter instead, but it wasn't because I wanted her to buy paintings. I wanted her to interact with the other participators and earn a lot. Oh. Everything in that auction is unclear, including its start. However, as the artifacts they sell are rare and more valuable than those of any other auctions, everyone has no choice but to participate. Although they all doubted it. I can understand that. You are good at agreeing. Anyway, I poured a lot of money into that auction because I didn't want to lose to Hansak. All the wealthy people who participated did that. However, because of my obsession, with artifacts and my competitive spirit that wanted me to win against the friend whom I've never won against. When it came to business, I had to spend much more. Then this auction was similar, too. In the end, Ms. Yeren spent more than Ms. Yunhee. That hurt. Yeren frowned hard. Odd, isn't it? That is why I feel bad about it. I wanted to win against Hansak at least once. Heijin could understand that. Hakiel was leading Yuzeon that was considered to be less good than Wajin, so it was natural for him to have a sense of inferiority to Wajin's ex-chairman. However, he couldn't say of course out loud, so he just nodded. Hakiel continued with a serious expression. Next Friday is Du Jiangmin's birthday, the former representative of the ruling party and minister of the Ministry of Government Administration and Home Affairs. The rights for the duty-free shop business will depend on what he says. However, he receives a gift from only one person every year. The one he likes the most, and I want him to receive mine this year. I guess the duty-free business rights are important. Hakiel nodded hard. It is, it has a huge meaning behind. I don't want to lose this time. So, I need your help. Why don't you give him the Rembrandt? Yeren, who had been eating quietly, answered instead. He doesn't like dark paintings. If Wajin gives him a Renoir that would be on the next exhibition, he would probably. Heijin didn't have to hear the rest to understand. Helping with that is not hard, but where are you going to get a painting like that? Hakiel took out a business card from his gold wallet and put it on the table. Will you go to Hong Kong with my child? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 48. Chapter 48, Needle in a Haystack, 2. Hong Kong. There is a place called Dafan not far from Hong Kong. Have you heard of it? If I don't know of that place, I should stop working as an appraiser. If Jingdezhen was the biggest porcelains production region in China, Dafan was the biggest oil painting region. More than 60% of the world's oil paintings were made in Dafan, and about 80% of them were fakes. They don't make fakes to sell them in secret and become rich, of course. There were still some people who wanted to make money with forgeries. The people who live and study art in there will paint fakes to practice, and they sell those fakes to make their living. So, those fakes come in various qualities, from the crude ones that look different to even ordinary eyes and to great ones that were hard to tell apart from a real painting. This business card belongs to a very famous art dealer in Hong Kong. Half of the works of arts in Hong Kong go through his hands. Most are fake, of course, but there are some reals. So, you want me to find a real one and buy it? Yes, I will pay you enough. Okay. I'll go. I have, however, one condition. Heijin had no reason to not go. One trip would give him more than 100 million. A condition? What is it? I am going as Ms. Yeren's partner. Not as an employee. I guess you know what I mean. Yeren's face turned slightly red. It was not that she was ashamed, but probably because she didn't expect that she would be scolded so openly. Hakiel glanced at Yeren and smiled. She might be reckless, but not enough to mess up with business. I will also warn her, so don't worry about it. We don't have much time, so please leave tomorrow. Okay. Heijin pleasantly enjoyed the chewy raw fish while Yeren was murmuring to herself. Show off. The next day, they went to Hong Kong. What was different from the last trip was that Heijin was going to Hong Kong instead of the US and Yeren was with him instead of Yunhee. Jason Chang has known my grandfather for a very long time. However, grandfather doesn't often buy his painting. Because there are many fakes? Similar to that. There are many fakes, and all his paintings are expensive. Oh. Yaren was wearing a sleeveless shirt and sunglasses while enjoying downtown Hong Kong's beauty. In the open car as if she was there for fun. Jason Chang buys almost all of the best fakes in Dafan and brings them to Hong Kong. Then, fakes must be often sold. Many buy fakes while knowing that, many buy them without knowing that. Unless you have the record of every oil painting in the world, buying only reals among his paintings is impossible. It was a great expression. You can never buy only reals, that would make all the appraiser's blood boil. I knew that he was that great, but Heijin had of course been to Hong Kong and Dafan when he and his father traveled around the world. When they were in Hong Kong, Heijin's father had lung disease and had gotten a knee surgery. Because of Ando Hidexo, instead of excavating, they just watched artifacts. They even went to Christie's auctions. Heijin's father showed Heijin some great forgeries in Dafan. At the time, there were only a few paintings of that quality. You do not believe me. This is not my first time in Dafan. Yaren wrinkled her nose. I doubt it. It might not be your first time in Dafan, but it will be your first time working with Dafan's real paintings. I guarantee it. Even my appraiser was fooled more than once. That my appraiser had to be O Japel, who used to appraise at her side. He was one of the top 3 appraisers in Korea, so, if he had been fooled, the quality had to be great. I am excited. I am hoping that you won't disappoint me. I really want my grandfather to win this time. Yaren looked rude, but she did care about her family. 30 minutes after leaving the airport, they went into a huge building situated in the middle of downtown Dafan. The lobby was full of employees in suits, so Heijin thought this wasn't right. However, when he arrived at the lower ground floor, he started to feel that he had come to meet an art dealer. Is it your first time? A beautiful woman in her 20s greeted them politely. Heijin gave her the business card Hakiel had given him. She took it and went inside. A while later, she came out with a man in his late 30s. He was wearing traditional Chinese clothes. I will escort you from now on. Please, let's go in. Heijin was slightly nervous because the man looked as if he would start performing martial arts at any moment, but Yaren followed him as if there was nothing wrong. He went past many paintings and went down to the second basement floor. They went down the stairs. The man then opened the door and went in. The room was not that big. There was an easel for the painting and a comfortable sofa to watch the painting at ease. There. Material and pattern were not ordinary, so they must have been very expensive. We have many paintings here, but I guarantee you, they are all great. Which painting do you want to see first? Heijin was not going to examine the paintings one by one. He didn't want to spend minutes on appraising one painting. Please show me all the paintings and I will choose one. Sitting still bores me, anyway. The Chinese man was a little surprised at Heijin's fluent Cantonese. Then, he soon nodded and opened the door on the other side of the room. Then please, come. Honestly, Heijin thought, there can't be that many. However, once he went through that door, the room was at least 300 square meters big and was full of paintings. If I see these paintings one by one, I would not be able to decide even after days. That's because all the customers have different tastes. This is a painting by Pierre-Henri de Valenciennes, this is by William Turner's, and this is Diego Velázquez's. The names that came out of his mouth all belonged to great artists. Each time he said a name, he pointed at a painting of great quality. Yaren had taken off her sunglasses and was staring at the paintings. There is no need to hurry. Take your time and choose. The man took a step back and stood like a guard. He was probably trying to protect the valuable paintings from the buyers. There is no price tag. If you decided to buy, I will find out the price for you. What nonsense! It meant the price could change all the time. Okay. I'll take my time. One good thing was that there was no time limit. Heijin started to examine the paintings at ease. Yeren was wearing sneakers as if she knew that she would have to stand for a long time. After about 30 minutes, Heijin could see why Yeren had warned him so much about this place. All the paintings were good enough that made it hard to conclude them as fakes. Of course, most of the paintings he had seen so far seemed to be fake, but if someone just a little less capable had examined them, that person would have been shocked. This place was so absurd. Even the paintings exhibited in the top 3 galleries of the world were here. And arguing those are fakes and we have the real deal. You can do this, right? Yeren came and asked. She sounded nervous. Can't we just leave if I cannot decide on something? If you come in here and just leave, you can never come back. You have to buy something, even if you know it's fake. What a crazy place. However, that meant there had to be some reals among the enormous number of paintings. We have a lot of time, so stop nagging me. We don't have to hurry. Yes, but... However then, they heard the sound of the door opening again. Another customer came into this broad world full of oil painting. Apart from a man in his 30s, who seemed to be an employee of this place, there were one man and one woman. Both of them were over 50 years old. The woman was quite well built and was wearing all kinds of luxurious goods. On the other hand, the man was thin and was wearing a navy suit. As the woman walked in front, the man followed her one step behind. She was the buyer. There are guests here already. The woman glared at the employee. It probably meant, how dare you make me shop with someone else? I am sorry, but as we offer enough time to decide on buying, multiple people can be here at the same time. The anger in her eyes didn't fade after the polite apology. So, Heijin spoke in Cantonese. Why don't you stop letting your anger out at him and concentrate on the paintings? Fighting in front of these works of art is not good. Although Heijin's Cantonese was good, it could not be the same as the locals. She crossed her arms. You are not even a Han Chinese? You are handsome, but look like you don't have money. Whether I am a Han or not, what does that matter? What is important is that I have discerning eyes. That touched her ego. She took a step forward and lifted her chin. You think my eyes are lesser than yours? I won't tolerate you because of your handsome face. Was that an insult or a compliment? Heijin thought she was just weird. Then, she came even closer. I cannot concentrate on the paintings when I am distracted by others, so why don't you leave? That is because you don't have a discerning eye. Just staring at a painting hard doesn't mean really recognizing their real value. Heijin was teaching her, and that attitude made her snap. She turned red in an instant and raised her index high. Li Xian! Come here! She yelled, and the man who had been standing behind politely came. Yes. I guess this man has a great discerning eye, huh? Pick the most valuable painting here and bring it to me. Can you do it? Of course. At this, the woman raised her eyebrows and talked to Heijin in Yeren. This is Li Xian, manager of the National Culture Bureau's Artifact Management Department. In other words, he is one of the top 3 appraisers in China. You think you can be more accurate than him? How dare you, and you look like you don't have enough money to be here. This time, Yaren snapped to hear that she looked not wealthy. You are hilarious. Who doesn't have money? Judging from your shape, you must go crazy when it comes to food. Hey, you can beat that fat woman, right? Yaren yelled in Korean as she could understand Chinese but not speak it. However, the woman could see that Yaren was cursing at her and raised her index again. Li Xian, teach that ugly girl what true art is. It was so hilarious and absurd. Heijin was thinking about whether he should play with her or not when Li Xian came to him and offered his hand. What a funny game. Nice to meet you. Oh, yes. Heijin shook hands with him. Then, he saw the ring on his finger. Its pattern was somehow familiar. But he had never seen it on any products from ordinary brands. He tried to forget it and concentrate on the paintings, but the pattern kept spinning around his mind. Just when he was about to feel irritated, he recalled where he had seen it. Yo? What? What is it? Heijin was suddenly surprised. Yaren quickly reached him. He waved his hand, said it was nothing, and got away from her. Cold sweat was running down his back, and he could feel his heart beating like crazy. The magic book, it was the pattern that was on the book his father had brought him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 49. Chapter 49, Needle in a Haystack, 3. You must not be feeling well. Or do you tend to get nervous about small things? Yaren got mad at hearing Li Xian's provocation and looked at him, but she then turned away. She was probably thinking that if she now got mad and talked to him, it would be bad for Heijin. Li Xian smiled and started to examine the paintings. He was not nervous at all and was not trying to focus. He just looked at the paintings. He sometimes frowned, but he just moved and stopped as if he was there to enjoy the paintings at ease. He looked calm, which made Yaren worry. She kept glancing at Heijin, but he had turned away because of his still beating heart. This is why a man must have guts. He is good looking but so weak. How is he going to do his part at night? Shouldn't you take him to a hospital or something? Yaren arrogantly smiled at the woman who was scolding them and spoke in Mandarin instead of Cantonese. You are worrying about how others spend the night, so you must have a problem with your own. What, is your husband having an affair with a girl pretty like me? Heijin thought that she couldn't speak Chinese, but she just didn't know Cantonese. That is why she could not restrain herself. Yaren lifted her chin, sneered, and licked her lips with her tongue. Heijin would have thought it was childish, but that childish provocation seemed to work well on the woman. She steamed, and her face was red. She looked like she was about to raise her index finger again in anger, but she just glared at Yaren for a long time and opened her mouth very slowly. Your guts are better than your boys. Good, I will get to spend some money today. Yaren flinched at your boy. However, she didn't feel the need to correct that in the situation. She nodded and replied, I am about to do some very impressive shopping in Hong Kong after a long while. Heijin didn't care about their arguments. His head was about to explode because he couldn't figure out what to do. Should he acknowledge Li Xian? As he had learned magic thanks to his father's book, Li Xian could have been one of his kind. On the other hand, he might have offended Li Xian and his people by burning that book. He kept thinking that he probably should talk to Li Xian later even if he couldn't do that now, but he was hesitating because of Li Xian's eyes. His eyes were somewhat ominous and sharp. His gaze was stopping Heijin from putting his thought Into action.
Eventually, he decided to pretend that he knew nothing.
He didn't know whether they knew about
magic, and, even if they did, there was no guarantee that they would help him if he revealed himself. Once he made up his mind, his heart quickly calmed down. He slowly took a deep breath and started
to look at the paintings. The moment Heijin started to look, Yaren faintly smiled and looked at the rude woman. She meant,
"We are starting now," and the woman replied with a snort. After a while, he stopped at a painting. He thought it couldn't be, but he couldn't pass it. For a moment, he thought Li Shane might realize it if he used magic as he was nearby, but he
decided to ignore it.
The moment he carefully casted the magic, he started to see something different from what he would
normally see with magic before. The moment passed.
Heijin blankly recalled what he had seen and walked away again.
He could feel
that Li Shane was coming closer. He pretended to look at the paintings again and thought about what he had seen, then a dark shadow
covered the painting he was looking at.
The colors are clear and neat, and the theme is simple and plain.
Whose painting do you think it is?
Li Xian was not looking at Heijin. He was looking into the eyes of the woman in the painting. In the painting, there was a woman with a drawing board. She looked like she had something to say. Her hair was in Greek-style curls. The draped texture and beauty of her white tunic was depicted so
well.
Additionally, the simple background that illuminated her beauty made Heijin recall an artist.
Do you want me to say Jacques-Louis David? Oh ho, you know.
Anyone with a little interest in art would know that this painting was drawn by Constance Marie Charpentier, David's apprentice.
You must know this painting is in the Metropolitan, so is this real? Or is it the one in the museum? Heijin took his eyes off from the painting and looked at Li Xian's back head.
He was still meeting
the eyes of the woman in the painting. You cannot be believing this is real. The real one is in the museum.
Li Xian slowly stood up and shook his head. That cannot be a reason, especially to an appraiser, if you are right, all the paintings here, that
have a copy in famous art museums and galleries, must be fakes, right? Then what, they are not. It sounds like the Chinese characteristic bluffing. A lie is convincing when it is based on the truth. An appraiser must see the truth hidden in the lies and the lie hidden in the truths. To do that, you always have to have reasons. Reasons why it is fake, reasons why it is real. To answer my question, you cannot simply say it's fake. You must say the reason why it's fake to complete your answer. You are lecturing me? Then you are asking the wrong question. You should have asked whether this is real or fake first.
Only then did Li Shane slowly turn back. His eyes were calm, but Heijin could see that he was not
acknowledging Heijin as an opponent since he was young. Your learning attitude is not good. I used to make my teachers angry as a kid. Li Xian tooted at Heijin's answer. Tut tut, negative and selfish. You won't get to improve much.
Sometimes, being young and hot-blooded stops you from progressing. It is sad that it is usually too late when you realize it. Li Xian was writing fiction.
Heijin thought he had been too scared.
He had thought Li Xian would use a much harder and more dangerous magic than his own to press him.
So, why is this painting fake?
You have started a lecture, so you should finish it. Li Shane pointed at the wall that was in the background.
The color is strange here.
At the time, the umber color was painted with burnt wood, so it cannot be
clear like this. Exactly.
That was why Heijin had thought it was fake.
In the 17-18th centuries, many artists, including
Rembrandt, used umber made of burnt wood. Heijin had thought Li Xian was only good at talking, but he was good at his job as well. He had verified a fake by perfectly analyzing the characteristic of oil paint, and it meant he had great skills.
I see, but have you finished what your master told me to do?
It meant Li Xian should go and mind his own business, but he curled up one side of his lips.
That
smile made Heijin tense. If you are trying to provoke me by calling her my master, that trick is not going to work.
However, if you are asking if I have finished this mission, then the answer is yes. I am waiting for you to finish.
That was a long answer. You are fast. When you are less skilled, you need more time to think, but thinking too long won't give you an
answer. He turned around and walked slowly, pointing at a painting for the employee.
It meant he had chosen
that painting. Our madams haven't seen the paintings yet, so why don't we cover them? It will be fun.
He seemed to fully enjoy the situation, regardless of the rude woman's command.
Whatever.
The employee carefully covered the painting with a red cloth, picked it up with its easel, and brought it
to the fat lady. What about us? Yaren really wanted to win. That one. The employee looked at the direction Heijin was pointing at.
His eyes sparkled as he approached it. With the red cloth. It was the painting Heijin had used magic on earlier.
Have you picked well? Yaren asked while looking at the fat lady.
Well, I don't know what meaning this game has, but
it has a huge meaning to me. Well, I guess so. Anyway, I have picked a good one. I trust you. Yaren must have wondered what the painting was and who the artist was, but she didn't ask. She just looked into her opponent's eyes.
It made Heijin think that she was a strong woman. She was like a gunslinger of the West looking at the enemy, seeking for a chance to take out her
loaded gun.
It was funny that it was Heijin who had prepared the gun.
I will have a lot to teach, so let's start with your painting.
Li Xian was about to start his lecture right away, but Yaren made him lose his passion.
Hey, mister. Do the teaching to your kids. Your madam asked for this comparison, so show yours first.
Sometimes, Heijin wanted to learn from her rudeness.
Okay, showing you first is not a bad idea. The woman had taken out the sofa that should have been in the room and was sitting on it.
Yaren sat down on the opposite end of the sofa and gestured to reveal the cloth. Li Xian shrugged and removed the red cloth.
I knew it, Li Xian.
The painting was depicting a naked lady lying on the beach very beautifully. The glittering sand, white foams of the waves, and the water sparkling because of the sunlight made her even more beautiful.
This is a painting from Mariano Fortuny.
His uniqueness lies in how he used the light.
The beach, glittering in the sunlight, and the bright body of the woman is amazingly perfect. I must also admire
the perfect description of the shadows made by the strong sunlight. Mariano Fortuny was painting in southern Italy when he then died because of malaria. The value of the paintings left behind by the tragic death of an artist tended to soar up.
Additionally, Mariano's paintings were even more valuable as he died at a young age and left few paintings. Clap clap. The woman clapped.
She was so strong that the clapping sound made Heijin's ears ache.
She turned to Yaren. What do you think about this painting? Yaren looked at Heijin. He nodded and spoke in Cantonese.
It is magnificent. Judging from the ability to use paint, light and the technique of using the brush, it is
Mariano's painting. Heijin appraised honestly, but the woman laughed. Ah ha ha. You sound like a real appraiser. It's your turn now. Which painting have you brought?
Li Xian took a step away from his painting.
It was Heijin's turn now. You might be a little surprised when you see this. Surprised in what way? In a good way? Or a bad way?
Heijin smiled and removed the red cloth from his painting.
Huh? At that moment, Li Xian took a few steps forward to examine the painting. Then, he looked at Heijin again and shook his head. He looked puzzled. Didn't you say the paintings that have copies in museums are, of course, fakes? I did. And you brought this thinking it was real? I'm afraid your girlfriend will be humiliated today. Li Xian sounded confident. His lady clapped with a smile. Clap, clap. I guess your husband has made a huge mistake? However, Yaren didn't even blink an eye at this. You cannot resist food because you are so impatient. Why don't we hear him first like civilized people? Heijin had thought she was only rude, but, to his surprise, she knew how to trust a person. Anyway, her decision was right. This painting was real. And, one more thing. Li Xian's ring had turned dull. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 50. Chapter 50, Needle in a Haystack, 4. Heijin assumed that his magic had evolved because of Li Xian's ring. Li Xian had been wearing it a long time, but it turned dull only now. It meant he had never used it. While wearing it, it also meant Li Xian couldn't use magic. Then let me explain. The painting was tragic, even to ignorant eyes. There was a man with a towel wrapped around his face in a tub. There was a piece of paper in his left hand, and his right hand with a quill was dropped. It was Jacques-Louis David's The Death of Marat. Li Xian chimed in before Heijin could start talking. That painting is in the Royal Museum of Fine Arts of Belgium. You must have a great misunderstanding. The comment was so correct and logical. However, there was a reason why Heijin had brought that painting. First, he couldn't find any evidence of forgery in the painting. There were many paintings that didn't have proof of forging in that room. However, the presence from Jacques-Louis David's painting was overwhelming. You told me earlier that the reason matters. If this is fake, why? If you become the superior and start teaching others, you sometimes forget to look back upon yourself. Li Xian flinched at the abrupt question. However, he soon approached the painting and pointed at the man's face. His face had a very faint smile that didn't match with the dark mood. When David painted this, he still had a passion for the French Revolution. So, he would never have made fun of Marat's death. He made Marat's dead posture resemble that of Christ's. David was the best political artist in history. He helped the French Revolution happen. His oath of the Horatius explained that it was meant to urge the French to join the revolution. If Heijin hadn't used magic, he would have absolutely agreed with Li Xian. So, he planned to pass this painting. However, he couldn't ignore the smile on Marat's lips. It could not be a mistake as the muscles, skin, and even the veins on the arm were so delicately described. Finally, he used magic to look into the past. He could see David being tormented after finishing the death of Marat. The smile of the dead Marat would certainly cause a controversy, but David had been extremely shocked by his death. The ideal of the French Revolution had been corrupted and, after Marat, who had been called the friend of the people, was killed in a bathtub, he started to rethink thoroughly about the revolution he had believed in. Finally, David drew another painting. His apprentice, François Gerard, painted the face and finished the painting. He couldn't burn the first painting and hid it in the warehouse of his house, thinking it would be gone without anyone noticing, but the warehouse was opened. Even Heijin hadn't seen that coming.
It was partly because his mana had increased, but certainly Li Xian's ring had a part on it. He saw the whole past of the painting till the modern age. David's reel The Death of Marat was stolen by a German soldier. On his way, he was ambushed before he could cross the border, so he hid it and ran away. Then, someone, who knew about this secret hiding place, took all paintings the German soldier had hidden there and sold them to a Jewish art dealer. However, on his way to China, that art dealer was caught by a Japanese soldier. The Japanese officer didn't know about the value of the works of art, so he sold David's painting to by a girl he wanted and hid the rest near Shenzhen, China. He planned to get them back after the war ended. However, unfortunately, a battle took place when he was about to make the deal and he died. Eventually, David's real painting went to Jason Chang in Hong Kong and showed itself now. Heijin thought that verifying its authenticity would be enough, but he saw something much more important. Do you think the smile of the artist is a mistake? What else could it be? Look how natural the expression is. How can this be a mistake? The artist intended to make it like this. No way. Why would David do that? For what reason would he paint it like that? That, I don't know. In fact, it was not something Heijin could convince him with logic, unless he showed Li Xian the moment when David was working on the painting. That's absurd. Then give me a piece of evidence that says David didn't paint it. Not the smile in Marat's face, but something else. You said the paint was wrong earlier. Is there anything like that in this painting? Or was the canvas made in the 19th century? Or is there a trace of someone painting over it? Li Xian couldn't answer this series of questions. He couldn't conclude the painting as a fake just with an assumption. He needed an objective proof that could convince anyone. That is why there are more than 100 Rembrandts that can't be concluded as neither fake nor real. Wait. Li Xian stared at the painting. He looked as if he could find a flaw at any moment, but he couldn't bend his back after 10 minutes. Has the appraiser gone somewhere? Yeren pretended to look at her fingernails and sneered. She probably had played Baduk often. Or had watched her grandfather play. Li Xian frowned and went closer as if he were about to kiss the painting, but that couldn't bring out any evidence. Anyway, the ill-tempered lady stood up and raised her index finger. Li Xian. Even Heijin and Yeren were surprised at her loud voice. So, imagine how much Li Xian was surprised. He turned back at her. She glared at him and gestured to him to back off. Li Xian couldn't say anything. He stood away from the painting. The woman exchanged glances with Yeren and waved her hand at the employee. It meant he should take out Mariano's painting. Apart from her anger, it also meant that she would be buying it. You are an impressive young man. I'll see you later. She took out a business card from her expensive bag, handed it to Heijin, and immediately turned around to leave the room. Heijin looked at the card. It said Director Wang Mingwan of China Guangmian Electricity Industry. China Guangmian Electricity Industry? Wow. I knew she was rich, but not this much. Yeren didn't get surprised easily, so it made Heijin wonder. What is that? Is it bigger than Yuzion? Yes. About 3 times bigger? Yeren replied. Wow, that's no match. At least she didn't hold any grudges. With that kind of position, she must be really powerful around here. I think it is probably because of you. Yeren pouted her lips and nodded as if saying not that bad. You are acknowledging me now?
I did that when I got a blow from Yunhee thanks to you. I just didn't admit it because you are such a show-off. You are a bigger show-off than I am. I know that. Hey! How much is this painting?
The male employee, who had been following them, had already seen a great match of skills.
At
Yaren's question, he talked to someone on the phone for a while and came to them.
He was much politer than before. Mr. Jason Chang will give you that at a special price. Why? Yaren put on her sunglasses and asked. She could have just taken that special price, why is she asking? He has found your conversation very interesting.
So, he is offering you less than half of the original
price. Oh, he has been watching us through the CCTV this whole time? Every corner of the first ground level in this place is being recorded. Of course, it is to protect the
paintings, so it will never be revealed, so you don't have to worry.
Still, I do not feel pleasant about it. Anyway, okay. So, how much is it? 20 million Hong Kong dollars. Heijin couldn't calculate fast. He looked at Yaren. How much is that? About 2.7 billion won? Good. I can buy it at a much cheaper price thanks to you. However, that wasn't good news to Heijin. He would get a bigger fee if the price was high. Yaren read that on his face. She curled up one corner of her lips. My grandfather will pay you a high fee, so don't worry. We are not stingy like Wajin. Why are you getting disappointed because of that? You are a man. When working, you sometimes get less incentive than you thought or more. I wasn't disappointed. Oh, okay. Then, I will say you were feeling sad about it, okay? Heijin didn't know what the difference was between the two, but he decided to move on. Okay. I am sorry that I disappointed you today. Li Xian apologized in the passenger seat. Wang Mingwan replied on the back seat. She wasn't mad. No one can always win. What matters is whether you can get over with it and get to your feet again. You didn't make a mistake earlier. Rather, that handsome young man's skills are very impressive. I want to see that again. Should I contact him?
No, I gave him my business card, so he will contact me someday.
If I need him, I can just ask that. Girl. We can ask Jason Chang. He should know. Yes. Anyway, you have done well today. Don't forget Christie's auction next month. Of course. Don't worry about it. And, please give my regards to.
Li Xian was talking politely to Wang Mingwan behind him. Suddenly, he happened to look at his
right hand.
His eyes started to shake when he saw the ring that had lost its lust.
What is it? Wang Mingwan realized something was wrong and asked. However, Li Xian couldn't come down easily. He was nervous. Li Xian. Wang Mingwan raised her voice.
Only then did Li Xian come to his senses and bowed his head.
I am sorry. I should go now. Oh, okay.
As Li Xian was about to go now, Wang Mingwan had to let him go. Moreover, she had never seen him so pale, so she thought something bad had happened.
Li Xian got off the car and ran up the emergency stairs as fast as he could. He saw Yaren and Heijin waiting for a valet at the lobby on the ground floor. He quickly hid behind a large pillar and looked at Heijin. You have nothing to do at the hotel, anyway. Yaren grabbed Heijin and said they should go shopping together. I am not interested in shopping. I don't care about luxury brands. I am not suggesting because I like you. It's because getting around alone scares me. Being alone is Dangerous for a rich woman, don't you know that? Why didn't you get a bodyguard? That's too old-fashioned. I should go around with a person to talk to. Or I'll get bored. What fun is there in going around with a bodyguard? That wasn't all wrong. However, Heijin didn't want to go shopping with her and didn't have the strength, so he was about to convince her when he saw a man reflected on the glass window. I need to go to the toilet. Oh, but the car is here. Heijin ignored that and quickly went to the toilet inside. When he got there, he saw a small door that led to the outside. Phew! He still had enough mana after using magic once, probably because of the ring. He used water from the faucet to use magic. Then, he slowly left the toilet. Li Xian could feel something was wrong. He quickly ran to the toilet. However, Heijin was nowhere to be seen. He's gone. Li Xian thought Heijin had sensed him. He picked up his phone with a shaky hand and called. Someone. I found a man who uses magic. A Korean antique appraiser. He probably has been affected by the holy book. A blunt British accent was heard from the other side. Okay. He will be tracked. He hung up and called someone else. This time, he spoke Mandarin instead of British English. Go to Insadong, Seoul. A young appraiser in his early 30s. He won't be hard to find. He hung up and held his shaky hands. Then, he talked to himself. Finally, the wish of the syndicate is about to be fulfilled. Heijin left the building with an agitated heart and called someone. As he had expected, he heard Yaren's angry voice. Where are you? Have you left the toilet? I am at the entrance now. She couldn't see him, but Heijin had already passed by her. He had become invisible with the illusion magic, so both Yaren and Li Xian couldn't realize he was close. I'm sorry. I must go somewhere, it's urgent. What? Are you kidding me? That's too mean. In fact, Heijin was a little sorry, but he was with Yaren for business and they would not see each other once they're in Seoul. Therefore, he decided to not care about it. I will buy you dinner when I get back to Seoul. But now, I must go. Then. Hello? Heijin hung up and looked back. Li Xian was quickly leaving in a taxi. He couldn't help but talk to himself. Why is he looking for me? And, what is the syndicate? Heijin dismissed the thought as he could not get any answers now. He will get to know this in time. When someone comes to find him. After the magic faded, he caught a taxi. Shenzhen, please. If he was right, then great artifacts were sleeping in there. At a place where no one can get. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 51. Chapter 51, Hidden Treasures, 1. Shenzhen is very close to Hong Kong. However, it still takes quite some time to get there. Heijin arrived in Shenzhen after 2 hours. He checked in at a nearby business hotel, had dinner at ease and started to work on a plan. He knew the location and the terrain, but he couldn't just go and dig with his own hands. He needed the equipment and a car. He could get the equipment from a local supermarket and a hardware store, but the car was the problem. After thinking for a long time, he recalled one person, Byanguk. Hello, Ha? Is this Heijin? You should be abroad now. Why did you call? I need to ask you a favor. Would that be possible? What favor when you are not even in the country? I will do it if it's something I can, so tell me. Do you need money? You should already have a lot of money.
Most of the problems can be solved with money, but sometimes money just doesn't work. I am in Shenzhen, China, and I need a car and some equipment.
Car? You should rent one, and equipment? What equipment? Are you talking about the equipment to rob graves? Yes, but I am not going to rob a grave. The place is neither a grave nor a historical site. However, I need grave robbing equipment. So, I cannot rent a car. I cannot leave any traces.
So, you need a clean car. Yes, a clean car that is owned by a Chinese.
An SUV. I also need the equipment.
Byung-guk thought about it and carefully asked, "You're really not going to rob a grave, right?"
Grave. Robbing is not easy at all. Even though you have experienced a lot with your father, you have never done that before. Byung-guk was right to be worried. Don't worry, I don't rob graves. I don't have to. It's just, what if there's something really important in a mountain where no one cares about? Will you just let that stay there? Well then, finders keepers, of course. Exactly. Okay.
Go on the opposite side of the road of the Chicago Suite Hotel by 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Then someone will give you the car and the equipment.
Haejin hoped that Byung-guk would be able to help, but he gave him what he needed immediately.
Like a CIA agent.
He had expected Byung-guk to introduce him to someone he knew, but he didn't imagine that he
would take care of everything so perfectly? What? How can you prepare things so fast?
I don't go to China unprepared when I go there.
There is a network your father and I have used till now. I am temporarily using it. They will think that I am the one who would use them. Then, how do I return the car and the equipment?
Just remember the place where you parked the car for the last time and tell me.
Of course, the
further it is from the car's provider, the more he would charge, but you won't have to go back to return.
That's huge. Of course.
You should also discard the equipment in a mountain or forest that has nothing to do with the place
you'll work at. Equipment is always for single use. You shouldn't use it again. And, how are you going to come back? Do you need a ship? Can you get me one? That would be great. Byung-guk was so thorough.
That was how he didn't get caught by the police. Then, go to Zhengzhou port at Xiamen when you are done.
Among the customs workers in there is a man named Tan Xiao.
He is small and has lots of gray hair.
Money works on him, but you
have to give him at least 30,000 yuan, so prepare cash.
Okay, thanks.
However, don't just give him the money on the site like an idiot.
Find him on the evening of the day before and give it to him in secret. No traces, got it? HHH.
I shouldn't make a mistake after receiving this private lecture.
That's good. But, what is it? What is it that you are going through all these troubles? I guess it's not an ordinary artifact. If it's in Shenzhen, is it porcelain of the Song or Ming period? I can't tell you on the phone.
I will show it to you first when I meet you in Seoul.
Anyway, thanks. Oh, my curiosity is killing me. Anyway, be careful. Sujong is looking forward to going to the auction with you. Okay. See you in a few days. Haejin was planning to consider what he would do for the next few days, however, Byung-guk took care of everything, so he decided to start working tomorrow. He wanted to move now, but he didn't have a car nor the equipment, so he couldn't.
Hagen then went to a nearby shopping center and bought some clothes, a hat that was in a different style from what he usually wore, and he even prepared a mask. He spent the night in excitement as if he were about to go on a picnic. Next, he ate breakfast and went to the Chicago Suite Hotel. He was wearing the clothes, a mask, and the hat he had bought the day before, therefore no one
would be able to remember him.
He was on the other side of the hotel, but no one approached him, so he started to get nervous. However, a car stopped in front of him at 10 a.m. sharp. A man in his 50s got off from the huge SUV that was perfect for the off-road and threw the key.
Hagen caught it.
The man said one thing and turned around.
2 days. No more.
It meant Hagen couldn't borrow the car for more than 2 days, but it didn't matter, anyway.
If he spent
more than 2 days, it would mean that there was something wrong. He went back to his hotel, checked out and went to his destination, Gualing Mountain.
It was about an hour away to the east from Shenzhen.
Although it was in the land, it was right next to the sea, so it
had been a strategically important point during the war.
He ate at a nearby restaurant and waited at a parking lot for the sun to set.
Hagen kept waiting for the sun to be gone because there were still many people going by. Long after
midnight, he parked his car at a desolate place near the mountain and started to climb with his
equipment.
The memory he had gotten through magic was clear like a video. So, he could find that place without
hesitation.
As people didn't walk through this road, it was dangerous, and sometimes he would slip because of
the piled-up leaves. However, he went forward.
After about 2 hours, he reached his destination.
Here.
He stopped at a very small cave near a stream. He could hear the sound of the running water.
From
the outside, the cave looked so small. People would have thought of it as a temporary shelter for the
animals to get away from the cold rain. Hagen knelt down to take a closer look. He was trying to find traces of someone visiting the place in
the past, but, as he had imagined, it was the same as what it had been when the Japanese officer left. He put down the luggage, took out a pickaxe, and went to the cave's entrance. Then, he struck down
with all his might.
The sound of the pickaxe hitting the sand was different from that of naturally blocked land or hardened
soil.
The officer had blocked that place so well that the soil kept coming out.
After about an hour of work, the soil piled up nearby. Finally, the pickaxe started to hit the rocks instead of soil. Hagen wiped off the debris and struck again.
After a few times of that, he suddenly saw a dark hole.
Grave robbers have some kind of taboos and rituals.
It is like the routine of the athletes, and one of
them is to not breathe the first air from the places they rob.
If there were bodies inside, the gas would have been accumulated for a long time, and rumors said that
if you breathe the gas of that corpse, you will die.
Most of the grave robbers who robbed Tutankhamun's tomb in Egypt died, and the stories of that were so dramatic that people called it the curse of Tutankhamun. However, most think that they died because they had been infected by a virus.
Because of that, grave robbers tried to enter only after the air circulated for a while. Hagen held his breath, took about a dozen steps back and sat down on a small rock. Oh, my back hurts.
He took out a small water container from his bag, quenched his thirst, took some rest and went back to the cave when he thought that some time had passed.
He used his LED lantern to look inside, but he couldn't see anything. He knew the treasures were deep inside, so he wasn't disappointed. He crouched down and moved forward.
The entrance was bigger than he had thought, so he kept crawling in. The air was wet and smelled of
dust, but it didn't smell like something rotten.
After about 20 m, he came to a place big enough for him to stand without hitting the ceiling.
Please. He looked around with his lantern. It had been taken out from there. Found it. Heijin usually didn't talk to himself, but he kept saying things today, probably because he was nervous or because he was excited about finding a treasure. His eyes sparkled as he walked to the deepest corner of the cave. Finally, he saw a box of considerable size. It came up to his knees and was about a meter long. As it had been painted with paint and varnish, it hadn't been too damaged by time. He opened his bag, took out a lever and put it between the crack of the box. Kriya-ak. The sound was horrifying, but Heijin didn't even blink an eye. The iron lid opened slowly. Heijin then slowly removed it and shone the light on the box with his lantern. Oh. What he saw first was Claude Monet's haystacks. More accurately, it was Haystack at Dusk, weather with frost. It was one of Monet's Haystacks series. Heijin knew he had to take it and leave as soon as possible, but he couldn't help admiring the painting's forlorn mood and the red sunset. However, that was only for a moment. He rolled up the painting and put it in the painting container he had brought. Then, a book, that was the size of a child's torso, came out. Its cover said. Heijin wanted to open the book because he was curious, but he resisted that temptation. He couldn't risk the chance of the book getting crumbled. He carefully picked it up, wrapped it with vinyl, and wrapped it again and again with newspaper. He put it in a file he had prepared so that it wouldn't be crumpled. Although the book stuck out as it was bigger than the file, it was better than nothing. After that, Heijin put the paintings in the containers without even looking at them. He didn't have the time to, and he was worried that someone might see the equipment scattered on the ground outside and come in. His father had spoken what to do when robbing tombs. It was not to teach his son but to teach the ones who worked with him. He said the most thing you should be on guard of while robbing graves is greed. He repeatedly said that trying to take a little more can expose you to danger, so you must be fast, accurate and without hesitation when you work. Because of that, when the iron box was empty, Heijin should have turned around without any hesitation. However, he couldn't just leave, maybe because he had never done this before, or because of some kind of gut feeling. When he had seen this place through magic, he remembered that the painting was hidden in the iron box and being recovered, but he couldn't see whether the Japanese had hidden more treasures nearby when he hid this box. Heijin thought the officer might have had hidden something else in the cave. So, he looked around thoroughly with his lantern, but he only saw bugs and moss. He looked around once more in disappointment and suddenly realized that he hadn't seen the lower side of the lid. As there was no light in the box, he would not have been able to see it even if there had been something inside the lid. 4 o'clock. Even if he left now, he would reach the car after 6 o'clock. He thought it was time to leave, but he also knew that he would regret it if he did. Eventually, he lifted the iron lid with all his might. When he then flipped it, just as I thought. His hunch wasn't wrong. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.